Chapter 647, Transformation. Chapter 647, Transformation. Nothing could rival the brutal presence of the anti-dragon claw, not even the wasteland beast that Zuo Mo could summon using the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. But this brutal presence was nothing compared to its power in the past. According to Pu Yao and Wei, the anti-dragon claw had been weakened for thousands of years by the 3,000 threads of worry. This caused Zuo Mo to desire and admire what presence the anti-dragon claw had in the past. The brutal energies of the anti-dragon claw furiously flooded into Zuo Mo's body. The sun crystal seed was stimulated by this. A thick, almost tangible, flow of heat poured out from the crack as it slowly advanced. One was an unparalleled ancient and vicious object, the other was a great treasure of the world, one cold, one hot. When the two forces came into contact, it was like cold water poured into hot oil. In front of these two terrifying powers, Zuo Mo's steel-hard physique that was fragile as paper. In a flash, it was covered in holes. If it wasn't for the green vine mystical water's healing properties, he would have already turned to dust long ago. But as the battle heated up, the positions of the two sides steadied and they gathered near each of the 10 sun matrices on Zuo Mo's body. These 10 sun matrices of the 10 Crow celestial apparatus physique were naturally attuned to the sun crystal seed and acted as wells where Shin power naturally gathered. The sun crystal seed's power flowed into the 10 Mo matrices as a result. Taking advantage of this, the cold and brutal energies of the anti-dragon claw quickly took over all of Zuo Mo's body and started to furiously attack these 10 sun Mo matrices. If someone was to touch Zuo Mo's body now, they would find to their shock that his entire body was freezing, but the 10 sun Mo matrices burned like hot metal. As the battle intensified, even the Shin power in Zuo Mo's sealed right hand was attracted and entered this great battle. Zuo Mo himself was left extremely weak. The powers inside his body rampaged out of control. His body was a mess and heavily injured. Yet at this moment, Zuo Mo found a chance. There was another power in Zuo Mo's body that he had always forgot, the soul-setting divine light. This divine light came from Wei's succession. Other than placing Jinji and Gu Minggong, Zuo Mo had never used it again. It was not that Zuo Mo had a low opinion of its power, but the succession of the soul-setting divine light was too ancient and too difficult to understand. Even Wei could not speak of the specifics. The divine light itself was strange and Zuo Mo didn't even know where to begin studying it. What he had not expected was that the soul-setting divine light slowly emerged out of the 3,000 threads of worry during this moment of great danger. These two terrifying powers, 3,000 threads of worry and the soul-setting divine light, had not destroyed each other. Zuo Mo was not surprised about the 3,000 threads of worry. Something that could restrain the anti-dragon claw had to be a treasure on par with the anti-dragon claw. This divine light that originated from the dawn of the world also was unaffected. Zuo Mo immediately realized that the soul-setting divine light was a treasure on the same level as the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed. When the soul-setting divine light burrowed out of the 3,000 threads of worry, it slowly swam like a rainbow fish in Zuo Mo's torn-up body. Forced to desperate straits, Zuo Mo's heart jumped when he discovered the soul-setting divine light. Opportunity. Right now, all other powers in his body were completely suppressed by the sun crystal seed and the anti-dragon claw, so he could not use them. The 3,000 threads of worry were not suppressed, but because of the uniqueness of its power, it was of no help in this battle. The sudden discovery of the soul-setting divine light was akin to a life-saving herb to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo immediately controlled his emotions and pushed down the joy and excitement he felt. He thought back to how he had previously activated the soul-setting divine light. As expected, when his thoughts shifted, the soul-setting divine light immediately stopped where it was. Zuo Mo was joyed. It seemed that he could control the soul-setting divine light. Given his present helplessness, a power that he could control was what he needed the most. Even if this power was tiny, he would not give it up. A power that he could control meant that he did not have to wait for his fate to be determined by others. He carefully controlled the soul-setting divine light. Because it had been too long since he had used it, and he wasn't familiar to start with, his control was extremely crude at first. Zuo Mo was not demotivated. He usually seemed to be uncaring, but the more dangerous the moment, the clearer his mind was and the more patience he had. The conflict between the sun crystal seed and the anti-dragon claw reached a white-hot level. The burning flow that poured out from the sun crystal seed continued to flood into the 10 sun Mo matrices. The 10 sun Mo matrices were quickly filled up. They were filled with power like 10 balls of flame. Because the power that was added was too strong, the Mo matrices were completely awakened. The awakened Mo matrix actually concealed its light. The burning heat turned to darkness. Light and dark, they were twins. Zuo Mo seemed to understand when he saw this scene. The power in every Sun Mo matrix far surpassed the limits of what the Mo matrix could tolerate. If there was no outside force that reduced the power, the Sun Mo matrix would not be able to tolerate the overflow and would explode. It would only end up in one way for Zuo Mo, dying in an explosion of blood and gore. Fortunately, there was the anti-dragon claw. The cold and brutal energy of the anti-dragon claw surrounded the 10 sun matrices from all directions. The stimulated sun crystal seed realized that the sun matrices was a battlefield where it held the advantage. There, held the home ground advantage. If it caused these sun matrices to explode, then it would undoubtedly lose this advantage. Therefore, the sun matrices were simulated on a path that Zuo Mo never thought about. Evolution. The power of the sun crystal seed flooded every part of the sun matrix. The power that was several levels above the Sun Mo matrix repeatedly cleansed the Mo matrix, causing it to change. Like grass sprouting, the complex Mo matrix silently grew. It was the first time Zuo Mo observed the growth of a Mo matrix. The anti-dragon claw is also intelligent. It responded to the transformation of the Sun Mo matrix. A layer of frost appeared on Zuo Mo in the areas around the Sun matrix. This layer of frost was not white or blue, but a faint gray. A portion of the anti-dragon claw's brutal energy started to heal Zuo Mo's almost ground-up flesh. Yet the anti-dragon claw's icy power was too brutal. Even if it was trying to heal, it felt like thousands of little icy knives cutting repeatedly into Zuo Mo's flesh. Zuo Mo endured the heart-boring pain as he carefully controlled the soul-setting divine light. He hid it in a corner and waited patiently for a chance. He realized that this moment was not the best time to act. The Sun Crystal Seed and the anti-dragon claw were all accumulating power. The following clash would most likely be even more intense than before. Zuo Mo's Mo physique was sturdy, but in front of something as vicious as the anti-dragon claw, it was not enough. Large amounts of blood and flesh disappeared like melting snow in front of the brutal energies, leaving only the blood and flesh that could absorb the brutal energy. This led to a process in which Zuo Mo's blood and flesh was completely transformed. The strongest flesh quickly expanded and thrived, the weakest rapidly shrank and died. They continued to struggle in the ocean of brutal energy and gradually stabilized. No one noticed that a gray Mo matrix had appeared inside Zuo Mo's body, and it was slowly growing, creeping across his body like ivy. The gray Mo matrices were completely different than the Mo matrices he had before. Some dense scales appeared on the edges of the Mo matrix. If one looked closely, they would find that these fine scales were extremely similar in color and shape to the scales of the anti-dragon claw, but much smaller. The heavy brutal energy filled the space one zhang around Zuo Mo and seemed to be one with the anti-dragon claw. But outside of this one zhang, the presence of the energy was completely absent, not allowing anyone present to detect it. Everyone's gaze was deeply attracted to the battle between Marshal Yu and Wu Li. Chained together, Wu Li's slender fingers pointed at Marshal Yu. Her cool gaze contained determination and fighting spirit. Under the sea of flowers, Luo Li was reflected. While his body was transparent, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Almost at the same time, the two of them spoke. Wu Li's voice was cool and as hard as a sword, together. Luo Li's voice was a murmur and gentle as water, together. Whoosh, a thick chain suddenly flew out from under Wu Li's feet like an ancient snake that shot at Marshal Yu. The air was filled with the sound of the chain clanking. The whole of the flower sea was trembling. A strange presence that was hard to describe moved into the surroundings as the chain clanked. This was Zhu Ke's expression was uncertain. "This is," the middle-aged attendant exclaimed, but she suddenly stopped as her face became completely bloodless. Xia suddenly raised his head. His breathing was so heavy it could be heard clearly through the thick armor. This was the presence of life and death. Marshal Yu's eyes were filled with shock and gravity. This snake-like metal chain was made from two opposing powers, life and death. If he was not seeing it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. Life and death, two diametrically opposed powers, yet they were merged together so beautifully. It really was fantastical. What method was this? Who was that woman? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but in a moment, his mind became clear again. This chain that was woven from life and death was one of the highest powers that he had ever seen. It was so exquisite, so fantastical, it was hard to believe. As a marshal, even Marshal Yu sighed and praised it. But such an exquisite and creative power still had weaknesses. It was not condensed enough. The others should have just comprehended it a short time ago. Even though they had understood to the crux of the ability, they lacked practice and the power was too weak. It was akin to a very powerful seedling. Maybe it would be powerful when it matured, but the seedling that had just germinated was thin and delicate. Power came from methods, but also from an accumulation of experience. Compared to this method of life and death that was undoubtedly a top skill, Marshal Yu did not have anything like that. But in terms of accumulation, the other was far lacking. He had never thought that he would be forced to such a state by such a young woman. Marshal Yu smiled, full of self-scorn. However, someone that could comprehend such a wondrous method was qualified to be his opponent. The smile on his face gradually faded away. His expression became solemn and devout as he raised the green carp-tongued sword. The countless hardship and obstacles on his path of cultivation flashed past his mind's eye. His mind suddenly broadened. A figure stood with a sword under a drizzle of rain. I will let you see the true power of this martial levels, rain domain of no return. Translator ramblings, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and tada, one new body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, No Return. Chapter 648, No Return. The feeling of extreme hot and cold mixing together made him want to throw up blood. But Zuo Mo did not have the time to throw up blood. He was furiously learning how to manipulate the soul-setting divine light. Learning as he went was not something that he wanted to do, but he had no choice at this time. The soul-setting divine light was his lifeboat. Other than this, he had nothing else to respond with. The soul-setting divine light, the light that accompanied the dawn of the world. It was like a little multicolored fish, sometimes obedient and sometimes mischievous. Regardless of the urgency Zuo Mo felt, he could only calm down and experience it. This was a multicolored world. All kinds of colored light were gathered in this extremely slender divine light. The birth of all colors of light when the world had began were included in this little divine light. It was not of the five elements, nor did it belong to yin or yang, and had nothing to do with Yao, Mo, and Xiuzhe. When Zuo Mo's mind was immersed in the soul-setting divine light, an ocean of chaotic information followed him. What was most attention-catching was an ancient presence that struck at his mind. In this moment, he seemed to see the primordial chaos, the dawn of the world. He knew that this was an illusion. The soul-setting divine light might have a sliver of an ancient presence, but much of it had disappeared after being passed down for so many years. It would be good if just 0.1% remained. Just how much information was at the dawn of the world? Could a divine light hold all that? But even this 0.1% was precious enough. The dawn of the world was the beginning of all methods. Just comprehending a little bit would be of endless benefit. On this, no matter if the person was Yao, Mo, or Xiuzhe, they were all the same. Zuo Mo did not have any methods of comprehending this presence from the dawn of the world. Even if it was the core of all methods, even if it was the most precious part of the soul-setting divine light. In such an emergency, wasn't trying to comprehend it just seeking death? The practical little Mo was furiously pondering the use of the divine light, and how to manipulate the divine light. Under the threat of death, a person's potential would be more easily uncovered. Zuo Mo actually understood a bit more of the soul-setting divine light that usually was so hard to understand. The most powerful ability of the soul-setting divine light was setting. It could set everything in the world, and this was the reason for its name. Zuo Mo could not understand the reason, but this was not a time to study the reason. It was fine as long as he knew how to use it. Zuo Mo used the soul-setting divine light to sweep a tiny bit of the brutal energy of the anti-dragon claw. As he had expected, this vicious energy froze where it was. This caused Zuo Mo's confidence to rise. He tested it on a tiny hot flow from the sun crystal seed. It also was a success. He suppressed the impulse he felt and patiently waited for an opportunity. The soul-setting divine light was a wonder, but this fragment of soul-setting divine light was extremely small. Zuo Mo suspected that it would not be able to set a great deal of power. It could only be used at a critical moment, an important place. The Mo matrix was growing and changing. He knew that this was the Mo matrix evolving. Zuo Mo's body was being rapidly changed and strengthened by the two enemy powers even if he was not willing. At this time, Zuo Mo was like an experienced hunter. He had already found the weakness, and right now, he only had to wait patiently for a chance to deliver a fatal strike. The evolution of the Mo matrix was very fast. The sun scripts were completely changed. 10 lifelike suns floated on the surface of Zuo Mo's body. They were like suns embedded in Zuo Mo's body, especially the sun at his forehead. It was like a miniature sun that revolved without end. The number of paths between the 10 suns had multiplied several times. It was profound and complex as the paths crossed. If someone slightly weaker looked at them, they would find they would become dizzy. The dense scales that had been near Zuo Mo's Mo matrix had disappeared, and the new Mo matrix sank under his skin so that it could not be seen. But someone familiar with Zuo Mo would notice that his figure had changed slightly. Zuo Mo's original figure could not be considered to be brawny, but muscles were clearly defined. Right now, his figure had become much thinner. Only Zuo Mo knew that his body was multiple times as strong now. His body had been tempered again. The weak blood and flesh had been eliminated by the vicious energies of the anti-dragon claw. Each bone, every sinew, every muscle, was now multiple times stronger than before. The refinement was even more complete than the time with the shifting star sands. If this had occurred at any other time, Zuo Mo would be smiling so wide his eyes would be squinting, but right now, he did not feel any joy. He suspected that the completion of the refinement meant that the final conflict between the two powers was about to start. Zuo Mo's guess was correct. Wind blew and there was a fine drizzle of rain. The curtain of rain seemed endless and covered thousands of li. The red threads were clear and transparent with a springy presence. There was no darkness, it was warm and unspeakably comfortable. Under the curtain of rain, those that were weak showed intoxicated expressions. They unconsciously released their Mo weapons, dropping them on the ground. The sound of the weapons merged into this drizzle and the owners did not realize they had done so. More and more people released the Mo weapons in their hands and became intoxicated in the rain. The Mo skill that Qi Diaoyu was most skilled in was illusory sound. He detected the power of this rain and his expression changed. Unconsciously, the water droplets around him sped up. With a sharp howl, it seemed to break through the curtain of rain. The curtain of rain was these same droplets, but the sound of the drizzle was soft and intoxicating. The sharp howl seemed to burrow into the sticky water and then disappeared. The 3 droplets of water seemed to have gotten drunk themselves. They slowed down as they flew until they moved at the speed of a turtle. Qi Diaoyu's face was ashen. For the first time, he felt helplessness. He didn't have any power to fight back. The rain domain of no return, he murmured with a complicated expression. As expected, there is no return. Between the threads of rain, a kind of lazy power unconsciously burrowed into his body. Qi Diaoyu felt his consciousness seem to move slower, his body became heavier. It felt very comfortable and he did not wanting to move. He showed a strange expression of intoxication. No return, no return. The moment the curtain of rain appeared, the sound of clanking of the chains imperceptibly paused. Then the chain which had charged towards Martial Yu, like a dragon, seemed to have entered water. An invisible power pressured it from all directions. The metal chain suddenly lit up with a mix of white and black light. The rain shook and the chain sped up. Martial Yu smiled slightly and dismissed it. The curtain of rain did not change, but the chain that had just sped up quickly slowed down as though it was now pulling something heavy. The black and white lights quickly faded within the rain curtain. In a blink, the black and white lights were consumed. The metal chain that had been so formidable and unstoppable suddenly became slow like a sleeping babe floating in the air. The sword essence flower sea seemed to slow down until it appeared to have stopped. Li's cool expression finally changed. The domain of a martial. It was this powerful. This endless rain in front of her was something that could disrupt even the march of life and death. In terms of profoundness of power, the rain domain of no return was lacking compared to the metal chain. However, the power disparity was too large. Luoli had just comprehended the life and death lock. The time was too short. Martial Yu had went from colonel to brigadier, to general, and then into martial level. Each step had been set on a firm foundation and the amount of power he had accumulated was almost unimaginable. When power reached a certain level, it would cause an innate change. No matter how exquisite the together chain was, it wasn't a threat to absolute power. One could defeat 10. This was a weakness. No matter how talented they could not take a shortcut on this path of accumulation. Martial Yu found their biggest weakness. He smiled faintly. The other side did have talent to force him to such a point. But this was the end. Just at this time, a shocking ripple came from behind him. His smile froze on his face. Before he could turn around, boom, something seemed to explode behind him. A ripple that almost caused him to lose the urge to fight exploded suddenly from behind him. He turned back to look in shock. A bright sun burned in the rain. Having made their final transformations, the collision between the two powers was intense. The brutal energies of the anti-dragon claw had turned into black serpents that roared as they leapt at the 10 suns. The sun crystal seed that was in complete control of the 10 Crow celestial domain suddenly released a burning light. The serpents that came close turned to dust. But there were many of the black serpents that were made from the brutal energies. They continued to move without any care. The battle suddenly entered the most vicious stage. This was a full-scale head-on clash of power. The brutal energies of the serpents charged at the 10 suns like a relentless tide. The 10 suns moved across Zuo Mo's body. The sun crystal seed had actually activated the 10 Crow celestial domain in response. Boom! Golden light suddenly came from around Zuo Mo. It was like sun that suddenly bloomed in the rain. Before the rain could come near the golden light, it evaporated. The sun suddenly turned dark. Marshal Yu reflexively raised his head. He saw the blurry sky that had been covered by the rain was now a dark red, as though the sky was aflame. The entire sky became dark red, and the area was even larger than his curtain of rain. This was... Suddenly, a dot of light flew out of the golden shield on Xiao Moji's body into the sky. The curtain of rain could not impede the dot of light. It grew as it flew, and in a blink, it hung in the sky. A sun. Several more dots of light flew from Zuo Mo's body into the sky. In a flash, 10 suns were spread out in the sky. 10 Crow Celestial Domain. This was the 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Marshal Yu almost didn't believe his own eyes. No matter how powerful the 10 Crow Celestial Domain was, it was only the top dog in general level. Compared to martial domains, it was a whole level below. There was an innate difference in level. How could the 10 Crow Celestial Domain break through his rain domain of no return? This was impossible. Before he could understand everything happening in front of him, an unprecedented feeling of danger rose without any warning. His heart jumped wildly. Translator ramblings, all these chapters are one long extended battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Sun Crystal Seeds 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Chapter 649, Sun Crystal Seeds 10 Crow Celestial Domain. This feeling of danger came without any warning and approached so fast that Marshal Yu wasn't able to react. In truth, he was unable to react. The pressure that the 10 Crow Celestial Domain gave him was suffocating. A strange unfamiliar feeling of suffocation. How long had it been since he felt such pressure? He didn't remember, but he was shocked and intimidated by this strange feeling of pressure. Zuo Mo did not know of Marshal Yu's terror and really did not have the attention to spare. He was walking on a tightrope. If he wasn't careful, one stumble and he would fall to his death. In front of the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed, Marshal Yu wasn't worth a mention. He truly felt this. However, Zuo Mo felt surprised that the sun crystal seed had activated the 10 Crow Celestial Domain, but he quickly understood. The sun crystal seed most likely had detected the threat of the anti-dragon claw and wanted to use the power of the 10 Crow Celestial Domain to fight against the anti-dragon claw. The power level of the sun crystal seed's 10 Crow Celestial Domain far surpassed his own. The 10 Crow Celestial Domain it activated was far more powerful than normal. Every transformation of the 10 Crow Celestial Domain was activated, even the higher level transformations were activated as the higher level power filled it. Zuo Mo watched the entire process and didn't dare to divide his attention at all. Even if he was in a dangerous situation right now, the scene in front of him attracted his attention. He could see every change in the 10 Crow Celestial Domain with his own eyes. He paid rapt attention to how the Sun Crystal Seed activated the 10 Crow Celestial Domain. If he paid close attention, then he would be able to know all the transformations of the 10 Crow Celestial Domain. The Sun Crystal Seed was even pointing out the path of progression for the 10 Crow Celestial Domain as well. Zuo Mo greedily watched the changes of the 10 Crow Celestial Domain under the control of the Sun Crystal Seed. At this time, the Sun Crystal Seed was the best teacher. No matter if it was the Sun Crystal Seed or the Anti-Dragon Claw, they seemed to have intelligence on level of a person. The Anti-Dragon Claw detected the Sun Crystal Seed's intentions. A vast murderousness immediately filled the space. The rain drizzle of the rain domain of no return suddenly froze under such a heavy murderousness. The rain domain of no return was as fragile as glass. Countless little gray wisps of killing essence swam between the frozen raindrops. Cold and vast, brutal and savage, like a vicious beast baring its fangs and glaring at its prey with its crimson red eyes. It easily tore apart the layers of defenses and charged into people's minds with little to no resistance. The people affected felt endless terror come as a wave sweeping their legs out from under them and immediately swallowed them. Bam! A clear and pleasing shattering sound echoed. The rain domain of no return only lasted for a few breaths under the attack of the anti-dragon claw before it collapsed. Marshal Yu's face paled. The rain domain of no return had been defeated, and he had been wounded by the backlash of power. His eyes were filled with terror. He looked at the wave of murderousness that seemed to be a great gray monster howling and fell into a daze. Anti-Dragon Claw. Was this the true power of the Sky Missouri weapon, the Anti-Dragon Claw? Suddenly, he felt he was so minuscule, as tiny and insignificant as dust. Ambition, pride, it was like a beautiful bubble that popped. His face was ashen and his eyes dim. However, he was at martial level. The murderousness had momentarily stunned him, but he had the power to fight back. The Mo skill in his body detected danger and started to circulate on its own. His body suddenly shook, his face paling even more, but his calm expression gradually fought its way back from terror. Though there was still shock on his face, his eyes had cleared up. So risky. The danger just now had been greater than any of his fights. Marshal Yu looked with lingering fear at Xiao Mo, whose figure was shrouded in golden light in the sky. Inside that blinding ball of golden light was a gray pillar of energy that shot into the sky. That was the Anti-Dragon Claw. Anti-Dragon Claw, a Sky Missouri weapon. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of these 6 words. He finally understood only those martial level and above could tame the Anti-Dragon Claw. Marshal Yu suddenly smiled in self-disdain. Previously, he had thought of how to subduing the Anti-Dragon Claw. Now, he finally understood how laughable his thoughts were. There were many sayings about the Anti-Dragon Claw, but everyone believed one, only martial level and above could subdue them. But after personally seeing the Anti-Dragon Claw, Marshal Yu immediately understood that this saying was not complete. It was not martial level or above that could tame them, but above martial level. Other than the power of a martial, one also had to have the appropriate Mo skill. Something as brutal as the Anti-Dragon Claw would only be tamed by those bloodthirsty and battle-hungry. Otherwise, even if one had the power of a martial, they would be shattered by the killing essence of the Anti-Dragon Claw. Understanding this, bewilderment flashed across Marshal Yu's mind. Even he was unable to withstand the killing essence of the Anti-Dragon Claw. Theoretically, Xiao Mo should have ground to dust. But Xiao Mo was unharmed in the air. Also, the power contained in the golden light was different but terrifying in the same way. What was that? Was that another Sky Missouri weapon? This thought flashed through Marshal Yu's head, but he immediately felt it was absurd. It was the greatest of fortunes to encounter one Sky Missouri weapon like the Anti-Dragon Claw. How unlikely would it be for someone to possess 2 at once? Marshal Yu was the strongest person on the battlefield, and his perception was also the strongest of all the people. He quickly found that the target of the Anti-Dragon Claw's attack is not him but seemed to be that ball of golden light in the 10-crow celestial domain. Marshal Yu felt curious and happy, and also a thread of lingering fear. If the target of the Anti-Dragon Claw had been him, then now. This guess caused him to shudder. Boom, boom, boom. The conflict between the Anti-Dragon Claw and the Sun Crystal Seed became even more intense. The 10-crow celestial domain had reached its strongest state. The great power created by the revolution of the 10 suns had formed a golden pillar of fire in the sky and shot at Zuo Mo and the Anti-Dragon Claw. The Anti-Dragon Claw that had possession of 9/10 of Zuo Mo's body did not show weakness. The gray Mo matrix appeared again on Zuo Mo's body. A faint gray light suddenly appeared around Zuo Mo and shielded him. The black shadow of a dragon flickered inside the gray shield of light. When the pillar of fire came into contact with the gray shield, it struck the surface and was deflected off. Sparks flew and rained down. Vroom! The 10 suns in the air seemed to be infuriated, and the light intensified. Countless streams of dark fire appeared in the dark red sky. The sky was like a river, and the flames like water. The golden pillar of light became even brighter. The thick pillar of light started to shrink and condense until it almost solidified. The croaks of crows suddenly resounded in the sky, and out of each sun came a crow shrouded in flame. When the 10 golden crows flew out, they turned into 10 streams of light that entered the golden pillar. It was as though cold water was suddenly poured onto the golden pillar and it froze. 10 golden crows appeared on the pillar in different lifelike positions. From far away, Marshal Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Golden Crow Battering Ram. He had personally experienced the power of Xiao Mo's move. This move was extremely powerful killing move, that surpassed the power of the general level. But the golden pillar in front of him felt completely different than the one that Xiao Mo had used. Pressure. Yes, it was pressure. This time was a suffocating pressure. The moment the pillar formed, the sky and earth seemed to moving, time seemed to stop, the dust in the air froze, everything seemed to still. Marshal Yu knew that this was just a feeling. He knew that this was just a phenomenon that appeared because the power was great enough, but uncontrolled shock still rose from the deepest part of his mind. Clang! The gold crow battering ram heavily hit the gray shield. Marshal Yu's body shook from the impact. The sound seemed to explode inside his skull. His mind blanked for a brief moment. Those further away with weaker cultivation immediately sprayed out blood. They were seriously wounded. Under such a strong attack, the gray shield was unable to withstand it, and exploded. However, the gray shield did not dissipate immediately. It turned to dozens of gray figures that shot at the golden crow battering ram. Howls sounded in the air. Numerous wisps of gray mist suddenly came out of Zuo Mo's body. When they appeared, they turned into gray shadows that charged towards the golden crow battering ram. These gray shadows turned into little gray dragons. They howled and roared as they moved along the body of the golden crow battering ram. In a blink, many tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the golden crow battering ram. The little gray dragons continued to fly out of the gray energy and join in the attack. These little dragons were vicious as they howled and roared. Their bodies were thin and long, they had 4 limbs, and their heads were triangular shaped. There were 2 extremely short horns growing at their foreheads. What was most shocking was that half of their body was a gaping maw and 2 rows of white teeth that was like 2 rows of the sharpest knives and chilled people's hearts. Boom! The golden crow battering ram suddenly fell into pieces and released golden fragments of energy. Under the dark red sky, the scattered dots of golden energy were beautiful to look at, like fireflies. An extremely beautiful scene created within extreme danger. The gray dragons that lost their target roared. Their voices were not loud, but they contained a heart-rattling brutality and bloodthirst. Because of their great number, the sound was like a tide and caused listeners' scalps to prickle. Smelling blood, the gray dragons jumped up like towards the 10 suns in the air. The streams of fire that rampaged in the dark red sky seemed to detect danger and headed for the gray dragons. The sky immediately became the most vicious battlefield. The flames and the gray dragons continued to collide and destroy each other. Neither side showed any signs of giving up. Gray dragons continued to fly out of the gray mist and the 10 suns continued to send off streams of fire. To the people watching, the scene in front of them seemed like the apocalypse. The anti-dragon claw seemed to be discontent with the fight that was at a deadlock. It suddenly shook and a vast and brutal energy flooded into Zuo Mo's body. This brutal wave of energy was stronger than any of the previous surges. If Zuo Mo's body had not been tempered by the anti-dragon claw, it would have been destroyed at this moment. But even after being modified by the anti-dragon claw's energies, and having formed the gray Mo matrix, the gray energy still caused stabbing pains in his body wherever it passed. When this brutal energy entered Zuo Mo's body, the gray Mo matrix on the surface of Zuo Mo's body suddenly brightened. The Mo matrix flashed a strange light and gave people a feeling it seemed to have come alive. Zuo Mo endured the pain and did not dare to miss any detail. He had a strong feeling. Killing move. The anti-dragon claw was about to use its killing move. Translator ramblings: if Zuo Mo could only control what is going on, this battle would be finished a long time ago. Also, Pu Yao and Wei have been dethroned as the rulers of Zuo Mo's body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Rebirth. Chapter 650, Rebirth. Zuo Mo's intuition was accurate. The gray Mo matrix on his body flashed with an unusual light that seemed to flow and slide on the surface of his body. A strong wind formed in Zuo Mo's surroundings. The fine gusts of wind were like blades that sheared everything around them. The ground, the stones, the pebbles in the vicinity were turned to dust by the gusts of wind. In an instant, a hole more than 50 zhang deep appeared in the ground under Zuo Mo's feet. Zuo Mo's body floated motionlessly in the air. Then, a single deep roar seemed to come from within the ground. The roars of the gray dragons previously had been a multitude of fine roars like a tide, and caused people's hairs to stand on end and their scalp to prickle. This roar seemed to be a call from the ancient times, with the weight of time as it sounded from deep within the ground. For the first time, Zuo Mo's mind was overcome. For some unknown reason, an indescribable emotion spread through his mind. He was not the only one. Even Marshal Yu's face shook and he entered a brief daze. Just as everyone blanked, the Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's body quickly changed. A shadow silently floated out of the Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's body. When this blurry shadow appeared, a brutal and vicious presence immediately filled the battlefield. The people who were still unfocused reacted in the most instinctive way, trembling. Unconsciously trembling. Uncontrollably trembling. Under this peerlessly brutal energy, their bodies were left cold and they trembled. Roar! A wave of anger suddenly exploded and spread through the entire field. Everyone seemed to be hit hard. The suns in the sky lit up in response to the roar of the shadow. The 10 suns revolved in the sky at an extremely slow rate. A great and pure power formed from the revolving suns. Zuo Mo was the first one to recover. He did not forget that he was dealing with a dangerous situation. If he was the least bit careless, he wouldn't even get a chance to amend the situation. Every detail of what was happening in his body clearly flashed across his mind. He knew that every detail had a chance of determining his fate, life or death. He needed to find that minuscule chance from all this. There were many transformations that he had a hard time understanding. Both the Sun Crystal Seed and the Anti-Dragon Claw represented power of a higher level, each beyond his knowledge. But he was still memorized it and did not give up. The terrifying presence released by the blurry shadow caused his soul to tremble instinctively. Suddenly, he saw a colossal beast. Its rampaging presence and its enormous shadow enveloped his minuscule figure. The strong pressure he felt left him suffocating. This was... The shadow suddenly broke free of Zuo Mo's body and flew into the sky. Dragon! A true dragon! The blurry figure held the presence of a true dragon. In the moment it flew into the air, the presence of the king of all beasts rippled outwards like a pebble thrown into water. No one knew that at this time, in this Jia, all the animals were prostrated on the ground as they trembled. But in Zuo Mo's mind, what it gave off was not the energy of a dragon, but a cold and brutal killing essence. It was as though its sharp thick dragon claws dripped with black blood. The purest of all killing essences. In this moment, even the 3,000 strands of worry decided to retreat. Other than the thickest few strands, the other strands of worry released the anti-dragon claw. The anti-dragon claw that a portion of its restraints had been undone and unhesitatingly displayed its power and brutality, but this dragon shadow moved like a blur of grey lightning and Zuo Mo was unable to see its path clearly. As the shadow blurred, a sun at its peak intensity fell from the sky. Streaking through the sky like a comet, it howled as it smashed towards the grey shadow. Roar! The grey shadow suddenly roared, the killing energy reaching a peak. Rushing upwards, it fearlessly welcomed the sun's incoming attack. Pure killing essence was like the sharpest blade essence in the world. Both sides were peerless in their speed. Two lights, one gold and one grey, drew across the horizon and collided. Dawn! And deafening sound. The entire Jia shuddered. There was no explosion, no gust of air, just a terrifying sound of the collision. Everyone felt the golden light brighten until it was blinding. Their vision went white. But the light quickly faded and their vision recovered. Then they found that flames were raining down. Every thread of flame was a seed that had been caught in the wind and floated in the air. But this was just the beginning. The 9 remaining suns in the sky suddenly fell one after another. Dong dong dong. With every sound, Zuo Mo's body reflexively shook. Blood seeped out from his hose, eyes, and mouth. No matter if it was the 10-crow celestial domain or the shadow of the dragon, they were connected to him. When the two were fighting like this without any regard the damage they suffered, Zuo Mo's body was collateral damage. If this was in the past, his body would have been unable to endure the backlash from the fight. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened, but even so, with every impact, his body suffered a heavy blow. The power inside his body was not under his control, but it still existed. Every impact was soul-rattling, and the entire Jia trembled in unison, but 10 times in succession, the Sun Crystal Seed and the Anti-Dragon Claw clashed and did not leave anything behind. The magnitude of the backlash that Zuo Mo's body endured reached a shocking intensity. The gray MO matrix on the surface his body was twisted and tangled in on itself like metal wire. The rain of fire gathered back into 10 suns again. However, they were several times smaller and dimmer than before. They were like 10 red beads that entered Zuo Mo's body again. The earth-shaking collisions surpassed Zuo Mo's knowledge. In front of such great power, Zuo Mo could not react at all. However, the battle had not ended. The two, now wounded, returned to the old battlefield back in Zuo Mo's body. The conflict was not as powerful as before, but in terms of danger, it was even greater. The Sun Crystal Seed was much dimmer, but it still continued to release hot flows. Zuo Mo discovered that the hot flows released by the Sun Crystal Seed was weaker than before. The Anti-Dragon Claw's presence was also weaker. Once again, the battlefield was where the 10 sun matrices were located. The power of the two sides weakened as they continued to destroy each other. Zuo Mo found to his joy that the suppression of his power seemed to show signs of weakening. But the damage his body endured became greater. As the two powers continued to weaken each other, they did not have any power to spare to heal Zuo Mo's body. The green vine mystical water was still being suppressed. While there were signs of release, it was still unable to move. Zuo Mo started to feel urgency. He knew that as the two powers weakened, he would regain control of his body, but he was afraid that his body would be damaged beyond repair by that point. He could not wait until that moment. As the suppression weakened, Zuo Mo's mind recovered its usual nimbleness. He did not hesitate and made a decision. He had to do something. The only card he had left was the soul-setting divine light. At this time, no matter what, he had to try. His body was pushed to the point where it was going to completely collapse. His first target was one of the sun matrices, the sun matrix at his forehead. The sun matrix was much dimmer than before, but there was still much of the hot flows of energy from the sun crystal seed inside. The brutal energies of the anti-dragon claw outside were continuously attacking this sun matrix. The power of the two sides collided and shifted as they fought of dominance. The soul-setting divine light suddenly appeared. Without any warning, the two powers were suddenly frozen in place. No, set in place. The sun matrix that had been restless just now was strangely calm. The following changes were out of Zuo Mo's expectations. Zuo Mo had observed that the two powers had been colliding and destroying each other. But now the situation seemed slightly different. When the power of the two apparent mortal enemies was set, Zuo Mo discovered that there was a novel power that glittered like the stars that was left around the sun matrix. This power was not like any power that Zuo Mo knew of. Compared to the brutality and dominance of the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed, these strange fragments of power were unusually peaceful and gentle. As Zuo Mo's thoughts moved to examine the fragments, they entered Zuo Mo's blood and flesh. The next change brought joy to Zuo Mo. These seemingly peaceful and harmless fragments had the strong ability to heal and regenerate. Once they entered Zuo Mo's flesh, the flesh started to miraculously heal. Yet the healed flesh seemed different than before. There was no time for Zuo Mo to study it carefully now. There were 9 other sun matrices where the battle was raged on. With his confidence boosted, Zuo Mo urged the soul-setting divine light towards another sun matrix. The soul-setting divine light was as powerful as expected. Anything that it shined on, regardless of the intensity of the battle, would be immediately set. Zuo Mo furiously searched for the fragments of power that appeared after the two powers collided. He had them enter his flesh and the effects were great. As 3 sun matrices were sealed by the soul-setting divine light, both the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed seemed to have recognized that their control over the situation was quickly unraveling. The two powers immediately retreated. Boom! Zuo Mo's body suddenly shook. He once again had control over his body. The joy at surviving this hardship rose. In this moment, he had an impulse to cry from joy. But he quickly calmed his mind. At this time, there were more important things to do. The strange new power that was floating around the sun matrices. Zuo Mo greedily merged every drop of this newborn power into his body. He did not waste one bit of it. These dots and particles of power were not strong, and disappeared after being merged with his flesh. Zuo Mo's body was healing at a visible rate. His nearly ruined body was restored in a short period of time. No, not as the same as before, but having changed again. Shin power, Ling power, Mo skill, spiritual consciousness, these familiar powers once again returned to his body. Strong confidence rose. Power was the basis of confidence. Without power, his confidence was unrooted. There was nothing more beautiful than this familiar confidence. At this time, Zuo Mo suddenly noticed unusual movements in the 3,000 threads of worry. From the beginning, the 3,000 threads of worry seemed to have been neutral. It did not participate in the battle between the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed, so its movements now were unusually eye-catching. This was. Translator ramblings, blame Fong Xiang shall be the new motto. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, When he's sick, take his life. Chapter 651, When he's sick, take his life. Several strands of the 3,000 strands of worry suddenly burrowed into the anti-dragon claw. The anti-dragon claw shook, but the furious struggle and resistance that Zuo Mo had expected from the anti-dragon claw did not come. Was it? Zuo Mo suddenly had a realization. The anti-dragon claw had exhausted itself in the conflict with the sun crystal seed just now and was in a weakened state. The following scene seemed to prove Zuo Mo's guess. Pew pew pew, the slender 3,000 threads of worry punctured the anti-dragon claw like needles. The anti-dragon claw shook but did not resist. Great opportunity. For natural-born opportunists like Little Mo Gu, if he missed an opportunity like this, then he would not be Little Mo Gu. With his strength, he didn't know how long it would take him to subdue the anti-dragon claw. Previously, he had only managed to hold on to the anti-dragon claw by using the 3,000 threads of worry. But holding it and subduing it was not the same. Even though the anti-dragon claw could not escape, he could not channel the power of the anti-dragon claw. Right now, this was when the anti-dragon claw was weakest and the best opportunity to subdue it. Take his life when he was sick, this principle was also able to be applied to Sky Missouri weapons. In blink, Zuo Mo threw aside his respect of the anti-dragon claw and started to scheme against it. Only now did he find that the 3,000 threads of worry was the most cunning and evil of the three. This guy had pretended to be neutral from the beginning but showed its hand when the anti-dragon claw showed weakness. Very vicious. But I like it. Zuo Mo did not wait around watching but reached out as well. Regardless of how the 3,000 threads of worry subdued the anti-dragon claw, it could not help him tame this peerless Mo weapon. He had to do it himself. Zuo Mo tried to reach towards the anti-dragon claw. In the moment that his hand touched the anti-dragon claw, an extremely brutal energy suddenly burrowed into Zuo Mo's body. Extreme fury. He felt the anger of the anti-dragon claw. Thunderous roars echoed in his mind intimidatingly. Zuo Mo was startled, but he quickly calmed down. Compared to the vast brutal energies before, this energy was sharp but weaker, leading Zuo Mo to be more certain that the anti-dragon claw was in a weakened state. He found to his joy that his newly tempered body did not feel any discomfort when enduring this brutal energy. This made Zuo Mo overjoyed. The anti-dragon claw also noticed this quickly. Another gust of brutal energy entered Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's body suddenly froze. This energy seemed the same as the one before, but when it entered Zuo Mo's body, he immediately detected the difference. Dark and cold. Extremely dark and cold to the point it almost froze Zuo Mo. At this dangerous moment, Zuo Mo hurriedly activated the soul-setting divine light. The soul-setting divine light was as wondrous as usual. This extremely cold energy was immediately set. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. But this energy was extremely cold and could not be absorbed like the previous brutal energies by Zuo Mo's Mo matrix. This cold energy was extremely pure. Zuo Mo knew his own abilities and that it would not be easy if he wanted to process it with his own power. But if he did not process it, it may lead to great trouble. An idea sparked. He thought of the remaining sun matrices. There were still many hot flows from the sun crystal seed inside the sun matrices. Would the hot and cold pair together well? His thoughts moved in Zuo Mo through the extremely cold energy into a sun matrix. When this energy was thrown into the sun matrix, it was like cold ice poured into boiling oil and caused a great disturbance. In moments, the extremely cold energy disappeared and half of the hot flow in the sun script was gone. More of the new power fragments appeared. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. These unfamiliar power fragments were of great benefit to him. After digesting these power fragments, Zuo Mo continued to focus his attention on the anti-dragon claw. At this time, his hand was tightly gripping the anti-dragon claw. This was the first time he touched the anti-dragon claw. The dragon claw was covered in icy and hard dragon scales, but the dragon scales where he held the Mo weapon were much finer than the scales elsewhere. More strands of the 3,000 strands of worry burrowed into the anti-dragon claw and it trembled even more violently. At his time, the anti-dragon claw grew dim like it had lost all of its light. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and reached into the anti-dragon claw along the 3,000 threads of worry. Boom! It was like Zuo Mo's finger had been placed into a glacier. Great cold energies immediately exploded forth and spread into Zuo Mo's body from his finger. Grey frost headed for Zuo Mo at lightning speed. Not good. Zuo Mo paled. He suddenly understood, he had been tricked. The anti-dragon claw purposefully pretended to appear weak to lure him. Such a cunning Mo weapon. Just as the frost was about to cover Zuo Mo immediately, Zuo Mo unhesitatingly threw out his ultimate card, Soul-Setting Divine Light. The Soul-Setting Divine Light seemed small but it was unexpectedly powerful. Gritting his teeth, Zuo Mo released the cold flows towards the 3 remaining sun matrices. In moments, the cold energy that invaded his body had disappeared but so had the hot flows. Zuo Mo felt some pity. He finally understood what these hot flows were. They were the base source of the sun crystal seed's power. If he could have processed them, it would have been greatly beneficial for his Shin power and the 10-Crow celestial domain. It was a pity that the cold flow had been too powerful and he could not withstand it on his own. Fortunately, the two powers had destroyed each other and created those new power fragments. After this fright, Zuo Mo became even more cautious. The anti-dragon claw was valuable, but if he lost his life trying to tame it, then it would not be worth it. This cold energy seemed to be the last attack the anti-dragon claw had. The anti-dragon claw became almost lifeless in Zuo Mo's hand like a withered branch. It was extremely dim and there was none of its awesome presence that it showed before. Zuo Mo did not encounter any more resistance. His hand reached into the anti-dragon claw and easily touched the icy bone at the core. This bone seemed to be carved from ice. Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder when he touched it. It was too cold. But Zuo Mo's face showed joy. He knew he had found the crux. The 3,000 threads of worry seemed to understand that Zuo Mo had tamed the anti-dragon claw and shrank back out from the body of the anti-dragon claw. This was the first time Zuo Mo saw the 3,000 threads of worry release the anti-dragon claw completely. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's hand was empty. The thick anti-dragon claw had disappeared and was replaced by a gray claw bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet was dim in color and nondescript. In this moment, Zuo Mo seemed to be dreaming. He had succeeded? He had really succeeded? A surreal feeling overwhelmed him. Had he subdued the Sky Missouri weapon anti-dragon claw like this? Looking at the gray bracelet on his wrist, Zuo Mo's expression was slightly dazed. The entire process had been surprising, but the attempt was almost unimaginably easy. It had gone so smoothly that Zuo Mo felt that there had been a problem somewhere along the line. Zuo Mo quickly found that there really was a problem. No matter how he called out it, the gray bracelet did not respond at all. It did not react as though it was dead. Zuo Mo was stunned. Why was it like this? The great disparity made him almost throw up blood. Anti-Dragon Claw. Where did my Sky Missouri weapon, Anti-Dragon Claw, go? The bracelet did not move at all and did not shine. No one would connect this dim article to the vicious and peerless Anti-Dragon Claw. Depressed, Zuo Mo quickly sorted out his emotions. Right now, he had not completely escaped the present danger and he could not waste his time on this matter. He looked around and his gaze immediately landed on Marshal Yu. Marshal Yu did not look as at ease as he previously had. His face was white and he seemed to be wounded. Thinking about the earth-shaking conflict that had just occurred, Zuo Mo realized that Marshal Yu had probably been suffered a major injury. Zuo Mo's guess was very accurate. Marshal Yu had been greatly affected. It could be said that the blow he had received was much greater than others. One reason was because he had been closest to Zuo Mo when the battle had happened, so he naturally received more of the collateral damage. The other reason was because he was the strongest person present and had the deepest understanding of power. Higher level powers affected him more than other people. However, his gaze flickered. He was wounded, but he was not demoralized. He was filled with confidence. He had been affected the most, but he had gained the most. If he could successfully recover, and could digest all that he comprehended today, his power would definitely go up a level. Zuo Mo also understood this and his gaze became vicious. At this time, Marshal Yu had gone through a hard battle and he was wounded. This was when he was weakest. Zuo Mo's own power had actually increased and he was at his strongest. If he waited for Marshal Yu to heal completely, the other was not someone that he could defeat under normal circumstances. He could not reach Marshal level anytime soon. Zuo Mo did not know what level Marshal Yu would reach after digesting his comprehensions today. Zuo Mo was disappointed that he could not use the power of the anti-dragon claw, but it wasn't as though he didn't have other tricks in his sleeve. Other than Sang Lianer, who was unable to fight, Wu Li, Agui and the Black Gold Seal soldiers still had most of their power. With him added on, they might have a chance. This was the best chance to kill Marshal Yu. No matter what, he had to keep Marshal Yu from leaving. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. Zuo Mo suddenly showed his viciousness. He gritted his teeth. With a sudden flicker of his body, he dove at Marshal Yu. Kill Marshal Yu. Almost as his words sounded, Agui, Wu Li and the others moved. Bihan had been far away and not been affected too greatly by the shockwaves. But he still felt nauseous. Fortunately, the nightmarish battle had finished and he recovered. The fight between the 10-Crow Celestial Domain and the Grey Dragon had been heart-stopping, but even then, Bihan's gaze had not left the others' ranks. He noticed that the ranks of the Yu Frontier Guards had been affected and become messy. Innumerable weaknesses appeared clearly in his eyes. When Zuo Mo shot at Marshal Yu, Bihan admired Zuo Mo's decisiveness. Almost at the same time, Xin Battalion silently moved towards the Yu Frontier Guards. Translator ramblings, I wonder what level of intelligence the things are at. Like it is just instinct, or is it because they don't have mouths that they just can't communicate verbally like Pu Yao and Wei? Not. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Struggle. Chapter 652, Struggle. Zuo Mo's charge was sudden and Marshal Yu was caught off his guard. Even if his strength had been affected by his injuries, he was still not someone that Xiao and Mo Ge could defeat. Didn't the exchange just now reveal that? Or did Xiao and Mo Ge think that he could be taken down with the aid of the anti-dragon claw? A smile blossomed on Marshal Yu's face. A hint of disdain and derision flashed through his eyes. The anti-dragon claw was powerful and the wounds he had received were not light. The power of any weapon was determined by the wielder. He was sure now that while the anti-dragon claw was in Xiao Moge's possession, he had not subdued it. Since it was not subdued, the anti-dragon claw was ownerless. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. Seeing Zuo Mo and the others leap at him, he was not afraid. With a smirk, he activated the rain domain of no return again. Under the peerless brutal energy of the anti-dragon claw, the rain domain of no return was fragile. However, without the suppression of the anti-dragon claw, the rain domain of no return was soft but fatal. The thin strands of rain were gentle and lingered in the air. Yet Marshal Yu, who had focused almost all of his attention on Zuo Mo, did not notice that the purple light in Agui's eyes was much stronger than before. No one noticed the change. Agui had been severely wounded. Her Shin power had been suppressed by the rain domain of no return. Then she had been caught in the conflict between the anti-dragon claw and the Ten-Crow celestial domain. Yet at this time, her expression seemed to suggest she was unaffected. Her snowy white bare feet did not have a speck of dust on them. She stood in the air like a ghost. The purple energy in her eyes was so thick it was almost tangible. If Zuo Mo saw this, he would be astounded. The purple light in Agui's eyes had an additional eerie light, its presence thicker than it had ever been before. Agui's expression was indifferent. She glanced at Zuo Mo. In that moment, the indifference on her face melted like the snow. She quickly turned away and her expression returned to indifference. Her bare feet silently stepped on the empty air and her figure disappeared. Zuo Mo did not know of Agui's transformation. At this time, he only focused on Marshal Yu. There was not a stray thought in his mind. Ten-Crow celestial domain. When the sky became dark red again, many people reflexively raised their heads. The Ten-Crow celestial domain that the Sun Crystal Seed had created had been so powerful it frightened them to their core. However, they quickly found that Zuo Mo's Ten-Crow celestial domain was not as powerful as it was previously. In the midst of it all, Marshal Yu became even more confident that the one that had been fighting the anti-dragon claw was most likely another great treasure and not Zuo Mo. Having thought this through, a disdainful smile rose on his lips. He did not need to be wary of this Ten-Crow celestial domain, instead he was angered that Zuo Mo dared to use a general level Ten-Crow celestial domain against him. It really was an offense. The MO had strict ranks. In front of martial levels, generals were like ants. Marshal Yu had a great army and his strength as a marshal was enough for him to look down on others. Until now he had gone easy on Zuo Mo because of his fondness for talented individuals. But right now, his heart was filled with murderousness and he did not have any benevolence left. The Ten-Crow celestial domain moved. A golden pillar came from the sky. Golden Crow battering ram. The disdain on Marshal Yu's lips deepened. This Zuo Mo just didn't know what was good for him, he was as dumb as an ox. This move clearly was not of any threat to him, yet Zuo Mo dared to use this move. It was laughable. The green carp-tongued sword pointed into the sky. Rain suddenly gathered, spinning, and funneled to a point. The strands of rain swam and twisted around the golden crow battering ram. Idiot! Zuo Mo had a similar smile of disdain that flashed across his lips before his expression became focused again. It was the golden crow battering ram, and appeared the same as it did before. When the swirling rain wrapped around the golden crow battering ram, a strange field of power surrounded the golden crow battering ram. Immediately, the golden crow battering ram seemed to have sunk into a bog and slowed down. There was no panic on Zuo Mo's face, and his eyes lit up. He huffed lightly and then shouted, "Scatter!" Boom, dot. The golden crow battering ram suddenly exploded. Countless needle-like golden light suddenly spread into the surroundings. The rain that had surrounded the golden crow battering ram evaporated, and the needles of golden light entered the rain. Marshal Yu immediately grunted as his body wavered. He had not expected that Zuo Mo was laying a trap. His expression was both shocked and irritated. Zuo Mo had seen the entire process of how the Sun Crystal Seed set up the Ten-Crow celestial domain. He had memorized all of the transformations of the Ten-Crow celestial domain. This was something unimaginable to him in the past. No one could say that they understood the Ten-Crow celestial domain well. Even Pu Yao and Wei did not know too much about the Ten-Crow celestial domain. This had meant Zuo Mo needed to explore on his own. He had not expected that the Sun Crystal Seed would borrow his Ten-Crow celestial domain and reveal its secrets. A higher level power performed all the transformations of the Ten-Crow celestial domain and helped even his Mo matrix mature to its completion. This was a benefit to Zuo Mo. A mature and perfected Ten-Crow celestial domain. After seeing all the transformations of the Ten-Crow celestial domain, he knew which direction to cultivate to go up a level. He still needed time to digest and practice what he had gained today, but undoubtedly, even without the anti-dragon claw, Zuo Mo's strength had completely transformed. He purposefully used the golden crow battering ram to trick Marshal Yu. When he saw Marshal Yu's figure sway, he knew he had succeeded. However, he did not feel any pride. This was a difficult battle that had just begun. Could a marshal be killed so easy? If this was a different place and time, Zuo Mo definitely would not choose such a suicidal course of action. But he knew that if he did not kill Marshal Yu, all that waited them was endless pursuit. Marshal Yu wasn't just powerful individually, he possessed many powerful battalions. After he recovered, it would just be a matter of time before everyone's died. Once Zuo Mo made his decision, he did not hesitate one bit. With the first attack having succeeded, he continued onwards. Bihan led Sin Battalion and charged into the enemy formation like a sharp knife. In his eyes, the weaknesses in the Yu Frontier Guards formation were clear. His charge was determined. All in Sin Battalion were Mo with incomplete souls. They did not know fear, did not have emotions. They would systematically carry out all of Bihan's orders. They were the true killing machines. Bihan, who was usually reserved, was like a fiery blade, boisterous and powerful. The Yu Frontier Guards had not thought the enemy would dare to charge their formation. They were caught off guard and immediately suffered a great number of casualties. The Sin Battalion was like a bolt of lightning that split the Yu Frontier battle formation into two. If one looked down from the sky right, they could clearly see that the route the Sin Battalion advanced was not straight, but zigzagged. Bihan's path when he charged each time was precise. All the points he passed through were weaknesses he had detected. The Yu Frontier Guards finally woke up from their shock. Then they found their thick ranks had been divided in two by the enemy. Corpses were littered everywhere, their battle formation was disheveled mess, the usually proud Yu Frontier Guards were left furious. When had someone dared to charge at the Yu Frontier Guards? When had someone else dismissed the battle prowess of the Yu Frontier Guards so? The foundation of the Yu Frontier Guards showed its depth now. Though Marshal Yu was not present, some general-level battle generals started to direct the battalions. The lucky Yu Frontier elite that had survived the earlier battle quickly returned to the ranks. The experts that had been guarding the chariot flew to the very front in the hopes that they would buy some time for the main army to rally. Yet they underestimated the skill level of battle general they were facing. A snarl suddenly appeared on Bihan's icy face. He felt that his blood was boiling, desire for battle filling his heart. He wanted to howl into the sky. Kill! A shout thundered across the sky. Sin Battalion attacked again. Zuo Mo was extremely cautious about Marshal Yu's rain domain of no return. He chose close-quarter combat. He was now familiar with the transformations of the 10-Crow Celestial Domain, but 1, he had not mastered all of the transformations, and 2, the general-level 10-Crow Celestial Domain was not a match for the martial-level Rain Domain of no return. He was not the Sun Crystal Seed and could not bring out such high-level power. Zuo Mo's attitude of fighting to the death infuriated Marshal Yu. Marshal Yu had been of high status for a long time. It had been many years since someone dared to offend him, and not give in to his demands. He was not afraid of close-quarter combat. The green carp-tongued sword disappeared from his hand. Without seeming to take a stance, his hand flipped and he made a grabbing motion towards Zuo Mo. Hiss! Like the hiss of a snake, an enormous clawed shadow left his hand and flew towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt his vision darken. The enormous clawed shadow covered his field of vision. A terrifying gust of wind rushed at him like a snake. Fighting spirit roiled in Zuo Mo's eyes. He did not dodge. His hands came together and his body straightened towards the clawed shadow. A golden light shaped like a spike covered Zuo Mo's entire body. Decisively he charged at Marshal Yu's clawed shadow. Gold thread spike. One of the 10 transformations of the 10-Crow Celestial Apparatus. The two forces collided in a clash of brute force. Boom! Zuo Mo vision filled with a blinding light and his body shook. The backlash of power was like being struck by lightning. He couldn't help but grunt. However, his hand was held steady and did not shift. His vision cleared up. He had charged through the clawed shadow. Zuo Mo's confidence increased. The golden light brightened and its presence became sharper. Yet at this time, the Black Gold Seal soldier and a Gue had both sneaked near Marshal Yu. They had surrounded him. Marshal Yu did not reveal any panic on his face. He was unaffected as though he did not care about the destruction of his clawed shadow. He stared at Zuo Mo and suddenly smiled. Then Zuo Mo felt a strange and extremely powerful suction force pull his body to the side. This was. Zuo Mo was startled. You really think that a domain of a marshal only has such simple capabilities? 30 zhang around Marshal Yu rain started to come down in a drizzle. Through the drizzling rain, Marshal Yu's disdainful voice clearly passed into Zuo Mo's ears. The rain domain of no return. Translator ramblings, I sometimes think things would be so easy if Zuo Mo hadn't had an accident, came here, and then unlocked the steel. Then I remember Marshal Yu was trying to recruit Sang Lianer's father, Shi Diaoyu, and the other people still would have come to Great Peace City, and well, Zuo Mo's just the unlucky person who got dropped into this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, A Gui's Attack. Chapter 653, A Gui's Attack. Rain Domain of No Return. The smaller rain domain of no return was just 30 zhang in diameter, did not span a large range like it had previously. Yet the area it enveloped a strange and powerful repulsive power. This strange power was not large in expanse, but it was frighteningly powerful. Zuo Mo had never thought that even with such a fast attack, he was still forced off his mark. He was surprised that the domain could be used like this. It really was wondrous. The reason he had chosen close-quarter combat was so that he could avoid Marshal Yu's rain domain of no return. He hadn't thought that he would end up colliding with the rain domain of no return anyway. Had never expected that Marshal Yu could use the rain domain of no return in close quarters. Zuo Mo was too fast. When he was pulled astray by the field of power, he was not able to react in time and could only watch as he darted past Marshal Yu. Marshal Yu was prepared and his hand lightly reached towards Zuo Mo. If his hand landed, Zuo Mo would be seriously injured if not killed. Marshal Yu's movements were mighty and forceful. Just a glancing blow would result in a serious injury. Facing at a life-and-death situation, Zuo Mo's response was quick. Whoosh, the space around him suddenly became dark red. A wave of hot air spread into the surroundings. 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Zuo Mo used what he had just learned and activated the 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Marshal Yu laughed coldly. His hand did not shift from its path. The hand seemed to be weak, but Zuo Mo felt his breathing stop in his throat. Little Moge's expression changed drastically. His 10 Crow Celestial Domain was channeled to its limits, but he didn't have any confidence he could stop this blow. At this time, a figure suddenly charged out. Pia! A clear sound of a collision rang out and the figure that rushed forward flew backwards. Marshal Yu's blow was forced slightly astray by this figure. The air pressure of the blow brushed Zuo Mo's body and passed into the empty space behind him. It created a deep hole over 20 zhang in the ground. It was the black gold seal soldier that was thrown backwards. He bared his teeth and hissed. His expression indicated the pain he felt and the seal scripts on his body became dimmer. Zuo Mo was calm. He found that while his 10 Crow Celestial Domain was suppressed by Marshal Yu's rain domain of no return, he could still cancel out the strange effects the repulsive field had on him. While Marshal Yu overbearing in his movements and blows, he clearly was not skilled in close physical combat. This was an opportunity. Zuo Mo's body twisted. Like a slippery fish, he followed the path the strange field of power flowed in and suddenly appeared below Marshal Yu's right. His right hand formed a fist that suddenly exploded with blinding golden light and furiously dancing golden flames. Fire Fist of the First Heavenly Stem. 10 transformations, ranking first in dominance, the first fire. 1. Marshal Yu snorted coldly. His left arm raised the 5 fingers of his hand extended towards Zuo. Bam 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 bam. Like heavy beats of a drum, 5 terrifying gusts of air hit Zuo Mo's Fire Fist of the First Heavenly Stem. Zuo Mo was struck heavily. His body shook and the flames dancing on his right fist were forcibly extinguished. Even more terrifying was that when the 5 gusts of air hit his fist, one half of his body was left numb and unable to move. At this time, countless black chains appeared out of the air and burrowed into the rain domain of no return. Wooly had attacked. These chains were like the sharpest of sword essences. In a blink, they pierced the rain domain of no return. The rain domain of no return had a strange field of power in the 30 zhang it covered, but it was too small of an area. It stopped the great majority of the chains, but 2 still managed to pierce through it. The 2 chains twisted in strange positions within the rain domain of no return. Marshal Yu, who had been calm until now, changed expression. The twisting chains caused the invisible field of power to appear. Suddenly, a ghostly figure ran alongside the chain and entered the field of power to silently appear behind Marshal Yu. A Gui. Her eyes were filled with purple energy. Her hand pressed in the empty air 3 Cun from Marshal Yu's back. There was no sound. Marshal Yu's body suddenly shook. His expression froze on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? He stood woodenly. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, his body did not listen to him. The light in his eyes retreated like the tide, and in a blink, the light was gone. The Yu frontier guards had incurred heavy losses. Bihan Sin Battalion harvested life with an indifferent attitude. They did not have pity, feel sympathy, or know exhaustion. They continuously charged at the Yu Frontier Guard's ranks. Even though they had fewer members, they held the advantage. They were strong and vicious. They never feared engagements where they were outnumbered. They continuously shifted their positions. Each tactic was unexpected. From the initial charge, they held the advantage. The Yu Frontier Guards having a very difficult time and were exhausted. They lacked a powerful battle general to lead them. In Bihan's eyes, a battalion like this was full of holes to exploit. If it wasn't for the Yu Frontier Guards' flexibility, they would have crumbled a long time ago. But if this continued, the defeat of the Yu Frontier Guards would just be a matter of time. This battle general is too powerful. Ming Yue was shocked she almost couldn't speak. She was not the only one. Ming Hui and the others were stunned. At this time, they finally understood just how powerful this battle general they had fought was. In the beginning, they had thought of taking advantage of the chaos and to attack Xin Battalion from behind. But after seeing the entire battle, their lips trembled and their limbs felt cold. They couldn't muster up those thoughts any longer. They saw with their own eyes how Xin Battalion dismembered the Yu Frontier Guards. The comparatively slow responses of the Yu Frontier Guards could not stop the predation by Xin Battalion at all. At times they were as sly as wolves, and at others as ferocious as tigers. The battle general of Xin Battalion was unbelievably powerful. His control of the entire battlefield reached a frightening level. But what shocked people even more was Bihan's unrelenting style of fighting. They would aim at the enemy's weakness with strong attacks. A minor weakness would quickly worsen. Then this weakness would become more significant until it affected the entire battle. And if the enemy managed to surround them, they would find an opening at the most opportune time and fight their way out before turning around and slaughtering the pursuers. In this short battle, the Yu Frontier Guards had suffered great losses. Their advantage was slowly growing because the battle formation of the Yu Frontier Guards broke down under their repeated charges. If they managed to completely destroy the battle formation of the Yu Frontier Guards, then no matter how many people the Yu Frontier Guards had, they would become lambs waiting for slaughter. It really was powerful. Ming Hui and the others accepted their loss. They had lost for reason. The death of Marshal Yu became the straw that broke the camel's back. Many of the Yu Frontier Guards that were fighting saw Marshal Yu's body fall from the sky and were left dumbstruck. Some had even started to cry. Terror and hopelessness spread like the plague across the battlefield. The Yu Frontier Guards' morale had almost been broken by the charges of Xin Battalion had complete collapsed. Everywhere Xin Battalion passed, blood and flesh flew. Bihan was like a bloodthirsty blade as he directed Xin Battalion. The outcome of the battle was set, but Bihan did not relent. He continued to slaughter the Yu Frontier Guards. He was like a meat grinder on full power. A killing machine. There were no words that could describe what everyone felt right now. They saw the death of Marshal Yu with their own eyes. This was the marshal to died of unnatural causes in hundreds of years. There was a saying in the Mo territories, only marshals could kill marshals. However, they saw a marshal die at the hands of some unknown people. Among them, the most famous was Zuo Mo. While Zuo Mo seemed to have some fame in Great Peace City, but in the entire 100 Savage of the Dark, he was a nobody compared to Marshal Yu, someone who had been famed for decades. What was even harder to accept was that there wasn't a marshal among them. Everyone had believed that Marshal Yu would ultimately win in the end. Even when the anti-Dragon Claw had been dominating, no one thought that Marshal Yu would fall in battle. But Marshal Yu had died. Felled by the hand of an unknown female. That female was the maid standing next to Zuo Mo. No one present even knew her name. The great Marshal Yu fell to a woman like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even now, they did not understand why Marshal Yu died. Zuo Mo panted heavily. His fight with Marshal Yu had been short, but it was a dance with death. Zuo Mo felt very surprised that a Gue had killed Marshal Yu. But when he saw the burning purple energy in a Gue's eyes, he suddenly understood why she succeeded and his expression changed. He didn't feel any joy. With a flash, he appeared next to a Gue and grabbed her hand. What he didn't notice was a thread of warmth flashed through her purple eyes when he grabbed a Gue's hand. Zuo Mo's heart sank. The purple energy in a Gue's body was now many times stronger than it had ever been. This was not good. The purple energy was a very eerie power. It could make a Gue very powerful, but at the same time, it would corrode a Gue's body, destroy her vitality and seal her six senses. Zuo Mo understood that a Gue had definitely suffered extremely serious injuries in exchange for the victory just now. The purple energy was unique in that it would become stronger after injury. But even so, it could not be so strong. Zuo Mo looked at a Gue. He knew that something had happened to her just now. Zuo Mo didn't feel the joy of victory. The purple energy in Ague's body was so strong. Her condition would quickly worsen and her connection with the outside world would be completely blocked. Damn it! Zuo Mo's expression was dark. Ague silently stood next to him as he held her hand. Her eyes filled with purple energy were gentle. Looking around, Zuo Mo knew he finally won. However, what he did not know that a similarly intense battle was occurring in another place. Translator Ramblings, Wandering Yumi of Doom said this was a bit of an anticlimax. But really, this is just the pattern now. Clear Sky Forefather, Ague. Yuanying from Xian Kong Temple, Ague. Marshal Yu, Ague. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Guliang Dao. Chapter 654, Guliang Dao. Guliang Dao looked at the Mo battalions who had almost been wiped out and praised, Brother Gongsuan's battalion is peerlessly sharp. Guliang Dao's figure was tall, his features rough and his voice boomed like a drum. His face was weathered and he didn't look anything like the disciples of the four great sects who lived in comfort. His praise attracted agreement from the commanders around him. They all nodded. These battle generals from Xishan were all subordinates of Guliang Dao. They had followed him for a long time, and usually had their eyes up in the sky. But right now, they did not disguise the admiration they felt. This battalion was qualified to be treated this way. Gongsun Sha smiled bashfully and said, Brother Gu is too complimentary. If it was not for Brother Gu's help, we would still be traveling here. His tone was sincere. The battalions of Gongsun Sha and Guliang Dao had met in Old Field Jie and the two had immediately started to fight. Guliang Dao had been shocked by the power of Vermilion Bird Camp and he immediately ordered his battalion to retreat. Even though Vermilion Bird Camp had some Mo among their ranks, the great majority of them were Sword Shio. Guliang Dao had thought that this was a core battalion from Kunlun and sent someone to inquire. When he learned that the other was not a Kunlun battalion, Guliang Dao was even more shocked. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that any faction other than the four great sects would have such a strong battalion. Guliang Dao appeared rough but he was actually detail-oriented. He immediately began forming a relationship with the unknown faction. A strong battalion, and a top-ranked battle general, they were worth the effort to establish amicable relations. The battalion that Guliang Dao led had been undefeated in the Mo territories. He hadn't felt any pain at giving this Old Field Jie up to Gongsun Sha if he had to. When he learned that Gongsun Sha was doing all this to meet up with a single person, Guliang Dao was filled with curiosity. Such a powerful battalion, and such a powerful battalion general, their origins would not be simple. Any person that could have them as an escort would not be simple. And when he heard about how Gongsun Sha and the others were traveling through numerous Jie and fought innumerable battles in search of his Shixiang, he was moved. After pondering for a few moments, he decided to help Gongsun Sha. Gongsun Sha hadn't thought that the other would be willing to help him. Seeing the other's sincerity, Gongsun Sha agreed. With Guliang Dao's company, their rate of advance accelerated. The two battalions traveled together and as they continued to fight along the way, their admiration of each other increased. Nothing had to be said of Guliang Dao's status. He was the most famous battle general of Xishan, and one of the top battle generals in the world. But he had not thought that Gongsun Sha could rival himself. Gongsun Sha's style was strange and hard to predict. After spending time with Gongsun Sha, Guliang Dao had gained a better understanding of this person and respect had formed. Guliang Dao was an open person and valued friendship highly. Guliang Dao came from Xishan but he was not one of the core disciples. He had obtained his present position purely through fighting. Gongsun Sha had never expected that Xishan's tiger general, famed through the world, was not a core disciple. Whenever this was mentioned, Guliang Dao's subordinates had expressions of rage. Gongsun Sha felt this was hard to believe. Such a famed battle general yet his sect did not value him. Were the higher-ups of Xishan blind? Later on he learned that Guliang Dao's good friend had died due to the son of one of the higher-ups in the sect. Guliang Dao had waited for a chance and heavily injured this disciple. If it wasn't that the matter eventually blew up, that higher-up would have already taken Guliang Dao's life. But while he managed to live, he had offended the majority of the higher-ranking members of the sect. This meant he could not safely stay in the sect so he was sent to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. He had fought many battles of varying scale, all the while the core disciples of the sect had schemed against him but he managed to survive and accumulate achievements. His victories meant that, in public, the sect had to reward him, but in the shadows they colluded against him. They did so by sending him on ever-increasingly dangerous missions. He had, against the odds, miraculously survived and grew even stronger. Because of his openness and the value he placed on friendship, a group had gradually formed around him. The people he attracted were not valued by the sect, but they were talented and skilled. Gongsun Cha gaped when he heard this. He had never thought that Xixian's tiger general, who seemed to be so honored on the surface, was forced into such a bad situation. Gu Liangdao did not care about these matters and brushed them away with a smile. While his relationship with the sect's higher-ups was terrible, he was open and willing to help others. This allowed him to make many friends from many places. Gongsun Cha wondered why Gu Liangdao did not leave Xixian. With his strength, he would have an easy time no matter where he was. However, Gongsun Cha did not ask. Everyone had core beliefs they held on to and guarded. With 2 powerful battalions and 2 top-ranked battle generals, the road forward was smooth. But when they were just about to arrive at Great Peace City, they suddenly encountered a lot of Mo. These Mo came from different families, and they carried Mo weapons. The group seemed to be scheming something. Once battle started, Gu Liangdao was a completely different person. Before the Mo could react, he sent the order to charge. He was decisive and did not hesitate at all, but Vermilion Bird Camp was not willing to fall behind and also entered the fray. The battle was one-sided. Gu Liangdao and Gongsun Cha even had the time to idly chat. The battle quickly finished, but during the cleanup phase of the battle, when Gongsun Cha heard the terms Great Peace City, Xiao Mo Gu, Great Peace Treasure Pavilion from the captives, his expression immediately changed. Especially when he heard that Marshal Yuzu Frontier Guard had arrived ahead of them, Gongsun Cha's face almost turned completely white. Even Gu Liangdao's expression became more serious. A martial level. Gu Liangdao had interacted with the Mo ever since Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. He knew what a martial level existence represented. But he still didn't hesitate to accompany Gongsun Cha to Great Peace City. Feeling urgency, Gongsun Cha headed for Great Peace City at full speed. But when they arrived at Great Peace City, they saw Bihan massacring the Yu Frontier Guards. With the little black dots appearing in the sky, the calm expressions of Great Peace City's populace immediately changed. Bihan, who had been excited by the slaughter, immediately became calm again. He forced down the murderousness he felt and stopped his slaughter. He carefully retreated back to Zuo Mo's side. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the battalions flying over at high speed. His gaze suddenly focused. 2 battalions. His skill was high and he immediately recognized that the 2 battalions flying at them were 2 elite battalions. He felt his heart shudder. He had had a fun time in the fight just now, but he had also expended great energy. If a conflict occurred, then it would not end well. Gongsun Cha and Gu Liangdao had seen Bihan's almost mad style of fighting. Both of them were surprised. But when Gongsun Cha saw Bihan fly next to Zuo Mo and set up a perimeter, he immediately understood. As expected of Xixiang, Gongsun Cha praised inwardly. When he saw Zuo Mo was safe and unharmed, he immediately released a breath. Then he became excited. He had finally found Xixiang after traveling so far. When Vermilion Bird Camp saw Zuo Mo, they couldn't help but cheer. At this time, everyone's tense nerves relaxed. So these were Xiao Moge's people. But Princess Xia and the others had expressions of shock and surprise. They had already been shocked at Bihan's Sin Battalion, but now 2 battalions that could rival Sin Battalion had arrived. What was Xiao Moge's background? However, once they discovered that the majority of these 2 battalions were Xiozha, the crow shifted again. Was Xiao Mogu also a Xiozha? The fighting between Mo and Xiozha was an everyday occurrence. The Mo had a deep hatred of Xiozha. If it wasn't for the strength of these 2 battalions, many people would have attacked already. When Juku and the others looked at Zuo Mo, their expressions were complex. Only Princess Xia's expression returned to normal after a momentary pause. The arrival of Vermilion Bird Camp led by Gongsun Cha allowed Xu Long and the others to relax. The suppressed exhaustion crashed into them like a tide and they could only yield to their bodies. With Gongsun Cha introducing them, Zuo Mo and Gu Liangdao met each other and thanked each other for the help. Gu Liangdao examined Zuo Mo and was filled with shock. He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo could be so young. When he heard Vermilion Bird Camp's cheers just now, he knew that Zuo Mo was extremely well liked by these people. It was not easy to accomplish that. Also, observing what he had from this journey alongside Vermilion Bird Camp, he knew just how proud this battalion was. This person was impressive to have received such affection from Vermilion Bird Camp. Gu Liangdao's gaze then landed on Bihan. At this moment, Bihan was like sword that had been resheathed. There wasn't any edge to him and it was the exact opposite of his bloodthirsty battle state just now. Detecting Gu Liangdao's gaze, Bihan didn't even flick an eyelid and stood silently at the side. The icy blue Mo matrix made him appear like an ice cube giving off cold air. Gu Liangdao suddenly spoke, "Are you Bihan of Sin Battalion?" Bihan stilled. He hadn't thought that the other would recognize him. He nodded. "That's me." Gu Liangdao's eyes lit up. He smiled and said pointedly, "The rumors say much about the most accomplished battle generals of Xian Kong Temple. Zhangzhou is flexible, and Bihan is fearless. Seeing you today, the rumors are not false." Bihan frowned. "I am not of Xian Kong Temple." Gu Liangdao wasn't surprised at all and nodded. He said, "I have also heard of the matter of Brother B." He couldn't help but glance at Zuo Mo. The news that Bihan had fled Xian Kong Temple wasn't a secret among the higher-ups in the Xiuzhou world, and the information had been spread far. Sin Battalion had always been one of the core battalions of Xian Kong Temple. The defection and betrayal of a battle general and a core battalion from the four great sects had never happened before. What he also had never expected was that Bihan would pledge his allegiance to this unknown Zuo Mo Gu. 1. Who are you? Bihan hadn't expected the other to know so much about him and was slightly surprised. When he had been in Xian Kong Temple, he never went out. There were only a rare few that knew so much about him, yet the other had managed to easily identify him. Shi Xian's Gu Liangdao. Gu Liangdao smiled. I have heard of you. Bihan nodded and understood. No wonder the other knew of him, he was a disciple of the four great sections. The competition between the four great sects had been ongoing for thousands of years. The factions had a thorough knowledge of their rivals. Your days aren't easy, why don't you join us? Bihan said directly. Gu Liangdao's smile froze on his face. 1. Feng Xiang refers to Zuo Mo as Zuo Mo here. But from Gu Liangdao's perspective, he should be Zuo Mo Gu. The change is to maintain continuity with the next chapter. Translator ramblings, if Zuo Mo's elders had been more biased, and all this stuff never happened, Zuo Mo might have ended up like Gu Liangdao. I imagine Gongsun Sha facepalming at Zuo Mo's pseudonym. Really, Shi Xiang, really? Editor, W. Godi, ramblings, you addicts couldn't even wait 1 hour. Wikwi had it queued up, so I'll post your fix. Just remember the next time you are jonesing that we own you now. Ah ha 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 ha. No, seriously, Wikwi works very hard, be patient. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Relations. Chapter 655, Relations. Gu Liangdao had not expected Bihan to be so direct, but he also felt puzzled. Put generously, people like Bihan were proud. They usually looked down on everyone and thought highly of themselves as the center of the world. Gu Liangdao had only known that Bihan had led Sin Battalion and left Xian Kong Temple. But he still felt it incomprehensible that he had decided to follow this youth. He then looked at Gongsun Sha standing at the side in Vermilion Bird Camp. Zuo Mo already had 2 top battalions. While this kind of strength could not rival the 4 great sects, it was much greater than the normal intermediate and small sections. Puzzlement, shock, confusion, these emotions mixed in his mind. With the 2 of you here, there's no need for me. Gu Liangdao said with disdain directed at himself. While this was just a courtesy response, it reflected Gu Liangdao's attitude. He did not know how big Zuo Mo's factions was, but he had 2 top battle generals. If he joined them, he would only be gilding the lily, and it would be difficult for him to earn a position in the inner circle. His intelligence and cunning were greater than pure battle generals such as Gongsun Sha and Bihan to have been able to gather such a group of people in such difficult circumstances. While Bihan was not skilled in scheming, he was perceptive. When he heard Gu Liangdao say this, he did not try to persuade any further, and said coolly, "But in the future, Shi Xian will not be tolerant of you." The words hit the sore spot in Gu Liangdao's heart. While to outsiders he looked to have a great reputation in the Xiuzhou world and he was the top battle general from Shi Xian, the higher-ups from Xianxian would not support him. Ultimately he was someone who had been categorized as something to be abandoned. To them he was an eyesore. The greater his reputation was, the more terrified the Shi Xian higher-ups became of him. While the higher-ups spoke good words on the surface and appeared understanding, Gu Liangdao knew that it was just to lull him into a false sense of security. Because of this, he was willing to fight in the Mo territories which carried great danger rather than return to the sect. It was most likely that if he returned to the sect, what awaited him was loss of his command. Gu Liangdao was someone who was pragmatic. After a moment of silence, he smiled freely and his expression was not disguised at all. He said openly, "The matters of the future will wait until the future. No one can have smooth sailing all the time. It is enough to have gained something from this trip." Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha couldn't help but admire this. Even the icy look in Bihan's eyes melted slightly. This little brother heard that a marshal came. Is he? Gu Liangdao had a questioning look in his eyes. We accidentally killed him. Zuo Mo tried to keep his face normal and said with slight embarrassment, actually, it had been a Gue that had killed him. Gu Liangdao was struck dumb by Zuo Mo's expression and even more so by the words. He stammered out, accidentally killed. He was not the only one affected, but commanders around him gaped as though they were seeing ghosts. NNN. Zuo Mo nodded repeatedly. Gu Liangdao's expression froze for a moment before he said, Brother Xiao, as expected, the youth become heroes. He said as expected twice. He didn't know what words to use to describe his mood right now. He couldn't see any indications that the other was joking. He also knew that Xiao Emogo would not lie to him about this matter. The event would have just occurred and there were also many people present. He would only need to briefly investigate to find the truth of the matter. And when he connected this to the scene of Bihan had been slaughtering Mo, this answer seemed reasonable. If it wasn't that the marshal had been killed, would the marshal would have tolerated his battalion being culled like sheep? All the evidence seemed to indicate that Xiao Moge's words were not false. But that was a marshal, not a dog, a marshal. He was equivalent to a Fanshu Xiuzhe. Even in Xixian, one of the four great sects of the Xiuzhe world, Fanshu Xiuzhe were rare. They either spent their years in seclusion, or they were out traveling the world. But any Fanshu Xiuzhe was a strategic power for a sect. Gu Liangdao had fought against the Mo and he had a deeper understanding of the Mo than normal Xiuzhe. In the Mo world, the martial level was the top power. They were the most strongest battle generals and strongest experts. Each of them was a person that could affect the state of the 100 savage realm. The fall of any marshal would be news that would cause all of the Mo world to shake. This was even more of a bomb than any Jia getting taken over. Zuo Mo suddenly became even more mysterious and unfathomable in his eyes. Gu Liangdao kept his calm, but the commanders around him couldn't help but become cautious. Up until now, while the four major sects had obtained some gains, the Yama had not been seriously harmed. For the Mo, the fall of Marshal Yu would be greatest loss up until now. Gu Liangdao quickly recovered from his shock. He was filled with curiosity and puzzlement, but he forced these feelings down. It would be impolite to pry so deeply. He changed the topic. Where is everyone planning to go now? To Nether Springs Jie. Zuo Mo did not conceal this. The other had come to help. No matter what the reason for that was, it was a debt. Also, he could see that Gu Liangdao was an open-minded and generous person. Nether Springs Jie? Gu Liangdao was slightly shocked, but he did not ask why Zuo Mo and the others were going to Nether Springs Jie. He said after some thought, Nether Springs Jie is in an extremely deep region of the Nether realm. It is far away, and there are many powers along the way, it will not be an easy journey. Zuo Mo nodded, feeling the same. Yes. Gu Liangdao took something out of his ring and handed it to Zuo Mo. He said with a hint of self-mockery, while I am just pretending to follow orders, this little brother has to still conquer a few Jia in order to satisfy my sect. I cannot go with Brother Xiao. This Jia map is something that this little brother gained as a spoil from a fight. It does not belong to my sect. The information about the 100 savage nether realms and all of its Jia are marked on this map. I hope this will be of some help to Brother Xiao. Zuo Mo's expression changed. The other's expression was sincere. It was a small item, but its value was several thousand jingshi and was even more valuable to Zuo Mo. This person was cunning but open and generous in how he treated people. He really is a hero. Zuo Mo's expression became stern and he put away the mirth in his expression. He bowed towards Gu Liangdao. Many thanks, Big Brother Gu. This little brother's true name is Zuo Mo and I have used the pseudonym Xiao Mo while moving around in the Mo territories. Big Brother Gu, call me Xiao Mo. Gu Liangdao laughed and said, names are small matters and not worth a mention. Brother, be careful. The Mo never lack for vicious people and have a deep-seated hatred for us Xiuzhe. Brother Zuo has to be careful on this journey. You also killed a marshal and your identity as a Xiuzhe will now most likely revealed. Now that you have become well known, the trip will no longer be a peaceful one. Big Brother Gu is right. Zuo Mo's expression also became grave. After the fight today, his identity as a Xiuzhe would most likely be unable to be concealed. The interested could be detected from the gazes of the survivors of Great Peace City. Their gazes were complex, filled with hate and gratefulness, but the most common emotion was fear. He suddenly said, this little brother has a matter, please, Big Brother Gu, help. What is it? Gu Liangdao asked directly. These Mo have some relations to this little brother. Big Brother Gu, please allow them to live. Zuo Mo said. Gu Liangdao nodded without thinking. All right. Many thanks, Big Brother Gu. Zuo Mo said gratefully. Gu Liangdao shook his head and said, do not think of this brother as a bloodthirsty person. Fighting wars is a matter for battalions, what does it have to do with civilians? This brother has not fallen to such a low level. Also, after this sky-splitting calamity, the intermingling of Xiuzhe, Yao, and Mo will not be able to be stopped. The heavens will it. There is no need for unnecessary killing. A hint of shock flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. This big brother Gu of his was a very strong person as he had expected. It wasn't that Zuo Mo hadn't met people who recognized this, but it was not easy for the Great Four to admit this. Then they started chatting about other matters. Gu Liangdao quickly found that while Zuo Mo was young, his vision of larger events was clear. Even though he had accomplished so much at such a young age, he did not let his ego interfere. Gu Liangdao's judgment of the state of affairs was keen and experienced, something that a beginner like Zuo Mo could not match. Just a few sentences would be enough to enlighten Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo finally understood why Big Brother Gu hadn't died under the pressure of the sect and had grown even more powerful. The two were very compatible and talked through the night. When the first thread of sunlight rose from the horizon, they seemed to wake up from a dream. Everyone knew that this was the time of separation. Zuo Mo and the others had to go to Nether Springs Jia, and Gu Liangdao and his group had to return back to reinforce their battle lines. They received news that there were enemies harassing their front line. But the two sides were not picky people. They exchanged methods of contact and bid farewell. When he saw the figures of Gu Liangdao and the others disappear, Zuo Mo finally turned his gaze away. The departure of Gu Liangdao's group caused the Mo survivors of Great Peace City to sigh in relief. When they heard that one of the newcomer battalions had been led by Gu Liangdao, they had been frightened half to death. In the eyes of many, Gu Liangdao was a god of slaughter. They hadn't expected Gu Liangdao to leave without even looking at them. Many people speculated that it had been Zuo Mo who had spoken on their behalf. Their emotions were more complex. Zuo Mo was a Xiuzhe and was their enemy. But if it wasn't for Zuo Mo, the great majority of the people in Great Peace City would have died. Regardless of whether they admitted it aloud, they all knew this inside. Zuo Mo had saved their lives. But why was a person like this a Xiuzhe? Many people had this conflicted thought. Zuo Mo did not care. He did not have any bias for or against the Mo. He understood the hatred between the Mo and the Xiuzhe. He could also guess what they were feeling, but he did not care. It did not matter to him whether they felt grateful or hated him. He had done these things not for them, but to stay true to himself. He did not pay attention to them, and ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. With Zuo Mo's personality, he naturally would not watch and allow so many of the spoils to slip by him. That wasn't little Moge's style. Due to Zuo Moge's presence, no one had dared to scavenge the spoils in the night. At this time, Princess Xia left the crowd. Translator ramblings, I feel that Feng Xiang set it up and then forgot the stuff about Yao eating souls, or was that just Pu Yao trying to scare Zuo Mo way back in the beginning? Anyways, while Zuo Mo was sending people to clean the battlefield, is he also taking the corpses? Because this isn't like Xiuzhe fights where the body parts aren't valuable. Mo and Yao body parts are expensive. Remember Zuo Mo going almost bankrupt way back to get a Mo matrix inside himself? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Gu Liangdao's Choice. Chapter 656, Gu Liangdao's Choice. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised as he looked at that alluringly beautiful face. Are you not afraid of me? Zuo Mo was puzzled. The other people looked at him with wariness and fear in their eyes, yet Princess Xia approached him as usual. Princess Xia smiled alluringly, why should I be afraid of you? Will you eat me? Zuo Mo was left speechless. Princess Xia's eyes moved and seemed mischievous. I hadn't thought that you would know Gu Liangdao. But it is fortunate for us that you know him. Otherwise, this place would even have ruins left. However, you have to be careful. It is not good for your reputation as a Mo to be associated with Xiuzhe. Which family are you really from? 10 Crow Celestial Apparatus is a very noble bloodline. Are you a descendant of the ancient families? Her words were not spoken quietly and she blinked playfully at Zuo Mo. Listening to Princess Xia's words, many people showed expressions of relief. Princess Xia was right. How could someone that cultivated the 10 Crow Celestial Apparatus Mo physique be a Xiuzhe? They had never heard of a Xiuzhe that was able to cultivate the 10 Crow Celestial Apparatus Mo physique, much less reach the completion stage of the 10 Crow Celestial domain. Thinking about it this way, everyone found the thought that Zuo Mo was a Xiuzhe was absurd. All of the Mo present exhaled in relief. Everything would be alright if Xiao Mo was an MO. As to his relations with Xiaojia, while it was something that was frowned upon, no one cared too much. Look at those Xiaojia, among them was the famed Gu Liangdao. They didn't feel that anything was wrong. Xiao Mo was extraordinary as expected, being familiar with other extraordinary people was expected. The common saying was birds of a feather, flock together. Someone that the Tiger General of Xixin treated so respectfully, how could Xiao Mo be a normal person? Unconsciously, the terror in their eyes weakened and transformed into respect. No matter where you were, people would respect the strong. Zuo Mo's expression froze on his body. He now understood what it meant to make black into white. Princess Xia's silver tongue could make dead people become alive. Her speech was meant to help remove the suspicion people had of him. Even though it could not make everyone believe it. People such as Ju Ku and a few others still had suspicion in their eyes, it was enough to fool the normal people. To them the 10-crow celestial apparatus was absolute proof. As to the Xiaojia under Xiao Mo's command, those were even easier to explain away. Xiao Mo and Gu Liangdao had a good relationship, it would therefore be normal to have some Xiaojia under his command. Looking at this battalion, the MO were the primary core. Looking at Princess Xia smiling as she spoke, Zuo Mo knew that this woman had guessed his identity. However, he was still surprised that she had stepped out to help him. Zuo Mo smiled but did not speak. In the eyes of everyone else, his silence and expression caused them to feel even more mystery from him. Xiao Mo's origins were probably extraordinary as Princess Xia had said. Zuo Mo set up Jinji and blocked off all sound. "Thanks," he said seriously. Princess Xia smiled beautifully. "How will you thank me?" Zuo Mo scratched his head. "Speak." Princess Xia looked deeply at Zuo Mo as though she wanted to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, it became, "Where are you preparing to go next?" "Nether Springs Jie." Zuo Mo did not conceal it. "Nether Springs Jie?" Princess Xia had a shocked expression. "That place will not be easy to get to." "Yes." Zuo Mo nodded. Looking at the determination on Zuo Mo's face, Princess Xia did not try to persuade him from his journey. She smiled and said, "Remember to visit me if you have the time, don't forget that you still owe me a favor." "Yes." Zuo Mo responded with a serious expression. Detecting the seriousness in Zuo Mo's tone, Princess Xia felt strangely happy. She suddenly asked, "Will you tell me your true name now?" As expected, she had seen through him. But for some reason, Zuo Mo felt his mind relax. "Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo," Princess Xia murmured, and then she suddenly burst into laughter. "Xiao Mo Gu. Xiao Mo Gu, you're really a little hoodlum. Even your fake name is so stylish." Looking at Princess Xia arching back as she laughed, Zuo Mo's mouth curled up. The laughter faded. Calm and a distance separated them. The two of them knew that after their farewells, it was unknown if or when they would meet again. Looking at this face that could not be said to be handsome, in this moment, Princess Xia suddenly had an impulse to throw away everything and run away with him to Nether Springs Jie. This impulse caused her determination to waver, but she quickly hid the thought deep inside. She thought of the wish she had made that night and her gaze became determined. She raised her face and smiled brightly like sunlight. "Hug me goodbye." Zuo Mo stilled. He opened his arms and lightly embraced this woman that was so smart and he could not understand. "Have a peaceful journey." The murmur was like a breeze. She released her arms and her smile was bright. As one of the most popular topics in the Xiaojia world at present, Gu Liangdao's every move attracted attention. In a short few days, the news of Gu Liangdao's interaction with an MO called Xiao Mo Gu had spread. The information on this Xiao Mo Gu was quickly discovered. This Xiao Mo Gu was not an unknown Mo. However, what puzzled people was that this Xiao Mo Gu had first become famous in the Yao territories. The prison-breaking battle and defeating Corps Commander Yu Hang. All those events had happened in the Ten-Finger Prison. Yet the Xiao Mo Gu in these rumors was MO, and this puzzled many people. Was this guy a Yao or a MO? Some even suspected that there were two people with the same name, but as Xiao Mo's almost unbelievable escapades came to light, this suspicion weakened. It was very unlikely that two experts who were both called Xiao Mo Gu had appeared at the same time. And when the Xiaojia thought of the possibility there were two such talented Yaoma, they were more willing to believe that it was one person. Of all the incidents, what was most eye-catching was Xiao Mo Gu had killed Marshal Yu. When many people read this, their first response was that their eyes had seen it wrong. Then, all kinds of information corroborated the accuracy of this news and it caused a great furor. But what was most controversial was that Gu Liangdao had helped Xiao Mo Gu. The rumor that the Tiger General of Shixian was in cahoots with the Mo spread, and once it did, it caused a wave of discussion. All kinds of insider information and speculation flew about. What was even more interesting was that Shixian was silent and did not publicly clarify the situation. Shixian's attitude caused those speculations to seem to be the truth. Was Gu Liangdao truly in cahoots with the Mo? Furious discussion filled the world. In a matter of days, the great hero fell off the pedestal and was spat upon by the world. Gu Liangdao's face was dark. The development of the situation had surpassed his expectations. In the shadows, there seemed to be a hand moving everything. Actually, he didn't need to guess to know who was doing this. The attitude of the sect told him everything. What he hadn't expected was that the sect would be in such a hurry to act against him during a time of war. Suddenly, he thought of what Bihan had said. He hadn't thought that it would come so quickly. Darren, should we make a public statement to clarify? The subordinate couldn't help but speak. Clarify? How would we clarify? Gu Liangdao said coolly. Xiao Mo Gu is clearly a Xiozha. Gu Liangdao interrupted his subordinate. This will make Brothers' Wa's situation even more dangerous. He currently needs his identity as a Mo. He had felt kinship with Zuo Mo and he was not willing to use this to clear his name. Also, he did not say it, but even if he told them, no one would believe him. Because the people acting against him were the people from the sect. This subordinate was panicked. Darren, we cannot sit around and wait for them to act against us. At this time, a guard suddenly ran in with a terrible expression. Darren, Elder Jean Wu Ming has come. The tent went completely silent. All of the commanders had terrible expressions. Ask Elder Jean to come in. Gu Liangdao's expression was normal. Moments later, a middle-aged person wearing golden clothing with a sharp presence walked in. Gu Liangdao stood up and bowed. Greetings to Elder Jean. Elder Jin's old voice was heavy but his tone was slow. Gu Liangdao, the sect leader orders you to return to the mountain. Your actions this time were too rash and has brought too much trouble to the sect. When you return to the sect, you will need to give a good explanation. The sect believes that you are innocent, but the damage to the sect's reputation was too great. The sect needs you to cooperate. Gu Liangdao was silent while his commanders all had angry expressions. Elder Jin's wizened tone became even slower. Liangdao, there won't be any trouble if you just explain. If it wasn't that the discussion was too fierce, I wouldn't have come to get you. You need to understand the hardships of the sect. Cooperate with the sect and eliminate doubts we have. Gu Liangdao shook his head. Elder, your pardon, the war is a busy time and this disciple does not have the spare time to return to the sect at the moment. Elder, please return to the sect and tell the sect leader that when this war is finished, this disciple will return to the sect and ask for forgiveness. Elder Jin's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a sword as he shouted angrily, Gu Liangdao, you dare to disobey the sect leader. The reality is so, there is nothing I can do, Gu Liangdao said deeply. Good. Elder Jin said 3 goods and then said coldly, there is nothing I can do. If Gu Shidi knew his most beloved disciple was so disobedient, I only wonder what he thinks in the afterworld. A deep grief flashed across Gu Liangdao's eyes. He slowly stood up and looked directly at Elder Jing. If it was not to repay Master's grace of raising me, would I stay at Shixian? I have fought countless times for the sect, almost died multiple times, and have rendered great service to the sect. I don't know the sect. If Master knew what the Shixian he had always defended has become like this now. Gu Liangdao allowed the tears to fall down his face. Elder Jing's face turned into a mix of colors as he shouted angrily. Good. You have become proud due to your achievements. You dare to not listen to the orders of the sect leader. This is treason. He looked around and said coldly to the commanders, are you all going to follow Gu Liangdao and betray Shixian? What's the use in such a ruthless sect? We'll betray you. I've long given up on this corrupt sect. This is very good, end it all. The commanders stood up one after the next and looked with fury and disdain at Elder Jin. Elder Jin's old face became ashen and his extremities felt cold. Over the next few days, Shixian's Tiger General Gu Liangdao led his battalion in leaving Shixian. The world was left astounded. Translator ramblings, it's finally over. People dead, moving on. A Gue needs to be healed. Gu Liangdao is really a nice person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Tang Battalion. Chapter 657, Tang Battalion. It had been a month since the incident by the time Zuo Mo learned that Gu Liangdao had left Shixian. Zuo Mo was filled with guilt. From beginning to end, Gu Liangdao had not stepped forward to defend himself. There was much speculation about Zuo Mo's identity, but most of it focused on his identity as a Yama. He believed this was the reason for Gu Liangdao's silence. The two had exchanged imprints. Zuo Mo thought for a moment and then wrote a letter to Gu Liangdao thanking him for keeping the secret and asking what he could do to help. A paper crane quickly flew back into Zuo Mo's hand. Gu Liangdao's letter was very short. He had just finished a battle when he wrote this letter. In the letter, Gu Liangdao wrote that he had already sealed the chaos rift connecting to Shixian territory and they would no longer receive any supplies in the future. He had taken over 15 Mo Jia and was planning to manage them so he could be self-sufficient. Right now, everything was good and there was no immediate worries. Zuo Mo was relieved after reading this. 15 Jia, even if it was only 15 small Jia, was enough to support Gu Liangdao's battalion. However, these 15 Jia they occupied were Mo territories and the Mo had a deep hatred of Xiuzha. It would not be simple for Gu Liangdao to govern these 15 Jia. However, Gu Liangdao shouldn't have any problems in the short term. Zuo Mo decided that after he went to Nether Springs Jia and returned to Cloud Sea Jia, he would set up a transportation formation to Gu Liangdao's territories. They could then travel freely and help each other. Zuo Mo threw away his worries about Gu Liangdao and started to ponder his present situation. In this past month, they had been traveling at full speed. It had to be said that the name of Xiao Mo was famous in all of the Mo territories. Defeating the Yu frontier guards, killing Marshal Yu, having a good friendship with Gu Liangdao, and so on. This made the name of Xiao Mo an intimidating one. Zuo Mo had previously thought he should travel in a low-key manner. But there had been too many battles along the way. Seeing this, Zuo Mo decided to announce his presence, relying on the fame of the name Xiao Mo to avoid trouble. As expected, this move was immediately effective. Those factions that previously did not know their background immediately shuddered when they learned that the incomers were Xiao Mo's battalion. They even consciously restrained their own battalions. There had been a Mo general who hadn't believed that Xiao Mo was as strong as the rumors and wanted to test their skill. In the end, all of his commanders had opposed him, and he had been assassinated in his bedroom that night. Having raised his banner, Zuo Mo's path could be said to be free of any blockades. However, Zuo Mo was not happy. While their speed had accelerated, they had exposed their movements to the public. Where had Xiao Mo reached today? This was one of the hottest topics of the present Mo world. Other problems came with this. At the beginning, they had been deeply afraid of Zuo Mo and the others. However, they quickly found that Xiao Mo was not as brutal and vicious as the rumors said. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not attack. He did not have any interest in their territories. Many people wanted to establish relations with such a strong and reasonable battalion. Even if they could not form a relationship, it would be good to curry favor. Consequently, many messengers came every day with gifts and invitations for Zuo Mo's group to be guests. Zuo Mo didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He still accepted the gifts, but he refused all invitations. Yet what he hadn't expected was that there were large numbers of Mo that came due to his reputation with hopes of entering his battalion. At the beginning, there hadn't been many people, but when the first group of Mo who had come had seen the powerful soldiers of Vermilion Bird Camp and Sin Battalion, they had been stunned, and their desire had grown even hotter. When these people spread the mirages, it caused a great wave. All the large families started to study these inaccurate mirages. The conclusion they reached was the same: a powerful battalion. Defeating the Ming bandits and defeating the Yu frontier guards, these two battalions had now been ranked high among the many battalions in the 100 Savage of the Dark. Looking at these mirages, the last bit of doubt disappeared. They suddenly realized. No wonder they could defeat the Ming bandits and the Yu frontier guards. Mo always ranked themselves based on power. The strong were revered, and many Mo that thought themselves more than ordinary furiously rushed over. Xiao Mo being able to kill Marshal Yu meant that Xiao Mo possessed an ability to fight at a high level. Adding on the two top battalions, he had formed his own group. For those Mo which came from minor families but were talented, entering Xiao Mo's battalion was undoubtedly a very good path. As more and more Mo came due to his name, and a long tail of people formed behind Zuo Mo's group. They did not dare to go too close to the battalions, but they were not willing to leave. They prepared their own food and followed the battalion. This was something novel to the Mo and it stirred everyone's interest. All kinds of reports spread. Every time Xiao Mo did something, the world would immediately know. This was a very popular topic at meals and during tea with lots to discuss. All of 100 Savage Realm was watching the spectacle and Zuo Mo felt frustrated. This cannot continue. Zuo Mo's expression was one of helplessness. The people around him were giggling. These people were all from grassroots and minor families. While they did not say it, they still felt very good about being famous. They made faces at each other and smiled deviously. Other than Bihan. Bihan was of noble birth and had grown up in Xiankong Temple. He had become immune to the reverent gazes from others a long time ago. His icy face was eye-catching. However, everyone knew his personality and did not care about his icy face. I'm being serious. Zuo Mo said with a serious expression, we don't know how many spies are mixed with these people. Each of our movements is being monitored. This is very dangerous. Everyone put away the mirth on their faces. They had all fought their way out of death on the battlefield and understood the danger more than the average person. Very dangerous. Gongsun Cha smiled bashfully. Seeing Lil Miss Darren's smiling face, everyone's heart shook. Everyone think of a solution, what would be good? Zuo Mo had an expression of hardship. Kill them all, Bihan said coolly. The entire tent was silent. Everyone was frightened by Bihan's crisp and brisk words. There were a few among them for whom it was the first time that they were attending a meeting, Zhage, Bihan, Miao Jun, and Tang Fei. Among them, Zhage was the most cautious. He had decided to follow Gongsun Cha a while ago, but it was the first time he was seeing Zuo Mo. Miao Jun and Tang Fei also chose to remain silent. Only Bihan had not done that. Zhage jumped in fright. Mo were fond of killing, but he had never seen someone with such disregard for life. Miao Jun's pupils shrank. Tang Fei's expression became furious. She was a righteous person and disliked Bihan, who behaved like a serial killer. Before Tang Fei spoke in opposition, Zuo Mo shook his head. It is not suitable. Zuo Mo was not a madman like Bihan. While he was not soft when fighting an enemy, but he would not be able to do something like killing all these Mo that came due to his reputation without a cause. Gongsun Cha said, since they have come for you, then why don't we recruit the outstanding ones? We just have to be careful and not let in spies. Zuo Mo thought, yes, they were coming to him, why shouldn't he take them? He did not need to worry about the spies mixed within. Pu Yao and Wei could see with a glance those with other intentions. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. When his gaze landed on Miao Jun, he paused. There was no question regarding Miao Jun's strength. A gold battle general was a talent no matter what faction he was in. It would be waste if Zuo Mo had him sitting idle all the time. But while Miao Jun had come along, his intentions were unclear. Miao Jun had never disguised this, but he did not speak to reveal the reason he followed Zuo Mo. Because of this, Zuo Mo had some hesitations about him. When his gaze swept across Tang Fei, who stood beside Miao Jun, his eyes lit up. This little girl had a strong sense of justice, was stubborn and focused. She would not accept any flaws. Since she had agreed to Tao Xing's suggestion to follow him, she would not ever regret it. Even though she never had a good face for Zuo Mo, she would meticulously finish any orders Zuo Mo gave her. Zuo Mo trusted her. Before this, she had the skill of a silver battle general. After this period of being taught by Miao Jun, she had started to have some of a presence of a great battle general. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a clever idea. That's right. If that's so, then let's create a new battalion. Oh, let's call it the Tongzi Battalion. Tang Fei will be the main commander, with Miao Jun as second in command. Everyone had surprised expressions and they turned to look at Tang Fei. This young girl with her hair in a ponytail was not eye-catching, but at this time, she became the focus of the entire group. While not many had seen her skill and were curious about her, no one spoke up against Zuo Mo's decision. Tang Fei also was surprised, but she quickly calmed down. She looked at Zuo Mo and then at Miao Jun. Technically, Miao Jun was more suitable to being the main commander than she was, as Miao Jun was much more skilled. Miao Jun smiled at her. He understood what Zuo Mo thought, but this plan suited his own thoughts. While the two sides had not explicitly said this, but in truth, Tang Fei was his student and he liked his student very much. If this was somewhere else, Tang Fei's strength would be enough to be a main commander, but he hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would have so many skilled battle generals. Nothing had to be said about Gongsun Cha and Bihan. The two were of the same level as Gu Liangdao. Miao Jun could only look up to these top battle generals. It really was rare to see two top battle generals in one faction. It was the first time Miao Jun had met a Zhage, but he had heard of this name before. Gold Battle General, one of the three great battle generals of the stellar Rahila clan. He hadn't thought the other would also enter Xiao Mo Ge's service. One could not forget that Xiao Mo Go himself was also Gold Battle General. Even those others such as Shu Long and the people under Gongsun Cha were not lacking compared to Tang Fei. It completely surpassed his imagination just how fierce the competition in this faction was. Tang Fei was very talented, but if she did not gain experience, it was hard to say what she could accomplish in the future. Right now, a political structure had taken form under Zuo Mo, and it would not be so easy to become of the main commanders. He understood his student very well. With her personality, since she agreed to follow Zuo Mo, she would not regret it no matter how underutilized she was. The other who he also taught was Shu Long. He was one of Zuo Mo's inner circle and he did not have to worry about the other's future. Only Tang Fei had been in an awkward position. He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would throw out such a plan. He immediately recognized that this was a 1 in 1,000 chance for Tang Fei. Before Tang Fei could speak, Miao Jun stood unhesitatingly. Yes, we will not fail. Translator Ramblings, the hottest reality show of the moment. The daily adventures of Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, The Black Smoke Yao's Memory Piecing Art. Chapter 658, The Black Smoke Yao's Memory Piecing Art. The establishment of the Tangzi Battalion went smoothly. Miao Jun knew what needed to be done and clearly had experience in this area. Many people noticed this and were curious about his past. Miao Jun's skill wasn't just theoretical, he was experienced, the kind of experiences that could not be obtained by just studying to be a battle general. Pu Yao had specialized lie-detecting Yao arts and quickly identified the spies mixed within the crowd, techniques that broadened Zuo Mo's experiences. The Tangzi Battalion quickly formed its basic combat structure. The ones that had joined were mostly from small families and had some ability. Following Miao Jun's suggestions, Tang Fei did not recruit a large number of people but picked only the most outstanding. Compared with the other battalions, the Tangzi Battalion could only be said to be a small battalion of about 800 people. These 800 people were picked out from approximately 100,000 people. In terms of average individual power, they were much stronger than Sang Lianer's Celestial Planet Guards. Zuo Mo's present reputation was much more attractive to the experts than Seng Yi's. What shocked Zuo Mo even more was that more than 20 general-level Mo had come to join him as well. This caused Zuo Mo to feel a bout of pride. Gu is now a major figure that could recruit general levels. There were 7 battle generals among the 20 general levels and all of them were silver battle generals. This made Zuo Mo overjoyed. Right now, he did not lack for gold battle generals. Gongsun Sha, Bihan, Miao Jun, and Ajagu, all of them could act by themselves. Gongsun Sha and Bihan were top battle generals. But in a whole battalion, other than a powerful main commander, the intermediate level commanders were also very important. Especially when the battalions grew larger, more and more outstanding intermediate level battle generals were needed. Yet Zuo Mo lacked these intermediate level battle generals. When the additional manpower was accepted into the combat structure, Zuo Mo's power would undoubtedly go up another level. The stringent criteria for recruitment quickly spread between people. The people who had been watching were surprised. Who did this guy think he was? Even those martial levels most likely couldn't compare to him. The people who had not passed the selection started to mock and furiously slander Zuo Mo. They all thought that they had strength, and it would be easy to be selected. However, they had been eliminated and they were filled with discontent. Zuo Mo was so full of himself and so proud. Zuo Mo did not pay attention to this. Since he had given the Tang Fei and Miao Jun permission to create the battalion, he did not interfere. He would never question the employed, and never employ the questionable. 1. Every commander's style was different, their way of fighting and their way of cultivation. The systematic teamwork that was required would be directed by Gongsun Sha. Zuo Mo focused his time on his cultivation. He was progressing rapidly. He had benefited greatly from that hard battle against Marshal Yu. He needed a long time to digest these things. But once he did, his power would skyrocket. Luoli and Sang Lianer were also in the same state. The purple energy inside Agui's body was growing daily at an astounding rate. It seemed as though that battle had suddenly opened a door in Agui's body. Purple energy flooded out and right now, there was 3 times more purple energy inside Agui's body compared to before. Agui had become even stronger but Zuo Mo's worries increased. This strange Shin power was a double-edged sword, harming the enemy meant harming oneself. However, Zuo Mo wasn't able to do anything. He could only suppress the urgency inside and focused even more on his cultivation. Maybe when he became stronger he could find the key to resolving the purple energy inside Agui's body. His greatest improvement had come from the 10 Crow Celestial Domain. He had seen every detail of the completed 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Many areas that had been unclear before were now engraved in his mind, so his improvement naturally sped up. Right now, he was just one step away from the completed state of the 10-Crow Celestial Domain. Other than his comprehension of the 10-Crow Celestial Domain, there was the great degree of maturation in his Mo physique. The strange fragments of energy that had been formed from the creation and destruction of the anti-dragon claws and Sunshin crystals' powers were the most primal power. They had strengthened Zuo Mo in all areas. Mo physique, spiritual consciousness, Ling power, even his Shin power, all of them had increased greatly. This was the most wondrous power that Zuo Mo had ever seen, but when he thought of it, he found that it really was lucky. Both the Sun Crystal Seed and the Anti-Dragon Claw were ultimate treasures of the world. Obtaining one would mean a person had great luck. Having obtained two at once, even Zuo Mo sighed in shock at his own luck. The Mo matrix that had formed with the Anti-Dragon Claw had become dim as the Anti-Dragon Claw became silent and seemed to have gone into hibernation. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed by the slumber of the Anti-Dragon Claw. He had originally thought that he could carry this weapon around and dominate in all directions. Now his wish had gone up in smoke. However, it was good that he didn't need to carry such an enormous thing on his back. In Zuo Mo's sense of beauty, that thing was really ugly. The 3,000 threads of worry did not change and now became the strongest weapon that Zuo Mo had. Zuo Mo felt that he really didn't have enough time. There were all types of cultivation he could work on, but each one would take up a large amount of time. Just as Zuo Mo wanted to cut himself in half to get more work done, the Black Smoke Yao ran over while appearing secretive. "What is it?" Zuo Mo looked at the other's cunning face and muttered inside, "Did this guy do something bad again?" Then he felt slightly puzzled. Zuo Mo would feel it was normal if it was the orange-haired Yao doing this. But in his mind, the Black Smoke Yao was usually calm, steady, and well-behaved. "Boss, let me show you something." The Black Smoke Yao lowered his voice and looked around. Had this guy really stolen something? Zuo Mo felt even more puzzled. He took what the Black Smoke Yao handed over. It was a little paper card with some words written on it. Zuo Mo looked with bewilderment at the Black Smoke Yao and then skimmed through. When he saw the first phrase, he was stunned where he stood. There wasn't much content on the paper card and he quickly finished reading it. Zuo Mo finally came out of his daze. 2 spots of red made their way onto his cheeks. This expression would only occur in one circumstance: Xiao Mo Go had struck it rich. The steel's text? Zuo Mo forced himself to be calm, but his voice still went off-tune. N. The Black Smoke Yao lowered his volume and said carefully, "Boss, you know that I am weak. In order to stop Lin Qian and to create an opportunity for Big Orange and the others, I charged for the steel." "Then you remembered it?" Zuo Mo's voice was excited. "It is not so simple." The Black Smoke Yao grimaced. "I have a rare skill that not many know of. I have an eidetic memory. However, I only had a cursory glance as Lin Qian reacted too quickly. I recalled this event a while ago, and then I noticed I could recall some of the text on the steel. But it was all very blurry and I had to use memory piecing art to slowly piece it together." Memory piercing art? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He had never heard of this Yao art before. Pu Yao suddenly spoke. "It is a type of support Yao art. It can replay past events in the mind like a puzzle coming together. It has the benefit of improving memory. When one reaches a high level, they will gain an eidetic memory and can browse their memories at any time. However, this kind of Yao art is easy to learn but hard to master. It doesn't have any big uses. Only those old researchers would spend energy on things like this." Zuo Mo was very shocked. So there were Yao arts like this. The Black Smoke Yao was slightly embarrassed. "My talent is average. In order to help my cultivation, I cultivated the memory piecing art. My eidetic memory only came about after I started cultivating this. But the time has been short and I only got a short glance at the steel's text. My impression is very fuzzy, but I still decided to try with the memory piecing art. This is the content that I have pieced together using the memory piecing art. It is not very complete and I'm not sure if the content is accurate." When he talked about this, the Black Smoke Yao was slightly embarrassed. He had gathered his courage for a long time before he had come to find Zuo Mo. He knew that the steel text was important, but what he had pieced together was incomplete, and he didn't even dare to say that it was accurate. In cultivation methods, the difference of one character could cause a great misunderstanding. He didn't know if this thing he had was accurate and therefore have any value. "Boss, just take a look, don't cultivate it." When the Black Smoke Yao finished saying this, he felt his face flush. Before Zuo Mo could speak, he had run away. Zuo Mo laughed. This Black Smoke Yao seemed calm usually, but he was truly adorable. His gaze landed quickly on the little card in his hand. There are some mistakes, but the general parts seem correct. Pu Yao's voice was filled with excitement. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. In comparison, Wei was much calmer. Not bad. The two quickly picked out the mistakes on the paper. Of the two, one was an old Yao that was thousands of years old, the other came from an ancient tribe, and their knowledge was not something that Zuo Mo could rival. As expected, Zuo Mo found that the places in the content where he had felt that it was rough were now much clearer. Sure, Ziming had not tried to shroud this in mystery. The few phrases caused Zuo Mo to see a whole new world. Almost unconsciously, the Shen power in Zuo Mo's body started to move. This time, there was no delay. When his thought formed, his Shen power would follow. A strange feeling formed. His spiritual consciousness spread from the dantian in his head, while the dantian in his abdomen was unusually active. Threads of Ling power spread happily from his abdomen and flowed endlessly along his channels. The power grew like branches from the main channels and innervated every inch of blood and flesh. Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and Mo physique formed a complex and gigantic system. A phrase from the paper card flowed across Zuo Mo's mind and he suddenly had an epiphany. He finally understood what the key to the loss of Shen power was. The origin of spiritual consciousness was the head. The power was formed from the inside, from the soul, and then released. The Mo physique was the exact opposite. Power originated from the physical body and the power went from the outside to the inside. Ling power was the bridge between the two. It was formed in the dantian and spread throughout the body by the channels. It permeated the blood and flesh, but also into the soul. When this system became clear in Zuo Mo's mind, his body suddenly shook. The three powers began circulated unconsciously. They joined together, but they were also clearly divided. As they continued to circulate, Shen power formed. Zuo Mo's body reached a state of harmony. Each power went about their own duties, but they were of one mind, one existence. He felt he was stronger than he had ever been. His body was like the universe, full of life and immortal. A strange emotion filled his mind. It was not the strength of his power, but the harmony of his body and soul was powerful as one. Editor's notes. 1. I think this is a reference to famous work. I want to say it is a line spoken by Cao Cao in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Also, does anyone think that a Gui's purple energy grows with how strong Zuo Mo gets? He powers up, she gets worse. Clearly a connection. Translator ramblings. Yes, you were all correct. How could that knowledge get lost? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Li Xian Air. Chapter 659, Li Xian Air. You have worked hard these past few years. The sect leader's voice was heard from above, the tone was filled with gratification and affection. The disciples looked at their little shimmy standing in the hall like a goddess. Many people had expressions of love, but there was also a bit of respect and fear in this love. Compared to her flighty and mischievousness attitude in the past, the present Li Xian'er looked much more steady and even more beautiful. Once she had only been a playful little girl, now there was maturity, and a presence that was hard to describe. Looking at the calm and steady figure in the center, many of the disciples couldn't help but feel emotional. Their little shimmy that had been favored for so many years had grown up to become a leader. There was a faint friendly smile on her face that caused people to feel good. When people were not paying attention, she blinked her eyes playfully at the sect leader, and the sect leader returned an affectionate smile from the corner of his mouth. He was filled with pride. His granddaughter had lived up to his hopes. However, he quickly hid away the mirth on his lips and said in a stern voice, "I have gathered you all here today to assign missions to each of you." "Yes," the disciples said in unison. 1 month ago, Heavy Wood Jia was taken over by the Mo. The Mo were cunning and sealed off all methods of communication, so we didn't discover this until 5 days ago, when they had took over 3 nearby Jia, including Bright Jing Jia. The disciples were astounded, their faces full of disbelief. They didn't know where Heavywood Jia was, but every disciple knew where Bright Jing Jia was located. Bright Jing Jia was only an intermediate-sized Jia, but it was an important producer of Tianhuan's Jingshi, including a special kind of Jingshi called Bright Jingshi, which was only produced in Heavywood Jia. Bright Jing Jia provided large amounts of both Jingshi and Bright Jingshi for Tianhuan, an important resource Jia for Tianhuan. But the noisy hall quickly quieted down. Tianhuan was one of the 4 great sects, and their disciples were all disciplined. After the initial shock, they quickly recovered their calm. The sect leader was very satisfied with the performance of the disciples. "The importance of Bright Jing Jia to us does not need to be stated, I believe that you all know," the sect leader said coolly. The elders in the sect all have important missions and cannot go. So the mission will be given to you this time. Tian Man. This disciple is here. Sure, Tian Man stood out. Do you have the confidence if this matter is handed to you? The sect leader said. I will not fail, Sure, Tian Man said seriously. And you can select the personnel and battalions that you want. I only have one condition, take back Bright Jingjia in a month, the sect leader said coolly. This disciple understands. Sure, Tian Man responded with a calm expression and no panic at all. The sect leader showed a satisfied expression. Grandfather. Li Xianair shook the sect leader's arm with a pout. All right. If you keep shaking, grandfather will break apart. The sect leader said with a smile. His eyes were narrowed and he had a relaxed expression. You have done well. Even your Gue Shirshu praised you. Not bad. He said not bad twice, which showed just how proud he was. Gue Shidi was a strict trainer who did not spare people due to their relationships. It was extremely difficult to earn praise from his mouth. He felt very proud that his granddaughter had received praises from Gue Shidi, who was famed for his strictness. Ha, of course, look whose granddaughter I am. Li Xianair giggled. The sect leader was very pleased by the flattery, but he still pretended to be stern and coughed lightly. But do not be too proud, you must know. Seeing that her grandfather was about to start lecturing her again, Li Xianair felt her head about to swell. She hurriedly changed the topic. Grandfather, you summoned me back with such urgency, is there something important? The sect leader was distracted and the smile on his face disappeared. He showed slightly worry. Your Xiaorong Xixiang is not in a good situation. What about Xiaorong Xixiang? The smile on Li Xianair's face disappeared and she asked urgently. He first suffered a loss to Mushi and then again to a person called Gongsun Cha. While his situation is not good, there is no danger temporarily. Mushi of the Palace Lakewood clan? Li Xianair's response was quick. Yes, I hadn't thought that the Palace Lakewood clan would have such an outstanding member in their younger generation. The sect leader said emotionally. Then who is Gongsun Cha? Li Xianair's brow furrowed. She tilted her head and looked with an expression of curiosity. At this time, she finally looked as playful as she did in the past. This person is not well known and it isn't known where he came from, but he is very strong. The sect leader's expression was grave. It has been some time since the battle. Gongsun Cha is very mysterious and we only recently identified which faction he belonged to. Which faction? Li Xianair blinked her eyes curiously. She was surprised that Mushi had defeated Xiaorong Xixiang, but that was within the range of normality. Palace Lakewood clan was one of the famed families in the Yao world and had a long history of producing outstanding battle generals. But this something Cha was able to defeat Xiaorong Xixiang as well. She was shocked. She knew just how strong Xiaorong Xixiang was. Among the younger disciples in the sect, only Tianman Xixiang could rival him. Xiao Mo Gu. The sect leader said 3 words. Li Xianair's face was puzzled. Who is he? This person is very mysterious. The sect leader's expression was grave. You have just returned and there are some things you do not know. First, Xiao Mo Gu and Gu Liang Dao are good friends. Just a while ago, Gu Liang Dao suddenly left Xixin. The cause of this was this Xiao Mo Gu. Ah! Li Xianair exclaimed and wasn't able to maintain her calm. Of course she knew who Gu Liang Dao was. Xixian's Tiger General, the undoubted top battle general of the younger generation. Such a person had betrayed their sect. If it wasn't that the person who was telling her this was her grandfather, she would have had a hard time believing it. The sect leader seemed to not see his granddaughter's shock and continued. No one can say what Xiao Moji's background is. Even now, we are uncertain about whether he is a Yao or a Mo. He had gone into the 10-finger prison and activated a prison-breaking battle. This person isn't just strong, he is an outstanding battle general. He defeated Corps Commander Yu Hong of the Regular Corps, a gold battle general. Li Xianair's mouth was open wide. Her face that was usually filled with smiles was full of shock. The sect leader did not stop and continued. Xiao Mogu then appeared in the most Great Peace City, but Li Xianair recovered and hurriedly asked, the Great Peace City with the Great Peace Emo steals? Yes. The sect leader said sternly, do you know about the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? I know. Li Xianair nodded obediently. I have read about it in the records. The sect leader nodded. We have always had our people in Great Peace City because of the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. That is also why we know such much about what happened at Great Peace City. Li Xian'er did not interrupt and listened curiously. Xiao Mo suddenly appeared at Great Peace City. When he appeared, he made a flamboyant appearance. He caused the worldly apparition Shifting Star Sands, killed Xinyu who had comprehended the Peacock King Plume. The Mo physique he cultivates is the pure, 10-crow celestial apparatus. When the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion appeared, we also sent people but we hadn't expected Kunlun to send Lin Qian. Lin Qian. Li Xian'er jumped in fright. Lin Qian was the eldest disciple of Kunlun, and undoubtedly the first person of the younger generation. Lin Qian is really powerful and managed to intimidate all of the Mo. He almost managed to achieve his aim, but at the most crucial moment, Xiao Mo used the anti-dragon claw to block his sword strike. Anti-dragon claw. Li Xian'er felt slightly dizzy. Each of the Sky Missouri weapons of the Mo were famed. Normal Xiozha may not know of them, but how could the core disciples of a major sect be ignorant? Even the sect leader grimaced. This boy can be called a freak. With power of a general level, he tamed the Sky Missouri weapon. This has never happened before in the history of the Mo. Then when Great Peace City was surrounded by 100 Savage Realm's strongest bandits, the Ming Bandits, he defeated them. Reports said fighting was extreme and that the battalion that defeated the Ming Bandits is one that you know. A battalion that I know? Which one? Li Xian'er asked dazedly. Shen Kong Temple's Sin Battalion. Sin Battalion. Li Xian'er's eyes were dumbstruck. Of course she knew Sin Battalion. The four great sects had exchanges and knew each other very well. The famed Sin Battalion, how could she not know? She murmured, isn't the commander of Sin Battalion someone called Bihan? Yes. The sect leader nodded. You came back late and don't know yet. The first time Bihan was sent to fight, he took Sin Battalion and betrayed Xian Kong Temple. Li Xian'er was completely stunned. Was this Xiao Mo a specialist in getting people to leave and betray their factions? Xian Kong Temple's Bihan left, Xixian's Tiger General Guliang Dao left, the disciples that betrayed their sects were all core disciples. What kind of power did this guy have? A hint of curiosity suddenly rose. Once it formed, it couldn't be erased. Looking at his granddaughter's wide mouth and stunned expression, the sect leader then said, then they encountered Marshal Yu who came with 10,000 Yu frontier guards. Marshal Yu wanted the anti-dragon claw that Xiao Mo had. The two fought. Xiao Mo's group killed Marshal Yu and defeated the Yu frontier guards. Li Xian'er felt that she was completely numb. He had even killed a marshal. This person could not be described any longer as freakish. When the battle finished, 2 battalions came to reinforce him. One was Gongsun Sha, the other was Guliang Dao. The sect leader spoke meaningfully, this was also the reason that Guliang Dao left Xixian. Freak. A definite freak. Li Xian'er swallowed hard. She had always felt that she was a mischievous person but, today, she discovered that she actually was very good. This Xiao Mo caused a storm of blood wherever he went. The people he met would betray their sections. Compared to him, she really was obedient and quiet, She suddenly had an impulse to meet this person, this Xiao Mo who could not settle down and always created a storm. The sect leader glanced at his granddaughter and showed an imperceptible smile. However, he quickly resumed his solemn expression. This time, you have to go on behalf of grandfather to the Mo territories. Translator ramblings, another look at the outside world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Destiny. Chapter 660, Destiny. Finally, having guidance on how to comprehend Shen power, Zuo Mo's control over the Shen power inside his body greatly increased. Zuo Mo had to admire Shi Ziming. He was a great person indeed. Having never cultivated any power in his life, but he was still able to understand the secrets of power. This kind of talent only appeared once in 1,000 years. Having found the key, Zuo Mo's Shen power growth did not increase, but his manipulation of Shen power reached a whole new level. The power of Shen techniques were far more powerful than the other 3 powers at the same stage. However, the Shen power inside Zuo Mo was very weak and Shen techniques required a lot of Shen power. The cryptic text on the golden leaf had become much easier to understand. He quickly mastered some of the Shen techniques. In the past, when he had used Shen techniques, his 3 powers had to be individually moved and coordinated. Zuo Mo had found it difficult. Now when he cast a Shen technique, almost as his thought had formed, the 3 powers would circulate together and the Shen technique would form in that instant. It seemed to flow smoothly and occur naturally. There wasn't any blockade. After his success, Zuo Mo's first thought was to share this method with a Goe, but he didn't know if a Goe could understand this. The other person he could share this with was Zhang Lianer, but Zuo Mo hesitated. In his mind, Zhang Lianer's importance could not compare to a Gui. However, she had never retreated from any of his battles and had even been wounded last time. Zuo Mo felt that she could be considered one of his people. He pulled a Gui and Zhang Lianer over before starting to talk. A Gui's face was wooden as though she did not hear it, but Zhang Lianer's expression was overjoyed. She kept her ears open in fear she would miss a word. Zuo Mo narrated everything he had experienced before stopping. But a Gui still looked the same and didn't react at all. Zuo Mo sighed inside and then rubbed a Gui's head. Seeing Zhang Lianer in a trance, he did not make a sound and left, pulling a Gui along. Having left, Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a question and called the Black Smoke Yao over. Zuo Mo said with a serious expression. The thing you gave me is very useful. Tell me what you want. The Black Smoke Yao understood Zuo Mo's meaning. Zuo Mo wanted to thank him. He thought for a moment and then said calmly, my talent is average but Big Orange's talent is very good. Boss, teach him more. Seeing the Black Smoke Yao calmly giving his chance to Big Orange, Zuo Mo was moved. He said with a smile, everyone here are brothers. Even if you don't ask that, I won't hide anything from him. This is me thanking you. If you have something you want, or some wish, as long as it is possible. The Black Sum Yao shook his head calmly. Boss, you also say that everyone here are brothers. Since we are brothers, isn't this something that should be done? Boss, if you go around thanking us for this and for that, aren't you making us outsiders? Zuo Mo stilled at the Black Smoke Yao's words. The Black Smoke Yao had a calm expression that seemed to be full of sincerity in Zuo Mo's eyes. He couldn't help but be moved. He nodded and said, you are right, I'm treating you like an outsider. Zuo Mo decided secretly to find a set of suitable Yao arts for the Black Smoke Yao. If he didn't have any, then he would make one. While Zuo Mo's present strength had not reached martial level, his understanding of power may not be less than that of a martial. He knew the mysteries of Shin power and had experienced even higher level power. He had an understanding of the quality and direction of power that surpassed his strength. Darren, they are going to Nether Springs Jia. A scout respectfully reported. Xiao Mo's destination wasn't a secret and many knew. Nether Springs Jia, Zhang's eyes flickered across the Jia map and quickly landed on a faraway place. His expression was calm and serene. The scout lowered his head and didn't dare to breath. Ever since Feng Yushiji had been killed, Darren had become even more silent and cold. The commander's fear of him grew by the day. You are dismissed. Zhang Jia waved his hand. Yes. The scout released a breath and hurriedly responded respectfully before carefully retreating. After the scout left, Zhang Jia's eyes did not leave the Jia map. A moment later, he seemed to sigh and murmur, Bihan. On the desk beside him, a paper that had crease marks had the newest orders from the sect. Kill the traitor Bihan. Exterminate Sin Battalion. He was not shocked when he received this order. Shen Kong Temple's inner core had always been tight-knit and the sect leader wouldn't tolerate betrayal. Gu Liangdao's betrayal had shocked all of the Xiuzhi world. Shi Xian's reputation had been greatly damaged. While the betrayal of Sin Battalion had not been spread far and wide like Gu Liangdao, the higher-ups in the bigger sect all knew. The sect definitely would not permit Bihan to live. In order to kill Bihan and Sin Battalion, large numbers of reinforcements were being funneled towards the mission. The battalions that had been ordered to come surpassed any of his previous missions. Zhang Jia felt complicated feelings. Who could have thought that the biggest action of Shen Kong Temple in the last 1,000 years was to kill a traitor? Sin Battalion and Jiangxi Battalion, Bihan and Zhang Jia. Two core battalions, two young battle generals that had rivaled each other since childhood. They were about to welcome a destined battle of life and death. Even people like Zhang Jia who had a strong mind couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Mo Gu. This unfamiliar name entered Zhang Jia's vision. Unbelievable fights, each could almost be called miraculous. Zhang Jia was filled with curiosity towards Xiao Mo Gu. Even someone as proud as Bihan had entered his service. If he didn't have confidence in the abilities of the sect, he would snort at the news. Bihan was usually a few words, but when he fought, he was fiery, brutal, and bloodthirsty. He would actually swear allegiance to someone else. However, someone that could kill a martial level. This strength was enough to stun people. He shook his head and his gaze landed on another name. Gongsun Cha. This name that was unknown had been labeled as extremely dangerous. His danger level was the same as Bihan. He had to be careful. If this Gongsun Cha really had the same level of skill of Bihan, then he did not have confidence in this fight. Zhang Jia was more willing to believe this was due to the importance the sect placed on this fight. At the same level as Bihan. If that was true, then it would be terrifying. Zhang Jie threw the stray thoughts to the back of his mind. No matter how strong his opponents were, this battle could not be avoided. He didn't just have to win, he had to make it beautiful, but because this battle wasn't just related to the reputation of the sect, it was also needed to intimidate the stupid people that were considering shifting allegiances in the sect. Gu Liangdao's betrayal of Shixian had had major effects with the factions within the sect. Right now, Shixian was divided and its people were not united. This kind of matter could not happen to Xiankong Temple. Zhang Jie was to use reality to tell them there was only one outcome in betraying the sect. Die without any chance of burial. Lin Xian was naked as he soaked in a crystal-clear pool. There were numerous complex seal scripts that crisscrossed around the border of the pool. His expression was serene as though he was a sleeping baby. There were 8 or so swords show around the pool. Their faces were wizened, but when their eyes moved, sharp sword-like lights would flash. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body gave off a faint light. The light was not blinding and was comfortable to see. The old people around the pool shifted with excited expressions on their faces. This warm energy was not like any power they had seen before. Shun power. This is Shin power. The heavens bless our Koan Luan. Little Lin Xian is definitely the pillar of our sect. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes from within the pool. The light disappeared from his cool eyes. He did not move, but the water in the pool suddenly flooded towards him. It came in layers and moved like smoke. In a blink, Lin Xian was dressed and the water in the pool had turned into a blue robe. This disciple greets sect leader, Shu. Lin Xian respectfully bowed. Is it Shin power? A Koan Lu elder couldn't resist asking. Yes. Lin Xian said respectfully. But it is not complete. This disciple is just mimicking Shin power from memory. Try and see. The one who spoke was the Koan Luan sect leader. His brow was straight and his eyes had been half-deaded all this time. The pair of eyes were deep, aged and seemed to see through everything. Yes. Lin Xian raised his right hand. Faint blue Shin power turned into a flying sword that appeared in his hand. It really is Shin power. The power is above Shin power. An elder couldn't help but say. The sect leader came forward and reached out to grip the blue flying sword made from Shin power. Pia pia pia. Countless blue lights exploded in the sect leader's hand, but the sect leader did not seem to be affected and his hand did not move. Pia. A sound that was louder than the ones before it. The Shin power blue sword suddenly exploded. The sect leader's hand did not move at all. The blue energy that had exploded seemed to be imprisoned in his palm, like an invisible cage. The lights flashed, but they were unable to break free. The sect leader only took away his hand after the light faded. He said coolly, "It is more domineering than Ling power and about twice as strong. However, if one wants to cultivate Shin power, they will have to cultivate all 3 powers." Lin Xian was floored by the sect leader's deduction. As expected of the sect leader. He saw it at a glance. Lin Xian said respectfully, "Yes." All 3 powers? The other elders frowned. Koan Luan had yearned after Shin power for a long time, but they had never gotten it. If it wasn't that Lin Xian had fought against Xiao Mo Gu and the others and experienced Shin power, they still wouldn't know anything about it. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to have such high comprehension that he could create the initial form of Shin power after one battle. These Koan Luan elders had been at the height of their joy and thought that Shin power could be taught widely. But when they heard that the sect leader say that all 3 powers were required, they all frowned. In Koan Luan, there were very rarely those that could cultivate 3 powers together. In other words, the great majority of disciples were not qualified to cultivate Shin power. In this case, the utility of Shin power would be deeply underscored. If a new disciple started training now, they wouldn't know how long it would take until they were able to fight. The state of affairs was so chaotic now they could not afford to wait. The sect leader's eyes that seemed to see through everything opened slightly. He looked towards Lin Xian and changed the topic. Tell us about the impression those people cultivating Shin power gave you. Lin Xian closed his eyes and fought back. Then he opened them. They cultivate different Shin power. Xiao Moge's Shin power is domineering and burning, the 2 women next to him have an eerie and a cold power. That middle-aged woman's Shin power is lacking compared to Xiao Moge's trio and is just in its infancy. The sect leader nodded. Go down now and rest. The elders and I will perfect the cultivation method for Shin power. Come back in a few days to try the new method. Lin Xian was about to leave when the sect leader suddenly called him. Go investigate all the records of ancient tribe descendants being killed in the last 200 years. Lin Qian stilled and then quickly reacted. Yes. Translator ramblings, first Koan, now Xian Kong, with Tian Huan and Shi Xian getting irritated as well. Zuo Mo just wants to make enemies with all major powers. These people have all been working on Shen power as well, so it isn't a surprise other people have Shen power. Zuo Mo is a catalyst, but people have been studying this before he was alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661. Chapter 661. The orange-haired Yao learned the Yao arts that Zuo Mo taught on the first try. The orange-haired Yao laughed into the sky. His bright orange hair floated around like a ball of fire. He was very smug. Things like Yao arts cannot satisfy a genius like me. Owen felt this guy was an eyesore no matter how he looked. He said disdainfully, with just the amount of ability you have, you can beat your teeth out with just a finger. The orange-haired Yao was furious. Come. Let us fight 300 rounds. The first one to flee is a dog. Owen glared back angrily. I'm just afraid you are the son of a turtle. Bam. They started again. Nanyu covered her forehead and said with an expression of helplessness. It will be fine once you are accustomed. The black smoke Yao did not change expression. Ming Juzi and Song Zhe raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other before lowering their heads to go back, concentrating on their own cultivation. Zuo Mo had taught them new Yao arts, but what was most valuable was that he had taught them about the lessons in the Great Peace Mo steels. Each of them had been given a copy of the text from the Great Peace Mo steel. The great skill that Zuo Mo had displayed with all kinds of Yao arts had immediately attracted their attention. There was also a group of flower Yao that listened to his lesson with them. Only a one who cultivated Mo skills was an aberration. The two who had progressed the most was the orange-haired Yao and, unexpectedly, the other was a one. There was nothing to be said of the orange-haired Yao's improvement. While he was forgetful and easily distracted, his talent was just as unfathomable as his changes in subject. A win was even weirder. Zuo Mo clearly was talking about Yao arts, but a win's Mo skills were what improved. But the two who had improved the most did not like each other. They had to fight a few times each day, especially when Zuo Mo was not present. However, this time, Zuo Mo caught them in the act. Owen stood with lowered eyes in front of Zuo Mo. The orange-haired Yao continued to make faces at Zuo Mo. The other people had expressions of anticipation. Was Darren going to punish these two people who didn't have bottom lines? Why are you two fighting each day? Zuo Mo asked. He is jealous of my astounding talent and handsome face. The orange-haired Yao said seriously. Owen was furious. You. Come, let us fight 300 rounds. Do not run. The orange-haired Yao's eyes lit up. The first to run is a son of a turtle. You're the son of a turtle. I'll kill you. Zuo Mo could only interfere and hold down the two people. However, even restrained, the two still glared angrily at each other. I have a way for the two of you to decide who is better. Zuo Mo raised his hand. What method? One of you cultivates the Mo physique, the other Yao arts. It is naturally you cannot compare against each other. Yes. The two nodded. They disliked each other, but the two were cultivating completely different things, so they could not see who was better except by fighting. If this is the case, why don't the two of you cultivate the same thing? Then wouldn't it be easy to see who was better? Zuo Mo baited. Ha. Boss is boss, just as good as I am, able to think of such a good idea. The orange-haired Yao laughed. Humph. I want you to accept your loss. Owen snorted. Zuo Mo smiled cunningly. I have a method here that requires cultivating Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and the Mo physique together. However, let me tell you first off that it is very difficult to cultivate this method. Is it hard? If it isn't hard, then I cannot show my genius. The orange-haired Yao said loudly. Humph, the harder the better, this way, a certain someone will finally accept their defeat. Owen snorted coldly. You idiot, just wait to lick Genius Orange's toes. The orange-haired Yao raised his head proudly to gaze at the sky. I'll kill you, son of a turtle. Owen's eyes burned with fire. Oh. You really have spirit. Motivation. Good. One copy of the method for each of you. Zuo Mo took out 2 jade scrolls with a smile. Each of them took one. Zuo Mo patted the orange-haired Yao's shoulder. Big Orange, do not fail the name of a genius. Boss, don't worry. The orange-haired Yao had a proud expression. There isn't any method created yet that can pose a problem to Genius Orange. Zuo Mo walked in front of Awen and patted Awen's shoulder with a smile. Awen, you will have to defend the reputation of guard camp. Boss, don't worry. I'll kill the son of a turtle. Awen gritted out. Crude. The orange-haired Yao had a disdainful expression. Idiot. Awen glared back. Work hard. Zuo Mo smiled as he waved at the two and left. This Xiao Moge's battalion is too difficult to enter. I heard that only 8 were admitted today. It's normal. Think about it, haven't you seen that they don't lack for people? If it wasn't that there were too many people coming, why would they form a new battalion? It really is frustrating. Did you see the factions nearby? All of them are jealous? I heard my brother say that they have sent people around to recruit people as well. Even if you don't make it, if you can pass the first round of selection, you don't have to worry about finding your next job. If you can go through 2 rounds, there will be at least 20 places you can pick with good benefits. Even the best cannot compare to Xiao Moge's battalion. He is so young and able to even kill a marshal. His future is not something that these little factions can have. Maybe he can becoming king. King? You are exaggerating. Discussion of Xiao Moge was everywhere in the hotel. As the hottest topic of discussion, there was new news about him every day. Also, Xiao Moge was just over 20 and had created such a string of miracles. His influence among the younger generation had reached a stunning level. This was the age when people were most spirited and ambitious. A living role model motivated them. No one noticed that, in the corner, the dim and muddy eyes of an old person suddenly flashed when he heard that Xiao Moge had killed a marshal. The old man was bald, his face full of wrinkles, his clothing in rags, and looked very poor. He finished drinking the poor wine before standing and walking out of the hotel. He silently walked on the street. When the wind blew by, his figure looked desolate. Customer, take a look. The newest mirages about the battle where Xiao Moge killed Marshal Yu. Completely new mirages. Only here. Recorded by those present. You have to watch. When the shouts of the store on the side entered the old man's eyes, he stopped walking. How much? 15 mabe. Give me 1. All right. The old man walked to the corner and played the mirage. The store was not lying and it was a first-hand recording. However, the recorder was not very powerful and the interference from the power released during the fight had been great, so the image was not very clear. The old man watched carefully. When he saw Zuo Mo and Marshal Yu fight, light flashed across the dull eyes. At this time, the old man was like a vicious weapon with sharp edges and filled with a dangerous presence. But he quickly noticed his change and recovered his previous state. But when he saw a Gue, his body shook. Especially when the purple light in a Gue's eyes flashed from within the mirage, the old man became motionless. 2 lines of hot tears suddenly rolled from his dull eyes. The mirage in front of him shattered into dots of light without any warning. A sword show? A cold voice came from above the large hall and the commanders below shivered. Yes. The person who spoke was prostrated on the ground and didn't dare to move. His expression was terrified as large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The drops made clear sounds as they hit the floor. The commanders looked with sympathy at him. A sword show dares to move around on my territory. Ha! The cold voice was emotionless as though it was narrating a simple thing. The Mo that was on the ground sweated even more. The other commanders also changed expression. Anyone could hear that Lord was angered. Good, very good. The Mo who was on the ground had an ashen face. He suddenly kowtowed furiously. Then he raised his blood-covered face and said with a trembling voice, "This subordinate is useless. I have disappointed Lord. This subordinate will pay for the crime with death and is not angry. This subordinate's child is young. Lord, brothers, please look after him." Finishing, his right hand suddenly hit his own head and his head shattered. His body fell to the floor lifelessly. The commanders had expression of pain but no one dared to speak. It would be bad to ask for mercy at this time. Lord was brutal but he still cared about those that had been with him for a long time. As expected, the person in the hall was silent for a moment before speaking. Give a spot in the child camp this year to his son. Tell him not to shame the name of his father. Bury him with honors. Yes. The commanders acknowledged. I heard that sword show said that he did not fear any fight, yes. The commanders' hearts shook and they looked at each other. They hadn't thought that even this had reached the ears of their lord and they immediately knew it wasn't good. They knew Lord's temper. He always wanted to be the best. Since the words the other had said reached Lord's ears, Lord would not be able to tolerate this. If they continued to be silent, everyone was going to end up bad. They exchanged looks. One battle general stood out and said, "This subordinate requests to fight. This subordinate requests to fight. This subordinate also requests to fight." The MO started to come out and request to fight. You are not allowed to use battalions. In my territory, I cannot lose face. And if you have to use battalions to deal with a single sword shio. The cold voice echoed in the large hall. Everyone felt bitter inside. If they knew beforehand how the situation would devolve, then they would have already used battalions to kill this sword shio. Then nothing would have happened. But since Lord had said this, they couldn't do anything. I give you 5 days. If you have not killed that sword shio, you can end your own lives. You do not have to come see me. Everyone felt their scalp prickle. The corpse on the ground entered their view. Their expressions changed, but they gritted their teeth and acknowledged. Yes. Translator ramblings, there's the Wei Sheng update. The 2 poor lab mice, your esteemed boss really knows how to motivate you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662. Chapter 662. Leaving the hall, everyone had serious expressions. One of the more reputable clan leaders said, "Everyone, we have no method of retreat. If we cannot complete this task, the Lord will be angry and it will be a calamity to our clans." The other people nodded. Lord is right. A sword shio dares to be so arrogant under our eyes, if we left him alive we would have no face left. You are right. The people all agreed. They quickly discussed for the clans to send out the strongest experts of their clan to kill this sword shio. No one thought that this battle that was fated to shake the world would be started by their hands. The youth looked at the person in front of him. He was startled and then shot forward to grab the other's collar. He lowered his voice and cried, "You dared to come back? You aren't afraid of being killed?" His lowered voice was filled with suppressed excitement. The newcomer chucked. "Since I dare to come, I am not afraid. If someone saw this, they would definitely scream." This person was Gu Liang Dao. In Shixian. Gu Liang Dao had sneaked back into Shixian. Who could have thought of this? The white-robed youth released him and set up a jinji to stop people from eavesdropping before he smiled. "I forgot that you are actually a detail-minded person and would leave yourself an escape route. You had conquered those emoji for so long, how could you not do something? You knew that this day would come." Gu Liang Dao's smile was slightly bitter. The youth saw this and couldn't help but sigh inside. He smiled and said, "You are pretty good now, at least you are free and don't need to be ordered around by those young masters. Come, let's drink some tea." Gu Liang Dao did not speak and drained the cup. "Come and help me," Gu Liang Dao suddenly said in a muffled voice. The youth holding the teacup suddenly stilled. His expression was unchanged as he said with a smile, "Your situation is not very good right now. While the people under you are loyal, but many of them have families over here. As time progresses, they will change. Also, you only have Mo Jia under your command and they are not friendly to you Xiozha." Gu Liang Dao laughed and there was no fear on his face. "You are right, so you come help me. No one knows your talents better than me. It would be very boring for you to die of old age on this mountain." The youth suddenly smiled and rose. "Let's go." Gu Liang Dao stilled. "What? You have other things to do?" the youth asked. "Nothing," Gu Liang Dao instinctively answered. Then he laughed. "I spent so much time trying to think of many ways to persuade you but I didn't even use one of them." The youth shrugged. "I'm just an accountant in Shixian and the amount of jingshi I get every month is pitiful. I don't have any family or relationships. At least, with you, I will get to eat meat." Ha ha. Gu Liang Dao laughed freely. Their departure did not attract any attention. For Shixian, he was just an insignificant person. Li Xian'er looked around curiously. This was the first time she was in the Mo territories. The guards around her were careful and looked warily at the surroundings. When they saw the group of Mo in the distance, they became even more nervous. A youth flew out of the troop and landed near Li Xian'er. "Is this Tian Huan's Miss Xian'er?" The Mo youth bowed and greeted without any timidity. "I am Li Xian'er." Li Xian'er came forward and bowed. "Sir is?" The Mo youth's gaze landed on Li Xian'er and immediately showed shock. He said with a smile, "This one is the son of Marshal D. Miss Xianair can call me Shi. She has come with orders from Marshal Miao to welcome Miss Xianair. Thanks, Master Shi. Li Xianair smiled slightly. Please. She turned his body slightly and reached out to usher her. On the road, the two had a good conversation. She was a good conversationalist, and easy to talk to. He had exceptional knowledge and it was undoubtedly a pleasure to chat with him. Li Xianair glanced at Shi's guards out of the corners of her eyes and was intimidated. These Mo guards had heavy killing intent around them and clearly were experienced. This Marshal D really had considerable power. She had been very shocked when grandfather had told her to come see the Mo. She had gaped when she learned that Tian Huan had deep relationship with the Mo. She had never been so naive to think that Xiuzhi should exterminate Yama, but she had never thought that Tian Huan and the Mo had such a close relationship. Later, she learned that it wasn't just Tian Huan. The other three great sects also had allies among the Mo. Li Xianair suspected that there would be allies of the sects in the Yao world as well. After the initial shock, Li Xianair quickly calmed down. It was normal when she thought about it. The four great sects had existed for thousands of years and the Mo were not a unified and monolithic group. Her mission was to be an envoy to the Mo on behalf of Tian Huan. This was the first time that Tian Huan and Marshal D would meet for the first time. The troop that welcomed them was very large. Someone of Shi's stature acting as the messenger reflected the importance that Marshal D placed on Li Xianair's group. Li Xianair looked around excitedly at the novel scenery along the way. Shi's gaze occasionally landed on Li Xianair's face and a hint of heat flashed across his eyes. This is Xiao Moge's information. Ming Yuye's eyes were bright like stars. Ji Liu carefully browsed it. He was able to enter the 10-finger prison and cultivate the 10-crow celestial apparatus. He should have the blood of both Mo and Yao. This person is of unknown background and is very powerful. His Yao arts and Mo skills are very outstanding. He is also a gold battle general. Ming Yuye's voice was clear and pleasing to hear. What he cultivates is Shen power. Ji Liu's expression was shocked. Shen power? Shen power actually exists? He is not the only one, there are two women with him that also cultivate Shen power. We suspect that he is a descendant of an ancient tribe and that he has a complete Shen power inheritance. Is Shen power really that powerful? Ji Liu didn't believe it. The three of them together killed a marshal, Ming Yuye said lightly. Ji Liu's expression moved. Ming Yuye's beautiful eyes looked at her and she said, your mission is to get close to him. Get close to him? To steal the method? Ji Liu asked. If there is a chance. Ji Liu looked with puzzlement at Ming Yuye. It seemed that the other's main target was not the method. I think he has a good future. Ming Yuye looked into the distance. You think he has a good future? Ji Liu's voice was puzzled. She did not understand. Maybe he will vie for the world. Ming Yuye's last four words exploded in Ji Liu's ears like lightning. She looked with an ashen expression at Ming Yuye. For you, and also for the Ji family, this person is a very good choice. Ming Yuye looked at her with a smile. Ji Liu's face was pale and her hands and feet felt cold. You will thank me. Ming Yuye went close to Ji Liu and whispered. Zuo Mo and the others had encountered trouble. There were small groups of scouts that appeared occasionally. It was clear that this was not a sign of friendliness. Very quickly, the Mo that had come to join Zuo Mo disappeared. The factions along the way who had been polite suddenly became hard to talk to. What made it even more difficult were the battalions that came to harass them. These little battalions were not a threat, but they had numbers on their side. They seriously delayed Zuo Mo's traveling speed. Someone is targeting us. Bihan said coldly. Gongsun Cha agreed with Bihan. Yes, someone is manipulating the situation in secret, and they aren't average people. An average person would not be able to command so many little factions. Xiao Moge's reputation was at its highest right now, meaning the reputation of this person that could give these little factions the courage to attack them was probably even more frightening. Are there any clues? Zuo Mo asked. I caught many scouts but these people don't know, Gongsun Cha shook his head as he said. Why is the other targeting us? Zuo Mo asked. Don't know. Gongsun Cha shook his head. It seems that we need to start with a few factions. Zuo Mo's expression became icy. The harassments seemed to be worsening. These little battalions were as bothersome as flies. If they allowed this to continue, they would have a hard time moving forward. It was very easy to learn the origins of these scouts. In the night, Bihan leads Sin Battalion to destroy 3 local factions. But unexpectedly, these little factions had seemed to know that there would be a reprisal. The clansmen had moved away and what was left was almost empty ground. Zuo Mo smelled a conspiracy. It was the deep of the night. Zhang's thoughts wandered as he stared at the gem app. He had maintained this position for a whole day. Darren, report. Xiao Mo Go has encountered harassment from many groups. Zhang looked up. He exhaled. He understood that the sect had acted. The sect's power was really unfathomable. In the message he sent the sect, he stated that he hoped that the sect could buy some time for him. He needed more time to set up. Zhang felt much more relaxed. This battle had been a huge pressure on him. He had fought against Bihan since childhood and the two were very familiar with each other. He knew how terrifying Bihan was. They had sparred in the sect, but he had never thought there would be a day that he and Bihan would meet on the battlefield. There was no retreat from this battle. He had not thought of escaping, but his personality was cautious and he was even more careful against Bihan. This was a battle that they could not lose. No matter what, they could not lose. Facing such astounding pressure, he was still composed. If there was enough time to prepare, he had the confidence to defeat Bihan, but more time meant he would be able to make more preparations. Zhang stared at the gem app. After fighting this battle, he would go to Cloud Sijie to get revenge for Feng Shiji. Zhang said to himself. Translator ramblings, so many things going on. Chapter 661 to 663 has no titles because Feng Xiang had been behind on his update and posted all three together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663. Chapter 663. Wei Sheng opened his eyes. His mind had recovered to its best state and he had a feeling that he was at the cusp of a breakthrough. His clothing was ragged and shredded as though he was a beggar. However, looking at him no one would feel that Wei Sheng was a beggar. He stood with his back straight, head held high, and his presence was like a sharp and oppressive such that no one could look directly at him. He stood up, picked up the black sword and walked barefoot out of the valley. A group of Mo had gathered outside the mountain valley. When they saw him, they shifted. Everyone had complicated stares full of terror, hate, admiration, and other various emotions. But no one was disdainful. This was an enemy that could not be dismissed. Who's next? Wei Sheng's gaze was determined. The MO shifted again. This was the fourth day. In these 4 days, over 30 people had died under the sword of this sword show. Up until now, no one had even been able to exchange 3 blows. The great majority of people hadn't been able to survive the first strike before dying. He really was terrifying. So Shouja also had people that were like Mo gods. In this moment, everyone's mind stopped and a short silence appeared. But thinking about the order they had received from their superiors, their hearts shook again. If they could not kill him, they were all going to die. Red rose up in these people's eyes. They were like wild beasts forced to the precipice. Someone howled, "Everyone, let's go together." Everyone's eyes lit up. Darren had only said they could not use battalions, but not that they couldn't fight together. Looking at their numbers and the lonely Wei Sheng, their morale rose. With so many people attacking one person, no matter how powerful the sword show was, he could not kill all of them. Kill! They cheered as they charged at Wei Sheng. Looking at the noisy Mo, Wei Sheng's sword-like gaze did not shake at all. His face seemed to be carved from granite, and completely emotionless. He tightened his grip on the black sword and moved forward. In his heart, there was only sword essence. The black sword in his hand seemed to respond to the sword essence in his chest and shook lightly. It was hungry and wanted to drink fresh blood. It probably is a MO marshal behind this, Pu Yao said with a calm expression. He had spent a long time in the MO territories with the Corps Command in the past and was very familiar with the MO. Yes. Wei also nodded. When Pu Yao and Wei agreed on something, it meant that their conclusion was pretty reliable. But, MO Marshal. Zuo Mo felt pressure at this answer. Any MO Marshal was the ruler of an entire region. They might have defeated Marshal Yu, but that didn't mean marshals were easy to deal with. If Marshal Yu's battalions hadn't been busy and unable to come to help, if Marshal Yu had actually fought them seriously, Zuo Mo wouldn't have had a chance at all. The power that a MO Marshal possessed was really too great. Enormous battalions, vast lands, countless experts. Each MO Marshal represented a titan. The power possessed by those top marshals rivaled the 4 great sections. If everything here was being manipulated by a MO Marshal, then it really was great trouble. Zuo Mo knew that Pu Yao and Wei's guess was probably correct. With his present reputation, unless there was a Mo marshal supporting them, these little factions would not dare to fight against him. When he had clues, it was easier to investigate. Zuo Mo and the other quickly found out which Mo marshal was acting against them. Marshal Hao, the fifth strongest Mo marshal in the 100 Savage realm. The Mo Jia that Zuo Mo's group were in now was very close to the area ruled by Marshal Hao. Marshal Hao was the most likely suspect. After investigating, Zuo Mo had a clear understanding of Marshal Hao. Compared to Marshal Yu, Marshal Hao could be said to be an old marshal. The number of Jia he ruled was 3 times larger than that of Marshal Yu. He had become a marshal hundreds of years before Marshal Yu. Just the little bit of information that they found was enough for Zuo Mo to end all thoughts of fighting the other. However, what was puzzling was that if Marshal Yu really had enmity towards them, then they had the power to completely exterminate them. Marshal Hao had more than 100 battalions under his command. To say of nothing else, just the sheer number would be enough to drown them. But why did the other only send little battalions to harass them and slow down their speed? Drag down their speed. What goal did the other have? Zuo Mo suddenly jumped up. Was there something waiting up ahead for them? Father, a middle-aged man said respectfully. According to your orders, Xiao Moge's speed has slowed down. Not bad. Marshal Hao had a satisfied expression. His figure was slightly short in stock and he always had a smile on his face. He looked like a normal shopkeeper. He saw the puzzlement on his son's face and said with a smile, "You are puzzled, Dot?" "Yes." The middle-aged person nodded. "If we really want to slow them, we only need to invite Xiao Moge's group to be guests here. With father's reputation, they definitely would not refuse. That way, we won't create bad relations with them, and we can still realize our goal. Wouldn't that be better? It is very good you can use your head." Marshal Hao looked at his son and said, "However, you need to look further. What do you feel is a greater danger to us, Xiao Mogu or Xian Kong Temple?" "Xian Kong Temple," the middle-aged man said after thinking. "While they are our allies in secret, they also have the power to vie for the world and is the greater threat to us." "Right." Marshal Hao smiled coolly. "While Xian Kong Temple appears to have a good relationship with us now, there will be fighting in the future. Xiao Mogo has potential but he has a weak foundation. It will not be easy for him to establish himself." The middle-aged person was thoughtful. Marshal Hao then said, "However, while Xiao Mogu doesn't have strong support, he still has a strong group of subordinates. In this battle between Xiao Mogu and Xian Kong Temple, it will be Xian Kong Temple's victory. However, Xiao Mogu has a chance to seriously injure Xian Kong Temple. The best result for us is that Xiao Mogu will greatly injure Xian Kong Temple before dying." The middle-aged person had an expression of realization. So father is using this method to fulfill Xian Kong Temple's request and also warn Xiao Mogu. Ha, do not underestimate Xiao Mogu. Even I feel jealous of the people he has. Bihan is a top battle general that can rival Jiang Zhe. They have the ability to make trouble for Xian Kong Temple. Marshal Hao smiled darkly. If Xian Kong Temple loses too much in this battle, then Xian Kong Temple's reliance on us will grow and our bargaining position improves. What if Xian Kong Temple loses? The middle-aged man instinctively asked. But when the words left his mouth, he felt what he said was a waste of words. How could Xian Kong Temple lose? That wasn't possible. How could Xian Kong Temple that was even stronger than themselves not be able to take down a Xiao Moge's small forces? That wasn't possible. Marshal Yu stilled upon hearing this. His expression became strange. He was silent as though he was deep in thought. The middle-aged person regretted saying his words of garbage but suddenly heard Marshal Yu slowly speak, "If Xian Kong Temple loses, then it will not be good for them." The middle-aged man shook his head. Xian Kong Temple will not lose. Even if they do, it will not be a heavy blow to them. You do not understand. Marshal Hao shook his head with a serious expression. They must win this battle and they must do it in a beautiful manner. If they truly lose, then Xian Kong Temple will be in danger. They will have been defeated by their own traitor. The reputation and trust of their top battle general Jiang Zhe will be damaged. Xian Kong Temple's secret humiliation will become a weakness exposed to the world. At that time, no matter how large Xian Kong Temple is, it is just a pile of meat to lure in more wolves. The middle-aged person gaped. Tang Fei's mind was burdened. She had paid attention to the harassment they had recently faced and she had a strong feeling of danger. But on the surface, she maintained her calm and was even more strict in supervising Tangzi Battalion's cultivation. The individual skill level of the members of Tangzi Battalion was outstanding and even better than the city guard she had previously led. But their skills and tactics were terrible. It would take a long time before they could reach a satisfactory level. However, that required time and there were no shortcuts. Without the tactics binding them together, this was just a group of rabble. She hoped to shorten the time needed. If a battle really occurred, Tangzi Battalion that were not well trained in their tactics would become a target the enemy would focus on. Tang Darren is asking for you to come. Tang Fei's heart jumped. She knew that it was a meeting about the enemy harassment that had been occurring. She unhesitatingly went with the colonel to Zuo Mo's tent. When Tang Fei arrived, almost all the corps members in Zuo Mo's service were present. Zuo Mo's expression was grave. He did not waste words and narrated the results of the investigation as well as his own speculations. Everyone's expressions became serious. Gongsun Sha was the first to speak. If it really is Marshal Hao, then they do not have good intentions to harass us like this. They definitely want us to fight and weaken each other. Their relationship to the enemy up ahead is strange. Yes. Bihan's tone was murderous and the temperature around him dropped. Zuo Mo nodded, but what he asked was another question. More importantly, who is up ahead? This was the most crucial puzzle piece. If they didn't even know who the enemy was, then they didn't have any chance of victory. Gongsun Sha stared at the Jia map and said, "We are going to Nether Spring Jia. There are many that know this, and the enemy definitely knows. That means that they will only choose to attack us at a location that we have to pass through." Gongsun Sha's words attracted everyone's attention. Their gazes all moved to the Jia map. On the path that we must pass, having had past interactions with us, knowing our strength, and still daring to fight us. Everyone's gazes moved along the paths on the Jia map following Gongsun Sha's words. Suddenly, everyone's gazes stopped on one place. Bihan's breathing suddenly became heavy. Translator ramblings, double-dealing factions, so much politics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Danger. Chapter 664, Danger. It seems that Xian Kong Temple is determined to exterminate Xiao Mo Gu. However, they really think highly of Xiao Mo Gu. Shui Dong said with a laugh. Shui Dong had thick brows and large eyes. His appearance was fine and he had a bloodthirsty presence from battling for long periods of time. He had come to find Lin Qian immediately after he returned from the front lines. While Lin Qian was the Shixiang, Shui Dong was older. The two had a close relationship. Withdrawing his consciousness from the Jade Scroll, Lin Qian was slightly distracted. In order to guarantee their victory this time, Xian Kong Temple had sent out two of their Fanshu Xiuzhi to kill Xiao Mo Gu. Xian Kong Temple's action was well concealed, but Kunluan's spy was placed high enough in their ranks that they were able to pass this on. What? Shui Dong sensitively detected Lin Qian's state. Lin Qian came back and said with a smile, "This Xiao Mo Gu is really an extraordinary person. It is a pity he will die." Oh. Shui Dong was slightly shocked. "I'm curious to know more about this person that you think so highly of. I fought against him when I went to the Mo territories this time. He seemed slightly unfathomable," Lin Qian lightly described. Shui Dong changed expression. He knew how strong Lin Qian was. When Lin Qian said something like this, it meant that their battle had ended in a stalemate. Lin Qian's brow creased. This person's origins are very strange. He seems to have both Yao and Mo blood. Both his Yao arts and Mo skills are strong and he also cultivates Shen power. Shen power? Shui Dong's eyes widened and his face was shocked. Yes, I only comprehended Shen power because I fought against him this time. Lin Qian thought of something and frowned again. He most likely has a complete inheritance. It would not be good if that lands in the hands of Xian Kong Temple. Kunluan wasn't the only one that was studying Shen power. Any sect that had history had ambitions about this. But in terms of who spent the most effort, it was undoubtedly the four great sections. Shui Dong's eyes narrowed. Yes. We cannot have the Shen power inheritance land in Xian Kong Temple's hand. Why don't we send a few people as well? That will not be appropriate. Lin Qian shook his head and his expression was grave. Xian Kong Temple has a legitimate reason to fight. No one can nitpick about their excuse of executing Bihan. If we send someone, then we will be publicly dissolving our relationship with Xian Kong Temple. Shui Dong also frowned. Lin Qian was right. They could not directly send people for this matter. We can still notify Xiao Mo Gu and have him hide. Lin Qian felt the matter was slightly troublesome. He had never thought that Xiankong Temple would send 2 Fanshu Shouja for Zuo Mo Go. Fanshu experts were strategic resources. If it was not a matter of life and death to the sect would not use them. It seemed that Xiankong Temple also understood the importance of this battle for them. It is really troublesome this time. Zuo Mo's expression was very ugly. Xiankong Temple really has a high expression of GE. TSK, Fanshu, and 2 of them. The other commanders had terrible expressions. Zuo Mo received a letter today that said Xiankong Temple had sent out 2 Fanshu experts to assassinate him. Xiankong Temple clearly was wary of Zuo Mo after he killed Marshal Yu, so they were even willing to use such dishonorable tactics to completely eliminate this threat. While no one knew who the sender was, but everyone understood that this letter was probably true. 2 Fanshu. This completely exposed the magnitude of Xiankong Temple's great power. To kill a person by sending 2 Fanshu, only the 4 greats would have the resources to do this. This was power. Even with someone notifying him, Zuo Mo and the others had no solutions. How about we return to Cloud Xijia? Gongsun Sha looked at Zuo Mo with worry in his eyes. 2 Fanshu would have the ability to cut through their battalion. If they were working with battalions, their power would be even greater. Zuo Mo grimaced. Not enough time. I'm afraid that these 2 Fanshu old thieving baldies are not far from us. Bihan was silent. He hadn't thought that the sect would actually send 2 Fanshu to kill Zuo Mo. He had been with the sect for many years and knew that experts on Fanshu level were the ultimate power for the sect. Had Xiankong Temple felt that they were a threat to the existence of the temple? He felt slightly conflicted. He desired to fight against Xiankong Temple, but he knew that the 2 Fanshu were a big trouble. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly landed on Bihan. How many Fanshu does Xiankong Temple have? Bihan stilled but quickly reacted. 5, 1 left to travel 30 years ago and has not returned. 1 is still in death seclusion. 1 was on a mission by the sect leader 10 years ago and has not returned. There are only these 2 left. Zuo Mo's expression eased and he said, in other words, they can only send these 2 Fanshu. Thinking, Zuo Mo asked, if I flee, will these 2 Fanshu meet up with Jiangzhe? Bihan shook his head. No. Zuo Mo was very surprised at the certainty in Bihan's answer. Why? If they meet up with Jiangzhe, wouldn't their chance of victory increase? Fanshu can also die, Bihan said coolly. Zuo Mo immediately understood. Yes, while a Fanshu was powerful, they could still die. If a powerful battalion did not care about losses, they might be able to kill a Fanshu Shouja. Xiankong Temple did not lack battalions, and would not risk their Fanshu experts on the battlefield. So the mission this time was an assassination. Zuo Mo also understood why Xiankong Temple would send 2 Fanshu. He had killed Marshal Yu. In the eyes of Xiankong Temple, he was someone that could threaten Fanshu. Xiankong Temple could not afford to lose any Fanshu. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. He suddenly found that there might be a chance. Xiankong Temple would not know that someone would have warned him about their assassination mission. After thinking for a long time, Zuo Mo raised his head and confidence came back to his face. I have an idea. Under the ground, Wei Sheng gripped the hilt of the black sword and stopped his breathing. He quickly became like a piece of rock and all signs of life faded from him. Damn it, we lost him again. One person swore. Are we going to keep chasing? Another asked weakly with a threat of fear in his voice. Of course, if we don't, we will all die. But if we catch up to him, we will also die. The group became silent. No, if this continues, we will all die. Then what do we do? Wait. Wait. Wait for Lord to send out a kill warrant. Just as he finished speaking, one person said joyfully, kill warrant, the Lord sent out a kill warrant. This time, he's done for. The person speaking sighed in relief. Yes, he's over. The other people also sighed. When the footsteps vanished, Wei Sheng emerged out of the soil and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. A kill warrant? He shook his head and didn't think about it. He found a hidden cave, set up some alarmed Jinji and entered meditation. 10 continuous days of battle had exhausted his Ling power and mind, both were on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't that his mentality was as strong as steel, he would have fallen a long time ago. On the second day, he opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed across them. He had a breakthrough. After recuperating a few more days in the cave and his energies recovered to peak condition, he stood up. Taking out the gem Apjade scroll, he found his bearing and then flew in a direction. He didn't know what the kill warrant was. He didn't know that kill warrant was causing a storm in the 100 Savage realm. What? They suddenly sped up? Marshal Hao was slightly surprised. They didn't change their destination? No, the middle-aged man said. It seems that they have already detected it. Marshal Hao did not speak. He was deep in thought. A moment later, he raised his head. It seems that Xiao Mogu already knows who their enemy is. Oh, have our people stopped the harassment? Stop the harassment? The middle-aged person was surprised. Isn't that just? It's nothing. Marshal Hao sneered. We aren't Xian Kong Temple's subordinates, we don't need to give them too much face. Xian Kong Temple probably won't have an easy time in this fight. The middle-aged man didn't understand why father would say such a thing. Xiao Mogu is really daring. A hint of admiration flashed through Marshal Hao's eyes. Why this direction? Zuo Mo asked in confusion to Pu Yao and Wei. He, Sun Lianer, and Agui were furiously flying forward. In order to avoid the scouts along the way, they did not ride Mo steeds but flew on their own. Zuo Mo had designed an extremely daring plan. He decided to lure the two old Fanshu thieving baldies away in a huge circle. Just like how Xian Kong Temple were not willing to put their Fanshu in danger, Zuo Mo was not willing to have these two thieving baldies enter the battlefield and affect their chances of victory. Zuo Mo was full of confidence in Bihan and Gongsun Sha. As long as these two old thieving baldies did not attend the battle, Zuo Mo believed they would win. If Gongsun Sha and Bihan defeated Jiangzhe, it would be enough to cause Xian Kong Temple to descend into chaos. If he could delay until that time, the two old thieving baldies would no longer have the time to chase him. They would have to go back to steady the sect and his predicament would be resolved. The crux of this strategy was a race of time. On his end, the longer that he could drag this out, the more beneficial it would be. The other side with Gongsun Sha and Bihan, the faster they defeated Jiangzhe, the safer he would be. If he had to face the two old Fanshu thieving baldies head-on, Zuo Mo definitely did not have a chance. But if he was playing hide-and-seek, Zuo Mo did not fear it. With Pu Yao and Wei present, these two cunning people, Zuo Mo thought that the two old thieving baldies wouldn't stand a chance. In order to lure the two old thieving baldies to take the bait, Zuo Mo had deliberately left behind a trace of Shin power. Last time, the four great sects with Lin Xian as the leader had made such a big ruckus for the great peace Mo steel. Zuo Mo knew that these people had an obsession with Shin power. He hadn't thought that having just stepped out of the camp, Pu Yao and Wei had Zuo Mo flying in this direction. Zuo Mo muttered inside, there was a conspiracy. Translator ramblings, reunions are always so short. Xian Kong Temple needs better allies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Pu Yao and Wei's Conspiracy. Chapter 665, Pu Yao and Wei's Conspiracy. For Fanshu Shouja, sneaking into the guarded camp was slightly troublesome, but if the other was not on guard, the chance of success was very high. The other had not been on guard. The two entered the camp without any resistance. A moment later, Dai Tao's expression became strange. He's not here. Ji Zhang did not show any expression. Dai Tao's attire was like that of an average Xiao. People would find it hard to deduce what kind of Xiozha he was based on his attire. Ji Zhang was the exact opposite. Bald head, prayer beads, monk robes, he looked like a stereotypical Dainana Xiao at first glance. The only thing that would cause people to take notice was that granite and icy face. It didn't have the harmonious air of Diana Xiao. Instead it was cold and murderous, inspiring fear in the onlooker. Dai Tao was not from Xian Kong Temple. He was a roaming Xiao. In order to break through to Fanshu, he had joined Xian Kong Temple. Xian Kong Temple's enormous resources and the great and famed collection of records had been of great help to him. He had successfully entered Fanshu, and became one of the elders of Xian Kong Temple. Ji Zhang was a true disciple of Xian Kong Temple. His parents had been disciples of Xian Kong Temple. He had grown up from birth in the temple. Outstandingly talented, he had been one of the disciples that the sect had focused their resources in raising. He himself was a cultivation fanatic and didn't have any interest in other matters. His mind was pure, and his cultivation path could be said to have been a smooth one without facing any major obstacles. Ji Zhang suddenly turned his head and walked into a corner. When he stepped onto the grass, that emotionless face changed for the first time. His eyes lit up. Shen power. Shen power? Dai Tao paused. When he walked to this place, his expression also changed to shock. Such pure Shen power. Does this boy have a complete Shen power inheritance? We chase him. Ji Zhang said decisively. Dai Tao hesitated. If they took the chance to kill Bihan, it would be a destructive blow against the enemy. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. In comparison, Zuo Mo's Shin power inheritance was more attractive to him. Shin power inheritance. His mind heated slightly. If he was able to obtain the Shin power inheritance, maybe he could enter Dashang level. Dashang. The highest level of cultivation and representing the strongest power in the world. How many years had it been since a Dashang expert appeared? Dai Tao was actually satisfied with having reached Fanshu. However, he understood that without Xian Kong Temple, he would not have been able to do it. Consequently, he hadn't had any thoughts about the distant Dashang stage. But this Shin power inheritance that suddenly appeared now gave him a thread of hope. Xian Kong Temple had studied Shin power for a long time. Dai Tao was one of the most powerful in the temple and had participated in the process. While Xian Kong Temple had not produced any results up until now, Shin power had been found to be a higher power than Ling power. For normal Xiuzhi, this was nothing. The cultivation of Ling power itself was already an endeavor vast as the ocean and endless as the sky. But for Xiuzhi like them that had almost reached the top level of the Xiuzhi system, it was tempting. The two quickly disappeared. Multiple breaths later, a figure slowly formed from empty space near where the two had been. It was Luo Li. 2 hours later. Zuo Mo's battalions started to mobilize. Full speed ahead. Now tell me why we are going in this direction. Zuo Mo glowered at Pu Yao and Wei. Ji isn't so easy to fool. You two lowly cunning, shady, and shameless people. Do not think you can do such unspeakable things behind my back. Zuo Mo's speech was both urgent and fast. However, the two in front of him clearly would not be defeated by words of this degree. It is a good thing. Wei smiled harmlessly. It is not so easy to avoid Fanshu. Threat. Pu Yao was definitely threatening him. However, the thick-skinned and black-hearted Zuo Mo was immune to threats like this. He sneered. Everyone's on the same boat, what's the use in scaring me? You guys can escape if I don't? This time, it really is a good thing. Wei still had a friendly smile. Zuo Mo glanced at Pu Yao. He wondered inside, this guy hadn't argued with him today, it wasn't normal. What? Zuo Mo responded. Actually, in the past, we did leave behind some things. Wei hesitated but still spoke. Zuo Mo still, but then his eyes flashed like Jingshi. Whoa. Jingshi? Oh, Mabe? Or the legendary 1,000-year treasure hoard? You were so strong in the past, the riches you gathered, oh. Rich. Ha ha. In the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo danced excitedly. Riches, Wei's expression was dazed. I knew he would be like this, Pu Yao said expressionlessly. After being calm for a moment, Pu Yao's tendons visibly bulged up. His forced expression of calm became twisted. There seemed to be an angry fire burning in his bloody pupil that increased. His teeth ground like millstones. He was clearly angry to his limit. It isn't riches? Zuo Mo stopped. His face was full of disappointment as he muttered, not riches, that really disappoints me. You two were famous people in the past, to be poor to this point, tsk. Shut up. Pu Yao's anger that he had been suppressing immediately erupted as he shouted, you idiot. Dumbass. You stupid idiot that only knows to laze about, eating and waiting to die. Such humiliation. I actually have a student like you. This is such a great humiliation. What do you understand? The world. We were fighting for the world, dominating in all directions. Our desires, wishes, how can you who only knows money understand? The furious Pu Yao ignited the flames in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. The dark red fires filled the sky and Pu Yao was like a furious god. Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. He looked at Pu Yao in the sky that was pointing down and swearing at him. He murmured unconsciously, what is this? The light words caused the flames to completely still and Pu Yao's shouts to be choked off. Pu Yao was like a deflated ball that flew down without a sound. The fires that burned disappeared. Pu Yao and Wei abandoned the puzzled Zuo Mo and went to whisper to each other. Wei said calmly, I just knew that this occasion would be the rest. Pu Yao's anger roiled. A waste of all this. To have encountered such a master without any ambition. They are really pitiful, the most pitiful in history. Wei hit the target with one sentence. Ambition? It isn't the first time that he was just eating and waiting for death. Pu Yao was discontent. All the things that we had done, so much preparation to leave for. Wei said calmly, we do not have any other choices. Pu Yao gritted. The great. I'm going to die of anger. No. Humph, how can he benefit without paying a price? Wei looked at Pu Yao, who was about to go off again, and said calmly, he probably doesn't want this benefit. Pu Yao seemed to think of something and snickered. Ha, that isn't up to him. Wei heard something. What do you plan on doing? Pu Yao didn't answer and asked in response, what kind of person do you think he is? Wei did not hesitate. Lazy, eats and waits for death, dislikes work, greedy, thick-skinned, and black-hearted. Pu Yao thought as he asked, when will he ever actually put effort into doing something? Wei said directly, when there is no other choice and he has to do it. Oh, in other words, if we want him to do something, this matter has to leave him no avenue of retreat, no choice left, and he has to do it. Pu Yao concluded. You mean? Pu Yao's bloody pupil flashed with an unusual light. He. Wei nodded. Understood. How about it? Pu Yao glanced at Wei. Do it. Wei was brisk. Are you now unfamiliar with what has to be done? I have to familiarize myself. It really makes one's blood boil. Suddenly, Zuo Mo had a bad feeling. Then he saw Pu Yao and Wei, who had been whispering off to the side, turn to look at him and grin darkly. Zuo Mo shuddered. Were those two planning something else? Zuo Mo thought. The two had already turned around and did not seem to intend to pay any more attention to him. Zuo Mo suppressed the impulse to ask and left his sea of consciousness. He would not get any answers. It would be safer to stay away from these two. Of course, most importantly, it wasn't riches. After hearing that it wasn't riches, Zuo Mo immediately lost interest in what Pu Yao was talking out. He was very wealthy now, anti-dragon claw, 3,000 threads of worry, these two were top treasures. He had also been enriched after killing Marshal Yu's group. The black-hearted treasure coins, the blue carp sword, all of them were powerful MO weapons. There were numerous materials, dozens of MO skills that were all first tier. So Zuo Mo didn't have any interest in the property that Pu Yao and Wei spoke of. Also, he knew that the things these two offered were not easy to take. Right now, he only wanted to go to Nether Springs Jia, investigate his origins, and settle his scores. After doing that, he would manage his own territories, make Jingshi, and live a carefree existence. Since he now had an enormous territory that was enough for people to have pretty good days, he had not failed them, Zuo Mo thought happily. Zuo Mo quickly shrugged off the scenes of the beautiful future and recovered his calmness. The fight right now was directly related to their future. If they won, they would jump into the position as one of the strongest battalions in the world. No one would easily start a fight with them. They would have an open road and they would push Xian Kong Temple down into a place where they would not be able to get back up from. But if they lost... No, they definitely could not lose. For Xian Kong Temple, this was a battle they could not lose. For Zuo Mo's group, this was also a battle they could not lose. This was a battle that they could not retreat from nor avoid. Zuo Mo became alert and started to ponder if his plans had any weaknesses. At this time, Zuo Mo was focusing all his effort and gave off endless spirit. His belly full of black water was not willing to stay hidden. He had to make some trouble for Xian Kong Temple. Translator ramblings, some humor to cut into all the tenseness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, The World Stunned. Chapter 666, The World Stunned. Really, what Xiozhi dares to be so arrogant? They have come to our MO territories to show off. It is a sword show, a vicious one that has killed more than 1,000 people? More than 1,000? They are just boasting. Do you think that killing MO is like killing chickens? You don't understand. For an expert, it is easier to kill people than to kill chickens. Che, even the strongest expert is nothing in front of a battalion. True, but think about it. A sword show has come to our territories. If we have to mobilize a battalion to deal with just one sword show, tell me, isn't it embarrassing? Ah, a little bit. What about our MO experts? Have they all died? How can they let the Xiozhi show off on our land? He won't be able to do it for much longer. The kill order has been sent down. It is really a tragedy about that Jia master. He had surrounded the other, yet the other had managed to flee, especially after his subordinates were mostly killed. This guy is a joke now. Ha ha. He surrounded the other yet let the other run away? This bad? It really is embarrassing. Ha! That sword show better not come here, otherwise. The MO that spoke suddenly stopped. He was looking straight ahead and stood motionless. What? His partner was slightly puzzled and instinctively looked in that direction as well. He was immediately stunned. A figure holding a sword slowly approached in the horizon. Wei Shang looked at the city in front of him. He gripped the black sword in his hand. There was no fear on his face. He ignored the gazes filled with hatred and enmity as he walked straight towards the city gates. Did you hear? That sword show has come here. He wants to challenge the experts of this Jie in search of a defeat. TSK, look how dominant his words are, in search of a defeat. Is this guy crazy? Crazy? He's very smart. He made a big fuss and will only fight with you in the open. What, you don't dare to accept this? He has offended everyone with this action, but who can swallow the anger if someone challenged them directly? If they cannot defeat this guy in honest open combat, they won't have any face. It would be extremely shameful for anyone to do something from the shadows now. However, this sword show won't be able to escape now. He can only keep winning. If he loses, he will die. His courage to force such a situation is admirable. TSK, this is going to attract attention. I hadn't thought that even Shoujo would have heroes like this. The news that a sword show was challenging the MO experts spread like wildfire. Those who heard it for the first time almost didn't dare to believe the ears. The history of hatred between Shoujo and MO could not be narrated in 10 whole days. Now a sword show had run into the MO territories and publicly challenged MO experts. It wasn't that Shoujo never sneaked into the MO territories, but that every person who did so would disguise themselves as MO and be careful in fear they would be discovered. Something like a person publicly entering the MO territories along and challenging all experts had never happened before. Mad, arrogant, doesn't have a measure of himself. All kinds of judgments, the most evil curses, they came from the mouths of people. Everyone was waiting to mock him and see how the MO experts would tear this horrid sword show into pieces. In the first match, the sword show won. The MO watching were slightly shocked. In the second match, the sword show won. The MO almost didn't believe their eyes. In the third match, the sword show won. The MO started to quiet. 10 matches with no defeats. Wei Shang stood on the stage and gazing down proudly as he gripped his sword. The MO that were below the stage had ashen faces. It was completely silent. No MO had the bravery to get onto the stage. Wei Shang became famous. On the second day, the result of this battle spread into every corner of the 100 Savage Realm as though it had wings. 100 Savage Realm was in a furor. In the history of the MO, they had never appeared so disheveled. Facing the gazes of enmity in the surroundings, Wei Shang's sword heart was unaffected. He knew that this was the start. The further he went, the stronger the experts would be. However, he had finally escaped the endless pursuit of enemies. He had thought for a long time before deciding on his plan of action, publicly exposing himself in such an attention-catching manner. Wei Shang was not cunning, but he was not a stupid person. He knew that his arrogant actions would infuriate the MO, but this was also his goal. When all gazes of the 100 Savage Realm gathered on him, those methods in the dark could not be used. The MO would not accept that. There was only one way that would not cause them to lose face: defeating him openly and fairly. The more influence this matter had, the safer he was. But at the same time, his opponents would become stronger and he would be in more danger. However, he did not fear it at all. In his view, the stronger the opponent, the more it could refine his sword essence. He walked step by step towards Nether Springs Jia, and refined his sword essence. No matter how far he walked, it was like he always had his back against a precipice. A situation with no hope. When Wei Shan used this kind of decisiveness to challenge all of the MO territories, how could the world not be stunned? Zuo Mo, Ague, and Sang Lianer were carefully hiding. Pu Yao really was skilled in committing devious acts. He had given over several methods to hide and conceal their tracks. Along the way, he had occasionally pointed out to Zuo Mo what they needed to pay attention to. Pu Yao's great experience was completely shown. Zuo Mo suspected that this guy had frequently done things that could not be seen in the light of day. Zuo Mo and the others constantly changed directions and would purposefully leave behind some marks to confuse their pursuers along the way. Dai Tao and Ji Zhang were to be pitted for the hardship they encountered. The two had high cultivation, but they were not skilled in this field. Dai Tao was a roaming show to start, but his luck had been good and he had entered an outer sect of Xin Kong Temple very early on. He usually taught sect disciples. Ji Zhang's experience in this area was almost zero. The number of times he had stepped outside of the gates of Xin Kong Temple could be counted on the fingers. His experience with the world was almost nothing. After Zuo Mo had led them in circles for 3 days, the two finally understood that cultivation strength could not solve all problems. The two immediately sent a message back to the sect, but the two had not discovered that Zuo Mo knew of their presence. Zuo Mo's actions seemed very suspect but could also mean that he had some secret aim. If there wasn't a secret goal, why would Zuo Mo leave the battalion at this time? The news that the two of them had come was a well-kept secret. Not many knew. In their minds, there was no possibility of this matter having leaked. When Xian Kong Temple received the information, they quickly acted. A middle-aged person that was short and of a lowly appearance stood respectfully in front of the two and didn't dare to even breathe. Behind the middle-aged person were 5 young disciples. However, these young disciples were slightly excited. These two in front of them were of ancestor level in Xian Kong Temple. If they served the two well, the elder was happy and might bestow them something that would be enough for them to live off for their entire life. This kind of chance was something that could not be found by chance. What are you called? Are you skilled in tracking? Dai Tao asked. This one is called Hui Bao, and knows some tracking spells. The middle-aged man answered nervously. Dai Tao saw Hui Bao's nervousness and nodded. Do you know the mission this time? This one does not know, the sect only said for this one to attend to the instructions of the two elders, Hui Bao carefully answered. And, we are pursuing a great criminal of the sect. However, this person is extremely cunning. Your mission is to find him, Dai Tao said. Yes. Hui Bao hurried to acknowledge. This place has tracks he left behind. Start here. Finishing, Dao Tai went to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Hui Bao laid on the ground. He sniffed and then closed his eyes. His right hand suddenly lit up. The light quickly scanned the ground. He took a handful of powder from his 100 treasures pouch. Moments later, the powder disappeared into the air and 3 pairs of faint footprints appeared on the previously blank ground. Dai Tao was slightly surprised, but he did not interrupt. Hui Bao, who had been extremely subservient before, seemed to be a completely different person now with a calm expression and confidence. Hui Bao carefully inspected the footprints and concluded after a few moments, there are 3 people, one is male, the other 2 are female. Dai Tao thought a moment, and the intelligence dossier the sect had given them before they came to mind. He quickly deduced who the other 2 women were. Xiao Mo had 2 women with him, one with an ugly appearance and one that was beautiful. The ugly one was of mysterious origins, but the beautiful one was the daughter of a little gemmaster in a remote part of the territories. Dai Tao nodded. This Hui Bao had some skill as expected. Do you know which direction then went in? Dai Tao couldn't resist asking. Darren, please wait for a moment. Hui Bao beckoned at a disciple. The disciple hurried forward and handed over a beast service card. This beast service card was just half the size of a palm and engraved with a small beast. Moments later, a strange beast appeared, a fluffy furred puppy. What was most attention-catching was its pair of glass-like eyes were unusually bright. Dai Tao's eyes lit up. Is it a glass-eyed canine? Glass-eyed canes were just 4th-grade ling beast, but it was not easy to raise them. What was most unique about the glass-eyed canines were that its eyes were extremely powerful and it could see many things that normal people could not. It was also highly intelligent and liked by hunters. Dai Tao had seen it mentioned before in a record and so recognized it with a glance. Darren is wise. Hui Bao hurriedly flattered. The glass-eyed canine just out of Hui Bao's arms. The glass-like eyes suddenly lit up. It looked around and then suddenly shot in one direction. Darren, that direction! Hui Bao hurriedly shouted. He then chased after the glass-eyed canine. Dai Tao was overjoyed and followed tightly after. Ji Zhang followed expressionlessly, but his movements were not slow. The two only thought of one thing at this moment, obtaining the Shin Power inheritance. Even though they did not communicate, both of them decided that they couldn't have the Shin Power inheritance land in other people's hands. At this time, something suddenly happened. Translator ramblings, sometimes I imagine Pu Yao and Wei getting stuck in Wei Shang rather than Zuo Mo. Well, if Wei Shang didn't kill them or shut them in his mind. It would be hilarious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Nasty. Chapter 667, Nasty. The glass-eyed canine running ahead of them suddenly wailed. He faltered and tumbled on the ground. Hui Bao was shocked and hurried next to the glass-eyed canine. The glass-eyed canine was laying lifelessly on the ground. Hui Bao's face immediately turned white and a word flashed through his mind, trap. The other had set up traps along the road. Hui Bao immediately felt this was troublesome. People would rarely set up traps when they were trying to escape. Only those experienced, cunning, and malicious experts would be so careful and so nasty. Expert. Hui Bao did not make a sound, but he straightened. Fighting spirit emanated from his short and low body. While his status in the temple was not high, he was still very proud of his skills. In these years, he had never failed before. What is it? Dai Tao looked at the glass-eyed canine and asked. The other has set a trap, Hui Bao said gravely. A hint of pain flashed through his eyes. It was not easy to raise a glass-eyed canine, and this was his only one. A trap? Dai Tao was shocked. Do they know that someone is following them? I'm not sure. Hui Bao shook his head. The power of a trap like this is not high. They are mostly used against ling beasts. Experienced experts usually will set up traps like this behind them just in case. If they were actually prepared for pursuers, the trap would be more powerful. Dai Tao understood. What Hui Bao said was rational. But what he didn't know was that Zuo Mo knew that it would be Fanshu Xiuzhe that were chasing him. What traps could be effective against Fanshu? He gave up on those unrealistic ideas and targeted the ling beasts that would appear. This was also Pu Yao's suggestion. Hui Bao's expression was serious as he beckoned to another disciple. Give me the 10,000 lure disc. The disciple carefully presented a disc to Hui Bao. The disc was completely black and had been carved from an unknown black stone. It was covered in strange seal scripts. Hui Bao took the disc, bit his finger and drew a seal script on the disc. His expression was stern as he chanted. The motionlessly needle on the disc slowly started to move. Moments later, it stopped and pointed in a direction. A direction that was the complete opposite of the one before. As expected of an expert. Hui Bao's eyes became even brighter. Xiao Mo Go and Jiang Zhe, the famed battle general of Xian Kong Temple, were going to fight to the death. Such explosive news created a great wave in the 100 Savage realm in a flash. While Jiang Zhe was not as powerful as Gu Liangdao, he had been the first battle general to defeat and conquer Amojie. Xiao Moji's fame had skyrocketed up in this past while defeating the Ming bandits and the Yu frontier guards. He also had a glorious record. This was truly a match of the strong against the strong. After the sky-splitting calamity, the Xiuzhe camp had successively achieved victories with many battle generals. On the other hand, the Mo had been unable to muster an appropriate response. The major factions of Mo maintained their silence. They naturally had their own considerations, but for the Mo people, they felt shamed. But they could not argue against the truth. The battle between Xiao Mo and Jiang Zhe immediately attracted the eyes of all of the 100 Savage realm. Xiao Moji's reputation had grown and he was clearly the representative of the new generation of battle generals. However, in the eyes of the public, he still lacked a major victory. Defeating the Ming bandits and Marshal Yu was enough to make a splash in the Mo territories. But a victory against those outsiders was even more important in the eyes of the Mo people. A long sequence of defeats and retreats caused the Mo people to have a longing desire for victory. Almost all of the 100 Savage of the Dark was hoping that Xiao Mo Go could defeat Jiang Zhe. Victory, only victory would count. The gaze of the 100 Savage of the Dark gathered on Xiao Moji's battalion. When the news spread, the route that Xiao Moji's battalion took immediately became free of obstacles. The major factions along the route moved out of the way. They even enthusiastically offered all kinds of help, free supplies, resources to recruit more soldiers. This battle was exaggerated to the point that it became, in many people's eyes, a battle of life and death that could decide the fates of Mo and Xiuzhe. After the repeated losses, the desire of the Mo toward victory started to burn under the influence of the spark that Zuo Mo threw Ut. Mo innately liked to fight. Their desire to fight was something that Xiuzhe found hard to understand. Many Mo warriors rushed in from all directions in hope that they could participate in this battle. The number was tens of times greater than the previous wave that had come. Multiple Mo marshals publicly expressed their support of Xiao Mo Gu. Intelligence of all kinds flowed and gathered on Gongsun Cha and Bihan's hands. At the same time, Jiang Zhe, who had wanted to focus on preparing for the battle, found that the number of scouts in the surroundings had suddenly increased and small-scale skirmishes also increased. The Mo in his surroundings had seen the chance to make things difficult for Xian Kong Temple. We cannot defeat you, but we could harass you and not give Jiang Zhe the chance to prepare in peace. Many little factions teamed up and went to harass Jiang Zhe's forces. Many people started to talk about how the Xiuzhe had hunted Yama in bloody sky metropolis Jia. They called on the Mo to hunt Xiu. Some Mo even called on Yao to ally together to fight Xian Kong Temple. The 100 Savage of the Dark was extremely busy. The affair turned into a wildfire in a flash. The pressure of Xian Kong Temple increased greatly. Zuo Mo, Ague, and Sang Lianer were walking on the street. They had completely changed their appearances and no one could recognize them on the street. The mirage of Xiao Mogo and Martial Yu's fight had spread through the entire 100 Savage of the Dark, and it would be trouble if they were recognized. But at this time, Zuo Mo was feeling smug. As the mastermind behind this string of events, he naturally felt smug about the situation. He had been the one to spread the news about so-called fight between Xiao Mogo and Jiang Zhe. But he hadn't thought that the MO would react so fiercely and the response was beyond his expectations. His original intention was to make things difficult for Xian Kong Temple. The present situation was very beneficial for Gong Sun Sha and the others. They now had popular support, the advantage of home territory. This fight attracted the attention of all MO. No one would dare to act against them in fear of the world's anger. Just how much support Xiao Mogo had could be seen by Martial House public action. He had been the first to publicly support Xiao Mogo. Even more detailed and accurate GMAPs, guides that were willing to fight, those were all advantageous to Gong Sun Sha. The MOJ occupied by Jiang Zhe's forces would also rebel when they heard the news. While all this could not overwhelm Jiang Zhe, it would take up a bit of his strength. An advantage was built up slowly like this. At this time, no one doubted Xiao Moge's identity. Was it a joke? How could a Xiuzhe fight against Jiang Zhe? Of course he is a MO, a pure male MO, only they would have this daring. What? He knows Yao arts? Yao! You dare to fight for Xiao Yi with us? You don't want to live? Hearing this, Zuo Mo smiled. He asked Pu Yao, would those two old thieving baldies have lost our trail? Thinking about what he had set up along the way, even he felt uncertain. Nasty, too nasty. Pu Yao's endless tricks really broadened his knowledge. He was now worried that the two old thieving baldies had lost his trail and would return to make trouble for Gong Sun Sha and the others. That would not good. One of the key points of this battle was that he would be able to keep the two old thieving baldies occupied. Do not underestimate Xian Kong Temple. Pu Yao snorted at Zuo Mo's words. Hui Bao's face was covered in dust and had a terrible expression. Up until now, he had lost 6 Ling beasts. The number of Ling beasts he lost in the past 5 years was not as many as what he lost in this one day. The others' moves were not mainstream measures. There were some primitive and nasty setups that he could not guard against and he had continuously fallen for. If he wasn't experienced and unusually sensitive, he would have lost the trail a long time ago. But even so, he didn't have any confidence. The other definitely was more experienced than he was. Even more importantly, the other was nastier and more cunning than he was. The other had used uncanny traps, one interlocking with another, and every time, it was different. If the other's targets were people, he would have died long ago. In dealing with traps, what people fought with was not just technique but mental strength. Hui Bao knew that he had completely lost on that level. The only confidence he had was the 2 elders beside him. The 2 elders definitely would not watch as he was killed. Dai Tao's expression was also unwell. He saw Hui Bao's disheveled state. He had actually been pushed into such a panic by a junior. He was not in a good mood. On the other hand, Ji Zhang had been expressionless from beginning to end as though he was not affected by the incidents at all. Hui Bao suddenly exhaled. His gaze landed on the distant city. It's here? Dai Tao turned to ask Hui Bao. Yes. Darren. Hui Bao said respectfully. They are inside this city. But what? There are many people in the city and it is hard to pinpoint them, Hui Bao trailed off. There is no need for such trouble. Dai Tao smiled. Finishing, he looked towards Ji Zhang. Please, Shi Xiang, force them out. Ji Zhang nodded expressionlessly and suddenly flew into the sky. He looked down at the sky from the sky. People were as small as ants. Ji Zhang raised a palm upright and shouted clearly, Ma. In this moment, the air within hundreds of li suddenly froze. A terrifying presence pressed down towards the city below. The entire city seemed to freeze in that moment. People instinctively looked towards the figure in the sky. Terror uncontrollably possessed every corner of their body. Their hands and feet felt cold and their minds were blank. A Diana light swept the entire city like a wave. When the Diana light lit up, Zuo Mo's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! He hadn't expected the other would not care at all and challenge the entire city. The Diana light gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Translator ramblings, 3 minds are better than 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Ji Zhang. Chapter 668, Ji Zhang. The Diana light was soundless and serene like a ripple in the water. Detecting danger, Zuo Mo shouted, "Scatter!" Finishing, he shot up and hurriedly flew out of the city. Sang Lianer understood and immediately flew in another direction. Zuo Mo turned around and found Ague following tightly behind him. He suddenly panicked. "Ague, we need to run in different directions." Ague did not seem to hear and continued to follow him closely. Zuo Mo felt both moved and panicked. If they split up, the two would chase after him. Ague and Sang Lianer would then have a chance to escape. But he hadn't thought that Ague would be so stubborn that she would not listen to his words. That caused his plan to fail completely. He then saw a smear of red out of the corner of his eye. It was Sang Lianer coming back. Sang Lianer was coming back. Mother ******. Zuo Mo was both panicked and angry. These people that did not listen to direction. He felt slightly moved by their loyalty. Zuo Mo was not surprised that Ague had followed him, but Zuo Mo was very surprised that Sang Lianer had also turned around. He was the enemy's target. Sang Lianer had given up her best chance to escape and chose to fight alongside them. This required great courage. All in. At this time, any other words were extraneous. Zuo Mo's spirits rose to a peak. He suddenly grabbed his legs and turned into a ball. He somersaulted in the air and his legs suddenly kicked into the air. Bam! It was as though he had pushed against a tangible but invisible block in the air. The wind gusted past him and the sound was explosive and clear. A threat of pain suddenly appeared on Zuo Mo's face. Even though his Mo physique was stronger now, it could not endure such a high-speed change in momentum. He had pushed off with enormous force. Using this enormous power, Zuo Mo's body shot out in the opposite direction at an even faster speed to head towards Ji Zhang. His gaze was tightly locked onto Ji Zhang's eye-catching shiny bald head. He disliked thieving baldies the most. Zuo Mo threw away all stray thoughts. Golden light flashed across his body and Shen power rippled. Ague's body eerily disappeared and then she suddenly appeared in the air next to Zuo Mo. Sang Lianer was like a red gust of smoke. She wavered uncertainly and faint after images formed. The three's target was Ji Zhang. It had been a brief moment from the time they had made the decision to run away to the decision to turn back and attack. In the eyes of Dai Tao and the others, Zuo Mo and the others running away was the normal response. They did not find it strange, but when the three suddenly switched to a counterattack, they were caught off guard. Xiozha of Fanchu level were of high status in any sect. They either roamed the world in search of rare and precious things, or they were in seclusion in search of a higher level. If a situation was not forced to the very end, the sect would not rely on such great power, much less in a top sect like Shin Kong Temple that had so many experts. It had been decades since the two had fought. Due to this, they were unprepared for the trio's escape turning suddenly into an attack. If this was a usual time, facing such a great difference in power, this bit of unpreparedness would not be of any effect. The two Fanchu's minds were not affected by this. Their minds had been hardened and their confidence in their power had been engraved into their bones. They were overjoyed rather than shocked. If Zuo Mo and the others chose to flee, they could only choose to chase Zuo Mo and risk the other two escaping. Now the three had decided to stay. In the eyes of these two, it was like moths heading for the flame, seeking death. Ji Zhang snorted coldly. His upraised hand moved towards his other hand, his palms pressed together in a prayer position. His expression was solemn as he chanted. A golden lotus blossomed under his feet. Countless petals fell. A peaceful and serene presence that could permeate people's minds formed and an imperceptible murmur of chanting disturbed people's concentration. Zuo Mo felt his rippling Shen power suddenly stop. Without being conscious of it, his fighting spirit weakened. He immediately felt fear. The old thieving baldy wasn't simple to have a weapon that could subdue people without a fight, but if this was in the past, Zuo Mo would have been greatly affected by the disturbance of the Diana chanting. But ever since he comprehended the steel text, his control over his Shen power was much greater even if it had not grown by much. Zuo Mo protected his mind. The pure and burning Shen power furiously circulated through his body. When the flower petals that fell came near him, they would explode into fragments. At the same time, the soul-setting divine light that was sleeping in Zuo Mo's body suddenly spun. Zuo Mo immediately felt his body lighten and his mind relax. He hadn't thought that the soul-setting divine light would have such a use. Zuo Mo was overjoyed and his spirits rose. That bald head in his field of view grew closer. Zuo Mo couldn't help but howl. His arms reached outwards as though to embrace the shiny head. Countless golden lights flashed in the air and flooded towards his hands. In this moment, a thick and vast golden pillar suddenly formed in Zuo Mo's curved arms at an astounding speed. On the golden pillar, there were golden crows that seemed to be alive as they caught and flapped their wings. Hiss! A streak of crimson shot up along the golden pillar. Golden crow battering ram. At the same time, a cool crescent moon formed behind Sang Lianer's body. Compared to the small crescent of before, the moon was much broader this time. The crescent moon pointed directly at Ji Zhang as though it was a blade. Moon, strike. The purple light in Gui's eyes grew and her body eerily disappeared into the air. Ji Zhang's expression changed slightly. The attacks of the three surpassed his expectations. His Diana heart that was still like that of a deep well detected danger and ripples formed. But the disturbed Diana heart immediately calmed. Ji Zhang looked down as he chanted. Blinding golden light emanated from his body. In a flash, he was like those intimidating Buddhas covered in golden paint. Great authority Vajrapani Dhyana body. At the same time, the sutra characters on his kasaya seemed to come alive. Sounds of countless people chanting came from the kasaya and gathered into a vast ocean of Dhyana chanting. Golden characters flooded out of Ji Zhang's body and formed a sea of characters. Xian Kong Temple's 8th grade talisman, Sutra Si Kasaya. Zuo Mo felt his vision blur. The sutra characters around Ji Zhang changed constantly. But Zuo Mo was experienced in battle. While he was shocked, he was not panicked. The golden crow battering ram did not change direction and headed powerfully towards the golden sea. Sang Lianer immediately understood Zuo Mo's intentions. She controlled the moon crescent to follow behind the golden crow battering ram and struck. When the golden crow battering ram hit the sea of sutra characters, the burning red flow along the pillars suddenly exploded. Everywhere it passed, the sutra characters started to burn as though they were made of paper. And having overcome the resistance, the golden crow battering ram smashed down. Dong! A deep sound exploded in people's minds. In the hundreds of li, everyone's minds shook. Those that were weaker felt restless and wanted to throw up. Zuo Mo's golden crow battering ram was like a great and heavy object that smashed through the sea of sutra characters. At this time, Ji Zhang suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. It was like a Buddha opening his eyes, without joy nor sorrow, the aura of authority as great as the ocean. His hands moved apart and slowly slapped towards the golden crown battering ram coming towards him. The unstoppable golden crow battering ram was stopped by this seemingly normal movement. The palm that seemed to be smelted from golden liquid stopped that enormous golden crow battering ram completely. This all happened in a flash. Dai Tao hadn't thought that the trio's attacks would all be focused on Ji Zhang. But he did not panic. He had absolute confidence in Ji Zhang's strength. Ji Zhang Shixian usually was secluded and only thought of dynamic cultivation. Outsiders would not know, but as another Fanshu of Xian Kong Temple, Dai Tao knew Ji Zhang Shixian's strength better than other people. Ji Zhang Shixian was stronger than he was. Ji Zhang Shixian that was raised in Xian Kong Temple had a sturdier foundation from when he began cultivating. His accumulation at each level was much better. When this reached Fanshu, this advantage became evident. Dai Tao always held some admiration about this. Looking at Xiao Moge's group concentrating their attacks on Ji Zhang Shixian, he was not panicked and smiled coldly inside. They were seeking their own deaths. Shun power. Is only so. A thread of disappointment flashed across Ji Zhang's eyes. This golden crow battering ram was powerful, but it was far from the power that he thought it would have. Was the power of Shin power only so much? If that was the case, then this Shin power did not live up to its reputation. Just as this thought formed in Ji Zhang's mind, his eyes suddenly flickered. A cool light flashed along the golden crow battering ram and suddenly struck right in front of him. The light had been following tightly behind the golden crow battering ram and was hidden from view, concealed by the blinding golden light. Ji Zhang's Diana heart was steady, and when his thoughts shifted, he was able to respond. A handful of grey mist suddenly flew out of the beads hanging on his chest. When the cool moonlight struck the grey mist, it suddenly stilled. Among the grey mist, the cool crescent moon essence was left motionless. 8th grade talisman, mortal thought bead. This string of beads was forged from the common thoughts that he had excised from his mind through cultivation of his Diana heart. It was connected to his mind and had great abilities. When he sat and chanted every day over decades, he would stroke them to prove his heart. Dai Tao looked interestedly at the fight between the two sides and showed no intentions of joining in. Up until now, Ji Zhang Shixian was at ease and the enemy had not managed to truly threaten him. Ji Zhang Shixian was usually proud. He was at the peak of his interest in fighting. If Dai Tao joined in, it would displease Ji Zhang. Suddenly, the motionless golden crow battering ram started to shatter. Black crows suddenly flapped their wings and flew out of the golden crow battering ram. These completely black crows had wisps of flame on their toes. Their eyes were dark red, and there were 3 thin golden feathers on their foreheads that trembled slightly. Their wings spread and their dark red eyes were locked onto Ji Zhang. For some reason Ji Zhang suddenly felt slightly anxious. His attention was completely absorbed by these black crows and did not notice the strange dance-like movements that Zuo Mo was making at this time. From his vantage point, Dai Tao could see the strange movements Zuo Mo was making. His arms were dancing like snakes, his body moving in a strange rhythm. These movements seemed senseless, but for some unknown reason, Dai Tao felt a chill rise from his feet. His expression changed and he blurted out. "Shixiang, careful." Translator Ramblings, 3-on-2. Zuo Mo's side has numbers, Xian Kong Temple has the power and experience. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Shin Technique. Chapter 669, Shin Technique. Shun Technique. A term that was so ancient that people had almost forgot it. A term that had suddenly come into Dai Tao's mind. His face immediately turned pale white. The black crow's dark red eyes flashed with eerie light. They seemed to be looking down from on high, their expressions indifferent as though they were gazing at ants. The moment Dai Tao met the eyes of the black crows, his mind turned completely blank. A desolate, cold, and vast presence came at him. His mind was actually stolen for a moment. Zuo Mo's expression was focused and his eyes completely void of emotion. This was the first time he was using a Shin technique and it took all of the Shin power in his body. From the beginning, he knew that the 10-crow celestial domain would not be an actual threat to Fanshu Xiuzhe. He was counting on the Shin technique. The Shin techniques that had been lost by the passage of time had astounding power. Compared to the complex and exquisite methods of the 3 major systems at this time, Shin techniques could be called simple. But this word simple only applied to Zuo Mo now that he had finally set foot into the doorway to Shin power. Before he had comprehended the great Pace Mo steel, he had never successfully completed a Shin technique. But after comprehending it, the manipulation of Shin power came naturally. The ancient Shin techniques were simple and ancient but held great power. Even in this era where cultivation was so developed, it was enough for the top Xiuzhe to feel jealousy. The power of Shin techniques originated from Shan power. Zuo Mo had 2 Shin power inheritances. One was the Green Vine tribe's inheritance that Qing Lin had given him. The other was the Sun tribe's Shin power inheritance. Zuo Mo had studied the Shan power inheritance of the Sun tribe. The 10-crow celestial domain and the Sun Shin power could be used together. After the fight against Martial Yu, Zuo Mo had spent a lot of effort to merge Shan power into the transformations of his 10-crow celestial domain. With his present amount of Shin power, he could not use Shin power to fight a full battle like the totems in the ancient era. Even using the most elementary Shin techniques, the Shin power inside him would be quickly used up. For the present Zuo Mo, the Shin techniques were his trump card. Ji Zhang hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would use a killing move immediately. Because when one looked at the situation, Ji Zhang was the one at a disadvantage. However, after the fight against Martial Yu, Zuo Mo understood the great gap between him and Fanshu or martials. If it hadn't been for the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed acting up during that fight, he definitely did not qualify to fight against Martial Yu. He had advanced greatly in the period of time since, but there was still a large gap between him and a Fanshu, much less Fanshu like Ji Zhang who had been at this level for so many years. Zuo Mo had judged his own abilities correctly from the start. His strategy was effective. Shin technique, Crow Eye. The legend said in the ancient Sun tribe, what they liked to raise the most were black fire crows with red eyes. These fire crows were vicious and wary, and when they flew, it was like an arrow. Their wings would cut the air causing a high-pitched and piercing sound. The sound acted as an alarm for the tribe. The 10 black crows in the air suddenly spread their wings and the light in their dark red eyes brightened. An extremely dissonant sound pierced the eardrums and penetrated people's heads. Under the strange piercing sound, the Ling power around him uncontrollably froze for a moment. Ji Zhang's expression on that golden face finally changed. After entering Fanshu, the Ling power inside his body had become one with him and he had rid himself of all mortal thoughts. His dhyana heart was clear and open without any distractions. He had almost reached the limit of dhyana cultivation. Even if he was swarmed by 10,000 ghosts and had to enter the cycle of rebirth, the Ling power inside his body would not separate at all from his physical body and mind. In such a case, how could his Ling power go out of control? While Ji Zhang's mind was stunned, the 10 black crows in the air suddenly flapped their wings and dove down at Ji Zhang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Balls of dark red flame suddenly appeared from their toes and quickly covered their bodies. The 3 slender golden feathers on their foreheads dropped off and floated around them. The 10 dark red streams of light were like 10 arrowheads pointing directly at Ji Zhang. Shun technique. Ji Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. When he realized what this was, the 10 flows of dark red light almost reached him. The eerie dark red of the black crow's eyes captured people's minds and caused a chill to run through their minds. A feeling of danger that almost consumed him caused every thread of Ling power in Ji Zhang's body to respond unconsciously. The power of a Fanchu finally was shown at the moment of death. The mortal thought beads that had been hanging from Ji Zhang's neck exploded. Gray mist fell down towards the 10 dark red streams of fire. At this moment of life and death, Ji Zhang did not hesitate to sacrifice the treasure he had forged through many decades. When the first flowing fire-black crow blurred into the gray mist, it seemed to land in a bog and its speed quickly decreased. Pew pew pew. The 10 crows all entered the gray mist. When the gray mist came into contact with the flames around the crows, it was like adding cold water to boiling oil and exploded. Pia pia pia, dot. The force from the rattle and pops, like that of fireworks, rushed towards people so quickly they couldn't breathe. The gray mist immediately disappeared. Ji Zhang's expression was grave but without any pain. His eyes were bright as his hands moved. In a moment, he went from the angrily glaring Vajrapani to a venerable one holding a flower. His brow was gentle, his smile as warm as the spring wind. The murderousness immediately dissipated. The lotus flower in his hand was tender and beautiful. Petals fell off the flower and floated towards those fast-approaching black crows. But these seemingly slow flower petals managed to stop these black crows. At this time, the cool moon essence that had been motionless, as if it had been waiting, broke free of the heavily damaged gray mist without any warning and shot at Ji Zhang. This came in a flash, dot. The slowly revolving sea of sutra characters around Ji Zhang suddenly formed a wave of sutra characters that stopped this cool moon essence. Almost at the same time, a light flashed through Tsang Lianer's eyes. Under the crescent moon, her long sleeves danced. Pia, the moon essence that had been stopped by the sutra characters suddenly exploded. The cool moon essence started from within the sutra character sea and spread at a rapid rate. In a moment, the sutra character sea was covered in frost. Moon frost essence. Shun technique. Another Shin technique. Ji Zhang's heart jumped and his expression changed again. How was it possible? How was it possible? When Zuo Mo had cast his Shin technique, Ji Zhang had been shocked but was able to face it calmly. But when he discovered that Tsang Lianer could also use Shin techniques, he was completely stunned. How was it possible, dot? While the 4 great sects were still trying to recover Shin power, there were 2 people here that were able to use Shin techniques. What he didn't know was that Tsang Lianer's Shin power inheritance was more complete than Zuo Mo's. After restoring the most important part, Tsang Lianer's moon Shin power inheritance was complete. She also had cultivated Shin techniques. His mind became unfocused. Ji Zhang showed a weakness. The frost was like a poison that infected the sutra characters. All of the sutra characters were destroyed and became countless cool moon energies. The sutra Sikasaya that Ji Zhang wore also dimmed. It became as gray as withered leaves and slowly crumbled. In an instant, 2 8th grade treasures were lost, but Ji Zhang could not attend to them. At this crucial moment, a 5-colored treasure wheel appeared and managed to stop the moon frost. On the treasure wheel, 5 colors cycled endlessly as it stopped the frost essence. This was Dai Tao coming to the rescue in time. 8th grade talisman, 5-element manifestation wheel. This talisman had been originally crafted when Dai Tao had still been a roaming Xiao. After he entered Xiankong Temple, he studied the sutras and reforged it. The treasure wheels had 5 colors that belonged to the 5 elements. There was a different venerable one within each of the elements. The 5-element manifestation will stop the frost essence. The 5 elements circulated and dissipated the power of the moonfrost. Ji Zhang relaxed slightly. If they could endure the enemy's attack, they could take back the initiative. He had never expected that they could cultivate Shin techniques. Caught off guard, he had been unprepared. But now, countless records flashed across his mind. Shin techniques were dominant, but they also require great expenditure of Shin power. The other would not have the endurance. Wait. An eerie shadow suddenly flashed across Ji Zhang's mind. He was alarmed. There was one other person. Not good. Suddenly, a strange power silently entered his body from his back. Ji Zhang's expression changed. Dai Tao's expression also changed. A Gue appeared behind Ji Zhang like a ghost. Purple energy was visible on her right palm as she pressed it to his back. From the beginning, when a Gue had disappeared, she had not appeared until now. Only appearing to deliver a fatal attack. Ji Zhang's body shook and the golden color on his face faded at a visible rate. At this time, the flower petals stopping the black crow burned up and turned to ash. There were 3 black crows left. Red light flashed through the 3 black crows. They turned into 3 streams of light that accurately hit Ji Zhang, who had lost the protection of the Sutra Sea. Ji Zhang's body abruptly started to burn. No one noticed that the 9 slender golden feathers around the black crows entered Ji Zhang's body like needles.
Shi Xiang! Dai Tao frantically shouted. After the successful attack, Zuo Mo did not linger and shouted, "Run!" Before he finished, a hand appeared behind his neck. A Gue had appeared like a ghost behind him and grabbed his neck. He felt his eyes blur and then found someone beside him. Sang Lianer was grabbed by the neck like he was by a Gue's other hand. Sang Lianer's face was slightly pale.
Using that Shin technique had taken all of her power. The two smiled at each other. Detecting the sincerity in Zuo Mo's smile, an emotion that was not there in the past, Sang Lianer felt happier.
Boom! An intimidating Ling power vibration came from behind them. Shocked, Zuo Mo turned to look back.
A faint Buddha figure that was hundreds of zhang tall appeared where they had been. The authoritative Buddha glittered with golden light. A vast Ling power vibration caused Zuo Mo's expression to change drastically. That Buddha figure stared at Zuo Mo with an indifferent gaze. Zuo Mo felt his heart seize. Suddenly, a Gue increased in speed. The purple energy flashed and Zuo Mo finally felt the pressure decrease. Ji Zhang was covered by the Buddha figure. The golden feathers that had entered his body were forced out and turned to powder. The Buddha's figure also disappeared. Ji Zhang's complexion was pale. Looking at the rock that had shattered into multiple pieces and lost all light, after having been unaffected by losing so many other talismans, he finally showed pain for the first time. The ultimate treasure of Xian Kong Temple, Buddha relic, had saved his life. He suddenly raised his head and said to Dai Tao, "Do not give chase." Dai Tao was shocked. While Ji Zhang Shixiang was injured, the enemy had no power to fight back. Even if he was alone, he could capture the 3. Ji Zhang said coolly, "The Shin power that last woman cultivates is famed." Translator ramblings, minor defeat for Xian Kong Temple. I wonder what animal represents Zuo Mo best. The golden crows are because he cultivates Sun Shin power, a turtle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, 26 years ago. Chapter 670, 26 years ago. A Gue was extremely fast. But what surprised Zuo Mo was that the 2 old thieving bandits did not chase after them. The last attack by the Buddha manifestation had scared little Mo Gu to the point his little heart stopped beating. It had also killed the little bit of hope that he felt. If they managed to kill one, then escaping would be much easier. Even when Zuo Mo thought of it now, their attacks had been flawless. No matter if it was individual performance or their teamwork, it was the best they could do. But that cold-faced old thieving baldy was so powerful it almost surpassed the imagination, and he was even harder to deal with than Marshal Yu. The 3 of them were much stronger than when they had fought Marshal Yu. He and Sang Lianer had both used a Shin technique, and a Gue's ambush had been wondrous. But even so, the 3 of them working together could not finish off the cold-faced old thieving baldy. The old thieving baldy's great talismans were much more powerful than Marshal Yu's. The great wealth of Xian Kong Temple could be seen. Zuo Mo had become used to seeing the dominance that came with incontestable power. But this battle reminded Zuo Mo of the importance of talismans. Thinking about the endless chase that would be coming, Zuo Mo decided. Wasn't it just competing with riches? While we aren't as wealthy as Xian Kong Temple, we are not poor. He started to search his ring. Zuo Mo had to say after digging around that he did have a lot of good things. The broken arrow from the Archer tribe, the fragments of Eastern Water tribe's treasure, Heaven Summoning Bell, the Nether Ghost core of the Nether Ghost tribe, the Golden Leaf, the Jade Hook Tree, the Yin Yang Null Polarity Bead, the Corpse Sea Bamboo, the Tears of the Mist People, the Black Heart treasure coins, the Green Carp Tongue Sword. Zuo Mo's confidence increased and he immediately felt his spine straighten. The spring wind blew, the battle drums beat, who's afraid of whose talismans? Having found a safe place, a Gue stopped fleeing. Zuo Mo carefully set up Jinji and hid their traces. The 3 began meditating to recover their energy. 4 hours later, Zuo Mo was the first to recover. His right hand could constantly provide Shin power. At this time, the small amount of Shin power it provided greatly increased his recovery speed. After a while, a Gue and Sang Lianer also opened their eyes. Zuo Mo took out all kinds of materials, talismans, and Mo weapons, and arranged them in rows. See what can be used, pick what you want.
Sang Lianer's exquisite face showed shock.
The ground was covered in materials, talismans, and emo weapons that all gave off different lights. It dazzled the eyes. The cave's walls reflected rainbow light. Ague grabbed the nether ghost core and the corpse sea bamboo. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He hadn't thought that Ague would pick these two. Even Qing Lin hadn't known how to use the nether ghost core.
The corpse sea bamboo was an extremely dark talisman.
Sang Lianer was not polite and picked the green carp tongue sword and some blood thunder beads. The blood thunder beads had been taken from Wu Yu's personal items and there were 16 beads. Unlike the Xiuzha who would usually possess all kinds of talismans, Mo would usually only have 1 or 2 Mo weapons.
But when Zuo Mo saw the blood thunder beads, his eyes lit up. He reached out a hand. "Give me a blood thunder bead."
Sang Lianer handed a blood thunder bead as he requested. The blood thunder bead was about the size of a thumb, the color of wine red, its surface reflective but the bead was translucent. A line of silver slowly curving over the surface of the bead as though it was alive and gave people a feeling of extreme evilness. Feeling the blood thunder bead in his hand, Zuo Mo managed to discern the general method to make these beads. In the extremely in blood pools, plant thunder plasma, after 5 years, blood thunder beads would be produced. It was not easy to obtain blood thunder beads and they were extremely valuable.
General level Mo would do almost anything to obtain a few to use as life-saving measures.
Some of the content from the Yin Fire Bead chapter floated into Zuo Mo's mind. His thoughts shifted, his hand flipped, and a thread of fire appeared in the middle of his palm. The Sunshin fire immediately wrapped around the blood thunder bead.
Zuo Mo's hands moved and all kinds of spells flowed into the fire.
Moments later, the new blood thunder bead flew into Zuo Mo's hand. The new bead was slightly smaller than before, the silver line was even brighter, and there were dots of gold energy on the bead.
Let's call this bead the Gold Star Silver Thread Bead. Zuo Mo threw the bead over to Sang Lianer and then focused on reforging the other 15 blood thunder beads.
The Yin Fire Bead chapter was a method that Zuo Mo had gotten from Pu Yao a long time ago, and was extremely familiar with the contents. As a Xiuzha, he was skilled in forging. After his time in the 10-finger prison, he became skilled in Yao arts. His pure 10-crow celestial apparatus was enough for him to dominate in body cultivation.
He was also skilled in Mo matrices. Without realizing it, Zuo Mo could be said to be learned in the methods of all 3 territories. But
even though his strength could not enter the ranks in the 3 fields, Zuo Mo could definitely be called a freak in terms of how many different things he learned.
What Zuo Mo did wouldn't be permitted in large sections.
People had limited energy and time, so if what they learned was varied and unfocused, it would be hard to accomplish anything in the future. Due to this, after sect disciples went through the initial recruitment tests, the sect would send experienced elders to give them suggestions which area to focus on. From then on, the disciple would focus on only one field.
How could Zuo Mo learn so many tricks? The 2 old spirits each wanted to pull him into their own camps.
If he hadn't stumbled onto Shin power, Zuo Mo would truly have been lost in the heterogeneous mix of skills. The 3 major systems were each unto themselves, with thousands of methods, and each with their own wonders. But Zuo Mo managed to obtain the Shin power inheritance.
He comprehended the Shin power.
The 3 powers started to merge and he ended up with new Shin power.
A new system formed like this.
This caused Zuo Mo to look at the heterogeneous mix of content from a higher level and merge them into a single system. So when Zuo Mo saw the blood thunder bead, he thought of the Yin Fire Bead chapter. If this was any other person, they would have probably pondered for a long time about how to use Yao forging methods to forge Mo beads.
But Zuo Mo didn't hesitate at all.
He felt this was natural and there were no obstacles. From very early on, his understanding of cultivation had been diverted far from the orthodox. The Yin Fire Bead chapter naturally had its own uniqueness in order to have been famed for a time. The Yin Fire Beads that Zuo Mo had forged before had become something he kept up his sleeve. But under Zuo Mo's present understanding and unorthodox methods, this spell that had passed from thousands of years ago was completely transformed. If the great mind that created the Yin Fire Bead chapter knew that his spell was changed into something strange like this, he would probably cry from under the ground and climb back up. For someone that only thought of practical benefits like Zuo Mo, tradition was nothing. As long as the Gold Star Silver Thread Bead was powerful enough, then it was enough. After forging the 15 Gold Star Silver Thread Bead, Zuo Mo looked towards the talismans and Mo weapons covering the ground. Ague and Sang Lianer had both picked a few things, but what should he pick? The broken arrow of the Archer tribe? That was a good item. The Archer tribe had been a powerful tribe that was able to threaten the dominant Sun tribe.
This broken arrow wasn't ordinary.
The golden leaf also had methods of using Shin power to make items, but after pondering it for a moment, Zuo Mo gave up.
The reason was simple: he did not have enough Shin power.
With his pitifully small amount of Shin power, it was delusion to think he could melt and reforge a treasure like the broken arrow.
Another item with the same problem was the 3,000 threads of worry.
While Zuo Mo had pulled it into his body and they could be said to have listened to his orders, but Zuo Mo could not do a thing at the moment. Ever since the anti-dragon claw became a bracelet, the 3,000 threads of worry seemed to have entered a deep sleep.
No matter how Zuo Mo called to it, there was no response. Little Mo Gu cried inside. After fighting for thousands of years, did you fall in love?
The jade hookwood was a 6th grade item and it required just a bit of nurturing before it could turn into the celestial green jade hookwood. If this was a normal time, 6th grade was definitely a good item, but it would not be enough to face Fanshu.
The yin-yang null polarity bead's drawback was that the user would die after using it.
It was something to use to die along with the enemy.
After looking around, Zuo Mo's gaze finally ended on the black-hearted treasure coins. The Blackheart treasure coins, one of the 108 Earth Mo weapons.
They could become their own domain where yin and yang were reversed, and the 5 elements were mixed.
For any other person, it was a top Mo weapon.
But for Zuo Mo, who had the anti-dragon claw and the sun crystal seed, he was not satisfied with the power of the Blackheart treasure coins. But what if he reforged it? When this thought appeared, it could not be erased.
In this moment, Zuo Mo made a decision: do it.
At most, this subpar weapon would be ruined. The rich little Mo Gu folded his legs and started to fiddle.
Xian Kong Temple. The sect leader's harmonious face was dark. The entire hall had a suffocating atmosphere.
The elders looked at each other and knew that something bad had probably happened. Everyone should already know about the fight with Xiao Mo Gu, the sect leader slowly drawled. The elders were silent and nodded.
Some with nimbler minds felt their hearts jump. Had Zhangzhou lost? This upcoming battle is not insignificant. We have asked Elder Ji Zhang and Elder Dai Tao to go into the Mo territories to bring back Xiao Mo Ji's head.
When these words were spoken, the elders were shocked. They hadn't thought that the sect would be so heavy in their action.
To Fanshu elders, this battle was as good as finished. After the shock, all of them showed joy. The sect leader's expression returned to normal.
Seeing the joy on the people's faces, he said coolly, Elder Ji Zhang was injured fighting with Xiao Mo Gu.
The words were like lightning on a clear day. The entire place was silent and everyone was stunned. Elder Ji Zhang was wounded? Does everyone still remember the events of 26 years ago?
Suddenly, the sect leader seemed to speak of something completely unrelated.
26 years ago. Suddenly, multiple elders changed expression.
The one that wounded Elder Ji Zhang was the little girl from back then, the sect leader said indifferently. This stirred memories for many people, and even more changed expression. Has she achieved? An elder couldn't help but ask with slight terror on his face.
She wounded Elder Ji Zhang, the sect leader said coolly.
The elders became silent again and the terror on their faces increased. Elder, no matter if it is this fight, or against the little girl, we cannot lose.
The sect leader's half-lidded eyes brightened and that harmonious and kind face became twisted. What slipped from our hands in the past, this time, we have to take it back. Everyone thought of the past events.
Their terrified faces suddenly became excited.
No matter what we have to do, we cannot lose this time. We cannot give anyone else a chance. The sect leader stood up with heat in his eyes.
Victory or defeat, it will all be decided in this one move. The elders had excited expressions, their gazes burning and greedy. They stood and responded in unison, by the sect leader's orders. All of Shin Kong Temple was filled with killing intent. Translator ramblings, I feel like this is the 3rd or 4th time that Zuo Mo encounters something, remembers that tools are of great help and then goes on a forging spree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 671, Creation of the Talisman. Chapter 671, Creation of the Talisman.
Bi-Han's eyes were dry and burned like fire. They had sprinted for 10 days at top speed. Not drinking and eating during this time, and not resting for more than 4 hours a day, his body was pushed to its limits but his mind was unbelievably excited.
Zuo Mo's actions had been very successful.
The Mo had continued to join them in the hopes of participating in this battle against the Xiuzha. But those that were most useful to Gongsun Sha and Bi-Han were those Mo that were familiar with Cold Mountain Jia. They had lived in the area for a long time and were familiar with the terrain like the back of their hands. Especially the guide with him right now, someone who had told them of this secret and hidden path. This path traversed caverns hidden deep within the earth, 10 li below the surface. There were countless caverns that spanned tens of thousands of li and were interconnected like spiderwebs. They were filled with dark and cold energy, earthfire, beasts, and were extremely dangerous. If someone unfamiliar with the tunnels ventured into them, then they would most likely become lost and die in there. But their risk was worth it. Hidden deep within the caverns was a chaos rift unknown to the majority of people, one that led to an underground cavern in Cold Mountain Jia. Bihan and Gongsun Sha both understood the value of this hidden path.
They had deep admiration for what Zuo Mo had done.
What had originally seemed to just be propaganda and was carried out without any technique had increased the chance of their victory. Cold Mountain Jia was the Mo Jia that Jiangxia had first conquered and right now functioned as the central forward base for Xian Kong Temple's invasion. There were large amounts of supplies stored there, but most importantly was the chaos rift that led to Xian Kong Temple. Gongye Xiaorong's fortunes had immediately changed when Mushi closed the chaos rift that led to Xian Kong Temple, leaving Gongye Xiaorong a homeless dog. The chaos rift was of the utmost importance,
especially when one was attacking deep into the Mo territories. If the chaos rift was lost, it meant losing their path home. Compared to Gongye Xiaorong's prideful actions, Jiangxia was more cautious. How could he ignore such an important place? He had set up layers of seal formations at the Jie rivers of Cold Mountain Jia and made Cold Mountain Jia impenetrable. Before this revelation, Gongsun Sha and Bihan had never considered of attacking Cold Mountain Jia. With the small amount of forces they had, the best choice was to search for openings as they moved. Trying to attack such a well-fortified position was the same as seeking death.
Gongye Xiaorong had had so many people, but facing Ma Fan, who only defended and did not strike out from his base, Gongye Xiaorong couldn't do a thing and left in defeat. Any battalion wouldn't have any good ways to deal with a fort that was sealed off and had complete defensive seal formations. Presented with such a good chance, if they could not grab it, then Gongsun Sha was not Gongsun Sha, and Bihan was not Bihan. Originally, the two had planned for Bihan to attract Jiangxia's attention while Gongsun Sha sneaked to Cold Mountain Jia, but after discussion, they decided that this fatal blow would be delivered by Bihan. One reason was because of the hate between Bihan and Xian Kong Temple, another was that Bihan knew more about the battle generals of Xian Kong Temple than Gongsun Sha.
Bihan knew how strong Jiangxia was.
He warned Gongsun Sha that they could not change how fast they were traveling.
Jiangxia was extremely perceptive. If Gongsun Sha delayed the movement of the troops, Jiangxia would definitely detect it. Gongsun Sha kept a steady pace as Bihan suggested.
On Bihan's side, they moved at full speed. Even Bihan felt exhausted down to his bones after advancing at a forced march for so long. But when he thought of the hardship he had endured under Xian Kong Temple over the years, and the state of the wooden and unresponsive Sin Battalion members, his exhausted body was revitalized and the thoughts supported him to keep advancing.
"It's this cavern,"
the guide said joyfully.
He was extremely excited.
He felt his entire body was tremble at the thought of being able to participate in this battle and deal the decisive blow.
"Go!"
Bihan spat out with a heated expression.
The guide looked with respect at Bihan. In order to not attract any attention, they did not use Mo steeds.
After marching for a few days, his endurance had all been used up. Sin Battalion had carried him for the rest of the trip.
This battalion was like Mo puppets. They did not know exhaustion, too scary.
But when he thought of the battle that was coming, he couldn't help but feel his spirits rise. He led Bihan's Sin Battalion through winding twists and turns as they quickly disappeared into the rift in the valley.
Slicing through the air. Any Mo that saw Xiao Moge's battalion would think these four words. The organized battle formation and the almost tangible killing energy left deep impressions on people.
Especially when this battalion was moving at full speed, the hums and shrills when they moved caused people's scalps to prickle. When this terrifying battalion started to accelerate, the flood of sound immediately informed people that this battle that was watched by the world would start at any moment.
No faction along the way delayed them.
They were silently watching and waiting for this battle to begin. Jiangxia looked at the information the scout had sent and sighed lightly.
They have come so fast.
In Jiangxia's view, this was because Bihan had detected their intentions to delay them. Advancing at full speed was to not allow Jiangxia enough time to prepare.
But Jiangxia was not nervous.
He had already finished his preparations. These additional preparations were just to increase their chance of victory against Bihan.
But in a battle against someone like Bihan, there were too many uncontrollable factors. These preparations might not be used. He was only repairing the opening in their defenses.
They had taken over many of the Mo Jia and Bihan had many targets to choose from. He knew that his fellow disciples that were guarding the other Jia were not Bihan's match.
Of the entire defense line, only he could stop Bihan.
That was also his strategy. He would face Bihan and leave Gongsun Sha to the others of his sect. If he could stop Bihan, the others could work together to take down Gongsun Sha and then turn around to surround Sin Battalion.
Jiangxia knew of Bihan's temper. Bihan definitely would not give up a chance to face him.
Suddenly, a golden paper crane flew into his hand.
Jiang Zhe's heart jumped.
The golden paper crane represented the most urgent order of the sect.
Had something happened in the sect? He opened the paper crane and read the lines inside. His brow furrowed. When he saw the name of Jijin Shishuzu, Jiang Zhe's surprise could not be suppressed, and it was as though a tsunami formed inside of him. 2 Fanshu experts, and now another batch of experts were about to enter Cold Mountain Jie. What had happened? But Jiang Zhe also had a bad feeling.
For any sect, it was dangerous for all of their elite forces to leave the sect and not leave anyone for defense.
While he did not believe that anyone would dare to act against the sect, but he innately resisted a risky action like this that did not leave any room to spare. But he was not the sect leader. He smiled helplessly and tried to explain to himself, if it isn't an extremely important matter, the sect leader would not be so impulsive.
But
Zuo Mo's expression was solemn. The black heart treasure coins in his hand were completely transformed.
The black heart treasure coins had square openings that seemed to be filled with blood.
It would be more accurate to call them the red heart treasure coins now.
The 7 red heart treasure coins were scattered on a turtle shell. Originally, Zuo Mo had not thought of this turtle shell that had been thrown into a corner of his ring. When he had been reforging the black heart treasure coins, he had felt that the talisman's abilities were wondrous, but they lacked the power to deal a fatal blow.
Zuo Mo looked down on the black heart treasure coin for this weakness.
Since he was going to reforge it, he naturally had to take the chance, so he searched for suitable materials in the ring. When his gaze landed on this turtle shell, his eyes lit up.
The turtle shell gave off extremely weak Shin power vibrations.
This was something Zuo Mo had previously had a hard time detecting, but now Zuo Mo immediately detected the extraordinary nature of the turtle shell.
The thread of Shin power was extremely weak, but it was pure.
After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had gotten this turtle shell when he had been looting the Sun Shin Temple. He hurriedly went to the gold leaf to search for the origins of this turtle shell and was given a fright. This was the turtle shell that the Sun Crystal tribe used for divination during ceremonies. It had been the turtle shell of the Sea Turtle tribe's totem. After the Sun tribe had destroyed the Sea Turtle tribe and their totem, this turtle shell had been given to the Shin Temple. The only damage on it were scorch marks caused by the Shin fire of the sacrificial altar. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, this turtle shell was otherwise undamaged. The Sea Turtle tribe cultivated water-type Shin power, and after being forged in Shin fire for countless years, the Sun Shin power had permeated every bit of it. Water and fire had merged together in a unique fashion. If he could have seen this strange method of fire and water together, Zuo Mo's Li Water Sword scripture would have advanced several grades. Each treasure coin was now blue with red on the inside, each textured with the pattern of the turtle shell.
They dotted the turtle shell.
The scorch marks on the turtle shell had disappeared, and the shell itself had become as white as jade without any flaw.
Inside the turtle shell was a shallow puddle of crystal clear water that was like a mirror.
The tears of the mist people had been used here. What was most unique was that there was a ring of sparks around each turtle coin. They were a miniaturized version of the reversed stellar revolution. Each of the turtle coins had a ring of sparks that revolved prettily on the surface of the turtle shell. This was the first top-tier talisman that Zuo Mo had gained. It was not suitable to categorize this talisman using the normal grade ranking system. With the Earth Mo weapon as the starting point, the holy relict of an ancient tribe as the foundation, with Yao arts used as adornment, with the mist people's tears as the lake, and forged using the forging methods of the Shouja.
A talisman like this surpassed everything that Zuo Mo knew. The moment that the talisman took form, Zuo Mo felt joyed. At this time, black cloud gathered overhead and lightning flashed. Lightning struck down and the mountain above Zuo Mo's head turned to powder. Another bolt of lightning came at Zuo Mo.
A turtle coin suddenly flew from the water on top of Zuo Mo's head.
A suction force suddenly came from the red square hole. The lightning immediately entered the square hole. The turtle coin did not move at all, as though the lightning had just been an illusion. The black clouds overhead seemed to be infuriated.
Lightning roared and came down towards the turtle coin above Zuo Mo's head. As the thunder roared, the tortoiseshell patterns on the turtle shell slowly turned silver.
They were absorbing the lightning.
Ancestral Shirshu, most likely of several generations.
Translator ramblings. Fong Xiang likes the unresolved cliffhanger, to the disappointment of wandering Yumi of Doom.
He does have a plan, so it's not as if he put all those clues in because he didn't know where he was going. He just wants to string readers along as far as I can tell.
Also, real life rarely is an info dump.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 672, Return and Kill. Chapter 672, Return and Kill. Ji Zhang opened his eyes. His pale face had finally recovered some color. The power of the Lingdan circulated in his body. He had not wasted these few days of rest. However, he knew that the injury would not heal in this little time. The destructive ability of the Shun techniques surpassed his imagination. Even when he thought of it now, he felt a threat of fear. If it wasn't for the Buddha relic, it was very likely he would have died. Shin power, as expected of Shin power. The events of the past suddenly floated into his mind. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. But his Diana heart was strong and knew of the importance of this information to the sect, so the stray thoughts disappeared. He turned and asked Hui Bao, "Can we catch them?" Hui Bao said cautiously, "This one will try." The fight from 10 days ago had frightened him half to death. He had not thought the Fanshu level Shishizu would be wounded. The power of the enemy was this unimaginable. He did not understand why such a powerful expert would still spend time and effort on learning unorthodox skills like concealment and fleeing. Ji Zhang knew that Hui Bao did not have a full grasp of the situation and did not lecture him. He nodded. "Try your best." After the elders of the sect came, even if Xiao Mo could run to the ends of the world, they would have ways of finding him. At this time, the black clouds that were gathering in the distance disturbed them. Someone is forging talismans? Dai Tao looked at the inky black clouds in the distance and the dancing lightning with shock. Such a powerful presence meant that this talisman would be extraordinary. Ji Zhang raised his head to look. It's them. Having fought against Zuo Mo, Ji Zhang immediately detected that familiar presence. The direction where the black clouds were gathering was the same as where Xiao Mo and the others had fled. This guy is so daring. Dai Tao showed anger. He hadn't thought that Xiao Mo hadn't just stayed rather than fled, and even had the gall to forge talismans near them. So daring. So daring. Dai Tao was so angry he was trembling. It was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. He didn't even try to flee when being chased by two Fanshu and was publicly forging talismans nearby. Talismans? Under the pressure of absolute power, even the top talismans were of no use, much less talismans that were forged in a hurry. In his eyes, this was Xiao Mo underestimating them. Dai Tao turned to look at Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang could see the Dai Tao's fury. His face was still as unaffected as granite. "Let's go see." Dai Tao flew off first without another word. Ji Zhang did not speak and followed closely behind. The two were wary of the trio but not afraid. In their view, Xiao Mo and his group were able to wound Ji Zhang was just because the two of them had been careless. If they were serious, Xiao Mo's group wouldn't have had any chance at all. Dai Tao held a low opinion of Ji Zhang, requesting more support from the sect. He did not think that Xiao Mo could escape from their hands. Ji Zhang was wounded, but Dai Tao, who thought that he had seen what Xiao Mo's group could do, he did not fear them. If it wasn't that this was a great matter. Dai Tao actually did not want to attract too much attention. He was in Fanshu, but he wasn't from Xian Kong Temple. The people in the sect could have their own thoughts about him. But Xiao Mo's dismissive attitude completely infuriated him. If little Mo knew Dai Tao's thoughts, he would feel he was unjustly blamed. When the last bolt of lightning entered the turtle coin, the clouds in the sky dissipated. The blue sky was clear and was left without any of the killing energy from just moments ago. The turtle coin flew back into the pond. The 7 turtle coins floated and moved on the surface of the water, creating sparks. Having seen the shocking forging process, Sang Lianer looked curiously at the turtle coin talisman in Zuo Mo's hand and asked, "What talisman is this?" Zuo Mo remembered that he hadn't given it a name. After some thought, he decided. Oh, it's called the Little Mo Treasure Cup. He did not have to expend any effort to give such a simple and descriptive name. It could also satisfy his little sense of pride. Sang Lianer's surprise and anticipation was completely destroyed by this name. Neither Zuo Mo or Sang Lianer would think of how much amazement Xiao Mo Treasure Cup would cause the world. Few people would ever learn of this name, its true name of Little Mo Treasure Cup. The cheerful Zuo Mo did not know that the name he had just given the talisman would be changed by people in the future. At this time, he was filled with joy and confidence. While he had not tested the power of the Little Mo Treasure Cup, he knew it would be extraordinary. However, the feeling of being connected to Little Mo Treasure Cup caused him to think of Lil Pagoda and lowered his mood. But he quickly sorted out his emotions. "Let's go back and kill them." Zuo Mo raised his head and said something frightening. Ague naturally would not object, but unexpectedly, Sang Lianer did not object. The cunning and clever little Mo naturally would not seek his own death. He had his own plans.
While he had not seen the result of the battle that day, seeing that the enemy had not made a move these past few days, Zuo Mo immediately realized that Ji Zheng was wounded, and it was not a light injury. Otherwise, they would not have remained silent in these last 10 days. Ji Zheng's injury caused Zuo Mo's thoughts to become active. The three of them had recovered, and a powerful talisman had been forged. It could be called their strongest moment. The enemy was at their weakest, and this was a good chance. While the result of the battle 10 days ago was caused by the other underestimating them, it also showed that the three of them had a chance. Zuo Mo knew as time went on and Ji Zheng's wounds healed, their situation would turn for the worse. If they retaliated now, while it was risky, there was also an opportunity. Agoi would listen to Zuo Mo, and Sang Lianer did not object, so the three turned back towards Ji Zheng to kill. But after they had flown out only a short distance, they saw Dai Tao's group. Dai Tao's eyes were keen. When he saw the trio, he first froze and then became furious. If he had felt that Xiao Mo Go had dismissed them by forging talismans rather than fleeing, then Dai Tao was so angry he could only smile as he saw Xiao Mo Go had returned. When had Fanshu Xiuzhi been underestimated so? Without another word, he sped up and shot towards the trio. He was going to make the three understand the anger of a Fanshu could burn anything. The five-element manifestation will came out. Shen Kong Temple is still like this. They would make a fuss over any little matter. Shui Dong's tone was slightly mocking. In this time, Shen Kong Temple had attracted the gaze of the entire Xiuzhi world. The battle between Xiao Mo Go and Jiangzhou was also watched in the Xiuzhi world. However, what Shui Dong was talking about was not that. Coenluan's spies were high in the ranks, and Shen Kong Temple did not intend to conceal the matter, so Coenluan had received the information quickly. I know a bit about this. Lin Qian felt slightly heavy. He had previously reviewed the cases of ancient tribe descendants being exterminated in the last few hundred years, and knew more than Shui Dong. Shui Dong turned in curiosity. Lin Qian was about to speak when a disciple sudden came in. Eldest Qi Xiong, the sect leader is looking for you. Shui Dong immediately understood that the matter was not as simple as he thought. Lin Qian nodded at Shui Dong before leaving with this disciple. When he stepped into the large hall, Lin Qian stopped breathing. Inside the large hall, almost all the sect elders were present. Even the elders that had not shown themselves for many years were in attendance. It was the first time Lin Qian had seen a scene like this in his lifetime. The gazes of the elders landed on Lin Qian's person as he entered. Many elders gave small smiles of acknowledgement. Lin Qian was humble, talented, and well liked by the elders. Everyone understood the next sect leader would definitely be Lin Qian. These elders had great status, but their descendants and disciples would need to rely on Lin Qian's care. No one was willing to be at odds with Lin Qian. The sect leader seemed to know that Lin Qian had arrived, though his eyes were closed. His strong eyebrows twitched and he opened his eyes. He said slowly, "Everyone knows the situation. I have called everyone here to discuss Coenluan sect's stance on this issue." The sect leader's authority in Coenluan was unquestionable. In front of the sect leader, those rebellious elders didn't dare to breathe loudly. Moments later, an elder started the discussion. In the past, our reputation was left in disgrace and we didn't obtain a thing. Our development of Shin power has been pretty good, and if we spend some more time, we will definitely learn some mysteries of Shin power. An elder objected at this time. Shin power has developed, but it is not something we can complete in a day. Right now, we are searching blindly and only have limited examples. If we can obtain. The two were like sparks that were thrown into a barrel of dynamite. The hall descended into noise. The sect leader kept his eyes down and half-lidded. He allowed everyone to argue as though he had fallen asleep. Gradually, the camps between the crowd became clear. The majority of elders supported interfering in Shen Kong Temple's affair. Seeing the clear attitudes, they closed their mouths. The hall became silent again. Only after the group finished did the sect leader seem to wake up and open his eyes. He said coolly, "Since you have reached a consensus, then do this. However, we cannot copy Shen Kong Temple. We will only send one Fanshu elder, and 5 Yuanying elders. It would be good to bring along more disciples. If young people do not get experience, they cannot become accomplished." By the sect leader's order. The elders bowed. The way the sect leader handled the discussion and made a decision today had broadened Lin Qian's vision. The sect leader had only said 2 sentences today, but no one was able to object. Lin Qian seemed to understand. After the meeting ended, the sect leader did not find Lin Qian for a private discussion. It looked like a minor meeting, but Lin Qian had learned a lot. A sect leader needed to unite the benefits of the majority and not use his status to force others. Having just walked out, Lin Qian saw a person hurry over. Lin Qian stopped walking.
The incomer was the Vice Hall Master Zhong Bao of Listening Wind Hall. He definitely had news. Listening Wind Hall was the intelligence division of Kunlun.
It held a reputation and status in the Xiuzhou world as one of the best intelligence groups. The number of tentacles it had in all areas of the 3 territories far surpassed people's imaginations.
What is it? Lin Qian asked. Zhong Bao respectfully reported, it is about Wei Shang. Wei Shang. Lin Qian's eyes flickered.
A figure that was as determined and steely as a sword appeared in his mind.
His eyes brightened. Translator ramblings, how to confuse the enemy, stop running when being chased and do something that appears to not be of any use. Also, coup.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 673, Do Not Touch. Chapter 673, Do Not Touch. Sang Liana was the first to act against the quick 5-element manifestation wheel.
With one toss, she threw out 3 gold star silver thread beads. The thumb-sized golden star silver thread beads transformed into balls of blood when they left her hand. The sticky blood twisted as it flew through the air and a strong tang of blood immediately filled the area. Inside each ball of blood, there was blood-colored lightning that floated and flickered in little golden flame lotuses. Dai Tai snorted coldly and his eyes became more murderous. In his eyes, he wouldn't need any power to deal with a few blood thunder beads.
Diana spells were the natural bane of blood-type Mo skills.
While Dai Tao was not a traditionally trained Xian Kong temple disciple, but he had been with the temple very long and almost all the temple records in the were available to him.
How could he not know Diana spells? He chanted solemnly as his hands moved to activate a Diana spell.
The shadowy figure of a Buddha flew out of the 5-element manifestation wheel and took form. She was dressed in white robes, a red mole between her brows, and held a willow branch. As she descended, her feet landed on a white lotus. She smiled and lifted the willow branch in her hand. Several drops of dew from the willow branch flew into a ball of blood. The blood ball roiled violently like a furious wild beast and continued flying forward.
Dai Tao was slightly shocked. It had not been defeated? The white Buddha raised the willow branch in her hand again.
Several more drops of dew flowed along the tender branch and shot off towards the balls of blood.
Boom boom boom.
The balls of blood hadn't dissolved like Dai Tao had expected, instead the 3 balls of blood in the air exploded. Caught off guard, Dai Tao was immediately swallowed by the bloody mist.
Boom boom boom.
The lightning balls that floated inside the wave of blood flew towards Dai Tao like sharks that had smelled blood. The lightning balls exploded in the air and formed an electrical net that went to envelope him.
Those nondescript little golden flames were masked by the blinding light of the lightning. The fast beating of thunder in the blood mist sounded like fireworks. Dai Tao was left extremely disheveled.
But lightning of this degree was unable to harm him. But the sheer amount of plasma lightning had surprised him. He hurriedly moved the 5-element manifestation wheel and released a light that covered him. While the lightning caused the light shield to shake, it was unable to cause him actual harm.
Such an embarrassment. Dai Tao's face was flushed red. A Fanshu was forced to such a degree by a general level, such a humiliation. And the other hadn't even used Shin power. The angry Dai Tao directed the white-robed Buddha to deflect the lightning. Counter-attack. He had to retaliate.
He decided that he would not hold back and immediately use a killing move, not giving them any chance at all.
Yet Dai Tao did not notice those hidden little lotus flowers of flame until the flowers of fire had actually burned through the light shield cast by the 5-element manifestation wheel. Dai Tao's expression froze on his face. How was it possible? The 5-element manifestation wheel was an 8th grade talisman. What kind of fire was this? Gritting his teeth, the 5-element manifestation wheel above Dai Tao's head moved again.
A dignifiedly figure of a Buddha appeared. This time they were sitting on a red lotus. The red lotus Buddha pointed, and all of the gold flames flew towards the red lotus under him like birds returning to the nest. In a blink, the red lotus was covered in the gold flames.
Such a malicious flame. Dai Tao immediately discovered that these gold flames were difficult to absorb.
His red lotus Buddha had the ability to absorb all kinds of fire, but this time, it was unable to absorb the gold flames.
Was this Shin fire?
When the thought appeared in his mind, his pupils contracted.
These silent gold flames should be Shin fire. Dai Tao felt as though he was going to go crazy soon. The 2 Buddhas summoned by the 5-element manifestation wheel were unable to defeat the other's blood thunder beads.
The enemy was more difficult to handle than he had imagined.
Dai Tao calmed down after encountering such a hindrance.
It seemed that Ji Zhang Shixiang's injury had not been an accident. These 3 were stronger than he had expected.
If he was careless, he might actually lose. He held his hand up into the air. The 5-element manifestation will slowly spun, and under the 5-colored light, the flames and lightning light suddenly stilled. The 5-colored light flowed, the flames and lightning immediately divided, 1 into 2, 2 into 4. They became smaller and smaller until they shattered and disappeared. Zuo Mo had not hoped that he could defeat Dai Tao with 3 gold star silver thread beads. While Dai Tao was still feeling troubled by the Sunshin fire, the second wave of attack by the trio arrived. The second to attack was a Gue. Purple energy flashed through her eyes and she slammed her hand towards Dai Tao. At this time, the 5-colored light of the 5-element manifestation wheel was covering Dai Tao. The 5-colored lights moved constantly. A Gue's blow which never missed was deflected and brushed against the 5-colored pillar of light. It shot off and entered the ground below Dai Tao, silently creating a 10-zhang hole. Dai Tao's expression was calm, but he was astounded inside. While a Gue's blow had been deflected, his 5-element manifestation realm still shook. At this time, he did not dare to be careless. His 5-element manifestation wheel was being pushed to its limits. Within the 5-colored pillar of light, 5 Buddhas of different colors gradually appeared and slowly moved with the pillar of light. The trio felt a strong suction force come from the 5-element manifestation wheel. A sticky power was furiously pulling them towards the 5-colored light. The air seemed to become solidified and the 3 seemed to be trapped in a bog. When a Fanshu Xiuzha attacked at full power, the trio immediately felt the pressure increase, pressure that came from all directions and was unable to be blocked. That time they had fought Ji Zhang had been the reactive party the entire time and was suppressed by the 3. Ji Zhang's attention had been focused on how to resolve the 3's attacks. But Dai Tao had rapidly calmed down from his rage and attacked at full power. The 3 immediately felt the difference. Terrifying pressure came from all directions and caused them to feel it was inescapable. Absolute power. Zuo Mo quickly reacted and knew that this could not continue. The power in the air around them was increasing. If they did not act, in the end, just the twisting power in the air would tear them to pieces. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Mo brought out the little Mo treasure cup. His expression was solemn, and when he was about to attempt to activate it, the Shin power inside his body suddenly flooded uncontrollably into the little Mo treasure cup. Zuo Mo's mind went blank from surprise. Ding! A turtle coin on the shell suddenly became bright. It jumped off the water's surface, turned into a silver light, and flew towards Dai Tao's figure inside the 5-colored pillar of light. Good attack! Dai Tao's hair suddenly stood on end. Without even thinking, he shouted and channeled the Ling power in his body to its limits. The 5-element manifestation wheel above his head suddenly accelerated in its rotation. The space within 10 li of this place started to twist. The Buddhas within the pillar were all chanting, each took up different positions and expressions, glaring angrily, smiling, dignified, or solemn. Numerous bright sutra characters floated on the surface of the pillar of light. The silver light was like a silver arrow. The silver arrow did not seem to be affected by the twisting of space. In the moment it touched the surface of the pillar, all of the sutra characters turned bright. The 5 Buddhas acted at the same time and singing rang out over the land. Yet this silver light seemed to have shot into glass. Cling! The clear sound was unusually dissonant when heard with the Buddhist song. The song suddenly stopped. The silver light that entered the pillar seemed to have entered sticky glue and drastically slowed down. Dai Tao finally saw that this silver light was a treasure coin that was round on the outside, and square on the inside, covered in silver etchings. Sparks would come out of the treasure coin and then extinguish within the pillar of light. Strange. Dai Tao's expression changed. The sparks were being destroyed, but the pillar of light from the 5-element manifestation wheel was also dimming. At this time, the clear water inside the cup that Zuo Mo held shook slightly and it rippled. As the ripple traveled through the air, it caused the 5-colored pillar of light rippled as though it was water. The Buddhas within the pillar of light wavered and showed signs of instability. Dai Tao's heart jumped. In an instant, the ripples had caused their positions to be reversed. What kind of talisman was this? A hint of terror flashed through Dai Tao's eyes. Ji Zhang, who had been at the back, changed expression. Not good. If terror rose in Dai Tao's mind, it would disrupt his dhyana heart, and would create a weakness in the pillar of light. Ji Zhang had not thought that the power of these 3 would have increased so much in just 10 days. He finally realized that they had still underestimated the 3. Ji Zhang disregarded the wounds on his body. A gold color rose on his face. His fingers flickered and pointed towards the turtle coin in the pillar of light. Boom! This minute action caused a great thunderous sound. Diana's sound thunderfinger. Yet the moment a weakness appeared in Dai Tao's mind, the turtle coin in the pillar of light disappeared. Dai Tao's right arm suddenly exploded. The bright lightning immediately covered Dai Tao.
Almost at the same time that the terrifying power brushed against Dai Tao's body, it had collided with a nearby mountain peak.
The little mountain exploded. Zuo Mo woke up from his stupor.
The Shin power inside his body had all been wrung out. He suddenly thought of an object and shoved a sun seed into his mouth. Immediately, the pure and burning Shin power turned into a flow into his body.
Zuo Mo was overjoyed.
The sun fruit seed was as powerful as expected. He was about to activate the little Mo treasure cup when his expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Run!" The three were in sync, and before he finished shouting, Ague and Sang Liener had retreated dozens of zhang.
"I will kill you! I will kill you!" Dai Tao shouted madly.
What came from behind them was a tsunami of terrifying Ling power vibrations.
Rocks and rivers floated up into the air, leaving gravity and ground behind. Zuo Mo sprinted as he glanced back. Dai Tai's entire body was burnt black and gave off black smoke.
His hair was loose and his right shoulder was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. But at this time, Dai Tai's eyes were full of murderousness. He raised his left hand. Astounding Ling power continued to gather towards his left hand.
The terrifying Ling power vibrations were like a wall of wind.
The terrifying power that induced hopelessness continued to gather. Zuo Mo's scalp felt numbed. He hated that he didn't have two more legs. All the power he had, including his Shin power, was used to flee for his life.
Ague and Sang Liener also recognized the danger and furiously flew forward. Zuo Mo flew so hard that his tendons bulged and his face was twisted.
The behind of a Fanshu should not be touched.
Should not be touched. Translator ramblings, that last line.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 674, Wei Sheng Sword Oath. Chapter 674, Wei Sheng Sword Oath. Shitty.
Ji Zhang's shout was like spring thunder. He used a secret Xian Kong temple technique, Nirvana shout. Ji Zhang had seen something was not right.
Dai Tao was not originally from Xian Kong temple and his foundation was much weaker compared to Ji Zhang.
His Diana heart was not as stable, and if Ji Zhang had allowed him to lose control any further, his mind would be damaged. It would definitely cause a permanent weakness and he would have greater difficulty progressing in his cultivation in the future. The enraged Dai Tao's figure suddenly stilled. His bloodshot eyes recovered some clarity. Moments later, Dai Tao became completely calm and the blood in his eyes retreated.
"Many thanks, Shixiang,"
Dai Tao said gratefully. If he had fallen to his mental demon then it would cause great trouble in the future. Ji Zhang shook his head. "We are of the same sect, there's no need to be polite." His gaze turned in the direction the three had disappeared into. His tone was unprecedentedly grave. These three are powerful and each of them is almost comparable to a Fanshu. They work together well, are cunning, and also have a great treasure.
They will not be easy to deal with. Dai Tao felt fear. That talisman Xiao Moga had was very powerful. My 5-element manifestation will could not stop it at all.
That turtle coin had passed through his body, disappeared into the distance, and returned to the treasure cup.
Dai Tao was an unlucky one.
With his history as a roaming Xiao, his 5-element manifestation will was based in the 5 elements. If he had encountered another talisman, it would definitely not have been this unfavorable. The 7 turtle coins had been made using the Blackheart treasure coins, which already had the ability to reverse yin yang and the 5 elements and was a bane of the 5-element manifestation wheel, a natural counter.
Ji Zhang nodded.
It really is a great treasure.
Dai Tao grimaced.
Our boat upturned in shallow water this time. We have been pushed so far by these 3 younger ones, but Ji Zhang did not feel anything and said solemnly, "It is just the strength of Shin power. I have gained some understanding of Shin power after fighting these few days."
Dai Tao paused and then he pondered it.
He said, after Shishang mentioned this, "I feel that Shin power is not as incomprehensible as before, but I still lacks understanding about several key parts.
If we can solve them, then it will naturally come." Dai Tao's tone was slightly excited.
The fight these past days had allowed him to experience the power of Shin power. It was stronger than Ling power. Those that could enter Fanshu were all extremely intelligent. The 4 great sects had studied Shin power for thousands of years, and they had accumulated far more than what normal sect disciples could imagine. After fighting with Zuo Mo several times, both had begun to grasp a few things.
Their low morale suddenly rose. If they could comprehend Shin power, any price was worth it.
They had spent a long time at the Fanshu level and every bit of progression was difficult.
If they could comprehend Shin power, their strength would skyrocket. There was nothing more attractive than this. But we are both wounded and our power is hampered. Jai Zhang's tone was calm. Dai Tao gritted, those three are too cunning. However, after all the sect elders arrive, they won't be able to escape. There may not be enough time. A hint of worry flashed across Ji Zhang's eyes. Why does Shixian say this? Dai Tao stilled. The effects of that past incident was significant and the other three sects will not ignore this incident, Ji Zhang said gravely. I'm afraid that their people have already started to move. Then, Dai Tao was astounded. If the other three also came in, the situation would immediately become complex. We cannot wait for the sect elders, Ji Zhang said decisively. Even if our cultivations will be affected, we cannot let these three escape. Dai Tao thought for a moment and then suddenly said, I have an idea. Seeing Ji Zhang turn to look at him, Dai Tao said, these three are troublesome, but if we are careful, they will not be able to injure us. Dai Tao's words were right. Ji Zhang did not speak and waited for his next words. What we want is just the method of Shin power cultivation. If that's the case, then why don't we spar with them? Dai Tao said what he thought. Spar? Ji Zhang stilled. Every day we challenge them to battle, do not aim to win or lose. Using fighting to comprehend Shin power and comprehend it before the other sects arrive. That way, even if our sect is not the winner in the end, we will already understand the mysteries of Shin power. Dai Tao had an excited expression. When he thought about comprehending Shin power, his heart burned hotter. Ji Zhang was silent for a moment before raising his head. Good. Dai Tao's suggestion was plausible. The two were both people that were extremely confident in themselves. They were confident they could comprehend Shin power. The two exchanged a look and chased in the direction that Zuo Mo and the others had disappeared in. Almost all the people of the Mo territories were interested in the Zui's Mo battle that was about to occur. The attention that Wei Shang received was reduced compared to before. However, Wei Shang seemed to not have heard the news. He still cultivated diligently every day and in his spare time, he would continue to challenge Mo experts. While the Mo did not like Wei Shang and everyone wanted a Mo expert to tear him to pieces, he was not harassed in any way. Wei Shang used his sword to win the respect of Mo. In the eyes of Mo, only a honest victory would be a victory against such a honorable and respected opponent. Many businesses even came forward. They were willing to provide Wei Shang with the best rooms and the best food. Every place that Wei Shang stayed would quickly become famous. This was all about Ma Bei. If little Mo Go was here, he would definitely take the chance to make it rich. Was it so easy to win eldest Shixian's patronage? There should be a few auctions so that he could wring out every last Ma Bei. Of course, Wei Shang did not have such entrepreneurial abilities. In truth, if it was not for the convenience, he would have rather stayed in the empty and vast mountain valleys. The evening came. There was a challenge in 3 days. His opponent was a famed expert in this jie. Wei Shang was meditating with his legs folded up in the lotus position, the black sword by his side. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. He almost never relaxed. Almost every drip and drop of time was used on his cultivation as though he was a diligent Dionysios. Suddenly, Wei Shang opened his eyes in the dark. Since you have come, why hide? Wei Shang said coolly. As expected of brother Wei Shang that even eldest Shixiang praises. A figure appeared in a ripple from the space in front of Wei Shang. The newcomer was a woman dressed in silk and feathers. Her eyes were bright, her teeth white, but Wei Shang's gaze landed on a little row of swords at her waist. Wei Shang's gaze focused. Kuan Luan. The female bowed. Kuan Luan's de Ling Feng greets brother Wei Shang. Brother Wei Shang is peerless in courage and this female admires you for entering the Mo territories and winning. Wei Shang's expression became normal. Why has Miss De come to see me? There was a small smile on De Ling Feng's face. Your sect is related to the fall of Bright Wave Jia. Brother Wei, please come with me to explain the misunderstanding. Bright Wave Jia had fallen. Wei Shang's heart shook, but after all the fighting in this recent while, his sword heart had become even stronger. There was no expression on his face. Oh, you should speak to the sect leader regarding matters of the sect. Why did Miss De come so far to ask Wei? When he said this, Wei Shang realized, his eyes lit up and became as sharp as a sword. He looked directly at De Ling Feng. Are the sect leader and the Shishu no longer present? De Ling Feng shook her head. This female does not know of that. Brother Wei will naturally know when you return to the sect with me. Wei Shang was not as cunning as Zuo Mo, but he was not stupid. He was not sure about Wu Kong Sword Sect, but in a few seconds, he had completely understood why De Ling Feng was here. There was only one possibility when Coenluan would come to the Mo territories to invite him back. The sect had split from Coenluan.
Thinking about what De Ling Feng had just said, Bright Wave Jie had fallen, was it?
Sect leader, Shibua, Shirshu, they most likely. Wei Shang's body shook. A wave of sorrow and grief rose.
His eyes immediately turned red.
What did their sect have to do with the fall of Bright Wave Jie?
These words gave off a thick scent of conspiracy.
Coenluan's enmity was evident.
Wei Sheng understood that De Ling Feng had not come to invite him but capture him. Wei Sheng slowly stood. His reddened eyes stared at De Ling Feng. His voice was hoarse as he said, emphasizing each word.
If my sect's elders met misfortune because of Coenluan, then I, Wei Shang, swear by the sword to destroy Coenluan.
The great sorrow mixed with hatred hit De Ling Feng's mind like a hammer. De Ling Feng's presence was stolen, her face paled, and she reflexively took a step back.
But she immediately reacted enraged. Wei Shang, you dare to slight my Coenluan. It seems that you have been secretly colluding with the Yao. Colluding with the Yama. That was Coenluan's excuse. Wei Shang's sorrow increased.
De Ling Feng's eyes were dismissive as she said proudly, my Coenluan is a righteous and good sect, is it one that a lowly fighter like you can slander?
Humph. Don't think that because you can show off in the Mo territories that you can challenge my Coenluan. Today, I will let you see why my Coenluan.
De Ling Feng's words suddenly stopped. Because the edge of Wei Shang's sword was against her throat. While she was speaking, Wei Shang's void sword essence had permeated the entire room. Every inch of space was under the control of his void sword essence. De Ling Feng's body was paralyzed and her face was ashen.
There was only one thought in her mind. He actually attacked her. He dared to actually attack. He dared to attack Coenluan.
The iciness and brutality of the black sword caused her hairs to stand on end and fear to move.
I usually do not like to fight women.
Wei Shang's deep voice echoed in the room. De Ling Feng relaxed slightly. A hand suddenly removed the row of little swords at her waist.
For people like you to use the sword, it is a humiliation to the sword.
The bone-aching coldness at her neck disappeared.
De Ling Feng relaxed.
Before she could speak, an extremely thin sword essence burrowed into her body. This sword essence was extremely strange.
Once it entered her body, it disappeared.
Her face suddenly turned white. Her Ling power seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Her mind blanked.
Her cultivation had been destroyed. Return and tell Lin Qian that I will come find him.
In the darkness, De Ling Feng could not see Wei Shang's face, but every one of Wei Shang's words were clear on her mind as though they were carved by his sword. De Ling Feng stumbled into the darkness. In the room, Wei Shang gripped the black sword until his fingers turned white.
The tears could not be suppressed and continued to flow. Translator ramblings, Wei Shang finally learns about Wu Kong Sword Sect.
I can't believe he left without any contact method, but he's been progressing well on his own path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 675 Disheveled. Chapter 675 Disheveled. Zuo Mo felt it was strange.
The two old thieving baldies kept coming to challenge. No, they were Fanchu experts. You could not use the term challenge for fights with little fish like Zuo Mo.
The two old thieving baldies became glue and would not let them rest. They would fight 3 to 5 rounds every day. It was as though Zuo Mo owed them Mobe. Zuo Mo did not know what these two old thieving baldies intended, but this was also to his own aims.
His goal was to lure the two old thieving baldies away to create opportunities for Gongsun Cha and Bihan.
Zuo Mo had been worried that these two would not fall for it and return to help Jiangzhe. Since they wanted to fight, then he would oblige. The more he fought, the stranger Zuo Mo felt. He found free time and went into the sea of consciousness to his Puyao.
They want to use you to comprehend Shin power.
With how cunning Puyao was, he saw the two's intentions with a glance. Zuo Mo finally realized and then laughed darkly. Little Mo Gu didn't just know Shin power.
Of the trio, only Ague was limited to Shin power.
Zuo Mo and Sang Lian both knew Mo skills, and if this was any other time, they would not dare to use Mo skills to face the two Fanchu thieving baldies. However, at present, the enemy was wounded and their power was reduced. They could manage it. For a greedy person like Little Mo that would wring out benefits even when there weren't any.
Little Mo Gu wouldn't be Little Mo Gu if he didn't take advantage of those that came to him, but
heavenly, where would he go to find two Fanchu to spar with him for free? If he pass on such a good opportunity, he would be struck by lightning. Therefore, Ji Zhang and Dai Tao quickly found that the number of times Xiao Mo Gu came to challenge them increased. The two were overjoyed. Of the trio, Zuo Mo's Shen power was the strongest and the purest. Fight? The two accepted happily. But they quickly detected something was wrong. Both Sang Lianer and Zuo Mo did not use Shen power no matter what happened. It would have been okay if that was just it. Those that were in Fanshu did not lack patience. The two quickly changed their strategy and started to drag out the fights. After you finish using your MO skills, I don't believe you won't use Shen power. Consequently, a tragedy occurred. After fighting for an hour, and seeing Zuo Mo's 10-crow celestial apparatus showed signs of fatigue, the two were slightly tired but they were filled with joy. Boy! You're done. Shen power, let it out. Then little Mo showed them 2 rows of his snowy white teeth. Yao arts. From little Yao arts to little thousand leaf hands, to the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. He seemed to fire off fireworks that dazzled the duo. He even brought out his half-learned, South Sky Arrow art, and Grey Scar art, for a spin. The two suddenly seemed to remember that the sect's dossier on Zuo Mo had said this guy knew some Yao arts. However, was this really considered only knowing some? The two were unprepared. Zuo Mo took advantage of this rare moment and he outperformed himself. He continued for several hours until he used almost all the Yao arts he knew before he stopped. Even though the two were Fanshu, they had started to pant. Dai Tao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said breathily, "Keep him here, we cannot let him escape, otherwise, all that effort would be for nothing." Ji Zhang's breathing was heavy. He was intending to nod when Zuo Mo unexpectedly charged again. The two forced themselves to be alert and was filled with anticipation. Shen power. Was it about to start? Zuo Mo threw out a handful of fire beads and then it was followed by a dozen, sky glass wave, then sound-type spells that came like the rain. The two were completely stunned. Then Zuo Mo drew a flying sword from somewhere and started to perform sword scriptures. Holy, there was also sword essence. Ji Zhang and Dai Tao were completely stupefied. Their eyes were dazed and unfocused. They could understand him knowing Yao arts. In the minds of Xiuzha, Yao and Mo were one and the same. It was not strange for Mo to know Yao arts. But when did Mo know Xiuzha spells? From Diana Xiu to Seal Xiu to Sword Xiu, and even more exaggerated, sword essence. A pure sword essence. Are you a spy from Kunlun? At the start, Zuo Mo had been slightly rusty and clumsy. It had been too long since he used a flying sword. But he quickly familiarized himself and the, now, unfamiliar sword scriptures he had used floated into his mind. With Zuo Mo's present knowledge and experience, of course it was different when he thought of these spells again. The power of Li Water Sword Scripture skyrocketed. On a high, Zuo Mo forgot himself. At the start, he still followed the moves, and then he started to move as he pleased. Li Water Sword Scripture was just a third-grade sword scripture, and no matter what, it could not threaten Fanshu. But as Zuo Mo swung as he wished, it surpassed the limits of Li Water Sword Scripture. His sword essence changed and became even deeper. Yet no matter how Zuo Mo transformed, his cultivation of sword scriptures was too shallow and he could not advance and comprehend much in a day. The pressure he could put on the duo was limited. He could not pose a real danger to Ji Zhang and Dai Tao, but they also could not threaten Zuo Mo. The two felt this was a torture. They almost counted the seconds as they forced themselves to endure. As the power of Zuo Mo's spells weakened, and his Ling power showed clear signs of being drained, the two almost cried from joy. Without needed to talk, the two went forward in preparing to keep Zuo Mo here. If you don't use Shen power, what do you use? Little Mo showed his snowy white teeth in a grin again. At the same time, he threw a sun seed into his mouth. A rush of Shen power circulated in his body. The Shen power quickly turned into the 3 powers. Before, it would take Zuo Mo time to turn Shen power into the 3 powers, but as his understanding of Shen power had increased, this process became so brief it was almost instant. His 3 powers became full again. Little Mo attacked again. Again! Li Xianair finished looking at the paper crane that the sect had sent and great waves formed inside. Much of the content on the paper cranes was astounding. Li Xianair could be said to have experienced much, but the contents of the paper crane still brought her great shock. At the end of the message, grandfather had used a very stern tone to tell her to take the people with her. She alone was responsible for catching Zuo Mo and his group, at any cost. She had enough people. In order to protect her on this trip, grandfather had selected elite guards. While there were no Fanshu, there were many Yuanying. She knew the importance of this matter to Tian Huan, so she immediately made a decision. You have to leave? She was extremely shocked. He did not disguise the strong reluctance on his face. Yes, because of a very important matter. My apologies.
Please bid farewell to Marshal D on my behalf. I thank Marshal D's for his great hospitality these recent days.
Li Xian'er's expression was sincere.
Also, thank you to Big Brother She. Without Big Brother She taking this little sister to play, this little sister would have been unable to see much of the scenery. Big Brother She, if you have spare time in the future, remember to come visit Tianhuan, and this little sister will also have a chance to enjoy being the guide. She was disappointed, but he quickly recovered.
A warm smile came back to his face. I will definitely visit in the future. Sister Xian'er, are you returning to Tianhuan? Li Xian'er shook her head. This matter is in the Mo territories. She's eyes lit up. Oh, Mo territories? Then this brother has to take responsibility. The present Mo territories are chaotic and unsafe.
Sister Xian'er, give this one a chance to enjoy acting as protector. She's tone was half serious and half joking. Li Xian'er pondered this and then said with a wide smile, then this little sister will thank Big Brother She.
As long as it doesn't disrupt Big Brother She's work.
I don't have any work. She smiled and said. Seeing Li Xian'er was in a hurry, she did not dither. He reported this to Marshal D. Marshal D did not stop him and picked several experts to go along, which caused She great joy.
Idiot!
Lin Xian showed rare anger. His expression was dark.
The disciples in the surroundings did not dare to breathe. Why did you act on your own rather than wait for orders from the sect?
Lin Xian's tone was murderous and his eyes as sharp as a sword. And using such a stupid method.
Do you not have brains?
You startled him, stupid. The disciples trembled, especially the disciple that was responsible for the matters in the Mo territories now had an ashen face. It was the first time they had seen eldest Xixiang so angry.
Eldest Xixiang was usually gentlemanly and warm to others, and almost never spoke heavily.
This time, he was extremely angry, but De Lingfeng's face was ashen white, her eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. She had originally wanted to return the sect to cry and ask for help. But who knew that when she returned, eldest Xixiang gave her a scolding. She looked dazedly at the eldest Xixiang she revered and couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Xian was unaffected by the terror and hopelessness in De Lingfeng's eyes. He said coldly, tell me everything that happened and do not hide anything. De Lingfeng trembled and narrated everything, even the message that Wei Sheng had told her to tell Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked about a few details, but she was unable to answer them. After hearing this, Lin Xian did not speak and reached out to touch De Lingfeng's wrist. Moments later, he stood and ordered, send her to Han Shirgu and ask Han Shirgu to see if there are any solutions. At this time, De Lingfeng, who was on the verge of a breakdown, started to cry. The disciples in the surroundings all were sad. 2 disciples carried De Lingfeng away. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly, I know that some of you think I was unsympathetic, but listen well. We must treat the orders of the sect with the utmost attention. I will pursue anyone that disobeys orders and acts on their own. The disciples all shook. Yes. After the disciples left, Shuidong couldn't help but shake his head. Stupid to the utmost. Extremely stupid. This group is used to being arrogant. I hadn't thought that they would also be the same when they went out into the world. Did she think that she was in Kunlun realm? Lin Xian grimaced. It has been peaceful for too long. It is expected that the sect has become proud. That's true. Shuidong clearly had no interest to discuss this matter deeply. He then asked, you seem to be very wary of that Wei Shang. Not very, extremely wary. Lin Xian corrected seriously. Shuidong was slightly surprised. I really am interested in seeing this person you respect so much. Xiao Mo Go and Wei Shang, 2 strong people have appeared. This world is more and more interesting. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Wei Shang cannot be left alive. Shuidong jumped in fright and asked in surprise. You don't have to exaggerate. I have a feeling that if Wei Shang does not die, he will become a great threat to our Kunlun. Lin Xian's eyes were murderous as he said, I do not want to leave loose ends. Shuidong sked. It is a pity that there will be one less thing that I want to see. Because of you people, this world is becoming less interesting. Being bored is better than losing your life. Lin Xian glanced at Shuidong and said. Translator Ramblings, a quick review of all the things Zuo Mo learned and mastered on his journey of life. Kunlun is arrogant, they have well-deserved pride in their status as a superpower for the last millennia and more. At the very least, Lin Xian and some others has their heads on right. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Cunning Killing Move.
Chapter 676, Cunning Killing Move. Gong Sun Cha looked at the battalion in the distance and smiled like usual. Beside him, the gazes of the other commanders were not as friendly and their expressions were murderous. Jiang Zhe. This name had become famed in the world. If this was any other person, they would be nervous and intimidated as though it was a great enemy. But Gong Sun Cha did not feel very much. The only thought that Gong Sun Cha could connect to Jiang Zhe was Feng Yu's battalion, that Xian Kong battalion they had killed many battles ago. In his eyes, Xian Kong Temple had been their enemy since long ago. The difference of facing Feng Yu or Jiang Zhe was not large. In any case, they were people he had to defeat. Even though he knew that the enemy would be hard to defeat, he was not nervous. Unlike other battle generals, his journey of growth was marred in blood and death, a cruel history of battle. Little Miss, who had created a path of survival with slaughter, had a steel wool under that bashful appearance. There was only excitement. That excitement of being able to find an equal to fight with rippled through his body. In this fight, what kind of surprise will his opponent give him? In the eyes that were as clear as that of a neighbor's boy, a eerie light that was called insanity flashed. The defense line that Jiang Zhe had set up was almost perfect. While some places appeared rush, the entire defensive line had been established. Even the incomplete parts looked more like traps than openings. They did not affect the overall state at all. Of course, absolute perfection did not really exist in the world. Both Jiang Zhe and Gong Sun Cha knew this. Gong Sun Cha knew his advantages and disadvantages. They had low manpower, but their mobility was high. Vermilion Bird Camp's equipment had always been the best of all those under Zuo Mo's command. Jiang Zhe had more people and a secure defense line, but the defense line was vast. This meant that their forces were spread thin and that Gong Sun Cha had many places to target for an attack. Jiang Zhe was strong, but the battle generals under him were likely less capable. How well they could follow Jiang Zhe's plan was something that had to be tested. Also, Jiang Zhe had a great disadvantage. They were fighting on enemy territory. The unfamiliar environment and the rebellious MO were all factors that were enough to be fatal. The hidden road to Cold Mountain Jie was just example of this. Gong Sun Cha did not object to using the same advantage twice. He did not hurry to attack but started to search for guides that were familiar with the local terrain. Jiang Zhe listened to the reports from his subordinates with an unchanging expression. Ever since the enemy had orchestrated the wave of attacks from the shadows, Jiang Zhe knew that this fight would be harder than he had imagined. The mastermind had caught their greatest weakness, and it was a weakness that could not be avoided. If there was 10 more years, this weakness would not exist. But there was no maybes in war. He did not agree with the enmity Xian Kong Temple held towards the MO, but he did not have any power to speak against this. While he had status in the sect, his status was not enough for him to influence the decision of the sect on a question like this. What he could do was fulfill his duties. Send the order down. Every battalion has to hold their position and not act without orders. Jiang Zhe ordered without hesitation. Regardless of whether if the other was purposefully misleading them or if things were really as they appeared, Jiang Zhe would not change because he had confidence in the defense line he had set up. When Jiang Zhe had been setting up the defense line, many of Xian Kong Temple had opposed it. It was hard for them to accept acting defensively. What did the great Xian Kong Temple acting defensively against a little MO faction? While they had the Han and Xin battalion, Jiang Zhe and the Jiangxi battalion should still be stronger. But Jiang Zhe still persisted in setting up a defense line. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe had a reputation and status that was unrivaled here on the front line. No one would disobey his orders. While they did not understand, all of the battalions had complied with Jiang Zhe's orders to the letter. Gong Sun Cha publicly recruiting guides did not cause them any shock and panic. When planning this defense line, they had gone over the plans repeatedly. Any areas that could be problematic had been reinforced. They didn't miss any hidden places. They believed that this defense line did not have any weakness. This battle that attracted the attention of all did not begin with a fierce collision like people had expected and was slightly silent. Zuo Mo repeatedly teased the two Fanshu experts. He was low, cunning, shameless, and not polite in the slightest. After a few times, Ji Zhang and Dai Tao realized that the other had detected their intentions. The two discussed and then still continued to follow the three. But they had given up on their thoughts of comprehending Shen power through battle and were waiting for the reinforcements from the sect. Once the sect experts arrived, they would be enough to capture these three damned people at once, but the two decided that if the trio landed in their hands, they would retaliate for this humiliation by giving these three the internal injuries. The same ones that they had almost suffered these past days, especially that thrice-damned Xiao Mo Gu. They did not focus on sparring and started to slack off on responding to Zuo Mo's teasing. Yet what He didn't know was that Zuo Mo had already started to scheme against them.
Fanshu were terrifying, but two injuried Fanshu, in the eyes of a toad like Zuo Mo, were swans with broken wings. After teasing them repeatedly, he had gotten a general understanding of the two.
Toads that did not want to eat swans were not good toads.
A toad that would pass on a swan with broken wings was not a toad but an idiot.
Zuo Mo had been scheming inside all this time. If they could kill one, the other one would definitely flee.
The danger would be resolved, and Zuo Mo was moved just thinking about the riches one Fanshu would have. Zuo Mo's teasing was also intentional. He was like an experienced hunter repeating his actions that were not dangerous to numb the other. His plan had been successful up until now. Ji Zhang and Dai Tao were clearly not as wary as they had been.
Just like usual, Zuo Mo started his daily teasing. The one that responded to fight was Ji Zhang.
However, he was not motivated as he had been a few days ago. Because he had been acting as a sparring partner in these recent days, his injuries had been suppressed but he hadn't recovered.
Ji Zhang was just going along. As long as Xiao Mogu did not use Shin power, the other three powers were not of any danger to him. Would Xiao Mogu use Shin power? No. He had given up a long time ago. Once they fought, Ji Zhang's mind shook. His dull eyes suddenly lit up. Shin power. Having been tormented greatly, Ji Zhang almost cried from joy. The heavens had eyes. Overjoyed, Ji Zhang focused. He did not keep anything back. Changing from his slacking attitude, he attacked first. Shin power as expected. Xiao Mogu seemed to be fighting at full power and brimmed with Shin power. Ji Zhang did not feel fear and was overjoyed. He only paid attention to Xiao Mogu's powerful talisman. If Xiao Mogu would take out that powerful talisman, he would immediately move far away. He was wary of Zuo Mo's little Mo treasure cup. Without the little Mo treasure cup, Xiao Mogu was just a tiger without claws and not a threat. The fighting was intense. One side had Fanshu cultivation. He was wounded but his movements were still imbued with power. The other side had domineering Shin power. While his cultivation was lower, but with the wondrously powerful Shin power, he was evenly matched to Ji Zhang. Dai Tao was both shocked and happy. He was shocked that Xiao Mogu had changed what he usually did. Was there something else going on? He was joyed because if Xiao Mogu used Shin power, then their previous plans could possibly succeed. But before he could think, an eerie figure flashed. Dai Tao was startled and got on his guard. A Gue. Dai Tao could recognize danger. This ugly woman had a strange Shin power and was also a target of the sect. Dai Tao's mind moved. If he could capture her. Xiao Mogu had a powerful talisman. Dai Tao did not feel he had any hopes of capturing him. This woman had a strange Shin power, but she did not show any powerful talismans. Dai Tao felt that he had some chance of success. His thoughts moving, he unhesitatingly moved towards her. The two immediately fell into a fierce fight. A Gue's Shin power was eerie and hard to predict. Unfamiliar with this, Dai Tao almost suffered a great loss in the first clash, but using the 5-element manifestation wheel, he quickly steadied himself. As he became familiar with this strange Shin power, the power of the 5-element manifestation wheel started to show. He started to gain the advantage. At the beginning, Dai Tao kept a part of his attention focused on Sang Lianer, but as the battle progressed, he had to focus all his attention on facing a Gue. Otherwise, if he was the least bit careless, danger could appear. While a Gue's Shin power was strange, he could still gain understanding from it. Ji Zhang had completely forgotten himself in the fight. After anticipating for so many days, he finally saw value in battle. The excitement and joy he felt could be imagined. His desire toward Shin power caused him to focus. He didn't even detect that a Gue and Dai Tao were fighting. His attention was focused on each of Zuo Mo's blows. Every collision with Shin power would increase his understanding. How long has it been since he had a feeling of a new comprehension since he had stepped into Fanshu? He didn't remember. But this beautiful feeling was so intoxicating that he did not want to stop and he forgot himself in the ecstasy. He wanted this battle to never end. Yet at this time, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly rose. In this moment, all the hairs on his body stood at end. A streak of silver light flew to his nose. He wasn't able to react at all. He could clearly feel the intimidating presence of that silver light. It was like a pin had pierced his nose and created pain. The silver light filled his vision. An extremely thin wound appeared on Ji Zhang's forehead. And then exploding lightning covered his entire head. Nearby, Sang Lianer had the little Mo treasure cup. Her face was ashen, her body wavering, her Shin power used up. Translator ramblings, enjoying yourself in a battle and on the verge of an epiphany, dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, Seeds of Conspiracy. Chapter 677, Seeds of Conspiracy. Shui Yu was nervous. He had hunted beasts for a living since his youth and his mind had been trained, but at this moment, his heart could not help but beat furiously. He was many times as stronger than before, but this did not give him any assurances because what he faced was authority, intangible but powerful. Who are you? The guard looked warily at him. The fingers of the other guard were spread. If Shui Yu showed any enmity, he would be killed immediately on the spot. Shui Yu's experience was completely displayed. His furiously beating heart slowed. His expression appeared calm and reassured. He reached out a hand. I come from Silver Catalpa Cavern, this is the token, please report my arrival. The guard examined Shui Yu with a suspicious glance. The guard did not feel any untruth from Shui Yu's calm and delicate appearance. He took the token and inspected it. When he felt there was no danger, he nodded at Shui Yu. Wait here. Finishing, he turned and entered the hall. Shui Yu was extremely nervous. He knew that the so-called token was just faked and had been made from a piece of silver thread wood. While Darren's plan was intricate and detailed, there were too many places that were fantastical. Shui Yu did not doubt Darren. The blood summons could explain everything. He himself was one of the fantastical parts, specifically it was the vast power in his body and the sea of knowledge in his mind. The knowledge was vast and varied, including many ancient secrets. However, what it contained the most of were techniques used to interact with people. This was the wealth that the ancestors had left. The blood summon represented an enormous plan. This plan was so great that even he, having grown in power and knowledge, needed to spend a large amount of time to understand it. When he read the plan from beginning to end, he was completely won over by this daring and unorthodox plan. Large numbers of techniques used for scheming had been shoved into his mind. But compared to the plan laid out in front of him, those great tales of conspiracies were not worth a mention. A grandmaster schemer. This was definitely a plan made by a great schemer. This enormity of the plan exposed the great ambitions of the Darren that he served. He suddenly recalled how his grandfather had always liked to mention things like the past glory of the family. Maybe grandfather's wish could be realized. This thought flashed through Shui Yu's mind. An innately calm person, Shui Yu started to examine this plan in more detail. The more he studied, the more he felt that the great schemer in the shadows was unfathomable. He found that many parts of the plan were related to the knowledge that was provided to him. That grandmaster schemer clearly had considered every aspect. He repeatedly pondered every detail and memorized the entire plan. He speculated on all the accidents that could occur and how he should respond. Closing his eyes, Shui Yu tried to erase the nervousness inside. He told himself that with his present strength, even if a problem occurred, he could fight his way out. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were once again completely calm. A while later, the guard jogged back with an expression that was more respectful. Please come in, Darren is waiting in the main hall for you. The main hall meant the greatest of receptions. Shui Yu politely nodded in acknowledgement and followed the guard towards the main hall. It seemed that this Mo general did have a connection to the Silver Catalpa Cavern. Otherwise, he would not be so nervous. The Silver Catalpa Cavern was an ancient inheritance ground. As time passed, there were very few that knew of it. Shui Yu had secretly investigated this Mo general, but the information he had gathered was not clear. But in the plan, the Mo skill the Mo general practiced and even his daily habits were listed in detail. Shui Yu increasingly felt the great power of the Darren behind him. If he did not have great power, how could he do all this? Investigate this person. Hard at work, way threw a name over to Pu Yao. Unusually, Pu Yao did not protest. He took a glance and turned to enter the 10-finger prison. Entering the 10-finger prison, Pu Yao familiarly entered the 10th prison with a few hops. The core of the 10-finger prison, the restricted lands of the elders. This was an area that was restricted to elders. The elders that were scattered across the major Yaojia would come here to regularly meet and discuss all kinds of problems. The orders that decided the fate of all Yao would frequently be made here and then be sent to the major Yaojia. Pu Yao seemed to not see the numerous and varied Jinji, he floated past them like a wisp of smoke. He quickly entered a black restricted area. The black restricted area was covered with terrifying Jinji. This was the location of the Intelligence Division, the Shadow Pavilion, that was under the direct command of the Council of Elders. There was an astounding amount of intelligence gathered here.
Every day, the Shadow Pavilion members that were scattered all over would send the intelligence they thought was valuable to this place. The intelligence would then be filtered, categorized, and archived. Pu Yao strolled through the corridors as though he was wandering through his own backyard. He quickly sneaked into a storage. After taking a few glances, he quickly found the intelligence he needed. The dark pavilion had eyes everywhere. The intelligence here was not limited to the Yao but contained dossiers on the Mo and Xiuzha. Any person famous from the three races would have a file here. Without wasting any effort, Pu Yao found the intelligence he needed and disappeared. Returning to the Sea of Consciousness, he gave the intelligence he obtained to Wei. The two then had a heated discussion. This is too dangerous. But if we place our bets right, the profit would be unimaginable. Shueiyu's speculation about the mastermind was generally correct, but his only mistake was that the daring plan was not made by one but two grandmaster schemers. Fei Lei traveled over mountains and water. His face was weathered. There were more than 100 young people behind him dressed in worn clothing. In comparison to the others, his mission was much simpler. He received a list with some clans and their general living location. The mission the Blood Summon had given him was very simple. He was to find these clans and convince them to join him and form a battalion. The battalion's name would be the King's Horn. The name of this battalion caused Fei Lei's heart to beat wildly. Was the Darren who sent the Blood Summons a king? The King's Horn. Fei Lei was not as clever as Shueiyu, but he was a reliable person. The inheritance he received included Mo skills and knowledge on battle generals. He also had experience in training battalions, and this was why Pu Yao and Wei had given him this mission. He went searching based on the list, and the surprise he felt increased. He didn't know how the Darren behind him had found these clans. These clans all had terrible living conditions. Some of the clans only had 20 to 30 people left. After coming into contact with them, Fei Lei was even more astonished. All of these clans possessed a long history and had been great once upon a time. Fei Lei knew what this meant. Noble bloodlines. While these clans mostly had declined due to losing their Mo skill inheritances, the blood that flowed within them had not changed. If they could find their Mo skill inheritances, they could once again step onto the world stage. Thinking about this, Fei Lei's heart moved again because the Blood Summons had also given him countless Mo skills inheritances. The King's Horn. Fei Lei's turned towards the young people that were dressed in varied attire. Some looked like beggars. He suddenly felt great anticipation. Under their dirty and young appearances, the awakening of the noble bloodlines. The King's Horn would blow away the dust of time, and the past glory of their bloodlines would come once again. What? You're crazy. Yu Qinglai's rebellious face was full of fury as he pointed at Pu Yao's nose and cursed. Yi just got out of the jail, and you want Yi to go back? Yi tells you, Yi won't do it. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Qinglai's body suddenly tightened and he was unable to move. Yu Qinglai strained his neck upwards and continued to curse loudly. If you have skill, kill Yi. Don't think he will go back to the jail. Kill you? An eerie light flashed across Pu Yao's bloody pupil. His thin blade-like lips curved slightly. How can I let you off so easily? You know, I have many ways that to make you unable to live and unable to die. Yu Qinglai stopped talking. He knew this. He had inherited all kinds of eerie Yao arts related to stealth, concealment, and assassination. Among these Yao arts were many torture methods that could make people beg for death. Even he could do them now. Pu Yao looked down at him coldly. Your personality is really not suited to moving in the dark. It is a pity that you are the only Yao left, so the benefits fall to you. That's fine with me, but if you ruin my plan, I will take back what I have given you with interest. Pu Yao's icy words caused Yu Qinglai to tremble. He knew what the interest was, his life. Having received the inheritance, he knew just how cruel and ruthless the people that moved in the darkness were. What's the benefit in going to a crappy place like jail? Yu Qinglai's throat felt dry. He retreated. You have to change your way of thinking. Pu Yao's bloody pupil was bottomless. He said in a slightly mocking tone, for a commander of the dark, jail is where talented individuals gather. There are conmen, schemers, butchers, swindlers, cheats, each full of talent. Those are bad people. Yu Qinglai couldn't help but say. Are you a good person? You were also in jail. It is not important if they are good or bad. What is most important is that they are all enemies of the Council of Elders. Pu Yao's tone was cold. You better familiarize yourself with the rules of darkness as soon as possible. What I need is a commander of the darkness. If you cannot do it, I will switch to someone else. As regretful as the lost time would be, I lack patience.
You want me to recruit them? Yu Qinglai was not stupid and quickly reacted. Recruit? Ha ha.
Pu Yao seemed to have heard something humorous and laughed loudly.
What's there to laugh at?
Yu Qinglai was angry and embarrassed.
Those people cannot be recruited. Pu Yao's bloody pupil narrowed and he looked at Yu Qinglai.
He said meaningfully, "This is a test for you, good luck." Finishing, Yu Qinglai felt his vision turn dark and he was forcibly ejected from the 10-finger prison. He just wanted to curse aloud when the door was suddenly kicked open. A group of people rushed in and forced him to the floor.
Stay still. You have been captured. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's expression was displeased.
He murmured to himself, "Calling yourself Yi in front of me, you don't want to live." He couldn't help but think of another person that frequently did this, but he was one who he could not do anything against. His displeasure increased. He immediately decided to increase the tasks related to Yu Qinglai's mission.
Editor's note: I know you. Yeah, you. The one reading this. Don't even comment. Who are those people again? I know you.
Fei Lei first appears in chapter 560. He leaves his home to respond to the Wei's blood summons. He is described as an older uncle-like figure. He is teaching children in a village when he receives the blood summons. Shui Yu, Mo from the Water Moon family. First appearing in chapter 559, he receives a blood summons from Wei. He is an experienced hunter, but has lived an impoverished life. Yu Qinglai, the sole surviving member of the Yu Qin family. First appearing in chapter 565, he responds to Pu Yao's summons. He is described as having an irregular blue crystal on his forehead, eyes long and narrow, and fiery red hair. He escapes a Yao prison, a Beigu jail, with Pu's technique and decides to repay Pu.
Translator ramblings: Wandering Yumi of Doom is very considerate. I just let people puzzle it out. This chapter is a casual reminder that Pu Yao and Wei have their own lives.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 678, Nether Decay Reincarnation Lotus. Chapter 678, Nether Decay Reincarnation Lotus. Both Ji Zhang and Dai Tao hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would secretly give the Little Mo treasure cup to Tsang Liener.
While the Little Mo treasure cup did not have as astounding of power in Tsang Liener's hands as it did in Zuo Mo's, it was still enough to deliver a fatal blow when Ji Zhang had let his guard down. If the news of this spread, Little Mo treasure cup would be elevated into the top level of talismans in the world after this fight. The shock that Ji Zhang's death gave Xian Kong Temple was peerless. When they received the news, the elders of Xian Kong Temple were still on their way. They almost collectively lost the power of speech. Almost none of them believed that this was true.
A Fanshu elder could die? Many elders had blank expressions when they heard the news.
In their minds, Elder Ji Zhang was like a god.
Many more elders started to waver.
While the enemy was only 3 people, this mission had become more dangerous than it had been in the past. Of course, the one that had suffered the greatest blow was Dai Tao. He had lost all courage, turned and ran from the scene. This was an instinctive response. It could be seen from this how strong the terror he felt was. Ji Zhang's death surpassed Xian Kong Temple's expectations and caused the Xian Kong Temple elders to not know what to do. This was the first Fanshu Xiujia's death in nearly 20 years. Coincidentally, the most recent death of a marshal in 20 years in the Mo territories had also been caused by Zuo Mo. This was also a Xian Kong Temple elder of the 4 great sections. News of Ji Zhang's death quickly spread to all the sects through all kinds of avenues and created a great wave. Some of the sects that had been yearning to join the fray quickly changed tactics and recalled the experts they had sent towards the Mo territories. While the loss of a Fanshu expert to a large sect like Xian Kong Temple was painful, it would not lead to their immediate collapse. But for sects outside the 4 great sects, this kind of loss was enough to wound them to the bone. And reality proved that Fanshu were not as powerful as people had imagined. They could also be killed. The Fanshu experts that had lived in luxury for a long time needed time to adjust to the chaotic world. The name of Xiao Mo Go once again entered people's ears. However, this time, the name contained intimidation it did not have before. Killing a marshal might be a lucky circumstance, but if he killed a Fanshu as well, then no one would doubt his strength. For Zuo Mo, this risk had been a successful gamble. He had won. The gains this time were plentiful as he had expected. Ji Zhang was wealthy. While he did not have many talismans, there were rare materials that had Zuo Mo's eyes lighting up.
17 incense firelink wish beads.
The incense firelink wish beads were forged using a special method unique to Diana Shio sections. The beads were formed by the power of incense fire.
These 17 ling wish beads were translucent and pure. He didn't know how many years' worth of incense they had been treated with. Only a great sect like Shin Kong Temple could produce such high-level incense fireling wish beads. The power of incense fire was similar to wish power. However, the beads were not used for cultivation. It was actually an extremely rare Diana material. Based on the number of beads, Zuo Mo speculated that Ji Zhang had wanted to obtain 18 to make a bracelet. If this bracelet could be completed, it would be a top-tier talisman. Zuo Mo did not understand the incense fireling wish bead well. Each of the incense fireling wish beads were given in tribute by the sects under Shin Kong Temple. Each bead had experienced 500 years of incense fire. The quality was high and rare. It was only because Ji Zhang had been waiting on the last one that he hadn't forged his talisman, and his plans ended up benefiting Zuo Mo. However, the forging of incense fireling wish beads required special methods that Zuo Mo was not suited to using. Zuo Mo decided to leave them to Zhong Ru, who had wish power, in making it more appropriate for him to forge these. It would be even better than talismans using Ling power. The next treasure was more wondrous. There seemed to be a crimson red lotus growing on top of a rotating black piece of wood. Nether's rotten reincarnation lotus. Pu Yao's exclamation sounded in Zuo Mo's mind. Hearing Pu Yao's shout, Zuo Mo became alert. Something that Pu Yao would exclaim about would not be an average treasure. He hurried to ask, "What lotus?" "This is the Nether's rotten reincarnation lotus," Pu Yao repeated. His gaze was tightly locked on the tender lotus fire, and his tone was filled with shock and wonder. The rumors say that there are organisms that grow in the 10,000 wasteland in the deepest reaches of the Nether realm. The reincarnation lotus is the most valuable material grown in the region. It uses the most corrosive poison as nutrients, and it gives birth to the purest and most miraculous thing. Zuo Mo felt tempted hearing about it. Then what is the use in such a thing? Pu Yao smirked coldly and said, "The best use for Dianatio is to preserve their mind during reincarnation. That old thieving Baldy definitely planned to use it like that." Reincarnation. Zuo Mo sighed. He was slightly disappointed. It meant that this could not be used now. You do not know the wonders of reincarnation. If someone knows that you possess such an object, your life is over. All those decrepit antiques will come make trouble for you. You can use it to trade for any talisman you want. You can have them do anything you want. Of course, they can also just kill you and steal the treasure. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. It is that powerful? So this is that valuable? His mind started to move. He was considering what treasure he could trade with this. Pu Yao then said, "It is not just for reincarnation. This is a rare object that Xiuzhe, Yao, and Nemo can all use. Also." Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao that seemed reluctant to speak. "And what?" "And it has a wondrous effect." Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo. "It can nurture the soul. It is the tiny bit of vitality that forms in place of extreme death and corrosion. Nothing can compare to its effects on nurturing the soul." Nurturing the soul? Zuo Mo immediately stilled. "Yes." Pu Yao closed his mouth. A smile slowly started to form on corner of Zuo Mo's mouth and continue to grow. He was like a child that received his most beloved wish. "Then this is something a Gue can use?" "Yes," Pu Yao said in a certain tone. "While it is the first time I have seen this and I am not entirely sure what its effects are, it is something that will be of great help to a Gue." "Great! Great!" Zuo Mo suddenly became excited. He suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly asked, "Is there anything special method used to consume it?" "Just eat it," Pu Yao said. Zuo Mo licked his lips. Suddenly, he felt nervous. He turned his face to look at a Gue. At this time, he was not in the mood to inspect his other gains. Those treasures that were worth 10,000 ginger were not things that could hold his gaze at the moment. A Gue looked silently at him. Like usual, those wooden and gray pupils did not avoid Zuo Mo's gaze. Zuo Mo suddenly felt pain in his heart. That fragmented scene in this calm and wooden face flashed through his mind. He suddenly understood. He wasn't just doing this for an answer. With his left hand, he grabbed a Gue's hand tightly. He plucked the reincarnation lotus and moved it next to a Gue's lips. The reincarnation lotus turned into a green energy and burrowed into a Gue's mouth. Within his hand, a Gue's hand shook. Luo De was slightly nervous. Xiao Mo's battalion had suddenly disappeared. Thinking to how Xiao Mo's battalion had been publicly searching for guides previously, a thought uncontrollably rose in Luo De's mind. Had they truly found a secret path? Originally, it was not his responsibility to worry about such matters. With Jiang Zhidaran in command of the entire situation, he just had to listen to orders. But the region in which Zuo Mo's battalions had disappeared was very close to the defense line that he was in charge of. How could he not have his heart in the air? He had already sent the information to Jiang Zhidaran, but up until now, Jiang Zhidaran had just ordered him to continue to maintain his position. Out of caution, he sent out several groups of scouts. But the scouts seemed to disappear and not one had returned. Without any scouts and left ignorant of the situation outside, Luo Dai's worry increased. Other than battles of coincidence caused by outside factors, there would rarely be final battles where the main battalions on both sides would battle when a conflict first started. The two sides would test each other and it would usually start with groups of scouts. The fighting between battalion elites was much crueler and intense. Jiang Zhi did not hesitate in sending out large numbers of scouts. He needed intelligence, he needed to know Bihan's movements. It had been too long since he fought against Bihan. He did not know what kind of changes Bihan had gone through in this time. However, there was something else. The importance he placed on Bihan surpassed anyone else. Those elders in the sect all said that Bihan was dangerous, but no one understood how terrifying Bihan actually was, only Jiang Zhi did. He also knew of Bihan's hate for Xiankong Temple. The two had competed from a young age and were evenly matched. However, Jiang Zhi had been allowed to take sole command of a battalion ever since the age of 10. Later on, he was allowed to form his own battalion, the Jiangzi Battalion. On the other side, Bihan was forced to copy sutras in the desolate mountain valley. It was supposed to wear away his viciousness. In a break with convention, the sect leader had allowed him to take command of Xin Battalion, but it was only after Bihan had publicly fought him to a stalemate. In the eyes of other disciples, command of Xin Battalion was a punishment. Xin Battalion was famous, but no disciple was willing to be isolated to interact all day with a group of silent and unresponsive puppets. Later, as Bihan's identity as a Mo was made public, Jiang Zhi finally understood why the sect leader and others treated Bihan so poorly. But he also knew that Bihan's hate of Xiankong Temple reached deep into his bones. Jiang Zhi decided that no matter what, he had to kill Bihan in this fight. He could not sit by and watch as a person as dangerous as Bihan become the greatest threat to Xiankong Temple. 500 elite scouts appeared on front of Jiang Zhi. They formed 10 little teams. Jiang Zhi only had one order for them: hunt the other scouts and kill them at any price. He knew that not many of these 500 would come back alive. Their expressions were calm and at ease. They did not feel any fear about the upcoming dangerous battles. They were truly elite. The fight between scouts meant that this battle that was fated to cause a great number of casualties had formally started. Translator ramblings, or fragrant fire, has multiple meanings. One refers to the worship of the Buddha/deity by believers, and the second meaning is the incense and candles used during rituals. Since this is a fantasy novel and there hasn't been any mention of worshippers, I'm going with a literal incense fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Bague. Chapter 679, Bague. Time seemed to suddenly slow. In Zuo Mo's eyes, the streak of light that was the Nether Decay Reincarnation Lotus was extremely slow. Bam bam bam, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Zuo Mo had never been as nervous as this. He watched Bague closely. Suddenly, Bague gave off purple light. The dark and strange Shin power suddenly exploded. Zuo Mo's body shook and he reflexively grabbed Bague's hand. His Shin power shook and deflected Bague's Shin power. This movement was instinctive and did not come from his mind. The bright purple light entered Zuo Mo's eyes and the scene in front of him changed. In an endless void, a young girl was sitting silently in the void. 7 purple chains covered her body, each with the thickness of an arm, and extended into the void. The young girl was dressed in a white and ethereal robe. There was no pain in her expression as she sat silently. Zuo Mo's mind shook as he recognized her, Bague. While it was the first time he saw that beautiful and unblemished face, Zuo Mo still recognized Bague at a glance. The black waterfall of hair fell to her shoulders, and her trimmed bangs gave her a hint of handsomeness. A delicate and beautiful face, long eyelashes, her face was slightly pale but there was no sorrow or pain. She sat silently and only her pursed lips made people feel her concentration and determination. Zuo Mo seemed to be struck by lightning. That fragmented scene in his mind resurfaced, a figure sprinting while carrying him on her back immediately became clear. The panicked breathing of the young female and her rushed steps filled Zuo Mo's mind. Bague. This was Bague. 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 Zuo Mo shouted with all his strength. The young female under the purple chains did not respond at all. It is useless, Wei said. Wei. What is this? What is this?
Zuo Mo in his panic had found a lifesaver and hurriedly asked Wei for help.
A rare sorrowful expression came onto Wei's face.
This is the undying Shin punishment.
Undying Shin punishment? Zuo Mo's body shook. For some reason, his heart hurt fiercely.
The cruelest Shin punishment.
Wei's tone was sorrowful.
The mind and soul of the punished becomes the source of Shin power and creates undying Shin power. The undying Shin power will continue to corrode the body of the one being punished and cause their vitality to fade. In turn, the damaged body will create more Shin power the more it is injured, making it even stronger. It is a cruel punishment as the undying Shin power will tear the soul of the one punished from their body and imprison it in the unconscious void. There, all six senses are sealed, there is no light, no sound, no smell, nothing. The soul will be left to endure in the unconscious void. Isolation is the greatest punishment.
Zuo Mo's mind rang out.
He suddenly thought of the coldness and emptiness of the Shin power inside a Gui's body. His body uncontrollably trembled, his limbs cold. Enormous pain twisted his heart.
Undying Shin punishment.
His voice was trembling, the fury and hate in his voice was unable to be disguised. Who was the mother *****?
Who dares to punish a Gui?
At the end of the shouting, his voice was a shriek.
His anger exploded.
The blood in his body ignited, and the burning pain tore at every inch of his skin.
It is herself.
Wei sighed lightly. It was as though a basin of cold water was poured over Zuo Mo's head. He froze where he was.
There are no flames of hate on her body. If she was unwilling, the endless void would create flames of hate.
The flames of hate will not damage her soul but would cause her to feel endless pain. Wei looked at the young girl sitting silently in the middle of the chains and said with a sigh, the 7 purple chains are the undying Shin power.
It was herself, it was herself. Zuo Mo couldn't hear anything else.
His mind was filled with these 3 words. The shadows of the forest, those 2 bare feet running in the mud, the trembling young shoulders of the girl, the determined and harsh breathing, the panicked shouts.
Tears took over Zuo Mo's vision.
Bihan silently returned to the cave. Cold Mountain Jie was heavily guarded, but because it was the rear, Bihan had found an opening. No one had thought that Bihan would sneak into such a heavily guarded Cold Mountain Jie. Due to that, the messenger seals of Cold Mountain Jie were not the special ciphered seals used at the front lines, but the messenger seals that were commonly used inside Xian Kong Temple. Bihan easily disguised himself as a Xian Kong Temple disciple without any effort and sneaked in. Familiar with the setup of Xian Kong Temple, Bihan quickly found the intelligence he needed. But the arrival of the Elder Corps disrupted all of his setup. The members of the Elder Corps were all Yuanying and above, and almost all of them were at the peak of Yuanying. They might not understand how to work together like a battalion, but their combined strength was enough to destroy Sin Battalion several times over. Fortunately, he learned that the Elder Corps had other matters to deal with and were just passing through. But out of consideration for safety, Bihan carefully retreated back to the cavern deep in the ground. He didn't even dare to venture out to scout for information for fear of being discovered. His disguises in front of those elders amounted to nothing.
His furious fighting spirit cooled.
Bihan and his Sin Battalion waited for the arrival of spring like hibernating snakes.
Cold Mountain Jie.
The elders had received news that Elder Ji Zhang had died. Stopped their journey at Cold Mountain Jie. Ji Zhang's death was a fatal blow to their morale. What to do now became the biggest problem for Xian Kong Temple. Worry filled the faces of the elders. The present situation of Xian Kong Temple was not good.
Of the 4 great sects, the one worst off was undoubtedly Shixian. Gu Liangdao's betrayal had a larger effect on Shixian than their upper ranks had predicted.
The situation had quickly become uncontrollable. Outsiders could only speculate about Gu Liangdao, but among the Shixian disciples, everyone knew what the situation was. This had also caused the great majority of disciples to feel demotivated. Even a disciple who had won such great merit for the sect was treated this way. How could their hearts not feel cold? It was appropriate to describe Shixian as being abandoned by all close to it now.
But the second worst off was undoubtedly Xian Kong Temple.
Bihan was not as famous as Shixian's Gu Liangdao, but his escape still caused people's hearts to move. But because there was still the outstanding Jiangzhe, people's hearts were moved but nothing else did. But now Ji Zhang's death was a heavy blow to Xian Kong Temple. The worth of a Fanshu expert could not be calculated in Jingshi.
Xian Kong Temple was on a dangerous cliff.
If Jiangzhe won this battle, they might be able to overcome this obstacle, but if Jiangzhe lost,
the elders did not dare to imagine what would happen. The grim situation caused the elders of Xian Kong Temple to form 2 camps.
One side thought that the elders should help Jiangja first achieve victory, as a loss would shake the very foundation of Xiankong Temple.
The other camp wanted to kill Xiao Mogu. The ones that were in support of killing Xiao Mogu had very good reasons to do so.
They thought that, by killing Xiao Mogu, it would get revenge for Elder Ji Zhang and also re-establish Xiankong Temple's authority. The Xin power inheritance that they would obtain would allow Xiankong Temple an opportunity to develop again. Most importantly, they were ahead of the other 3 sects in this mission and the probability of success was very high. They could accept some losses. If they passed on such a good opportunity, it would not appear again.
They were full of confidence in Jiangja.
Jiangja was going to fight a defensive battle and he had the advantage of numbers.
Would Jiangja lose? That was worrying too much. The arguing was intense.
The elders in this corps made up almost half of the elders of Xiankong Temple, and was the most powerful battle force in Xiankong Temple.
Their choices would directly determine Xiankong Temple's direction.
Everyone knew that they must make a decision quickly, regardless of what it was.
The end result was a compromise. The Elder Corps would leave 10 elders to help Jiangja and guarantee the victory in this fight. The remaining elders would continue to pursue Xiao Mogu. Dots of light suddenly appeared in the void.
They were like snowflakes that were attracted towards Ague, who was imprisoned in the purple chains. They flew towards Ague and then into her body.
The Nether Decay Reincarnation Lotus.
In his sorrow, Zuo Mo suddenly saw this and hope rose inside. Pu Yao had praised the Nether Decay Reincarnation Lotus to the heavens.
Zuo Mo had high hopes for it.
Thinking about what Ague had suffered, Zuo Mo felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to smash the chains to pieces.
The silent Ague seemed to detect the change.
She suddenly raised her head and opened her eyes.
Zuo Mo could not describe his feeling when he saw those clear eyes.
It was like the most precious treasure in the world being unveiled in front of him.
Under the purple chains, Ague suddenly stood up.
She focused on the dots of light appearing out of the void in front of her. She raised her hand, palm up, and watched as the light merged into her palm. There were threads of pure vitality contained in the threads of coolness. A flush of color returned to her pale face. That pure vitality nurtured her soul. She knew that her body had found young master. Before swearing the undying Shin punishment, she had left the tiniest bit of her consciousness.
That tiny consciousness formed the deepest instinct of her body. Find the young master.
The unconscious void sealed everything, but a few years ago, she suddenly had a feeling. At that time, she knew, her body had found young master. From then on, her heart had settled. The unconscious void which sealed off everything did not seem to be such a hardship. In these years, the only thing she did was use her soul to nurture the undying Shin power. This was the only way she could help young master.
Her expended soul was quickly recovering. Young master. She suddenly stood.
That pair of clearly eyes searched in the darkness.
Even though she could not see anything. Translator ramblings, a step in the right direction.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 680, The Competitive Pair. Chapter 680, The Competitive Pair.
In the surrounding area, several Xiankong Temple scouts were roaming around. They warily searched for traces of enemies.
Can we act now?
The orange-haired Yao turned as he asked Shu Long.
Shut up. Owen hissed out from between his teeth. He glared angrily at the orange-haired Yao. This idiot actually spoke at this time. He was really untrained.
Shu Long looked with slight helplessness at the pleading orange-haired Yao. He shook his head and said quietly, "Wait a bit longer." Still waiting, the orange-haired Yao muttered with a twist to his mouth. Shu Long said patiently, "They have not entered our range of attack.
This is not advantageous for our ambush."
The orange-haired Yao completely disregarded Owen's disdainful look.
He said with puzzlement, "Why do we need to ambush them?"
Owen really could not stop himself.
"Idiot, it is easier to win in an ambush." The orange-haired Yao then realized. "Ah, I understand. You are afraid you won't win. You won't win."
Owen exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
"If you can win, then why use an ambush?"
The orange-haired Yao looked strangely at Owen with an expression of "You are so weird.
What do you know? This is tactics."
Owen felt faint from his anger with the orange-haired Yao. "You are just afraid you won't win," the orange-haired Yao said in an assured tone. He looked sideways at Owen. When Owen met the orange-haired Yao's strange gaze, blood rushed to his head.
"Come on then, let's fight." The people in the surroundings looked at the two fools acting up at this time.
The orange-haired Yao shook his head furiously.
Seen you're afraid. Wen's expression was disdainful. The orange-haired Yao shook his head again. I will not fight against people that are afraid they can't beat the enemy. Wen was furious. You? Shu Long felt exasperated. He decided that he wouldn't lead any team with these two again. Looking at the scouts, it was clear they had noticed the noises and were moving in this direction. Shu Long said helplessly, then fight. Yes, with a genius like me here, there is no need for an ambush. The orange-haired Yao was smug. He charged first at the scouts. Idiot, the furious Wen gritted his teeth. He shot out like an arrow. The two charged, flying at the front like angry arrows. The other people saw this and also charged out. The scouts of Xian Kong Temple were the elite members of each battalion. They were strictly trained from childhood and had rich battle experience. This group had worked together for more than 5 years and had great teamwork. They did not panic and quickly formed a battle formation. The chanting of Diana Xiao caused lights to appear on their bodies. The dazzling sutra characters spun around their bodies. Their expressions were calm and at ease. The leader of the team looked at the enemy charging at them and a hint of dismissiveness flashed through his eyes. They were experienced, he had great battle training and quickly judged the enemy. While they looked to have a ferocious aura, they were not in sync and their teamwork was terrible. Was this Bihan's team? The leader felt relieved. It had to be said that while Bihan was not famous outside of the sect, but everyone in Xian Kong Temple knew of him and the famous Sin Battalion. It was like there was a rock on their chests, so heavy they could not breathe. Bihan was a battle general on the same level as Jiang Zhe. This group that was charging over was not Sin Battalion. They were probably Bihan's cannon fodder. He suddenly recalled there was another battle general with Bihan called Gongsun something. He did not remember the name of that person clearly. He did not remember most people's names, but that was of no significance to the leader. The distance between them decreased. The leader shouted, Anamita. The lights on their bodies spun rapidly and a strange power formed. The orange-haired Yao and Wen felt countless lights collapse towards the center of the enemy formation, spinning and forming a multicolored whirlpool. The whirlpool created a strong force that pulled them to fly towards the whirlpool. Whoa, what is that? I've never seen it before. Fireworks? It really is pretty. You have some skill. It is a pity that you encountered this genius. Let this genius show you what is the truth of battle. He furiously sprouted words and his orange fire like hair flowed in the wind. Shut up. You idiot. Nearby, Wen could not stop himself from cursing. The orange-haired Yao turned his face to Wen and said seriously, you will never be able to understand the thoughts of geniuses. This is why you cannot become a genius. He turned away after saying this and he smugly said towards the Xian Kong Temple Xiuzhe. Mortals, tremble. Shut up. Tendons bulged in Wen's forehead and his expression became more vicious. The two argued, but their actions were also extremely fast. A layer of faint white flame floated out of the orange-haired Yao's body. The color of the flames was very light, almost transparent. His expression was exaggerated, waving, his arms spread apart as his mouth moved constantly. There was a layer of black fire around Wen's body that was as black as ink. It pulsed at an unique rhythm. This layer of black flame was thicker and deeper than the killing essence he previously had. It did not have any presence as though it was harmless. The genius attack, the genius invincible body fire bullet. The orange-haired Yao shot forward like a cannonball with his white flames, a long tail of fire streaking behind him as he charged towards the enemy's formation. Kill! Wen suddenly shouted and stabbed with his spear. His movements were smooth and filled with beauty. The black flames on his body suddenly flowed into the black spear. A silent black energy formed at the tip of the spear and entered the middle of the whirlpool. Stupid! The leader sneered. It was too idiotic for the two to think they could defeat the formation. But his smile quickly froze on his face. Boom! All of the Diana Xiao shook. All the lights and sutra characters on their bodies were shattered and turned to dots of light. How was it possible? The leader paled. The battle formation had been defeated. The two enemy opponents had directly defeated their battle formation. Were the two yuanying? But at this time, there was no time for him to think. His instinct formed from many years of battle allowed him to counterattack the situation quickly. With an angry howl, a sutra character appeared on his forehead. His expression was stern and dignified as his palms pressed together and then pushed forward. Golden Palm Prince left his hand and immediately turned into two enormous golden hands that slammed towards the two people in the air. The two hands became bigger and bigger until they covered the orange-haired Yao and a one. Imposing light palm.
The sutra character at his forehead glowing even brighter, but his brow became dotted with gray and white.
Leader!
A Shen Kong temple scout called in grief. The imposing light palm was a skill beyond the leader's ability.
This attack was forcefully used by expending at least 10 years of his life force.
The other scouts all showed sorrow, but they knew that this was not the time to grieve.
No matter what, they could not waste leader's sacrifice. All kinds of fist energy, staff shadows, talismans, sutra characters erupted like a volcano.
Their gazes were locked on Xu Long and the others behind the two enemies at the front. They had to keep Xu Long and the others from helping. Then they saw the remaining enemy scouts stop in unison without any intentions of forcing their way forward. Some of those with quicker reactions couldn't help but feel strange. But then they were full of disdain. As expected, these were untrained troops.
When their teammates needed reinforcements, they didn't even have the bravery to charge forward. It was a pity that leader had.
Imposing light palm was one of the ultimate skills of Diana Xiao. It was extremely powerful but also demanded highly of the user's cultivation.
Only those in Yuanying could correctly perform it. Leader was a Jindan and had used his lifespan to do so. Everyone believed that the two would not be able to escape.
The lights in the sky were dim in comparison to the two enormous hands.
Bam!
The two hands in the air seemed to pop like bubbles and turned into dots of light. The orange-haired Yao's expression was dazed.
He was slightly dizzy.
The transparent flames around his body were slightly dimmer as he murmured unconsciously, slightly dizzy.
A Wen's complexion was slightly pale and there were some wounds on his body.
However, his glacial stare was murderous as he stared at the Shen Kong Temple team leader. Almost all of the Shen Kong Temple scouts were stunned in this moment.
The two were unharmed.
Xu Long and the others did not have any intentions of going forward. I just knew it would be like this, Ning Juzi said with a helpless expression.
It's great. We can relax. Song Zhe twisted his mouth. It is not very good. Nanyu had wanted to practice her Yao arts.
Listening to the words of the people around him, Xu Long's decision to lead a different team was reinforced.
At this time, the yells of the orange-haired Yao rang out over the entire battlefield. Hey, don't steal what's mine.
Answering him was a Wen's angry shout.
Kill. 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 Mine. Mine. Mine.
Nanyu and the others started to chat on the side.
Who's going to win this time? Ming Juzi glanced and then asked.
Tai.
Song Zhe answered without even looking.
Tai. Nanyu looked towards the battlefield in admiration of the two's fighting. Tai. The black smoke. Yao's voice came out of the black smoke.
Ming Juzi sighed. I also feel it is a tie. However, don't you feel this is boring? Everyone exchanged looks. Switch teams, Song Zhe said. Switch teams. Nanyu had an expression of agreement. Switch teams.
The black smoke. Yao's depressed voice came from the black smoke. Xu Long, who had been silent at the side, could not resist.
Switch teams. Everyone's tone was crisp, but they couldn't help but show some admiration in their eyes. The orange-haired Yao and a Wen were outstanding.
After the two of them started to cultivate Shen power, they had progressed so quickly it was astounding.
No matter what the two were doing, they competed.
Since a few battles ago, there had been no chance for the others to fight when they encountered small scouting teams like this one. The two of them took over the entire battle and there was no chance of anyone else to attack. The two's powers had started to become difficult for the others to understand. Both the orange-haired Yao's translucent flame and a Wen's midnight black flame were both unfamiliar and strange powers in the eyes of everyone else. They were completely different than the three powers and was slightly similar to Darren. While they admired the two, their fighting spirit also increased.
Everyone hoped to refine their strength through battle, not to be bystanders.
A battle like this was only a small corner of the entire battlefield. The fighting in other areas was even more intense.
The intensity of the battle was not outside of Zhang's expectations.
What surprised him was that, in such intense fighting, they were the ones losing. Translator ramblings: if Zuo Mo had them do team evaluations, everyone will give a Wen and the orange-haired Yao terrible marks in everything but effectiveness.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 681, Zuo Mo's Transformation. Chapter 681, Zuo Mo's Transformation. Sitting on the rock, Zuo Mo was expressionless and his eyes were vacant.
He stared off into the distance as Ague sat silently by his side. Sung Lianer did not know what had happened, but she had once shared those fragmented memories with Zuo Mo, but she could guess after watching Zuo Mo feed Ague the Nether Decay reincarnation lotus. She did not make a sound. Zuo Mo had been like this for 3 days. Over these 3 days, he did not move. It was as though he a wooden statue. In his sea of consciousness. How can I rescue Ague? Zuo Mo looked expressionlessly at Pu Yao and Wei. I don't know. The undying Shin punishment was the cruelest punishment in the ancient era. I have not heard of anyone ever breaking the Shin punishment. Wei sighed. At the side, Pu Yao was silent as well. Zuo Mo became silent again. However, this time, he did not remain silent for long. He raised his face and a light flickered in his eyes, like a candle in raging winds, but refused to succumb. He murmured hoarsely to himself and the words echoed in his sea of consciousness. At its core, the undying Shin punishment is a kind of Shin power. Since it is Shin power, there definitely is a solution. If I cannot unlock it now, it is because I understand too little about it. My understanding of Shin power is too weak. As long as I continue to grow stronger, become strong enough, as long as my understanding of Shin power deepens, I can search for clues. I won't give up, I will never give up, I will definitely find the solution. Even if no one has broken it before, I will. The hoarse voice was not fierce, not spirited, not angry. Zuo Mo's tone was indifferent as though he was talking about something unimportant. But within the calm, each word was as stern and determined as it was being engraved into steel. The flames on Pu Yao's body suddenly exploded. The eerie flames reflected on his eerie face. His thin blade-like lips curved in an eerie smile. Such a difficult matter really makes one's blood boil. Oh, it is great to use this to pay rent. Wei's expression was solemn but his eyes were as bright as stars. The truth of the gravestone armor is to protect. Wei cannot stand idly by and watch Ague sacrifice. Zuo Mo looked at the duo. A warmth hard to voice flowed inside. The hundred and thousands of words he felt turned into one word when they reached his mouth. A dot of light appeared in Zuo Mo's unfocused eyes. His statue-like body suddenly shook. At the side, Sang Lianer noticed immediately. The worry in her eyes decreased greatly and she unconsciously showed slight joy. Having refocused, Zuo Mo noticed the worry and concern in Sang Lianer's eyes. He said, I'm fine, do not worry. That's good. Sang Lianer sighed in relief. The intelligent Sang Lianer perceptively detected the change in Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo turned his face and looked at Ague beside him. His eyes became even more determined. Ague, I will definitely rescue you. No matter what. Over the next few days Sang Lianer saw the rapid changes in Zuo Mo's habits. Cultivation. Furious cultivation. Zuo Mo seemed to be possessed as he cultivated fanatically. He wasn't willing to waste even a speck of time. Sang Lianer had never seen someone cultivate like this. Every time she wanted to urge him to rest, she swallowed her words when she met Zuo Mo's steely gaze. Every bit of time was so valuable in Zuo Mo's eyes. Every bit of waste time meant that Ague had to endure more of that great torture. Zuo Mo's heart hurt. Pu Yao seemed to have become a completely different person. He brought out all the Yao arts, spells and Mo skills he collected. Wei also brought out all kinds of ancient sacrificial methods. Most of the Shin power inheritances had been lost over time and it was hard to see the connections. However, the three major systems originated from Shin power. While each focused on different aspects, they were developed from the same source. Pu Yao and Wei thought of a method, reconstruction. Reconstruction power from the three powers. This was a crude and stupid method but it was a very plausible method, especially since Zuo Mo now had a large part of that great piece Mo steel text which was one of the key points. Zuo Mo's Sun Shin power cultivation was not low, but there were many details that were still unclear. This reconstruction process had clarified many of the details. But Zuo Mo felt that this wasn't enough. There were too many parts missing to this ancient power that made it hard to understand. What he studied wasn't limited to just Sun Shin power, but included even Green Vine Shin power. But the writing was from too long ago, and there was a great barrier between the people now and those ancient records. Zuo Mo was not skilled in the ancient writing. Fortunately, Wei was from an ancient tribe. Wei had been from final years of that era, as those ancient tribes declined, but he was still of great help to Zuo Mo. As the three of them worked together, some of the basic patterns of Shin power were clarified. The division of cultivation levels for Shin power was not as complex as the three powers and was much simpler. Celestial, Earth, Mortal, they represented the three levels of Shin power. In ancient times, all of the totem warriors were celestial level.
They could move mountains, overturn seas, and destroy stars with their movements. For example, the sun crystal seed inside Zuo Mo's body was something only those heaven-level totem warriors could seal. But as they organized, Zuo Mo and the others also found some interesting things. According to this division of power, in Wei's era, those powerful totem warriors were Earth-level. The degradation of Shen power was evident in that era. The ancient era was undoubtedly the era that Shen power was strongest. Wei's era was at the end of the Shen power era. It was the time that Shen power was gradually being destroyed and the three powers started to replace Shen power as the mainstream. Why did Shen power degrade? Zuo Mo suddenly thought of that suffocating sealed extinction battlefield. Was it that too many totem warriors had fallen in that great battle leading to the degradation of Shen power? And that mysterious sure. Only now did Zuo Mo start to understand the great power of the other. He probably had been a totem warrior. However, Zuo Mo did not plan on wasting time on uncovering history. His time was so precious. Any drop of time had to be invested in becoming stronger. Zuo Mo felt he had never had such a clear goal in life, but every drop of sweat would not fall for nothing. Zuo Mo could clearly feel the Shen power in his body becoming stronger, especially after he had organized the knowledge of the two Shen techniques. His improvement with Shen power was clear, but it was clear he had just entered the preliminary stages of mortal level. The long and distant path did not scare Zuo Mo, who now had a clear goal. Zuo Mo's rapid improvement of Shen power slowed. This was to be expected. He had only cultivated Shen power for a short amount of time and he had not accumulated much. After organizing what he knew, he had understood many details and many of the places he had been stuck at had opened. His Shen power had increased due to this, but after this burst of improvement the growth of his Shen power could only improve through a process of accumulation. But Zuo Mo was not satisfied. Fighting? Pu Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. Zuo Mo never feared fighting before, but he was not one that liked fighting. It was rare for him to have a desire to fight. Zuo Mo nodded. His expression was calm. Fighting can cause my progress to become faster. Wei's brow creased slightly. It is very dangerous. As they sorted out Shen power and understood more, they knew that Shen power in mortal level was not of great advantage against the three powers in the later stages. Only when one stepped into Earth level could they completely suppress the three powers in the later stages. In other words, with Zuo Mo's present Shen power skill, his chances of victory against a Yuanying was high, but if he encountered a Fanshu it would be dangerous. A Gui's Shen power was slightly stronger than Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer was the weakest of the three. There will always be danger. Zuo Mo's expression was calm but his expression was determined. But fighting will allow me to grow more quickly. Also, even though it is difficult for us to comprehend Shen power, why don't we search for comprehension in battle? Search for comprehension in battle? Pu Yao and Wei stilled. The three powers are different from Shen power, but they are all derived from Shen power at the core. That means then there must be patterns to the way the power is used. Rather than taking stabs in the dark like we are doing now, it would be better to search through battle. Since it is power, it would be more evident during battle. Zuo Mo said seriously. Pu Yao and Wei had thoughtful expressions. Moments later, Wei nodded. Theoretically it is true, but too dangerous. Pu Yao smiled strangely. This method is interesting. Are you planning on using Xian Kong Temple? Zuo Mo did not find it strange that Pu Yao could guess his thoughts. Spirit burned in his eyes. Of those two old thieving baldies, one is dead, the other is injured. Xian Kong Temple will not give up. I speculate that they will definitely send more people and they aren't far from here. Bihan said that Xian Kong Temple only has 2 Fanshu now. So the people that they have sent this time would be primarily Yuanying. We might have a chance. Pu Yao snickered darkly. They definitely will not expect that you dare to look for a fight. And there is also an additional benefit. We can help relieve the pressure on Gongsun Shidi and Bihan. That is a good idea. Even Wei was persuaded by Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo told his idea to Sang Lianer. His original intention was to urge Sang Lianer to leave. Escalating this war with more battle was a dangerous course of action. In his view, Sang Lianer did not have to accompany them in this. Sang Lianer fluffed her hair. Her serene eyes did not avoid Zuo Mo's gaze. I stay with you both. Zuo Mo was shocked. So he had talked so much for nothing. What you say is true, it will be dangerous. However, the world knows that I cultivate Shen power. If I am alone, I will definitely be captured and forced to give up the Shen power inheritance. Father's power is not enough to protect me, Sang Lianer looked at Zuo Mo calmly and said. Zuo Mo was stunned. Sang Lianer was right. The fact that she cultivated Shen power was no longer a secret. There were countless pairs of eyes watching her. If she left, she most likely would immediately fall into the hands of someone else. Her only hope of survival was to stay with them to the end. Only by staying with Zuo Mo could she reduce the number of people scheming for her Shen power inheritance. No matter how dangerous it was, she had no other choice. There wasn't any terror in Sang Lianer's eyes. Her eyes were a deep unfathomable black that made it hard for people to guess her thoughts. If that's the case, then let's fight together. Zuo Mo looked at her and said seriously. A thread of a smile blossomed at the corner of Sang Lianer's mouth. It was like a beautiful flowering blossoming in the darkness. Translator ramblings, both the cast list and the table of contents have been updated. Zuo Mo's goal has been updated once again. V1. Find his past. V2. Help a Gui by finding Water Cloud Embryo. Version 2.1, help a Gui by finding Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. Version 2.1.2, help a Gui by defeating the Undying Shen power. Such a long way to go. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, God-Killing Bloodsword. Chapter 682, God-Killing Bloodsword. Wei Shang walked along the street as the people around him gazed on in awe. Wei Shang was famed in the Mo territories. Up until now, he had not lost once. There had been over 20 experts that had fallen to his sword. Many of them were famous and were lords of an area. After his successive victories, Wei Shang had become famous. He has started by challenging others but was now challenged by others. This change had only taken him a few months. The Mo did not have too much of a negative attitude towards Wei Shang. He was quiet, speaking few words, and determined. He also was not pretentious and was frugal. He was obsessed with the pursuit of power, and his passion and devotion to the sword was admirable. Also, he was an honest person. While he had defeated more than 20 experts, it was rare that people died by his sword. In the eyes of the proud Mo, Wei Shang had almost all the attributes that Mo revered. Even the Mo found it difficult to feel dislike for such a person. Many Mo sighed inside. It would be wonderful if such a person was born a Mo. He was also so strong. Having defeated 20 general-level experts, many people speculated that he would not have a match below martial level. Would it really take a martial to beat him? However, many people felt that this was not interesting. Which martial did not have great power and authority? They were each busy fighting to expanding their holdings. Who had the free time to fight against a sword show? Maybe Wei Shang's strength was almost close to martial level, but even if it was just a sliver away, this kind of difference was unable to be crossed. The gazes of the leaders were mostly looking at the battle between Jiang Jia and Xiao Mogu. In their view, an expert like Wei Shang was worthy of praise. But as long as he did not become a Fanchu, he would not have any true influence on the state of affairs. However, the results of Xiao Moge's battle would directly affect the state of the world. If Xiao Moge won, his reputation would grow, and he would become the first among the new generation of Mo generals. Additionally, the decline of Xian Kong Temple would not be able to be prevented. If Xian Kong Temple won, the Mo would suffer another loss on the battlefield. Jiang's reputation would grow, Xian Kong Temple would become even stronger, and Xiao Moge would not have any place to hide. The attention this battle received was far greater than Wei Shang's matches. Wei Shang was not affected. These factors were never ones that he paid attention to. He stepped onto the battle stage like usual and waited for the arrival of his opponents. He sat down in lotus position with the black sword floating next to him. He did not know who his opponent today was. He had never searched for information on any of his opponents. That was meaningless for him. He was trying to refine his sword essence, and was not fighting to win. Pure victory was not of value to him. His mind was like a void and a little black sword was within it. If one looked closely, they would find that it was a miniature black sword. However, unlike the savagery and bloodthirst of the black sword, this little black sword had the beginnings of majesty. The sword was like the endless void. Vast, deep, and boundless. Void Sword's essence. His Void Sword essence had already surpassed any of Wu Kong Sword Sect's forebearers, and reached an unprecedented height. The 6th grade sword scripture was transforming in his hands. Suddenly, the little black sword shook lightly. A faint, almost imperceptible, Void Sword essence rippled into the surroundings. Everything nearby appeared in Wei Shang's mind. Among the densely packed crowd, one person was extremely clear. This person was spying on him.
The little black sword was connected to Wei Shang's mind. It seemed to detect something and shook urgently. Sword essence. This person was a sword shio and also a Kunlun sword shio, but this person's eyes were filled with imperceptible enmity, but what caused the little black sword to react so was the faint Kunlun sword presence that he carried. It could not be detected with the naked eye, but in the void of the sword, it was eye-catching. Wei Shang knew long ago that Kunlun would not give up. But Kunlun probably had not expected that he would also not give up. Wei Shang suddenly opened his eyes. A harsh light flashed across his determined eyes. Since they had come, then they should not think of leaving. Wei Shang stood. The black sword seemed to respond and flashed into his hand. The mo below the stage were all astounded. It was the first time that they had seen Wei Shang perform any other actions before a fight. In the past matches, before the opponent came, Wei Shang would sit motionlessly like a rock with his eyes closed. What did he want to do? The mo all showed puzzled expressions. At this time, they heard Wei Shang's clear shout ring in their ears. Kunlun sword shio, when did you become people that hide in the shadows? Wei Shang's black sword pointed towards the Kunlun sword shio in the crowd. Kunlun sword shio. The mo below the stage were astounded. The two words Kunlun had brought endless pain towards the mo in thousands of years. In the direction Wei Shang was pointing, people parted like the tide, revealing the Kunlun sword shio among the crowd. His figure was average and so was his appearance. He did not show any differences compared to the average mo, and if he was a part of the crowd, he would quickly fade away. The Kunlun sword shio did not move. Wei Shang's sword essence had locked onto him. I'm very curious how you found me? His voice was dry, hoarse, and ugly to hear. There wasn't any presence on him as though he was a normal person. However, his words confirmed his identity. My sword recognizes you. Wei Shang said coolly. Just as he finished speaking, the space between him and the Kunlun sword shio had turned into a patch of endless void. They say that Wu Kong Sword Sect had a 6th grade sword scripture called the Void Sword Scripture. I hadn't expected that you are able to elevate it. If your sect leader in Shirshu heard of this in the grave, they would feel gratified. The Kunlun sword shio smiled and said to himself. Wei Shang's body shook. His steely gaze gradually became pained. His grip on the black sword tightened, his knuckles turned white and trembled slightly. The endless void shook and showed signs of instability. There was a faint smile on the face of the Kunlun sword shio. He slowly walked forward as though he was taking a stroll. It is a pity that you were not able to see them one last time. Even your fellow disciples ended up in the hands of Mo and become their prisoners. It really causes one to feel pity that Wu Kong Sword Sect was destroyed after existing for several hundred years. Wei Shang was silent. However, the blood in his face retreated as the other spoke. The Kunlun sword shio looked wryly at Wei Shang. In the intelligence report, Wei Shang had a resilient and hardy personality, but he cared greatly for his sect. This was his greatest weakness. Sword essence was eternal and could exist for thousands of lifetimes. Emotions were just common things. If one's sword essence was infected by their emotions, they would never be able to reach the peak. Such a pity for this good man. There was still a smile on the Kunlun sword shio's face. However, his eyes were filled with ice and emotionlessness. A transparent little sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in his hands. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly became alarmed. His icy eyes suddenly changed. In front of him, Wei Shang's presence suddenly changed. An ancient and desolate presence filled with deep grief flooded from the endless void and turned into threads that entered the black sword in his hand. The black sword suddenly hummed. It was like the howl of ancient wasteland beasts. The savagery and vicious presence filled the air. The thick tang of blood came from the sword and merged into the black void in the surroundings. Almost in a flash, the dark void became tinged with dark red. Wei Shang's body trembled violently. His face was ashen as though all the blood in his body had been drained. But his hand that held the black sword was like rock and didn't move a sliver. The Kunlun sword shio suddenly raised his head. He saw a mountainous blood-colored sword floating behind Wei Shang. Streams of blood dripped. The savage and bloody presence caused his sword heart to instinctively tremble. This was... Wei Shang's slightly red eyes became deep red, then dark red until they became black. The same deep black like the previous void. The killing essence and the tang of blood seemed to disappear. The enormous blood sword behind Wei Shang also disappeared as if it was just a mirage. However, the blood-tinged void in the surroundings informed people that the scene just now had not been an illusion. The Kunlun sword shio's mouth was wide as he looked behind Wei Shang. It was as though he had seen a ghost. God-killing blood sword, how is it possible?
he murmured to himself with an ashen expression. Wei Shang's expression returned to normal. The black sword in his mind was completely red, and the surrounding void was also dyed red. In the void was a little tiny infant sitting in lotus position on the blood sword. It seemed to be similar to Wei Shang in features. Yuanying. At this time, he broke through to Yuanying. Wei Shang's sword essence level was always above his cultivation level. Even the MO that he had defeated Enver had thought that the person they faced was just a Jindan sword show. Today, when he suddenly heard the terrible news about the sect leader and the Shirshu, he had felt grief and fury. This caused a resonance with the black sword in his soul. The vast killing essence in the black sword had instantly broke through the barrier inside his body. Previously, he had had a bad feeling about the sect, but there had not been any actual news about the sect leader and the others. He had held some hope. But now that the other had confirmed his suspicions, in great grief Wei Shang lost the last restraints and calm that he had. The last barrier between him and the black sword was also broken. The long accumulation and the comprehensions he gained at the border of life and death allowed him to have a successful breakthrough. The Coenluan sword show wanted Wei Shang's mind to show weakness, but he had never thought that this would become an opportunity for Wei Shang to break through. God-killing blood sword, so that is what you are called. Wei Shang lightly caressed the black sword in his hand and murmured to himself. The black sword felt the sorrow inside Wei Shang and the killing essence grew. It violently trembled, the sword producing threads of blood that ran along the blade. In a few moments, the sword was streaked with blood. The blood on the sword seemed to have an unique presence. If Zuo Mo was here, he would instantly recognize this presence was Shin power. Pure Shin power. The threads of blood were the blood of totem warriors. The blood that the sword had drank tens of thousands of years ago. The Coenluan sword show's mind finally cleared up, but his face became even paler. He was being completely suppressed by Wei Shang, but the red void in the surroundings was like an enormous clamp that gripped him. Impossible. Even if it was the god-killing blood sword, it could not be so powerful. Was it? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. At this time, Wei Shang raised his head. In this moment, the Coenluan sword show, Wei Shang, and the red void in the surroundings had merged into one. As expected, he had a breakthrough. Master in the Shirshu in heaven, under my void sword domain, this disciple Wei Shang offers the blood of Coenluan as tribute. These were the last words that the Coenluan sword show heard. Translator ramblings, Wei Shang's a vampire. The thing with the heaven/celestial and the mortal typos were all me. Wandering Yumi of Doom finished editing, I was reading it over, and then I realized person didn't sound as good as mortal and heaven was weird and celestial fit bitter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Explanations of Shin Power. Chapter 683, Explanations of Shin Power. Sang Lianer had stared at the ball of light in Zuo Mo's hand for a long time before she couldn't resist speaking. Why do you cultivate spells? Since a few days ago, Zuo Mo suddenly started to cultivate spells. While Sang Lianer did not know much about spells, but she knew that with Zuo Mo's personality that he would not do useless things. To go from cultivating Shin power to suddenly cultivating Ling power, she found this very strange. Zuo Mo was sweating and it seemed that it took him great effort. However, he did not stop and spoke as he worked. The three powers are each branches of Shin power. Cultivating the three powers can help us advance our Shin power. Sang Lianer's expression was puzzled. She had the inheritance from the Moon tribe and her understanding of Shin power was completely different than Zuo Mo's. Zuo Mo did not explain how he arrived at this conclusion, but Pu Yao and Wei had found that there was evidence to support this conclusion. It could not be explained in a sentence or two. But he still added, the disappearance of Shin power should have another cause other than just the loss of the inheritances. Sang Lianer's eyes suddenly lit up. What other reason? The disappearance of Shin power had always been a mystery. Up until now, no one had been able to explain it. That era was too distant in the past, and there were few records on the matter that had survived the march of time. Most of these were not specific in their wording. The Shin power was stronger than the three powers. Ague, Zuo Mo, and Sang Lianer were only in the early stages of mortal level and, when they coordinated, could kill Fanshu Xiuzha. The advantages could be seen. But the powerful Shin power had still disappeared and the three powers which were not as powerful had developed and their use had spread until it became the mainstream method. This was something hard for people to understand. No matter if it was Xiuzha, Yao, or Mo, their pursuit of power was the same. When Sang Lianer heard that Zuo Mo might have found the reason, she became alert. Belief. Zuo Mo said. He didn't mess up the spell on his hand. Belief. Song Lianer stilled. The warriors of the ancient tribes have another identity. They are the totems of their tribes, they are thought of as the gods of their tribes. They are entities that the tribes sacrifice to and worship. That is why ancient tribes have temples. And now, no matter if it is Xiuzha or Yama, we do not have totems nor temples. Sun Lianer contemplated this idea. In other words, cultivating Shin power now is not the same as in the past. We have the inheritances, but we cannot be like the entities of the past and become totem warriors. We cannot receive the belief and ceremonial sacrifices of other people. However, we can work on the three powers. The three powers are not as strong as Shin power, but their cultivation systems are stricter and they developed from Shin power, so they are of great help to cultivating Shin power. As Zuo Mo spoke, the light on his hand showed signs of instability and he hurriedly shifted his focus back. Sang Lianer was intelligent and the inheritance she received from the Moon Tribe was complete. After some thought, she understood that what Zuo Mo said was correct. In the Moon Shin power inheritance she had, much of the content was related to temples. In the past, she had not thought of this. Now, when she thought of Zuo Mo's explanation, she realized. The temple was for gathering belief. Can you teach me Yao arts and spells? Sang Lianer suddenly said. Zuo Mo stopped. He hadn't thought that Sang Lianer would ask this. It had to be said that for an actual Mo, it was a difficult matter to learn spells and Yao arts from the start. He looked at Sang Lianer. It is slightly difficult to start from the beginning. Sang Lianer smiled. At the very least, it won't be as difficult as cultivating Shin power. Zuo Mo was left speechless. Yes, she was right. The cultivation of the three powers would not be as difficult as cultivating Shin power. He did not refuse her. After some thought, he took out 2 jade scrolls. Your Mo physique is very good. This, Jade Bone spell, uses Ling power to refine the bones and will be of help to your Mo physique. This, Nether Jail Bone sacrificial art, is also suited to you. You might try to practice this. Previously, Pu Yao had given Zuo Mo all of the spells and Yao arts he had collected. Wei's previous master had been a battle maniac and challenged numerous people when she had been young, leading Wei to have a deep understanding in Mo skills, and all kinds of Mo skill styles. Wei had not held anything back. Those skills that could attract Pu Yao and Wei's interest were not average things. Other than cultivation, Zuo Mo had spent these days reading the spells, Yao arts, and Mo skills. While they were lacking greatly compared to Shin techniques, because they were not as powerful as Shin techniques, their demands on the control and use of power was finer. Start from the three powers. This was the result of Zuo Mo, Pu Yao, and Wei's discussion on reconstruction. They all thought that the path the present Shin power had to take was completely different than in the era of the ancient tribes. Once this direction was confirmed, Zuo Mo burrowed into the Pu Wei record pavilion, something that could rival those record halls of the 4 great sections. He only slept for 4 hours each day and spent the rest of his time reading or cultivating. Pu Yao and Wei had helped him design an extremely intense cultivation plan. This cultivation plan detailed everything down to 10-minute blocks, and was so strict it was like a forging report. Zuo Mo was perfectly carrying out this cultivation plan. Whenever he was so tired he wanted to die, Zuo Mo would look towards Agui, sitting silently beside him, and he would be filled with strength. He had never been so focused or worked so hard. Even Pu Yao and Wei were secretly surprised inside. The cultivation plan they had designed only existed in theory. When they had designed it, they had not thought that Zuo Mo would manage to carry it out. But when Zuo Mo had perfectly finished the first phase, it gave them a scare. The little Mo they saw before them was so unfamiliar they were astounded. Day after day, Zuo Mo's cultivation still diligently followed the cultivation plan designed by the two. Even though Pu Yao and Wei were left shocked to the point they didn't know what to say, this was still not enough in Zuo Mo's eyes. The progress was too slow. Pu Yao and Wei both thought that the present rate of improvement was at the limit unless there was outside simulation. They were definitely at the forefront when it came to the study of Shin power. If regular methods were useless, then he would use extreme methods. For example, fighting. Zuo Mo was waiting for the other people in Xian Kong Temple to arrive. The enormous Xian Kong Temple would not give up on such a good chance to obtain Shin power. From how Xian Kong Temple was willing to send out Tu Fanshu, it could be seen that Xian Kong Temple wanted to capture them. Zuo Mo suddenly stopped the spell and his expression changed slightly. They had come. 1, 2, 3. 30 people, each of them yuanying. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. Xian Kong Temple had such a high opinion of him. Such a grand and enormous group did not scare him. He felt his blood boil, fighting spirit filling his chest. He wanted to immediately have a fight against the crowd of thieving baldies. He quickly calmed down. A strategy was required to win against 30 Xiankong Temple Yuanying.
A moment later, Sang Lianer stopped cultivating and looked at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo did not speak and nodded at her.
Sang Lianer understood and moved into the air. Zuo Mo grabbed a Gui and also jumped to fly. They are over there. The elders of Xiankong Temple immediately spotted the trio and pursed them.
But the Xiankong Temple eldest found quickly that the three were even faster than they were. In a blink, there was only an extremely thin white mark in the sky and no sign of the trio.
Such speed! Many elders praised. Such speed! It could even compare to the Kunlun sword show. A widely read elder had an astounded expression. This is Skymark. Skymark! Many elders stilled.
They seemed to have heard this name before, but they did not remember it clearly. It is from before the 1,000-year battle, the secret skill of air travel sect.
This elder's explanation immediately stirred people's memories.
However, not every elder had an interest in the sects from before the 1,000-year war. One elder said, "Old Lin, explain in more detail." Old Lin did not refuse and said, the air travel sect was an intermediate sect before the 1,000-year war. They had two powerful spells, one called the air kill spell, the other, Skymark. Skymark was the top flying spell at the time. When one flies using it, there will be an extremely thin mark left in the sky, so it is called Skymark. When it was used together with the treacherous air kill spell, it became famous. However, all of air travel sect had died in the 1,000-year war.
Is this Xiao Mo Gu a descendant of air travel sect?
When he reached the end, Old Lin was slightly puzzled.
This boy's history is strange.
Elder Dai Tao said that he cultivates all three ways. That appears to be true.
However, we do not need to waste effort on this. When he capture him, all will be revealed, an elder said with a snort. Elder Pang is right.
The other elders nodded.
It could be seen that Elder Pang held authority among the elders. He turned his head and said, Elder Su, Elder Wu, Elder Hao, you three are the fastest in the sect. Please go first. Once you catch up to him, do not fight him head-on, just follow behind him and message us the position. This boy is cunning. Be careful. The three elders nodded. They did not speak more and moved into the air. As expected of the three who were skilled in flying spells, with their flying talismans, they immediately turned into three different colored lights and disappeared into the horizon. The other elders put out their flying talismans, lotuses, lucky clouds, or ling beasts, each using something different. Xiankong Temple was not skilled in flying, but as one of the four greats, all of the elders were wealthy. The talismans and ling beasts they used were extraordinary, lights flashing and astounding in presence. Zuo Mo's spell really had been Skymark. When he had first came up with the plan, he had planned every detail. His gamble meant his growth had to be quick in order to survive the fighting. The risk did not need to be stated. If he lost, there would not be a chance to regret it. What was crucial to this battle was speed. If Xiankong Temple's elders surrounded him, he was dead. The flying talismans he had were greatly lacking compared to the elders of Xiankong Temple. Therefore, when he found Skymark among the spells that Pu Yao collected, he immediately started to practice it. Skymark was peerlessly quick, as expected of a flying spell that was at the top 3,000 years ago. Enjoying the pleasure of high-speed flying, Zuo Mo had started the next step in his plan. Thieving Baldies, enjoy GE's welcome. Translator ramblings, same name, different thing, I can't see Zuo Mo being worshipped. He'll rather worship Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Ambush. Chapter 684, Ambush. Here. The three stopped. Streaks of light flew out of Zuo Mo's hands and entered the ground. They soundlessly melted into the ground. Zuo Mo had a satisfied expression. The three flew ahead a bit further and then turned around waiting for the other to arrive. Soon after, the three dots of light in the distance grew larger and suddenly stopped near the three. The three elders looked warily at the trio. They had learned from Elder Dai Tao that these three were powerful. Normal Yuanying were not a match for them. Even Elder Ji Zhang had died at their hands. The three did not go further forward and moved into defense positions. In any case, their mission was to follow the trio, and to prevent them from escaping. A cold light flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. He shot towards the three of them first. Kill! Sang Lianer and Agui almost disappeared into the air at the same time. The three elders were shocked. They turned and moved to escape. But unexpectedly several lights appeared under their feet. Not good. There was a trap. The three elders' expression changed dramatically.
The lights layered together and almost took up all of their vision.
Seal formations.
Even if they did not look down, the three could judge from the light that the other had used seal formations. A seal formation of such scale that it would rival the protective shield of a small sect.
Zuo Mo was skilled in seal formations.
This discovery caused the three to shudder in fear. It was not a secret that Zuo Mo was skilled in the skills of Yao, Mo, and Xiu. However, the three were still shocked that he was this skilled in seal formations.
The field of seal formations was profound and complex.
It was such an enormous field that even dedicated seal Xiu had a hard time cultivating it.
How could it be something that Yao Ma could learn? But the skill in formations that Zuo Mo showed was not something to be underestimated.
If Zuo Mo had already secretly set up the trap ahead of time and waited for them to run into the net, then their fates were not looking good.
If Zuo Mo had just set it up now, then Zuo Mo's skill in seal formations was even more terrifying.
No matter which case it was, it did not bode well for them. But there was no time to ponder this now. It was most important to escape the trap first. The figures of the three elders exploded with light.
Sutra characters lit up on the body of one of the elders.
The sutra characters turned into a wheel of light in the air to press towards the seal formation. The golden lotus lit up under the feet of another elder.
In a blink, countless golden lotuses emerged out of the ground. They spread outwards at an astounding pace.
When the golden lotuses touched the seal formation's light shield, the golden lotuses started to grow and creep along the shell of light. The third elder tossed out a string of amber-colored Buddhist beads. When the Buddhist beads landed on the ground, it turned into 8 Buddhas that were 25 meters tall. Their expressions were different as they shielded him at the center. 3 of the Buddhas charged forward. In a blink, the 3 elders used all they could in hope they could break out of the seal formation as fast as possible.
Zuo Mo knew that the seal formation would not manage to withstand their barrage.
These seal formations were formation discs that he had forged using the materials he had on hand in the last few days. The grade of the materials he had used were high, so the formation discs were powerful. But in front of full-powered attacks from 3 Yuanying Xiankong Temple elders, they were nothing.
However, Zuo Mo had not hoped that these roughly made formation discs could trap 3 Yuanying elders.
His aim was accomplished when they were delayed for a few moments.
Zuo Mo felt surprised when the 3 elders attacked the formation at the same time. He suddenly understood the 3 were extremely wary of them.
In front of the 3 elders' full-powered attacks, Zuo Mo's formation discs turned to dust like paper mache.
Boom! The ground underneath the elders' feet exploded.
The layers of light from the formation all disappeared. Before the 3 elders could celebrate, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them.
A Gui and Sang Lianer.
Adding on Zuo Mo, who was still behind the 3, a triangle formed, surrounding them. However, the 3 naturally were of extraordinary strength to have become elders. The sutra characters around the elder at the front suddenly merged into his body. A layer of liquid gold seemed to have been painted onto his body as he rapidly grew larger, stopping only when he was 10 meters tall.
Skundao golden body.
A golden staff appeared on his hand, and he was magnificent to look at. A cold snort sounded like thunder.
He raised the Dhyana staff and smashed towards a Gui.
The copper rings on the tip of the staff were suddenly shrouded in fire. There seemed to be countless angry souls wailing inside this fire that caused people's minds to shake. This was the Avicii Hellfire.
A bamboo staff appeared on a Gui's hand.
This was the corpse sea bamboo. However, the corpse sea bamboo she held was slightly different than before. The nether ghost core had been embedded on the 3rd joint of the bamboo staff.
It appeared like an eerie eye.
This nether ghost core came from the nether ghost tribe.
Zuo Mo did not know how to use it, and hadn't expected that it would be useful in a Gui's hands.
As Shin power was channeled in, the nether ghost core immediately lit up eerily.
A Gui waved the bamboo staff.
A monster with a green face and fangs appeared in front of a Gui. It seemed to be a hybrid of ape and human, and had claws on its feet and hands. What was most eye-catching was the line of hard spikes that jutted out from the back of its head all the way down to its tailbone.
Its eyes gave off eerie purple energy.
When this great monster appeared, it immediately howled into the sky. A vast and vicious energy exploded outwards into the surroundings, like a volcano. The flora on the ground under its feet withered into ashes at a visible rate. The Avicii Hellfire that was crashing towards a Gui rippled. The monster reached out and grabbed the head of the staff. It allowed the Avicii Hellfire to burn its hand and did not seem to feel the fire. Purple light suddenly flashed in its eyes. The Avicii Hellfire at the head of the staff suddenly turned into a stream of fire and was absorbed into its palm. A red fire script appeared at its right arm at the same time.
The majestic elder changed expression.
Such a powerful being, He had naturally recognized the corpse sea bamboo that a Gue had. The corpse sea bamboo could nurture vicious beings, but it could not create one so vicious. It definitely had to be the eye that was giving off the purple energy. His guess was right. If the old bamboo staff man was here, he would definitely not recognize his corpse sea bamboo. The Nether Ghost core came from the Nether Ghost tribe, and it was a perfect pairing with the corpse sea bamboo. Under the power of a Gue's undying Shin power, there were new changes. This monster did not look much different than in the past, but its power had multiplied.
Sang Lianer was evenly matched against the other elder.
Her movements were hard to predict, and the Moon Shin power's transformations were profound.
The other's Diana skills were strong, and his talismans extraordinary. At this time, no one was able to defeat the other. Zuo Mo was also fighting against the enemy. He did not use the little Mo treasure cup. Such a good chance to fight was something that could not be requested. For him, victory alone had no meaning. The mountainous obstacle in front of him was not something that even a Fanshu could move aside. Resolving the undying Shin punishment, this goal was enough to make other people feel hopeless. Zuo Mo did not stray in his thoughts.
He was extremely focused and threw himself into the fight. All Shin power was one kind of power in the end. Only fighting would allow him to detect every change in Shin power. He did not use Shin techniques, the little Mo treasure cup, Mo skills, Yao arts, or spells. He just used pure Shin power to face the Xian Kong temple elder in front of him.
In front of these Buddhas 25 meters tall, Zuo Mo was minuscule.
His figure seemed as though it could be drowned by these enormous figures at any moment. What he used was the simplest method of attack. His Shin power channeled into his fist and he punched.
Every punch that connected with the Buddhas, those enormous figures would shake.
This was the power of Shin power. It was the first time that Zuo Mo used Shin power like this.
An unprecedented expression flowed across his mind.
The three powers inside his body were like three flexible but separate chains of power. With every one of his blows, the three chains would twist together and form a thicker and more powerful chain.
Comprehension flowed across his mind. Master.
Lin Qian respectfully bowed.
Kunlun sect leader's snowy white brows were down.
He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but then said, "I heard that you seem to be focused on the matter with Wei Shang?" Lin Qian's heart shook slightly. He bowed his head and said, "Yes. Wei Shang is of determined personality and is devoted to the sword. He will become a great enemy of our Kunlun in the future."
Humph.
The sect leader's displeased cold snort was like a heavy hammer that smashed against Lin Qian's mind. Lin Qian's head went even lower. "You have your priorities in the wrong order." The sect leader slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a vast ocean filled with sword essence. He said indifferently, "You are the eldest disciple of Kunlun, yet you panic over a little sect disciple from an unknown sect. You have to remember you are the future sect leader. You are Kunlun. You are a mountain that they will never be able to ascend, and will always look up to."
"Yes."
Lin Qian responded in a low voice. The sect leader's tone eased. "I know that you are taking care of most of the matters of the sect. It has been hard for you." Lin Qian shook his head. "This is this disciple's duty. This is what I want to tell you. We are Kunlun, Sword Show. The sect leaders must always be the strongest members of the sect. Put everything else aside and focus on your cultivation. You are wary of Wei Shang because you do not have enough confidence in your own strength. If you were strong enough, wouldn't Wei Shang be an ant in your eyes?" The sect leader looked at Lin Qian and said, emphasizing each word, "Remember, this world is ruled by the sword." Lin Qian's body shook. "This disciple will remember. Go to the sword pavilion to find your Wei Shu. Starting from today you will train under him. You will only leave the sword pavilion when your Shin power enters earth level." Lin Qian suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief.
"Shen power? Is it?"
The sect leader glanced at Lin Qian and said coolly, "Yes, our sect's Shin methodology has taken shape. While some details still need to be perfected, it can be practiced. You were the one that contributed the most in this matter, so you are the first to cultivate it. Other than you, all of the elders will start to practice it in order to perfect this Shin methodology together. When it is completely perfected, the other core disciples will cultivate it." Lin Qian was so shocked by the news that he was left speechless. The sect leader saw Lin Qian's dazed expression and showed a small smile. He liked this disciple very much and couldn't resist reminding, "Do not spread news of this matter but work hard." His voice suddenly became ethereal as though it was coming from very far away. "After this, it will be the era of Shin power."
Translator ramblings, Lin Qian has a good teacher.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 685, Becoming Better. Chapter 685, Becoming Better. Tian Huan. Countless lights suddenly appeared inside a deep cave behind the mountains.
The lights contained great power. The moment that they formed, all of Tian Huan was disturbed. An old and slightly mad voice echoed out of the cave.
Ha ha! Shun Bliff. This old man finally succeeded. This old man finally succeeded. Ancient Shun Bliff.
Ha, no, in the future, it will be called the Tian Huan Shen Glyph. The mad laughter of the person that was speaking to himself caused the Tian Huan elders that had flew over to be stunned where they stood. But in the next moment, ecstasy rose onto their faces.
Shun Glyph.
Every disciple of Tian Huan, who had started by using seal formations, knew the meaning of these two words.
Shen power flowed through his entire body.
Zuo Mo's gaze was pure and clear. In his sea of consciousness, Pu Yao paid close attention to every change of Shen power inside Zuo Mo's body. All of these changes were recorded. Pu Yao's rich experience and vast knowledge would help prevent Zuo Mo from making many mistakes, but what was most important was that Pu Yao was a Sky Yao. His terrifying ability to create simulations from the torturous sea of Yao spells meant that he could help Zuo Mo perfect his Shen power cultivation quickly. Shen power was much more complex than Yao arts, and the work to reconstruct the method was unprecedentedly vast and complex. Even Pu Yao did not have any spare time for other matters and was forced to leave all of those conspiracy matters to Wei. Pu Yao and Wei were not in disagreement about this division of labor. Their opinions were unusually in agreement. In their view, there had to be a pattern that connected the three powers to Shen power, a pattern that could be used to evolve into Shen power. That was because the development of the three powers had reached a peak a long time ago. No matter if one was Yao, Mo, or Xiuzha, their pursuit of power was not different. The final stages of each power were highly similar. From the general trend, the arrival of the era of Shen power was inevitable. The Shen power that would develop would be very different from the Shun power of the ancient era. While the two had the same name, the Shen power of the present would be reconstructed from the three powers. Therefore, in Pu Yao's view, the one that managed to stay ahead of the others would have the greatest advantage in this era of Shen power. Zuo Mo's luck was unspeakably good. Even Pu Yao and Wei sighed about it. But they could not just rest on their laurels. The inheritance of the Sun tribe was able to dominate the ancient world, but there were great differences between the ancient world and the present world. This inheritance was just a crude beginning, and there was still a great distance until it developed into a perfected cultivation method. For Zuo Mo, the content that Pu Yao was considering was too far in the future. Resolving the undying Shen power was his only goal. Alright, finish the battle, Pu Yao said to Zuo Mo. There were numerous bright lines spinning furiously in the ball of light in front of him. If a normal person looked for a bit too long at the ball of light, they would feel dizzy. Each moving light represented a recording of a certain trait of Shen power. Hearing this, Zuo Mo did not hesitate and immediately took out the little Mo treasure cup. Clink! The treasure coin immediately penetrated through the chest of the Xiankong temple elder and created a spurt of blood. Zuo Mo's Shen power was completely used up, but, having experienced this before, he did not panic. He threw a sun seed into his mouth. When the sun seed entered his mouth, it turned into a warm flow and Shen power filled his body again. The little Mo treasure cup was powerful, but it consumed a great amount of Shen power. The little Mo treasure cup surpassed the limits of normal talismans. It could only be activated by Shen power. It probably could be said to be the first Shen power talisman in the world. The monster that a Gui had summoned was extremely powerful. But what surprised Zuo Mo was that the Shen power from this human-ape hybrid that wasn't weak at all. The monster's body was as hard as steel and unable to be damaged by flying swords. The spells of Diana Shou were not as effective as it should have been against monster. Theoretically, the spells of Diana Shou were most effective against dark and evil monsters. Zuo Mo felt that Shen power might be the reason that the spells were not effective. The monster was unusually valiant, charging at the front, and a Gui's figure was unpredictable. The undying Shen power killed people silently. The enemy was dodging right and left. If a Gui quickly found a weakness and then she only needed one attack. Of the three, the one having the hardest time was Tsang Lianer. She had the advantage. However, the others' talismans were endless and their cultivation was higher. Her Shen techniques were powerful, but it took time to use them. She had destroyed a few of the enemy's talismans but hadn't wounded the other. But she was smart. When she saw she could not do anything, she stopped using Shen power. She managed to keep the enemy suppressed and didn't give them the chance to run away.
When this elder saw Zuo Mo and a Gui leap at him, a shocked expression came onto his face. Phew! The one who had delivered the killing blow was a Gui. The undying Shin power had sealed a Gui's soul, but her fighting instinct was the most terrifying in the trio. The three did not linger. They cleaned the corpses of the valuables and turned to leave. A while later, when the elder corpse of Xian Kong Temple arrived, they saw the three stripped corpses on the ground and their expressions were extremely ugly. Here. Pu Yao pointed out 7 things in one go. In front of him, Zuo Mo's expression was focused and serious. The places that Pu Yao had pointed out were the areas that needed to be redeveloped and practiced again. These 7 places were the result of Pu Yao spending 3 days studying the battle and modeling Shin power. Even in Pu Yao's time, he was not the most powerful Sky Yao. However, with the name of Encyclopedia of Yao Arts, no one could rival his ability to understand and analyze Yao arts. After working for 3 days, he showed signs of tiredness. However, the light in his eyes showed that he was extremely excited at this time. Perfecting Shin methodology was something extremely difficult that there were only a rare few in the world who could do it. A new era was about to sprout from his hand. Oh, what was more exciting than this? Such great work! Maybe he could leave behind a great mark on history. He thought about his teacher having told him go to the first Yao art house to leave behind his name. Compared to what he was doing now, that wasn't worth a mention. He started to dream what great nickname would appear in front of his name. Oh, the father of new Shin methodology. This nickname wasn't bad. However, when his gaze landed on Zuo Mo's focused face, he immediately refocused. He coughed lightly and continued, try out the changes in these 7 places. I based the changes off some methods from spells and Yao arts. From the models, it should increase efficiency by about 3% and would decrease the activation delay by 5%. Zuo Mo carefully noted down the 7 places that had been improved. A few percent of improvement seemed to be a very small number, but Zuo Mo knew that the accumulation of these tiny numbers over time would be astounding. You are still in the preliminary stages of mortal level. Accumulating Shin power is the most important thing. There is no source of belief now, the increase in Shin power will need to come from advancing the 3 powers. The greater your cultivation in the 3 powers are, the more Shin power you will get every day. What is most important here is balance. How much Shin power you can produce is decided by your lowest cultivation. Pu Yao snickered. His expression was smug. There aren't many freaks like you? Who cultivates 3 powers? For ones like Ko and Luan, even if they now understand what Shin power is, they need to start from the beginning in cultivating the 3 powers. Also, your right hand is a great boon of fortune. Then his expression turned stern. However, do not slack off. A great sect like Ko and Luan had all kinds of methods once they understand the design. The resources they can invest are great. Zuo Mo shook his head. I will not slack off even one day until I resolve the undying Shin punishment. Pu Yao stilled. After a moment of silence, he looked at Zuo Mo and nodded. He said, that is good. You are someone with a foundation now. You might want to have the people at Cloud CGS start to cultivate the other powers and prepare for cultivating Shin power in the future. Zuo Mo said, you are right. He had been cultivating Shin power for a while and increasingly felt that Shin power was much more powerful than the 3 powers. While it was more difficult to practice, the difficulty was being resolved gradually. Now, Zuo Mo could clearly feel that Shin power was something that other people could cultivate. Give me all the spells, Yao arts, and Mo skills you 2 have collected. Pu Wei library access will be divided according to their service. Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao and Wei. Pu Yao said carelessly. All right. Right now, Pu Yao was only interested in Shin power. He did place any importance on what he had collected over the years. Maybe by doing this he could collect a copy of the Moon Shin power inheritance. Wei nodded and said, all right. Zuo Mo gave a smile. With Pu Yao and Wei's collection, Cloud CGS power would skyrocket in the short time. Also, with that, Cloud CGS Foundation would become more secure. The reason that the large sects had survived for thousands of years and not fallen was because, other than possessing a great amount of resources, they had numerous spell inheritances. Adding on Shen power in the future, Cloud CGS would grow stronger. Having reached an agreement with Pu Yao and Wei, the remaining matters could be handled by Pu Yao through the 10-finger prison. He did not have to worry as he cultivated. Coming out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo did not immediately cultivate. He still had to face the Xian Kong Temple Elder Core behind him. In his eyes, the enormous Elder Core was a group of sparring partners. With everyone that he killed, his Shin power would grow. The situation for the Elder Core was very bad. Xiao Mo Go was clearly more cunning than they had imagined.
The death of the three elders reminded them that while the other was unable to face their combined might, the enemy had the power to kill them individually. Possessing astounding speed, great individual power, cunning, and devious.
From every angle, Xiao Mo seemed to be the one in the role of the hunter.
The Elder Corps was already starting to regret this mission.
Translator ramblings, there's more than one way to achieve Shin power.
Think of it as radiation, there's light, the gamma rays, the infrared, and others.
Zuo Mo Shin power is all three powers together, but it's not the only way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 686, The Mo Gods Emerge, the world is left astounded. Chapter 686, The Mo Gods Emerge, the world is left astounded. Oh! A tall, large Mo suddenly turned.
There were two sickle-shaped red marks on his thin face. His faint blue eyes were slightly narrowed as he sat on a throne carved with exquisite designs. There was a smile on his face, but no one was able to feel any warmth from it. Shen Kong Temple is really a failure. Even now, they have not reached the gate to Shin power, yet they dare to target our Mo.
Have the Shuja declined so much in the 1,000 years?
His smile became slightly disdainful and cold.
It is probably because they were the winners in that war.
A voice came from the corner. The one that spoke was covered in thick armor. His body was brawny and there was a horn growing out of his forehead. He was imposing and his voice was deep and thick. There is no way around it, we were the losers. Losers will also scheme to take back what was lost in the past. Mo youth that was lying in midair had an unconcerned expression as he spoke. As he spoke, he threw a bloody red grape into his mouth.
He was relaxed and said unclearly, "Don't think about sending me. I've been in a lazy mood, don't want to go anywhere, sweep, I just want to sweep, but..."
The Mo sitting on the throne had an exasperated expression and could only turn to the horned Mo in the corner.
"I will go," the rhinoceros Mo said with a grave expression.
"This year is coincidentally the 200th year of the Shin Temple's founding. I can use those people as a sacrifice. The Shin Temple will grow in authority and will be able to attract more clans.
It is time to show our Shin Temple to the world." More belief meant more Shin power.
"That's right." The Mo sitting on the throne narrowed his eyes and said with a light laugh.
"Since the others are not willing to act, then let the era of Shin power start with us."
The brawny figure disappeared. Jiangja had been defeated. The news spread as though it had wings, flying to every corner of the three realms. If it be Han's sneak attack of Cold Mountain Jia was a dagger shoved into Jiangja's soft belly, then Gongsun Cha had accurately grabbed Jiangja's weaknesses and tore at Jiangja until he bled to death. Learning that his retreat had been cut off, Jiangja had tried to lead his main forces to break out of the encirclement. But Gongsun Cha did not give Jiangja any chances to retreat peacefully. Some people said that Gongsun Cha was like a cunning wolf that tightly clung to Jiangja's battalion. Whenever he saw a chance, he would leap and take a bite. All the people who saw the battle described it like this. In their eyes, Gongsun Cha's forces were sharp demonic blades. They would be hidden. But every time they appeared, they would slice off a thin layer of flesh from Jiangja's battalions and draw blood. It would cause the enemy to feel great pain, yet each cut was not fatal. Jiangja's battalions gradually grew weaker.
The disadvantage of fighting in foreign territory was completely apparent now. No Mo along the way would help Jiangja. Actually, it was the opposite. Small Mo troops along the way would attack any Shin Kong Temple Shouja that had fallen behind.
They weren't even afraid to attack small battalions.
Jiangja's forces seemed to have landed in an endless bog. There were also terrifying demonic blades hidden in this horrific bog.
Eventually Jiangja died by Bihan's hand. This battle that was enough to change the world's state of affairs finally ended now. The effects of this event were still deeply affecting the world. Yet no one had expected after just one day, the world's attention was attracted by another matter. Something called the Emotion Temple had suddenly appeared. Mo god of the Emotion Temple with 7 Mo temple guards had killed the 27 Shin Kong Temple elders. But even more astounding was that this Mo god immediately announced that he would sacrifice these 27 Shin Kong Temple elders would be sacrificed to the Shin Temple. Then this Mo god announced that Black Cloud Jia was under the protection of the Shin Temple. Any action that would cause fighting in Black Cloud Jia would be taken as a provocation and a challenge to the Mo god temple. All of the world was shocked speechless by the Mo god that had appeared out of nowhere. Their first response was to suspect the truthfulness about death of the 27 Shin Kong Temple elders. However, the mirages of the 27 elders' corpses and their talismans were made public by the Emotion Temple. People now discovered that this was true. Shin Kong Temple was finished. While they still had Fanshu elders, they had lost Jiangja, their main battalions, and their elder corps were destroyed.
No one could save it from the fate of death. Those with any sense of logic would be able to conclude this.
However, no one paid attention to Xian Kong Temple now.
Losers would always be immediately forgotten by people. Even if it was a colossus like the Four Greats, when it crashed to the ground, people would reminisce about how great it had been. They would say that while things had changed, people were the same and such. But in a blink, their gazes would gather on the victors. The losers would become a footnote in history to memorialize the strength of the winners. And the past identity as one of the Four Greats would just cause this contrast to become even grander and eye-catching. Everyone was deeply astounded by the Mo God Temple. 27 Xian Kong Temple Elders. Such a grand group was one that no factions in the Mo realms would guarantee that they could defeat. All killed by the Mo gods of Mo Shin Temple.
There was a lot of information in these last two words. Normal people might have been astounded by the power that the Mo Shin Temple displayed. But among the major factions, their attention was on last two words.
Shen Temple.
They knew very well what the phrase that had been lost in time meant.
Shen power. It definitely was Shen power that allowed the Mo Shin Temple to kill all 27 Xian Kong Temple elders.
All of them believed this. No matter if it was Yao, Mo, or Xiuzha, any sect or clan that had some history desired Shin power. However, up until now, they had not heard of anyone that found the way to cultivating Shin power. The Great Peace Treasure Pavilion had been hotly contested, and what people wanted was that nameless Mo steel said to be the key to Shin power.
The attraction of Shin power could be seen.
Shin Temple, so the crux of Shin power was at the Shin Temple.
Many Mo suddenly realized.
As more and more intelligence about the Mo Shin Temple was gathered, people found to their shock that the Mo Shin Temple had existed for 200 years in the remote Black Cloud Jia.
Even in Black Cloud Jia, there were not many that knew of the Shin Temple. Before this, who knew the name of Black Cloud Jia? Having worked for 200 years before suddenly walking onto the world stage. There were many questions behind all this.
After the sacrificial ceremony, the Mo Shin Temple suddenly announced that the recruits of the Mo Shin Guard that passed the exams were able to learn Shin power. These words were like throwing a spark into a pot of boiling oil.
Shin power.
The Mo Shin Temple announced for the first time that they had mastered the method to cultivate Shin power. Black Cloud Jia immediately became a new holy ground.
Countless Mo seemed to be possessed as they moved towards Black Cloud Jia.
This was just the beginning. Very quickly, the defense lines of the Xiuzha almost all moved back. Almost overnight, the Xiuzha who had held the advantage all this time had lost all of their power. The positions of the two sides flipped, and this increased the reputation of the Mo Shin Temple. A sorrowful mood spread among the Xiuzha. Shin power, the Mo had found the way to cultivate Shin power. Pu Yao's dream about being the father of new Shin power was destroyed.
The Mo Shin Temple had started 200 years already. Even Wei praised their determination and endurance.
Zuo Mo had seen the fight between the Mo God and the Elder Core with his own eyes and saw the strength of that Mo God.
He really was too powerful. Zuo Mo suspected the other had Earth-level Shin power.
Few understood better than Zuo Mo what Earth-level Shin power meant. When Shin power reached Earth level, it would change to something that the three powers could not match. Even if one was a marshal, they would not have any power to fight back in front of Earth-level Shin power. He had seen how the Mo God had easily killed the 27 Xian Kong Temple elders. The talismans and spells that hit the Mo God were like smoke and could not harm him. Zuo Mo's hands and feet felt cold. When the Mo Gold had glanced in his direction before leaving, he almost suffocated. In that moment, his mind was completely blank. He gradually recovered long after the Mo God had disappeared. A chill ran from his feet to his scalp. All the hairs on his body were standing up.
So terrifying. Was this Earth-level Shin power? It was terrifying.
Even Pu Yao was silent for a long time.
That kind of power surpassed his imagination.
The other clearly was further along than they were.
This caused Pu Yao to feel demotivated and dispirited.
Yet what Pu Yao hadn't expected that when Zuo Mo recovered from his initial shock, the first thing he did was to start cultivating Shin power like usual.
Pu Yao couldn't help but say, "They are using the Shin Temple." Oh. Zuo Mo did not stop and continued to cultivate.
Their method is more effective than ours. They have recreated belief, their cultivation speed is faster than ours, Pu Yao continued.
Oh. Zuo Mo did not show any intentions of stopping. Oh. Can you be normal?
Their method is simpler and more effective than ours, Zuo Mo stopped what he was doing and interrupted Pu Yao. No matter how good their method is, it is not suited for me.
I cannot make a Shin temple. We are on a different path, so we will continue on ours.
It is not important who is better.
Not important? Pu Yao widened his eyes as though he heard something incomprehensible. I do not cultivate Shin power to defeat them. Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao and said to himself, I am doing it for a Gui, to release a Gui from the undying Shin punishment, and for myself. Pu Yao stilled. Also, seeing his power fills me with confidence. Earth level is so powerful. When I reach Earth level, I might be able to release a Gui's undying Shin punishment. Zuo Mo's eyes were as bright as stars. He unconsciously tightened his fists. Zuo Mo suddenly turned his face, his smile sunny. Also, I believe that the Shin methodology that you, Pu, has perfected will not be lacking to anyone else's. You are Pu. Translator ramblings, for those of you who wondered about the Yama, here are the MO with their own Shin power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, The Hero and the Beauty. Chapter 687, The Hero and the Beauty. After the string of events, the emotion temple quieted down, but the effects of its appearance on the world had not stopped at all. The present state of affairs became even more unpredictable. Even those that studied the situation did not dare to guarantee they could grasp the direction matters would develop. However, this did not have too much to do with Zuo Mo. He was heading towards Nether Spring Jie. Since he already learned that a Gui's soul was being restrained by the undying Shin punishment, Zuo Mo still hoped that the reverse shadow spirit Silkgrass would provide him some clues. However, this time, Zuo Mo planned for Gongsun Cha and Bihan to return to Cloud Sea Jie. In the past, Zuo Mo's individual strength was not enough, so he had to get the aid of the battalions. But now as Shin power had developed, he also had a Gui and Sang Lianer who were also strong. Even if they were facing marshals, they had the ability to fight and it was not a problem to flee. Also, the collapse of Xiankong Temple and the appearance of the Emotion Temple caused Zuo Mo to have a feeling they were at a turning point of the era. This was a chance for Cloud Sea Jie. Xiankong Temple, one of the four greats, had been defeated at the front lines and lost its experts. Its decline could not be stopped. However, its enormous body was the richest banquet and caused countless factions to drool. For a very long time, the Xiuzhou world would be in a turbulent state. The old equilibrium had been broken, and a new equilibrium will only start forming from fighting in rivers of blood. Zuo Mo hoped that Cloud Sea Jie would be able to get a share of this great banquet. The present Cloud Sea Jie possessed two powerful battalions and the Yi Pu Wei library. What it lacked was resources. This was not apparent because Cloud Sea Jie was always on the defensive and it was hidden. But there would be a day that Cloud Sea Jie would come to prominence and the enemies they would face then would be titans like Kunlun. The resources the two sides would be able to move would not be on the same level. Their enmity with Kunlun could not be resolved. Other than this, Cloud Sea Jie needed to establish deeper foundations. This meant that Cloud Sea Jie needed to expand its territory. Only by expansion could it possess more resources and establish itself. In Zuo Mo's view, this was the best opportunity for an expansion. Once the new equilibrium was formed, expansion would antagonize all of the surrounding factions. The best way was to take advantage of the chaos. If they missed such a great opportunity, it would never come again. With a terrifying enemy like Kunlun, if they did not strengthen themselves early, then they might not even qualify for a final battle. In Zuo Mo's view, resolving the undying Shin power for a Gui, and solving the riddle of his origins were his personal matters. As the leader of Cloud Sea Jie, he could not allow his personal matters to affect the future of Cloud Sea Jie and lose the best chance to develop. The present him had enough strength to reach Nether Springs Jie. So he ordered Gongsun Cha and Bihan to return to Cloud Sea Jie. Gongsun Cha and Bihan had strongly opposed this, but Zuo Mo did not waver at all. Out of helplessness, Gongsun Cha and Bihan could only lead their battalions back to Cloud Sea Jie and prepare for the expansion. However, Gongsun Cha told Zuo Mo before he returned that Wei Sheng had entered the Mo territories with only his sword in order to help Zuo Mo. He was going to use battle to refine his sword essence. Before this moment, Gongsun Cha and the others had concealed this matter from Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck upon hearing this. His chest was filled with warmth, but more was the worry for eldest Xixiang. The danger of a sword show moving in the Mo territories alone was scalp-numbing to think about. Zuo Mo immediately listened for word about a sword show that was in the Mo territories. He hadn't expected that he would obtain the information without any effort. Wei Sheng's name had been spread far and wide. There were details about each of his fights. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He hadn't thought that eldest Xixiang would have made such a great reputation for himself in the Mo territories. He wasn't just undefeated, he had won the respect of the Mo. When he had been searching for news, he found that all the Mo spoke with reverence and respect when they talked about Wei Sheng. The declarations the major personages gave also showed this. Zuo Mo immediately stopped worrying. He had absolute confidence in Wei Shang.
Unless a marshal came, no one would be able to defeat eldest Qixiang in a fight unless they did something underhanded. But then the report of eldest Qixiang killing a Kunlun assassin caused murderousness to boil inside Zuo Mo's chest.
Kunlun. Zuo Mo quickly calmed down.
Xian Kong Temple was about to crumble.
Kunlun would not let such a chance pass. At this time, Kunlun definitely would not focus their attention on eldest Qixiang.
Thinking about this, Zuo Mo took out a snowy piece of paper. This was 5th grade natural snow paper. It was one of the top types of paper.
Zuo Mo carefully drew out seal formations on this paper.
The seal formation that he was drawing was completely different and more complex than the normal seal formations on messenger paper cranes.
A while later, Zuo Mo put down the brush.
His fingers moved and spells shot into the paper crane.
Only now did Zuo Mo show a satisfied expression.
He blew at the paper crane.
The paper crane seemed to be folded by an invisible hand and took form.
Once the paper crane formed, it disappeared. It was as though a rock lifted off Zuo Mo's chest.
Zuo Mo naturally had an imprint from eldest Qixiang.
However, there was such a great distance that normal paper cranes could not reach him. Therefore, he forged this 6th grade paper crane. The other reason was that the contents of the paper crane were extremely important. Zuo Mo had written down the Shun methodology that he had been perfecting recently into the paper crane. The Shin power system was about to replace the 3 powers and become the newest and highest power system.
With Qixiang's personality, he would not make a Shin temple.
Therefore, he could only walk the same path as Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt some anticipation about what eldest Qixiang, that focused on the sword, would become when he cultivated Shin power. However, Zuo Mo had warned eldest Qixiang not to expose the fact that he was cultivating Shin power. The appearance of the Mo Shin temple had made Shin power the most attractive thing at the moment. If people knew that eldest Qixiang had a Shan methodology, those marshals would not continue to sit still.
When the paper cairn disappeared, the last thread of worry in Zuo Mo's mind disappeared with it. He, with the Gue and Sang Lianer, changed their appearances. They departed for Nether Springs Jia. Ji Liyu's expression was dejected.
Her thoughts wandered as she looked at the sky. Qing Hua Shui was sitting thoughtfully in the corner. She knew of Ji Liyu's unwillingness. This was not hard to understand. Ji Liyu had become famous very early on, and the Ji family was a powerful family. In these years, she had become the fantasy lover for countless youths. While Ming Yuye's order could not be disobeyed, she still was unwilling. However, Ji Liyu cultivated the charm clothing and was the most suitable person. The importance that Ming Yuye placed on this matter far surpassed other people's expectations. Other than Ji Liyu, there were more than 30 people that had come along. These beauties were of different kinds, seductive, dignified, elegant, friendly. It was enough to dazzle the eyes.
The Blue Flower family had also been selected.
Xinghua Shui was from a branch family of the Blue Flower family and had an outstanding appearance. She was extremely suitable. Her elder brother had opposed it strongly, but she had agreed because she heard the target of this mission was Xiao Mo Gu.
These 3 words seemed to have an unusual attraction towards her and would always unconsciously attract her mind.
Of the group, Ji Liyu was undoubtedly the brightest pearl. The other beauties lost color under her light.
Qinghua Shui calmly stayed in the corner. She did not attract attention and secretly observed this group. The creator of this plan was Ming Yuye, but without the support of the Council of Elders, the Ji family would not have made such a great sacrifice as to send Ji Liyu. Qinghua Shui was intelligent and had great perception. She felt that the goal of this mission was not as simple as the rumors said. The leader of the guards for this group was Feng Xinz.
This man gave her great pressure. She needed to be very careful in order for him not to discover her actual strength.
The other experts were only just slightly weaker than Feng Xinz.
What surprised Qinghua Shui was that the group did not disguise their journey.
They made a fuss along the way. Ji Liyu's charisma worked on both Yao and Mo.
Her natural seductiveness caused the charm clothing to be used to its limits.
Seductiveness formed as she moved. Ji Liyu's talent in music was extremely high and she immediately won over the hearts of countless Mo. There was great mixing between Yao and Mo. Ji Liyu was one of the most famous beauties among the Yao and her popularity in the Mo territories was not low. When she appeared in the vision of the people, they found that she was even more beautiful than the rumors. Countless Mo was enchanted by her. They accompanied and protected the group. Even the 3 princesses' limelight could not compare. Ji Liyu unintentionally stated the goal of their mission in public. It was Xiao Mogu who was extremely well known at this time. She seemed to be admiring and loving in her tone. Xiao Mo's prison-breaking battle and his interactions with Ji Liu were quickly dug up. People found to their surprise that Xiao Mo and Ji Liu had entanglements before. Many people realized. So this was how it was. In the past, with that astounding battle, Xiao Mo had completely won over Miss Ji Liu's proud heart. In these years, Miss Ji Liu had thought of him day and night, unable to sleep, and tortured by love. She finally gathered her courage and came to the Mo territories to search for Xiao Mo. Rumors like this quickly spread through the Mo territories and sounded extremely convincing. The people who spread this had expressions of certainty and those that listened were interested. Xiao Mo was, expected, a good male Mo. Only a peerless beauty like Ji Liu could pair with such a heroic youth like Xiao Mo. The rumors spread wider and wider and convinced many people. Busybodies even started to search for Xiao Mo's tracks. Naturally, no one found Zuo Mo that had changed his appearance. But when he heard the rumors, he didn't know to laugh or cry. He almost didn't remember the name Ji Liu. When he finally thought of it, he shook his head. He didn't have any good impressions of that woman. He quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Other than cultivating, what they did every day was travel. He only had one goal, Nether Springs Jie. Translator ramblings, as per your editor, Ji Liu is one mole. Also, in terms of Shin power and how fast it appeared, they popped up before in the story. For example, that jade pendant Wei Shang had and that transportation formation that moved him into the sealed extinction battlefield, those were all ancient artifacts related to Shin power. Wu Kong Sword Sect's sword scripture and sword essence most likely originated from the presence of Shin power. Sure, Ziming also figured out a part or all of Shin power a few hundred years ago, but he couldn't cultivate it himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Rock. Chapter 688, Rock. In order to spend more time cultivating, Zuo Mo and the others chose to ride a large Mo steed. Fully grown sky sharks were about 900 zhang long. Their bodies were strong and was able to resist the harsh wind in the sky. In some regions, it was also used as a combat unit. Its vicious personality made it suited for battle. It was an Mo beast that lived in the sky, the void, and the chaotic turbulence. There were rarely things that were a threat for them. Its enormous body meant that the inside of its body was large enough to be used as accommodations. It was a good choice for long journeys. Zuo Mo did not lack money, so they had rented a whole courtyard to themselves. Rather than say it was a yard, it was a residence made from 3 little houses. In order to make it easy for travelers to cultivate, there were blood pools that were used for cultivating Mo physiques inside the yard. It was a pity that the blood pool was not of any use to Zuo Mo now. He only hoped that no one would disturb him. If Tsang Liana was alone, she definitely would not cultivate so madly. However, she was alongside Zuo Mo. Whenever Zuo Mo started to cultivate Sunshin power, the energies in her body would uncontrollably move and her Moonshin power would also circulate. She had to follow Zuo Mo's rhythm in cultivating or risk suffering side effects. Only at this time did she truly understand how freakish Zuo Mo was. He seemed to never know exhaustion. He used any time he had to cultivate. It was fortunate that Zuo Mo had many things he needed to practice, such as the 3 powers, so it gave her time to breathe, but even so she still felt that she couldn't keep up. Yet when she finally had a day of rest and inspected herself, she found to her shock that in a few short days her Shin power had grown by 1/10. In this whole day of rest, she was immersed in deep shock. Her deep eyes were full of emotion. Zuo Mo did not have the time to dwell on his emotions. He squeezed everything he could out of his time. He needed to face each battle with all of his power. Zuo Mo panted, his body was soaked with sweat. His fingers that dangled at his side were convulsing. He had just finished practicing high-difficulty finger movements. The Ling power he had was almost completely used up. Right now, he was able to control the change between Shin power and the 3 powers. Of the 3 powers, his weakest was Ling power, and this was the main focus of his practice. In the cultivation plan that Pu Yao had given him, the practice of spells was a very important part. Bowstring finger spell, 5-element communication, mist raindrop sword scripture, 100 Dhyana Sutra records. All of these spells focused on transformation. Zuo Mo had originally thought that his finger motions were pretty good, but when he saw the requirements for the bowstring finger spell, his scalp turned numb and his face went ashen. Cultivating this each time was alike being tortured. But Zuo Mo managed to persist. His Ling power had grown greatly and become even more pure, easier to control, and more powerful. Even though it was still far from satisfying Pu Yao, Zuo Mo still felt a clear improvement, especially in the advance of his Shin power. His Shin power became more malleable, and directing it was like moving a part of his body.
Some blurry details seemed to resolve themselves and he could now unconsciously carry out some actions.
Zuo Mo, Pu Yao, and Wei were all very motivated. This quick advancement showed that their thoughts were in the right direction. In exploring unknown cultivation, what was most important was direction. If the direction was wrong and ran counter to the answer, the consequences were not just detrimental but could easily cause injury.
If the general direction was right, then the details was just a matter of hard work and experience. After about 10 breaths, Zuo Mo's breathing finally recovered. The sweat on his face disappeared. Zuo Mo's recovery abilities were very strong due to his powerful Mo physique.
This was an important reason that he had managed to persist.
Turning his face, he saw a Gui sitting silently beside him. Zuo Mo's gaze became much gentler. At this time, a ruckus sounded outside the door.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but frown.
It had to be said that the Mo's sound blocking techniques were lacking compared to the Xiuzha. The use of Mo matrices was far behind seal scripts, and there were not many that understood the use of Mo matrices.
Zuo Mo's gaze flickered to the room on the left.
His gaze focused.
Sang Lianer was at a crucial time in her cultivation, but the sound outside did not show signs of quieting down and became even louder. Zuo Mo sent a sound-blocking spell towards Sang Lianer's room and then stood to walk out.
Opening the gates, he saw a circle of people outside.
I said that I'm not selling to you.
The youth that was speaking had an angry expression as he tightly gripped a stone in his hand.
Ha ha ha, you won't sell? Ye doesn't have the patience to quibble with you. Even if you don't want to sell it, you have to.
The one who spoke was a youth dressed grandly.
His expression was proud as he played with a short staff in his hand.
The short staff was inlaid with all kinds of precious stones and it could be seen to be extremely valuable at a glance. There was a group of guards surrounding the youth that was selling stones with maliciousness in their eyes.
Zuo Mo did not have any sense of justice. If this was another time, he wouldn't even look twice. But now, Sang Lianer was at a crucial juncture.
It would be troublesome if she was disturbed now. When his gaze flashed across the stone, Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. The stone was about the size of a basket, completely blue, and threaded with lines of blood red.
It seemed slightly eerie. That stone was interesting. He felt a ripple of Shin power from it. This was extremely weak.
If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's Shin power had become purer recently, he probably would have had a difficult time detecting it. This was the first time Zuo Mo had encountered something that contained natural Shin power.
Was there things that contained Shin power like how Jingshi contained Ling power?
At this time, a guard said darkly, "Buddy, for one stupid stone, we're giving you 20,000 mabe. Know your limits, if you anger our master, you won't get even one mabe." The youth with the stone had a flushed face. "I only said I'll trade, not sell, I'm only trading for Mo weapons."
Brigadier Mo weapon, Brigadier Mo weapon? Ha, you're dreaming.
You dare to ask so much of ye, you don't want to live, the young master snorted coldly. At this time, a voice suddenly interrupted. "I'll trade with you."
Everyone immediately quieted.
The stone-selling youth was not very excited. He looked suspiciously.
Brigadier Mo weapon, only Brigadier Mo weapons.
This person was dressed normally and was not attention-catching.
A person like this did not look like one that would have a Brigadier Mo weapon. Even the lowest of the Brigadier Mo weapons cost over 30,000 mabe on the market.
Zuo Mo did not waste words and took out several Mo weapons. This black sickle is Brigadier level, it is formed from killing energy.
With every person killed, the killing energy will increase.
When the killing energy accumulates to a certain level, it can form fiendish souls. This Heaven Azure Dagger Axe is Brigadier level.
It is as light as a feather, suited to fast attacks. It can rip through the void.
This Blood Fiend Axe is 180,000 catties heavy.
It is suited to power-type Mo physiques. When it is swung, an Axe Fiend will form. Which one do you want? When Zuo Mo introduced each Mo weapon, he would wave it and show it. He had many Mo weapons. They were all taken from the Mo experts that he had defeated before.
The crowd around immediately shifted. Many people's eyes became burning hot. Even the guards were moved. All of them had expressions of greed. Each of these 3 Brigadier-level Mo weapons were all fine ones that were above 50,000 mabe. The 3 articles together were 150,000 mabe. The shock they gave could be imagined. The stone-selling youth stilled. From when he got the stone, he wanted to trade for a Brigadier Mo weapon, but it had been over half a year, and he still hadn't managed to trade for one. At many times, he had thought that his price was too high. When there were really 3 Mo weapons in front of him, he didn't know what to do.
Seeing the other dumbstruck, Zuo Mo could only remind the other, "Which one do you want?" The stone-selling youth seemed to wake up and rushed out, "I want the Sky Azure Dagger Axe." Zuo Mo did not waste words. He waved his hand and the Sky Azure Dagger Axe flew in front of the youth. With a wave of his hand, that stone came out of the youth's arms and flew into his hands. "Where did you get the stone?" Zuo Mo asked. "The deep abyss of 100 energy jia." The youth hugged the Sky Azure Dagger Axe after saying this with an excited expression. A Brigadier-level MO weapon. It really was a Brigadier-level MO weapon. Having gotten the MO weapon of his dreams, the youth felt as though he was dreaming. 100 energy jia. Zuo Mo knew the name. It was one of the jia on the way to Nether Spring Jia. He had remembered all of them and this 100 energy jia was among them. At this time, a dark voice sounded. "Young master, this one remembers that the compound was robbed a few days ago and lost many MO weapons. This Sky Azure Dagger Axe is among them." The one that spoke was one of the young master's guards. His eyes showed greed that he wasn't able to disguise. The furious young master immediately understood and snorted coldly. "No wonder I find these MO weapons so familiar, they are from my compound. Come, capture this thief." The guards immediately surrounded Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's expression was calm but he was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought that he would encounter such an absurd matter. At this time, he detected movement from the yard. Song Lianer had finished cultivating. Zuo Mo immediately lost the last qualm he had. He grinned and showed snowy white teeth. He smiled and said, "A few days ago, some thieves sneaked into my residence and stole many things from me." "So it was you?" The guards had shocked expressions. They had done things like planting evidence and accusing others many times, but it was the first time they were accused. Before they could react, the figure in front of them disappeared. A guard was hit with a slap on his face before he could react. Pia. His body seemed to be hit by a rampaging rhinoceros and was sent flying. He fell to the ground unconscious. Zuo Mo's control of the three powers in his body had increased and so had his control of his MO physique. His figure flashed and he appeared like a ghost in front of another guard. His left hand shook and the shadow of his hand was like whip that accurately hit that shocked face. Another figure was sent flying. Zuo Mo's figure was lightning fast. In a flash, none of the guards were left standing. The entire area was silent. Everyone was shocked by the chaotic attacks. The young master's face was as white as paper. I am from Horizontal GSG family. Do you know Ye's nickname?" Zuo Mo walked towards the young master. What name?" The young master was like a frightened rabbit. "Scalping zombie." Zuo Mo snarled. "Ooh." The young master fainted from too much fear. The other really had no resistance to fear. Zuo Mo shook his head. He walked next to the young master and, with practiced motions, stripped them of their possessions. Scalping always made him feel good. Translator ramblings, saying Lianer gets pulled along into all this, none of this is her fault. And now she's running for her life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, Shin Crystal. Chapter 689, Shin Crystal. In truth, Zuo Mo did not find the things these people had particularly valuable. What he wanted was to re-experience that feeling from his days at Wu Kong Mountain. Of course, he had to pretentiously sigh over the passing of time. He had once been satisfied for a long time by a few jingshi. That pure joy had become a beautiful memory long ago. Zuo Mo prepared to leave but someone called him. "Darren, is that Blood Fiend axe for sale?" A man stepped out of the crowd and looked heatedly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo stopped walking and turned around. He examined the other and immediately understood. This person was a brigadier and was perfectly suited for the MO weapon. The MO weapons that Zuo Mo had were mostly taken from the elite members under Martial Yu's command. They were mostly MO weapons that the general levels had wielded and were of extraordinary quality for brigadier-level MO weapons. Zuo Mo did not have much use for these brigadier-level MO weapons, but he also had lots of mabe. Therefore, he said, trade only. The other immediately had an expression of difficulty, but when he saw the rock in Zuo Mo's hand, he was inspired. Maybe this Darren liked strange things? He had went to bin to places. While he didn't have treasures, he had several strange articles. He took out everything he had and put them in front of him. He said respectfully, "Darren, all this one has is here." Zuo Mo was slightly surprised by the other's briskness. This person's reaction was quick.
While he admired the other, with little Moge's caution in doing business, he naturally examined the articles in front of him seriously. The man was not rich and the pile of items were almost all fragments of things.
There wasn't one complete Mo weapon.
Zuo Mo's eyes, however, suddenly lit up. A piece of broken sword that was rusted all over. When he touched the broken sword fragment, the Shin power inside was stimulated.
An ancient item. Zuo Mo immediately understood.
He picked up the broken sword.
Unexpectedly, the sword was light as though it was a feather.
There was something here.
No wonder the man had kept it with him.
The man had not recognized the origins of this item, but just the weight of the item would have been enough to pique his curiosity.
I'll trade for this. Zuo Mo did not hesitate.
He waved his hand. The blood fiend axe turned into a streak of red light that embedded itself in the ground in front of the man. The man was overjoyed.
Many thanks, Darren.
After saying this, he was afraid Zuo Mo would regret the trade. He hurriedly picked up the blood fiend axe, put away everything, and disappeared. He had picked up the broken sword by chance. Other than being unexpectedly light, it wasn't special at all. In the beginning, he had searched for people to examine it, but other than marveling at its light weight, no one was able to identify it. It really was worth it to use a useless broken sword to him to trade for a Brigadier Mo weapon, but
with this Mo weapon, his power would skyrocket.
The other people saw the man had used a rusty broken sword to trade for a fine Brigadier level Mo weapon.
Their eyes turned red. Darren, please look here, do you have anything you want? Darren, look here.
They took out what they had and hoped that Zuo Mo would trade for one of their items. Then they could also trade for a Brigadier level Mo weapon. There wasn't another place with bargains like this. An unknown stone, a rusty broken sword, these were actually traded for 2 high-quality Brigadier level Mo weapons. The other passengers on the Sky Shark heard the news and all ran in this direction.
How could they miss such a good event?
Such a noisy affair naturally disturbed the guards on the Sky Shark. The price of riding the Sky Shark wasn't low, so there was a full guard on board for security on the trip. But when they arrived, they coincidentally saw the heated scene. The price to travel on a Sky Shark was high and consequently, the guests here definitely had some wealth. They quickly found that this Darren was not interested in the things that they thought were pretty good. It was usually a knick-knack of unknown origins that easily attracted his favor. After some more people successfully traded for Mo weapons, the crowd immediately became even more restless. It seemed that this Darren had strange taste.
Zuo Mo had a whole bunch of Brigadier level Mo weapons on him.
Since he had no use for them, it was worth it to trade them for useful things. Also, little Mo had good eyes, and knew the ways of doing business. Of course he only profited and did not lose. When the leader of the guards walked over, he saw the scene of the trades.
There seemed to be an endless number of Mo weapons behind that guest, each was of extraordinary quality.
Even though he had entered general level a long time ago and Brigadier level Mo weapons were not of great use to him, he still pondered if he should trade for 1 or 2. It would be a great present to give to his juniors.
The next few Mo weapons traded away were all of outstanding quality.
No wonder even the guards were moved. Fortunately, the leader of the guards did not forget his duties. He forced down his impulse.
What he needed to do was to maintain order and prevent chaos.
"Boss, there!" a subordinate suddenly shouted. The leader of the guards stilled and turned his face. Following the finger of his subordinate, he saw the almost naked people lying on the ground.
Wait, wasn't that young Master G?
The leader of the guards broke out in a cold sweat.
It was over. He had a deep understanding of young Master G's arrogance.
However, the G family of the horizontal Jia was powerful and protective.
Other people did not dare to resist.
But young Master G was stripped so cleanly. The leader of the guard did not plan on thinking further about what would happen next.
Inside, he grimaced.
This had occurred on his Sky Shark and he would most likely be affected as well.
However, he did not immediately try to get justice for young Master G.
He was experienced and he knew that if the person who dared to act so against young Master G of horizontal Jia and his people was either powerful or had his own backing. No matter which, they would not be someone he could offend. But it was not good for young Master G's group to be left lying naked in the street. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Put clothing over them." Some shark guards took off their outer robe and put them over the bodies of the G family members. Seeing no one step out, the leader of the guard sighed in relief. Putting clothes on young Master G was a test of this Darren's intentions. No one stopped him, so he said, "Help them back to their own rooms." No one paid attention to the movements of the shark guards.
Everyone was excitedly attempting to trade with Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo of course detected it, but he ignored it. For him, this was just a small punishment. If the other still did not recognize what was good for him and came back to look for trouble, he did not mind giving that horizontal Jia family a memorable lesson. The Shark Guard leader quickly learned of what had happened, and his gaze as he looked at Zuo Mo became respectful and awed. Zuo Mo's business was quickly finished. His eyes were skilled and his consciousness swept across the items almost as soon as other people took them out. He immediately spotted if there was anything he was interested in. Today, he had obtained some good things. He was in a good mood. However, it was not worth it to waste his cultivation time for these things. He stopped his transactions and returned to his yard, ignoring the calls of the other passengers behind him. The Shark Guard leader opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. Returning to the yard, Zuo Mo immediately set up a large number of jinji. Then he took out the stone streaked with blood. He raised his head and said to Tsang Lianer, who was looking at him with a curious expression, "Give me the green carp tongue sword to use." Tsang Lianer handed over the green carp sword. Zuo Mo held the green carp tongue sword and started to strike at the surface of the stone. The stone was cut piece by piece like a piece of dough. Tsang Lianer had a shocked expression. As the stone became smaller, her surprise increased. Ague felt Shin power and unconsciously moved closer to inspect the stone. Shin power. This stone actually contained Shin power. Zuo Mo's cutting movements became slower, and it was evident that it was taking effort to wield the green carp sword in his hand. As he continued to slice off layers, the concentration of Shin power contained in the rock layers became denser. The stone also became stronger. Zuo Mo had to channel Shin power in order to continue to slice off layers. As he cut deeper, the blood color became more apparent. Zuo Mo cut off the last piece of the surface. A pure and clear red cube appeared in front of the trio. Shin crystal. In that moment, Zuo Mo and Tsang Lianer stopped breathing at the same time. The Shin crystal was about the size of a walnut. It was completely red, clear, and glowing, beautiful. What was even more enchanting was that the wave of Shin power it exuded was pure and gentle. It filled the entire yard. If not for the jinja that Zuo Mo had cast before, everyone on the Skyshark would have been alerted to this wave of Shin power. There are actually Shin crystals in this world, Zuo Mo murmured to himself. His expression was grave. He naturally knew what this meant. In the Shoujo world, Jingshi mines were the core of the income for every sect. It was the most important resource of all resources, and the life of every sect. A crack had been opened in the gates to the Shin power era. At the time, the value in the discovery of Shin crystals was peerless. Holding the Shin crystal in his hand, Zuo Mo's Shin power seemed to be simulated. It became unprecedentedly active. Almost as his mind moved, a thread of Shin power came out of the Shin crystal and burrowed into Zuo Mo's body along his palm. When this Shin power entered Zuo Mo's body, it immediately merged with the Shin power inside Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo felt refreshed and comfortable. The light of the Shin crystal in his hand dimmed slightly. As expected, then Shin crystal could help him cultivate Shin power. Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes, the light in his eyes bright. He handed the Shin crystal to Tsang Lianer. Moments later, Tsang Lianer's expression changed. Tsang Lianer's Shin power was of a completely opposite attribute to his, but she could also use the Shin crystal. This showed that the Shin crystal's Shin power did not have any attribute. This would be of great aid to Shin power cultivation of any kind. If he had the help of Shin crystals, his cultivation would be even faster. If he could find enough Shin crystals, then his cultivation speed would multiply. This meant that the time he needed to advance would be greatly decreased. Ague's undying Shin power. Almost without hesitation, Zuo Mo made his decision. We need to go to the abyss of 100 energy Jia. Translator ramblings, a rival for Zuo Mo's love of Gingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, The Gravestone Oath. Chapter 690, The Gravestone Oath. They really are trash. Anger flashed through the eyes of the middle-aged person. They have lost the face of the G family. If he wasn't my son, humph. The last word was spat out murderously. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Ji Hong, the present patriarch of the Ji family. He was not the eldest son of his family, but his martial level power had allowed him to become the patriarch without any opposition. In the decades that he had been the patriarch, the power of horizontal Jia's Ji family had expanded quickly. Young master has 5 general level guards. This person having defeated them in a flash is not weak. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a goatee. He was Ji Shi, a member of the Ji family's branch family. However, he had the position of chief steward and was deeply trusted by Ji Hang. Have a Hang go and pick up that trash. Every time he goes out, he embarrasses us. After he returns, throw him into the deep Mo hole, Ji Hang said coolly. Ji Shi's heart shook. The deep Mo hole was the cruelest training ground the Ji family had. It was filled with demonic monsters and it had been many years since someone dared to go down. Being sent there had now become a form of punishment in the clan. Those that had committed great wrongs were thrown in there. If they were able to come out of there alive, they were spared their death sentence. Young master is slightly proud, but he has not committed any major mistakes, Ji Shi couldn't help but urge. He knew that if young master was thrown into the deep Mo hole, he wouldn't be able to come out alive with his power. Ji Hang smiled coldly, his white teeth cruel. If he cannot climb out, he is not qualified to be my son. Ji Shi was silent. He knew that master had already made his decision and any further attempts at persuading him was futile. Ji Hang did not look at Ji Shi and said to himself. As to that person who acted against us, have a Hong take care of him. Ji Shi nodded to indicate his understanding. He changed the topic. Master, we haven't heard any news from the people we sent to the Emotion Temple. They most likely have all died. A shadow flashed through Ji Hang's eyes. He sneered coldly and said, the Emotion Temple does have some skill to have formed Shin power. Is there any news of Xiao Mo Gu? The Emotion Temple gave him great pressure. Martial level had only days ago been the greatest power in the Mo territories, but now they were not. The Emotion Temple was now the strongest existence. No, Ji Shi shook his head. He seems to have suddenly disappeared. According to our investigation, the elder core of Xian Kong Temple came to capture Xiao Mo Gu. 3 of the elders died in the hands of Xiao Mo Ge's group. The Emotion Temple's people appeared along the way. Strangely, Emotion Temple and Xiao Mo Gu did not have a conflict. Ji Hang had a thoughtful expression. A moment later, he raised his head. Pay attention to Xiao Mo Gu. His Shin power is not as powerful as the Emotion Temple, but he does not have a Shin temple, he should be cultivating it some other way. Yes. Ji Shi responded and then left the room. Ji Hang sank into deep thought. Moments later, he suddenly rose, left the room, and flew into the air. A short while later, he came to a well-concealed valley. The surroundings were heavily guarded. He was very familiar with this place. Entering the mountain valley, there was a Shin temple. While the Shin temple was still incomplete, but there was a sacrificial altar and the main temple. It could be seen that the Shin temple hadn't been constructed recently. It was at least a decade old. He slowly walked to the center of the sacrificial altar and spread his arms. A strange feeling rose. No one knew that 10 years ago, he had started to study Shin power. But 10 years had passed, and progress had been slow. Shin power was a sensitive matter. Out of consideration for secrecy, he had never publicized the Shin temple. The sudden appearance of the Emotion temple was a great blow for him. So belief was the most important thing. A hint of decisiveness flashed across his eyes. As he continued to cultivate, Zuo Mo's spell skill level rose rapidly. His Ling power was the weakest of the 3 powers. Every improvement in that would directly increase Zuo Mo's skill at controlling Shin power. According to Pu Yao's new categorization method, his Mo physique skill level barely reached first class, his Yao arts were second class, and his spell skill level, even after his furious cultivation spree, had just reached third class. Pu Yao judged that Zuo Mo's Shin power control was third class. The most important cause was that his skill with spells was dragging him down. There was someone to compare to. That rhinoceros Mo god. Pu Yao's judgment of him was earth level in power, first class in technique, but it could be seen just how great the difference between them was. It wasn't just the difference in Shin power, even the difference in technique was great. However, Zuo Mo was not dispirited. He was filled with fighting spirit. The Shin power inside his body was growing every day, and his technique was growing better by the day. His right hand could endlessly provide him with Shin power as though he had a natural Shin crystal inside his body. This was an advantage that no one else had. As for techniques, Pu Yao had already made a list for him. If he could master those frightening spells, he believed that he could conquer Shin power. In Pu Yao's model, if Zuo Mo's Shin power methodology could reach first class, and his Shin power level reached intermediate mortal level, or if his methodology was second class and his Shin power was late mortal level, he would be able to match a martial level without the little Mo treasure cup. Zuo Mo did not have any interest in martial level. But he was enchanted with the study of Shin power methodology. It would allow him to more easily discover the mysteries of Shin power and could help him understand the underlying principles of Shin power. For other people, fighting was the most important. But for Zuo Mo,
what he needed to discover was the essence of Shin power. If he could understand the principles of Shin power, then he would have a way to resolve the undying Shin punishment. When a certain technique was practiced to a very high level, its power could allow you to hold an advantageous position in battle. This was the common saying, one novel move to make a living. Once one had several of these moves, the chances of victory would greatly increase. But if you wanted to discover the roots of power, you needed to understand as many methods of use as possible. Each method represented utilization of a certain quality of that power. The more qualities of the power you mastered, the closer you were to the true essence of the power. This path he chose was the more difficult path. Also, the practice of methodology was something that one could not take a shortcut with. It was completely a labor of effort. One had to tirelessly practice it over and over until it became instinct. Only then would this method, or rather, this quality of power, become something that you understood at a fundamental level rather than just cursory understanding. This was what Zuo Mo was pursuing. His right hand that could continuously form Shin power enabled him to invest more time into the dull and vast practice of methods. Zuo Mo had finished using the Shin crystal. He made a general estimate. The Shin power contained in the Shin crystal was about 20 days' worth of Shin power produced by Zuo Mo's right hand. This amount was significant. Undoubtedly, if he could possess enough Shin crystals, it would greatly increase the progress of his Shin power cultivation. There was still a while before reaching 100 energy jia. He decided to temporarily put this matter aside until he reached there. He had carefully recorded what he had experienced during his study. Then he passed these reflections back to Cloud Si Jia through Pu Yao. These reflections would be organized and then added to the Pu Wei library. Zuo Mo did not hide anything on how to cultivate Shin power. He did not have the time to go back to Cloud Si Jia, so he could only use this method to make a minor contribution to Cloud Si Jia. But Zuo Mo had never thought that this action, when he felt minor, would directly push Cloud Si Jia into the era of Shin power. Pu Wei library had a strict entrance policy. Those that were able to enter at the present were those that had followed him for a long time. Zuo Mo's subordinates had a nearly blind trust in him. The cultivation reflections among the great number of jade scrolls were always the most welcome content. In the present Cloud Si Jia, cultivating 3 powers at the same time was a new fad. Due to their isolated location, they did not have much information coming in from the outside world. However, their trust in Zuo Mo allowed them to unhesitatingly choose to cultivate the 3 powers. Zuo Mo did not know of all this. In the sea of consciousness, the 3 were in discussion. Progress is too slow. Pu Yao frowned. He was not satisfied with Zuo Mo's progress. Based on this speed, it would take at least 5 years for your spells to reach first class alone. You also have to elevate your Yao arts to first class. Zuo Mo also didn't know what to do. His talent on spells was the weakest of the 3 powers. He had diligently followed Pu Yao's cultivation plan, but Pu Yao was still dissatisfied with his rate of progress. The difficulty of moving from 3rd class to 2nd class was far great difficulty, and moving from 2nd to 1st class was multiple times more difficult than that. Pu Yao also didn't have a solution. Zuo Mo was hardworking almost beyond Pu Yao's imagination, but his lack of skill and talent in spells was almost beyond Pu Yao's imagination. Zuo Mo was, however, unusually outstanding in the Mo skills and Yao arts. Damn it, spells were about to become Zuo Mo's shortcoming. Pu Yao's expression was slightly ugly. If Zuo Mo's spell skill level really wasted too much time, then it meant that the path that he had modeled had a fatal weakness. At this time, Wei suddenly spoke, "Maybe you can try the Gravestone Oath." Gravestone Oath? Zuo Mo stilled. What is that? He hadn't thought that Pu Yao, who usually looked down on Wei and had repeated objected to this, to say, "Maybe you can try it." Zuo Mo looked in confusion at the duo. Wei slowly spoke, "The Gravestone Oath is a method of using the Gravestone Armor." Gravestone Armor? Zuo Mo's expression was blank. He could not connect the topic at hand to the Gravestone Armor. The use of the Gravestone Armor is actually a kind of self-sacrifice. In essence, it is a trade. Sacrifice oneself in trade for power to protect. Wei's expression was solemn and carried an indescribable devoutness. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. "You are saying for me to turn into the Gravestone Armor?" "It can be said to be something like that, but also not." Wei said calmly, "In the past, in order to obtain the power for me to protect my tribe, I chose to make the greatest sacrifice in order to gain the greatest amount of power. But you do not need this kind of power. Similarly, you do not have make such a large sacrifice. This is the rule of the gravestone." Zuo Mo seemed to understand slightly. The Gravestone Oath is frequently used by the inheritors of the Gravestone Armor. In order to pursue greater cultivation, they would frequently swear certain directed oaths. Zuo Mo inquired,
You mean that I need to accept your inheritance? Translator ramblings, going away on a trip starting tomorrow.
Nothing will be impacted except that I will have less time to look at comments and reply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 691, Buzhou City. Chapter 691, Buzhou City. The power to protect comes at a price, Wei said meaningfully.
His deep gaze flashed with a light that was stubborn and determined.
Zuo Mo stilled, looking away. He thought of a Gue.
In terms of protection, there was probably none that was more determined than a Gue's protection. But at the same time, there was no protection that carried such a cruel price.
Was this what it meant to protect someone? Zuo Mo's thoughts swirled. Wei did not speak.
Pu Yao also maintained his silence. There was only the crackling of the eerie flames in the sea of consciousness.
Moments later, Zuo Mo looked up and grinned to show an unconcerned smile. You want to frighten me? Ha! From every angle, this seems to be a profitable business. Why wouldn't I do it? Tell me, how do I do this?
Wei looked deeply at Zuo Mo. You are sure?
So chatty, it is best to be quick. Gu is in a hurry to cultivate. Can you afford to waste Ge's time? Zuo Mo glared. Wei smiled. It is very simple.
As he finished saying this, the gravestone in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness suddenly shattered into pieces. It turned to black energy that became snakes that burrowed into Zuo Mo's body. Then the black energy formed into a little gravestone inside Zuo Mo's body. There were many complex gray patterns on the surface of the new formed gravestone.
If one did not knot closely, it would be hard to detect them. In this moment, Zuo Mo seemed to understand something. To abide by your ceremony, to execute your wishes, to swear your oath, will you? An ancient voice echoed in Zuo Mo's mind.
This scene summoned many memories.
But Zuo Mo immediately detected a difference.
The lines were not right. He remembered the first time it had been to abide by my ceremony, to execute my wishes, to swear my oath.
How come it changed? But Zuo Mo did not hesitate for long.
When he made his decision, his mind was filled with Wei's words, the power to protect comes at a price. Taking a deep breath, the uncaring smile on Zuo Mo's face faded. His expression became solemn and he said, I'm willing. When the words escaped his lips, the complex patterns on the surface of the gravestone suddenly lit up like a web of light. Zuo Mo's mind blanked. Moments later, when he recovered from his daze and his eyes refocused, his first action was to touch his chest.
A strange feeling came.
When the gravestone had entered his heart in the past, it had felt rootless and intangible. But now, while the gravestone was still the gravestone, it seemed to have grown many roots in his heart.
This is it? Zuo Mo asked Wei in puzzlement.
Wei's expression was slightly tired. But he still smiled and said, yes, you did not require much, so the price you paid was not large. From now on, the effect of practicing your spells will be 3 times what it was before, and the price you need to pay is.
And? Zuo Mo looked at Wei. It is, Wei trailed off.
The tendons in Zuo Mo's forehead started to throb.
It is, Wei was smiling. It is your mom. Zuo Mo erupted. His temples throbbed as he howled angrily at Wei's face.
Wei had a faint smile as he calmly waved a finger. His expression was dignified.
Not my mom. Zuo Mo almost went crazy. I will kill you. I will kill you.
The most crucial information being withheld left Zuo Mo's anger burning. If the heavens bestowed a metal rod to him right now, he would skewer this horrid person and burn him over a fire. Also, he would put on enough hot chili. Wei looked at Zuo Mo with a smile. That smile, that expression, it was like there was, come beg me, written on his face.
Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. To deal with a lowly person like this, it seemed he had to use his ultimate move. The anger on Zuo Mo's face faded as he said darkly, Wei, we should calculate rent. You have lived here a long time, but you haven't paid rent. Right, GE only accepts Jingshi and no other currency.
Also, don't think of using spells, emo skills, or other things to make up your debt, GE only wants Jingshi. Wei's smile froze on his face. Pu Yao, who had been watching silently, stepped back and hid in the flames. It would not be good to appear in front of Zuo Mo at this time. If the city gates were burning, it would still affect the fish in the moats.
Rent was a great problem.
Oh, actually, your gravestone oath is very simple. There will be a day in every month that you will lose all power until your Shin power can resolve the undying Shin power. How about it? This price isn't too great, I had to work hard to obtain this for you.
Choosing gravestone oaths is a highly technical matter and demands great experience. It isn't something normal people. Wei nattered on as though he had done great favor by completing a hard task. Humph. Zuo Mo snorted coldly. He turned and then swaggered out of the sea of consciousness. Behind him, Wei wiped away his cold sweat. As expected, it was easy to forget himself. Pu Yao stepped out of the flames with an expression of scorn. Coming out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo was thinking. Losing all of his abilities for one day of the month in exchange for 3 times the effect when practicing spells, this was a very profitable transaction. However, this was a hidden weakness. If he encountered danger on the day that he lost all of his powers, then it was over for him. It seemed that he needed to make preparations. While this created a hidden weaknesses, Zuo Mo was still very satisfied with the gravestone oath. 3 times the effect meant that his training time could shrink by 2/3. In the yard, Zuo Mo started to practice spells. He was using the bowstring finger spell. This was a very complex and profound finger spell that was primarily based on finger movements. It belonged to a sect from before the 1,000-Year War, and it was the sect's founding spell. There were pitifully few high-level finger spells in the present. There were only some crude spells such as the Little Art of Cloud and Rain that used finger movements. Shoja currently believed that when the control of Ling power reacted a certain level, they could leave behind finger movements. Theoretically, this was completely correct. But this finger spell was completely different. Its intentions was to use finger movements to allow Shoja with low cultivation to use higher-level spells. From the moment he started to practice the finger spell, Zuo Mo immediately detected differences. His Ling power seemed to have become more sensitive. Some parts that he did not understand before were much clearer. After practicing a few times, Zuo Mo's finger movements became smoother and unlike the clumsiness of the past. As expected, it was effective. Zuo Mo became alert. Cultivating Ling power had always been a painful matter for him. Zuo Mo was enchanted with the ease when he cultivated Mo skills and Yao arts. But today, the pain had flown away. Zuo Mo finally found that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling of ease. After practicing furiously for 12 hours, Zuo Mo had not slowed down, still hungry for more. This feeling was great. Based on this speed, Zuo Mo had enough confidence that he could raise his spell level to first class in a short amount of time. He suddenly felt the sky shark descending. Someone knocked on the door. Zuo Mo's consciousness spread and he saw the person who came. It was the leader of the Sky Shark Guards. He waved his hand and the door opened on its own. Honored Darren, our shark has reached Buzhou City. According to the original schedule, we will stay here for 3 days. If Darren finds staying on board boring, you may want to go explore, the leader said respectfully. There were ways to inform all guests, but the Shark Guard leader still decided to make the trip personally to show respect. Someone as strong as this was qualified to receive this respect. Zuo Mo nodded. I understand. The guard leader saw this and did not talk anymore. He bowed and then left. I have heard that Buzhou City produces White Ridge snake bones. It is of use to me, Sang Lianer suddenly spoke up. White Ridge snake bones? Zuo Mo's reaction was quick. Your Mo physique? N. Sang Lianer nodded and explained. A secret of our White Fan clan. I learned from my father. The White Ridge snake bones can improve our White Fang Mo physique. However, the White Ridge snake bones are only produced in a few places, Buzhou City being one of them. Hearing this, Zuo Mo nodded and said, let's go and see. I hope that you have enough luck to find some this time. Sang Lianer smiled. While she had changed her appearance to a normal one, the smile was still filled with beauty. Ahang, you have to help me kill him. The young master of the Ji family gritted out. He had never been humiliated so. Being beaten and stripped naked had actually happened to him. Whenever he thought of what had happened that day, he wanted to find a crack in the ground and bury himself. It was too embarrassing. Ahang was not tall. His body was thin, his skin dark, his hair short and bristly. He was dressed in short robes and looked like a manual laborer without any presence of an expert. But a person like this was an existence that people in the Ji family feared. Ahang looked with slightly pity at the young master. This idiot didn't know what fate was awaiting him when he returned. However, he did not show any disrespect on the surface. He laughed lightly. Young master, do not worry. It is not so easy for someone to get away with shaming our Ji family. The Ji family young master had an excited expression. Ha, right. I will want to be present that day. I want to personally see how this guy will die. When he finished, his tone was bloodthirsty and hateful. Ahang smiled dismissively.
In his eyes, this kind of cruelty was just an expression of being useless. "He's exiting the Sky Shark now," a subordinate reported. Suddenly, a light flashed across Ahang's eyes. He stood and walked outside. The young master of the Ji family seemed to become excited. His eyes were red as he hurried behind Ahang. Ahang did not pay attention to the young master. His body moved like lightning towards the place his subordinate had reported. People along the way were alarmed and moved aside. Almost at the same time, Zuo Mo seemed to feel something. However, his gaze moved towards the other side of the street. His expression couldn't help but show a threat of shock. That was. Translator ramblings. What Zuo Mo swore here is a lower-level version of what he was offered way back in the beginning of the story. So not his entire soul and life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, Feng Xinz. Chapter 692, Feng Xinz. Yao. An enormous group of Yao were slowly heading in this direction. It was common to see Yao in the Mo territories, but it was rare to see such a large group of Yao. There were also many high-level Mo guards around the group. Zuo Mo muttered inside, was this a Yao envoy? The society structure of the Yao and Mo were completely different. The Yao had many large clans, but the Council of Elders were the highest power of the Yao. Among the Mo, the fractions divided everything up, heroes leading their families to rule over an area. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen a group of Yao receive such a level of welcome. Buzhou City was part of the land of the Tang family. The Tang family's most famous expert, Tang Chen, ruled multiple Jia with his martial-level power. The Tang family was also a family with a long history. It could be traced back to the Thousand-Year War. The Tang family's style was a peaceful one, and they paid attention to the development of their lands. Due to this, they were respected by the people. Was the Tang family going to ally with the Yao? This thought flashed through Zuo Mo's mind, but he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. The Tang family allying with the Yao had nothing to do with him. He was just making a short stop in Buzhou City and naturally would not worry too much about this matter. At this time, a sharp presence filled the entire street around him. Zuo Mo raised his head in surprise. Had someone recognized them? His upper body did not move as he pulled a gue. They both seemed to slide backwards like he was on ice. His movements were relaxed and free. Song Lianer followed silently behind him. Her movements seemed more ethereal and eerie. There seemed to be a shadow moving constantly. A hint of shock flashed across Ahang's face. The other's movement was unusually smooth. They were able to immediately break free of his lock. It was rare for him to encounter such an event. But then he snorted. His body suddenly became blurred and divided into 6 copies. The copies turned to 6 gray shadows that leapt at the trio from different directions. It was the first time that Zuo Mo had encountered such an unique Mo physique, and he couldn't help but feel slight interest. His hand opened slightly, and his 5 fingers danced at an unique rhythm. A strong suction formed at his palm. One of the gray shadows was trapped by the suction force and was immediately became unable to move. Collection art was not a high-level Yao art, but it had other abilities when used in this situation. Zuo Mo's Mo skills were first class, his Yao art second class, and his spells third class. His spells were too weak to face enemies. His Mo skills were the best and was enough to win this fight, but he would lose a chance to train. The gains received from battle was more effective and clearer than usual practice. His Yao arts could be used to fight and also needed to be improved. It was perfect to use now. Seeing Zuo Mo unexpectedly use Yao arts, Sang Lianer immediately understood and perceptively did not act. Ague also seemed to understand the situation. She silently allowed Zuo Mo to pull her and did not attack. For Zuo Mo, it took almost no thought for a low-level Yao art like collection art to form. The gray shadow that he had caught seemed to be made from a ball of mist. Its figure was very similar to that person, but the features were blurry. While they were lightning fast, Zuo Mo found that their movements were still slightly stiff. Seeing that collection art was effective, Zuo Mo's fingers moved. A few more collection arts locked onto the other gray shadows. Once Zuo Mo's collection art appeared, Ahang frowned. Yao! If this was any other situation, he would not have any misgivings and would directly kill the other. However, the news of Ji Liyu's group arriving in Mo territory was a hot topic. Old news such as the alliance of Yao and Mo were once again mentioned. The Mo were close to the Yao, and it was common for the two races to marry. However, compared to the frequently interchange between the people, the attitudes of the governments were not so harmonious. It was just because the two had a common enemy that they could stand on the same side regarding major issues. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the Mo were made up of many fractions and lacked a true king. But the furor caused by Ji Liu's group caused the relationship between Yao and Mo to once again be in the public spotlight. A Hang immediately felt wary at the sudden appearance of a Yao expert at such a sensitive time.
The Ji family and the Tang family were usually at peace. The two even encouraged marriages between the families. However, it was frowned upon to kill people in another's jia. If one wasn't careful, it was possible to strain relations between the two sides. In this span of time, the other gray figures had charged. Their movements were slightly stiff, but the murderousness they gave off was not false. At this time, Zuo Mo's other hand rose and drew out a circle. A silver blinding hoop of light. Hiss crack. The gray shadows seemed to hit a wall of lightning. Countless electrical arcs released, and lightning snakes walked. The lightning immediately swallowed the gray shadows and did not leave anything behind. A Hang's pupils suddenly contracted. Such a powerful Yao art. HM. Sky pole lightning hoop. A bright voice suddenly spoke. A Hang's heart shook even more. He hadn't even detected this person coming so close. He turned his face, and when the other's appearance entered his field of view, he was shocked again. Yao. Who are you? The incomer asked as he looked at Zuo Mo with curiosity. They say that the sky pole lightning hoop had been lost long ago. I hadn't thought that someone would still know it. So interesting. Zuo Mo raised his eyes to look at the other and was astounded inside. This person had been silent when approaching, like a ghost. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's sixth sense was much stronger than the average person, he would have had a difficult time detecting them. This person was not old. His clothing was tasteful, and it could be seen at a glance that he had status. The other had a sunny smile and seemed friendly. However, Zuo Mo did not answer. While the other looked harmonious, Zuo Mo could feel a threat of a chilling presence from the other. This presence was extremely faint and hidden deeply. However, Zuo Mo's sixth sense was above normal. He was unusually sensitive to dangerous presences. This cold presence gave him an extreme feeling of danger. It was like a snake coiled in the darkness, cold and cruel. Also, this kind of cold cruelty was hidden in that sunny and warm smile. It caused Zuo Mo's hairs to stand up. Sir is? A Hong showed a smile as he looked thoughtfully at the other. I am Feng Xinz. The youth smiled. A Hang's expression changed. So Sir is Feng Xinz, my apologies for my manners. I hear that among the younger generation, Brother Feng is a leader. His heart was filled with helplessness. The more he didn't want to encounter something, he encountered it. Feng Xinz was the guard leader of Ji Liu's group and also an expert among the Yao. His power was unfathomable, and a Hong did not have any confidence he would win in a fight. Feng Xinz smiled and said, minuscule abilities like mine cannot be seen in public. What are you two fighting about? How about everyone take a step back for my sake? A Hang's face was smiling. Since Brother Feng said this little brother is no problems. At this time, Zuo Mo saw the Ji family young master hurrying over and understood what had happened. An imperceptible smile came to the corner of his mouth. This one doesn't have any objections. Feng Xinz was overjoyed. Great. Why don't I have a drink with you too, since we have resolved matters peacefully? The Ji family young master was about to speak when a Hong glanced at him. His cold gaze caused the young master's curses to shrink back into his mouth. A smile once again hung on a Hang's face. Naturally. Feng Xinz turned to look at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo shook his head. My apologies, this one still has matters and not the time. Please pardon me. Finishing, he left with a Gui and Sun Lianer. Feng Xinz's gaze immediately darkened. A Hong saw this, and an imperceptible smile flashed across his lips before disappearing. Brother Feng, let's go and drink until we are drunk. A sunny smile came back onto Feng Xinz's smile. All right. Feng Xinz. Zuo Mo was sure that he had heard this name somewhere. But no matter how hard he thought about it, he could not remember. He gave up, but he was sure that Feng Xinz was extremely powerful. Zuo Mo noticed that Feng Xinz had come from that Yao group. Right now, Zuo Mo only wanted to cultivate and not get dragged into other matters. Consequently, he had not hesitated in refusing Feng Xinz's invitation. Let's go and see where we can buy White Ridge snake bones. Zuo Mo pushed his thoughts aside and said to Tsang Lianer. Zuo Mo's group went into a few shops and did not have any discoveries. A kind-hearted storekeeper told them honestly that what they sold would not reach the level of the White Ridge snake bones and suggested for them to go the rare articles hall to look. The three followed the shopkeeper's suggestion and went to the rare articles hall. The entrance to the rare articles hall was normal and almost in disrepair. It seemed like an average little store and did not show any of the presence of the best store in Buzhou City.
Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer exchanged a look.
Both of them were slightly surprised.
But since they had come, Zuo Mo decided to go in to look.
When they stepped across the doorway, the scene in front of them changed.
Mo weapons of strange shapes hung in the void in front of them.
Each Mo weapon had a completely different presence, some warm, some explosive, some cold. These Mo weapons of various styles were arranged in parallel to form a staircase made completely of Mo weapons. Stepping on the stairs, they could clearly feel the unique presence of the Mo weapons under their feet. This feeling was extremely strange.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh in shock. Such extravagance. Each of these Mo weapons were general-level Mo weapons.
Any of them, if put on the market, would be good things. But in this place, they were just used as stairs for people to step on.
Sang Lianer's eyes immediately lit up.
With this staircase, it could be seen just how powerful Rare Articles Hall was. When they walked to the end of the staircase, an old person was already waiting there.
Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo needs to stop using lost arts. They arouse too much interest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 693, A Complete Set of White Ridge Snakebones. Chapter 693, A Complete Set of White Ridge Snakebones.
Welcome, please, are you here to sell or purchase treasures?
The old person asked respectfully.
Zuo Mo nodded and said directly, does your store have White Ridge Snakebones? White Ridge Snakebones?
A hint of surprise flashed across the unclear eyes of the old person. He raised his head and said, our store does have White Ridge Snakebones.
Please come with me.
Finishing, he turned and walked inside. The trio followed behind the old man. The ceiling above their head was like the night sky.
Light streaked across like meteors, reflecting on Mo matrices.
There were Mo weapons floating in the sky above them like innumerable stars.
Threads of various colors fell from the Mo weapons and swayed like a sea of grass.
Zuo Mo's thoughts shifted. He reached out a hand to grab a green thread in front of him. When his hand touched the thread of light, one of the Mo weapons above his head lit up and then it appeared in Zuo Mo's palm.
Sang Lianer was extremely interested.
She pulled on a silver thread of light. A pair of sickles appeared in her hands. The old person did not hurry them and explained with a smile.
This is the Mo weapon firmament of the store. The Mo weapons you are holding are not the real ones, but the presence is the exact same as the real article. You can examine them at your leisure. If you want one of them, you only need to pay the corresponding mabe and it will fly into your hands. Zuo Mo was skilled in Mo matrices.
After standing and observing the Mo weapon firmament for a while, he had a general understanding of the mechanism. He smiled slightly and opened his hand. The Mo weapon in his hand turned into a light that flew into the firmament above them.
He naturally did not have a desire for the Mo weapons here.
A short time later, the old person took the trio to an elegant tea room.
In the tea room, a white-faced and beardless middle-aged Mo was idly drinking tea.
The middle-aged Mo saw the trio and showed a smile. He motioned with his hand.
Please sit.
Then he filled 3 cups and handed them over. A pleasing fragrance spread in the tea room. The old person had an intoxicated expression.
Seeing this, the middle-aged Mo also handed the old person a cup.
The old person was overjoyed and carefully took the teacup.
He said hurriedly, many thanks, Chief Steward. Sang Lianer suddenly spoke, a pretty good tea, Stone Sprout. The middle-aged Mo showed surprise and joy. I hadn't thought that Mrs. also enjoys tea like me. Greetings. Sang Lianer took a sip. After savoring it for a moment, she said serenely, I hear that your store has White Ridge Snakebones? The middle-aged Mo gave a small smile.
Yes, this small store has a complete set of White Ridge Snakebones.
Complete set of White Ridge Snakebones?
Sang Lianer was unable to keep her composure or disguise her joy. The White Ridge Snakebones were hard to find, and a complete set of White Ridge Snakebones was much rarer.
The middle-aged Mo smiled slightly and said, yes, this set of White Ridge Snakebones is complete and flawless.
Truthfully, it is the first time the store has encountered such a perfect set of White Ridge Snakebones since it was founded.
Name your price, little Mo said with bravado. Trade only. The middle-aged Mo took a sip of tea before saying. Materials of the same level. If it is a Mo weapon, it has to be an Earth Mo weapon. Earth Mo weapon. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked.
A Earth MO weapon was just one level below Sky Missouri weapon. In all of the MO territories, there were just 108 of those.
Song Lianer's green cicada sword and the previous black-hearted treasure coins had all been Earth MO weapons.
Zuo Mo had forged the black-hearted treasure coins into the little MO treasure cup.
If they brought out the green cicada sword, it would undoubtedly expose their identities.
Sang Liener put down the teacup without changing her expression.
She shook her head and said, "It is too expensive."
"It is very expensive," the middle-aged MO nodded his head and said, "but it is worth this price." Sang Liener was silent. The other was right.
A complete set of white ridge snake bones was also a priceless treasure.
She stood and said to Zuo Mo, "Let's go." Little Mo Good didn't stand. He turned towards the middle-aged MO. "Does your store want Earth MO weapons, or Earth-level MO weapons?" The middle-aged MO was slightly surprised. He understood what little Mo Good was saying. Did the other have MO weapons that could match Earth MO weapons?
There were 108 Earth MO weapons and all of them had been observed and their characteristics recorded.
It was possible to find information on everyone. MO weapons that could rival Earth MO weapons. Had some MO weapon grandmaster made a new work recently?
The middle-aged MO was puzzled, but he still said with a smile, "If the level of the MO weapon can reach the level of an Earth MO weapon, it is possible."
An Earth-level MO weapon that was not among the ranking of Earth MO weapons could undoubtedly be sold for a higher price. No one wanted their MO weapon to be one that other people knew everything about. Zuo Mo stood. "All right, we will return after a few days."
Seeing the certainty on Zuo Mo's face, the middle-aged MO felt some trust.
He stood to see them off. "This one will respectfully wait for your visit." Leaving the rare artifacts hall, the trio walked on the street.
Sang Liener serenely spoke, "Other than the green cicada sword, we do not have any other Earth MO weapons.
We'll just forge one."
Zuo Mo's words were filled with great confidence.
"Forge one?" Sang Liener was astonished.
She had not expected such words.
Zuo Mo had not been joking.
For a person who was knowledgeable in Mo matrices, skilled in forging, that possessed the Sunshin fire, and was wealthy, it was not very difficult to forge a MO weapon.
However, Zuo Mo would have to do all he could to make an Earth MO weapon. But it wasn't that Zuo Mo didn't have any confidence.
He had studied the Blackheart treasure coins and the green carp tongue sword. Naturally, they could not trade the green carp tongue sword. All of the MO territories knew that Marshal Yu had died by Zuo Mo's hand. If this thing was made public, it would definitely draw a tsunami of attention. The next problem was that Zuo Mo needed to forge an Earth MO weapon using the materials he had on hand.
He had a lot of good things.
As the quality of materials increased, their uses became more general. In terms of low-level materials, talismans and MO weapons used completely different materials. But when it came to the higher grades, the two overlapped. Zuo Mo had a lot of high-level materials, especially what he had taken from Ji Zhang's body. Those were all top materials.
Zuo Mo also had an advantage. He had large numbers of general-level MO weapons.
In that fight against Marshal Yu, almost all the general-level MO under Marshal Yu's command had been killed. Their MO weapons naturally landed in Zuo Mo's hand. Other than the MO weapons he had given his soldiers, Zuo Mo still had a large number of MO weapons.
These remaining MO weapons were not of great use to the present Zuo Mo.
He didn't lack Mabe at this time, so there was no point in selling them. Also, the materials that he had to use now were all precious treasures that almost couldn't be bought with Mabe.
Zuo Mo's idea was based on these MO weapons.
Before the 1,000-Year War, there had been many MO weapon forging methods but that were now lost. In Wei's words, it was called craftsmanship. Wei was experienced and the ultimate authority in this area. He could trace any kind of MO weapon forging method back to the ancient era. Ever since Zuo Mo took the gravestone oath, Wei's attitude was so good it was frightening. He was completely different from his previous half-living state. After enjoying the meticulous concern, Zuo Mo quickly found a nightmare had begun.
Wei was actually a chatterbox. Heavens! After knowing this guy for so long, Zuo Mo only now found that Wei was a chatterbox.
Even Pu Yao, who ghosts and monsters avoided, chose the path of avoidance when facing the maddening nattering.
Zuo Mo finally understood what it was like to be haunted. Zuo, you want to use the weapon layering craftsmanship? This idea is good. However, I'm not sure about many of the details. It has been too long. You need to try it yourself. Oh, I remember. I've never introduced the history of the weapon layering craftsmanship to you. I've actually missed such an important matter. I'm old, my memory is failing. Speaking of the weapon layering craftsmanship, I have to start from 35,000 years ago. At that time, Zuo Mo felt as though a bunch of flies were buzzing around him. So terrifying. Stop! Zuo Mo yelled at Wei. Wei immediately closed his mouth. His eyes were wide and his expression innocent. Zuo Mo reflexively rubbed his head. He knew that ever since he had swore the gravestone oath, there was a connection between him and Wei. All of Wei's hidden personality was now exposed. Calmed down, Zuo Mo started to think. He did plan on using the weapon layering craftsmanship. This was the best choice at the moment. The weapon layering craftsmanship was to layer many MO weapons to forge one MO weapon. Zuo Mo had learned of craftsmanship methods that had been lost after the 1,000-year war from Wei. The quality of the MO weapons he had was very good. If he used the weapon layering craftsmanship, and he was lucky, he might obtain an Earth MO weapon. However, while Wei had done some MO weapon forging, he was not a proper MO weapon forger. Zuo Mo had to explore many things by himself. Fortunately, there were MO weapon pools in Buzhou City specifically for forging MO weapons. The forging of talismans mostly used fire, so what resulted were all kinds of cauldrons. Forging MO weapons occurred in MO weapon pools. Buzhou City had an underground nether river that was very suitable for forging MO weapons. Most of the MO weapon pools were constructed by the underground nether river. The underground nether river was silent. It was about 20 li wide and spectacular to see. The river water of the underground nether river was as sticky as glue, black yet clear, and silent as it flowed. When one walked along the river, there were MO weapon pools of various sizes along the banks that seemed to stretch out endlessly. There were also countless caverns that had been dug out along the banks. People frequently used MO skills to guide the water into their caves. The lower the cave was, the more MO weapon pool water there was, and the better the quality. It was also more expensive. The caverns higher up were much cheaper and it required people to get their own water. There were two kinds of MO weapon pools here. One kind was the MO weapon pools owned by the local prominent families. These MO weapon pools were not open to the outside and were private property of these families. The other kind of MO weapon pools were open to everyone. Anyone that could pay the mabe could use them. These MO weapon pools were managed by the Tang family. An old male MO came up. He was wearing the insignia of the Tang family. Is there something you need? I need a MO weapon pool, Zuo Mo said. What quality? The other asked. The highest quality, Zuo Mo said without hesitation. The old man was slightly surprised. The highest quality MO weapon pools wasn't just very expensive to use, the water was turbulent and abundant. If one did not have enough power, they would not be able to control the power. Was this person a famous MO weapon master? Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is going to add to his repertoire of skills. I keep on imagining a feathered gravestone. I know that Wei's mail, but that image just doesn't leave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694 Weapon Layering Craftsmanship. Chapter 694 Weapon Layering Craftsmanship. He rented a MO weapon pool? The chief steward was slightly surprised. The trio that visited the other day had attracted his interest and he had ordered his subordinates to pay attention to their movements. Yes, they rented the Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. The subordinate had investigated thoroughly and hurried back to report. Heaven Tier. The middle-aged MO stilled. Of course he knew what this meant. Only those with some skill would dare to rent a Heaven Tier MO weapon pool. As the highest grade of MO weapon pool in Buzhou City, it was expensive to rent. The volume of water was astounding, and it was so difficult to control that almost nobody used it. Was there a MO weapon master among them? The face of the average-looking youth flashed across the mind of the middle-aged MO, but he suddenly realized that, no matter how hard he thought back, he could not remember the details of the youth's appearance. The other two females were also so ordinary that he could not remember them. He was experienced and he immediately realized the trio had probably disguised themselves. But his thoughts did not linger on the question. There were many people in these chaotic times that did not like others knowing their identities. Those with power always had their own eccentricities. What he cared about were MO weapon masters, especially powerful MO weapon masters. Any strong MO weapon master meant an endless and steady profit for a business. MO weapon masters were a kind of resource, and a powerful MO weapon master was a resource that had to be fought over. Thinking about the youth's cool and confident expression, the middle-aged MO's heart reflexively jumped. Earth-level MO weapon. If he could really forge one. The mind of the middle-aged MO, which he always prided himself on being unaffected by anything, was immediately disturbed. Pay close attention, I need to know all the details. Do not be afraid of spending money, understand? It was rare that the middle-aged Mo tone was so serious. Yes. This subordinate understands. In Zuo Mo's view of the three great cultivation systems for forging, he had to admit that the Xiuzhi far surpassed the other two races. Seal scripts were a vast and complex field that Yao and Mo could not compare to. In comparison, while Mo matrices were their own system, they were not as well developed as seal scripts. But even so, those in the Mo territories that understood Mo matrices were considered well-learned and were few in number. This was related to the attitude of Mo towards their Mo weapons. The forging methods of Mo weapons were usually simple and crude, but there was something that the Xiuzhi could not rival them in: materials. The materials that were used in Mo weapons were usually a part of the Mo themselves, for example, a feather or nails. So while Mo weapons were crudely made, but after being tempered daily and affinity granted by having come from a part of the owner's body, they were as a literal extension of their own bodies. However, those were just average Mo weapons. Top-level Mo weapons such as the Earth Mo weapons were not so easy to make. Of the 108 Earth Mo weapons, other than the extremely rare few that had been forged by the user, the great majority were forged by Mo weapon masters. For Mo weapon masters, forging an Earth-level Mo weapon was the highest goal of their lifetime. The makers of the 12 Sky Missouri weapons were the most accomplished Mo weapon masters of their era, and the best Mo weapon masters in Mo history. Each of their names represented a legend. In Zuo Mo's view, forging Earth-level Mo weapons were not a very difficult matter. He only needed the necessary materials. Even if he didn't have any, he could still accomplish it through unorthodox methods such as using weapon layering. But the creation of Sky Missouri weapons was out of the range of his abilities. There were many Mo weapon masters gathered around the Mo weapon pools of Buzhou City. Many people stayed here for many years to forge Mo weapons. This city quarter had, long ago, developed into an area for Mo weapon masters and provided a large group of residents a way to make a living. Meaning it was possible to buy most common materials from these suppliers. This saved Zuo Mo a lot of time. After spending 2 million Mo Bei on all kinds of materials, Zuo Mo had finished his preparations. The monthly rent for the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool was about 500,000 Mo Bei. In other words, without even starting, Zuo Mo had paid 2.5 million in Mo Bei. The wealthy Zuo Mo did not feel anything regarding the expense. 2.5 million Mo Bei was just the price of an above-average general-level Mo weapon. He had a whole pile of general-level Mo weapons in his ring. This relatively small expenditure was not enough to make him feel pain. But while he did not feel pain, it did not mean that other people did not feel pain. The Mo weapon masters around the underground Nether River quickly learned that there was someone who had come and spent 2 million on materials in one go. When they heard that this person had also rented the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool, it attracted their attention. There were two guesses about this person. Either this person was a wastrel or he was someone accomplished. Zuo Mo did not have the idle time to listen to the gossip. His time was tight. The Sky Shark would only stay here for a few days. If he didn't have the weapon layering craftsmanship up his sleeve, and that the complete set of White Ridge snake bones being so important to Tsang Liener, Zuo Mo definitely would not waste his time on this. But since he had started, he would naturally do his best. Waste was not a word in little Moge's vocabulary. Tsang Liener and Ague stood guard outside the Mo weapon pool to prevent others from disturbing Zuo Mo. The Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool was about half a mu large. The thick and black pool water flowed in from the underground Nether River and formed a natural whirlpool in the pool. The whirlpool spun at a stunning speed like thousands of horses racing. A thick, dark, and cold presence emanated from it. Those with slightly weaker constitutions would feel cold all over, and would suffer internal injuries if exposed for long periods of time. But Zuo Mo's Mo physique was young and domineering, so he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He made a circle around the Mo weapon pool and nodded in satisfaction. The river water of the underground Nether River was pure and in attribute. There were large amounts of Mo matrices set up around the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool. The vast amount of water would be able to completely wash and temper the materials. When he thought of this, Zuo Mo added many new Mo matrices on the foundation of the original Mo matrices. The roaring whirlpool suddenly became quiet. However, the center of the whirlpool deepened and ripples spread from the center of the whirlpool. Zuo Mo started to throw materials into the Mo weapon pool. The black yet clear water started to become opaque. The whirlpool seemed to be able to swallow everything. The materials he threw in disappeared without a trace. When the last article was thrown into the water, the pool water actually became a dark red. The dark red whirlpool was like an enormous blood eye continuously spinning and would cause people to focus their attention on it. Zuo Mo closed his eyes. A general level Mo weapon appeared on his hand.
This was a copper spear that flashed with a blue light that would shock people's souls.
Zuo Mo threw the little copper spear into the dark red whirlpool. 11 general-level Mo weapons were thrown in a stream into the Mo weapon pool.
The dark red whirlpool became even more red until it became the color of blood.
When the last general-level Mo weapon was thrown into the Mo weapon pool, the moving whirlpool suddenly stopped. Zuo Mo did not dare to be careless.
Multicolored lights flashed on his hands.
As his fingers changed, lights shot into the Mo weapon pool.
If Xiozha skilled in forging saw this, they would gape at everything that was happening here.
Zuo Mo was actually using the methods of talisman forging. Yes, Zuo Mo was using the methods for forging talismans. However, what he used was different from the average talisman forging methods.
The lights that lit up on his hands were not spells but Mo matrices.
In other words, he was using methods of seal formations on Mo matrices. This took 12 hours. Even a person as resilient as Zuo Mo showed slight exhaustion. 12 hours passed.
Pop splish, pop splish.
The blood-like Mo weapon pool seemed to be boiling and bubbles surfaced and popped.
Zuo Mo's attention was focused and he did not dare to relax at all.
The blood-red Mo weapon pool by his feet was quickly becoming orange, and he could see the Mo weapons at the bottom of the pool.
However, each Mo weapon was now a size smaller than it had been before, while the light they gave off was even brighter than before. After the cleansing and tempering of the Mo weapon pool, all of the impurities had been washed away and they were even higher in quality. The bright Mo matrices flowed on the surface of these objects.
Zuo Mo released a breath.
Up until now, he had not made a mistake.
There were 12 general-level Mo weapons in the pool. They stood upright in the water. Zuo Mo did not immediately start the next step but instead sat down in the lotus position to meditate.
6 hours later, he opened his eyes. The exhaustion on his face had disappeared.
His eyes flashed.
He had recovered to his peak condition. He suddenly raised his hands.
One of the Mo weapons at the bottom of the Mo weapon pool shook. An extremely minuscule ripple appeared on the smooth mirror-like surface of the pool. That Mo weapon slowly melted. 1 hour later, it had turned into a pile of metal liquid with countless Mo matrices flowing on the surface. Then another Mo weapon flew over.
This metal liquid seemed to come alive and wrapped around the incoming Mo weapon. Then the bright red metal water seemed to slowly and persistently swallow the other Mo weapon like a monster.
An hour later, the metal water was twice as big and the Mo matrices on its surface had turned brighter and even more complex. Then it started to consume another Mo weapon.
Time slowly flowed by like this. The pool water of the Mo weapon pool slowly became clear and glittering.
Any small speck of water seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. It rose up from the Mo weapon pool. Then, mist started to form on top of the pool.
The mist seemed to be alive and started to merge together. The combined mist ball slowly danced on top of the pool like a dragon. It became more and more nimble and its presence continued to increase.
What Zuo Mo did not know was that an astounding transformation was happening to the underground nether river outside of his Mo weapon pool. Mo weapon master after Mo weapon master continued to fly out of their Mo weapon pools.
There were numerous Mo weapon masters that were floating above the banks of the underground nether river. They were staring in shock at the vast surface of the underground nether river.
Translator ramblings, even Zuo Mo's products are greedy.
Editor's note, 9, get it right or I hold the next one ransom. It looks like I interrupted Wiki's routine when we chatted so the scheduling got messed up.
But, 9.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 695, The Presence of Earth-Level Mo Weapon. Chapter 695, The Presence of Earth-Level Mo Weapon.
Streaks of blood-colored water rose in the vast and serene surface of the river.
In a flash, the clear black color was completely overtaken by blood red. The calm surface also became restless and turbulent as though there was a terrifying monster hidden underneath surface of the river.
The waves that rose gradually became higher and higher and crashed against the shores. The Mo weapon masters floating above the river had never seen the underground nether river like this. All of them had panicked expressions.
Look! Over there!
Suddenly, a Mo weapon master with keen eyes pointed at a Mo weapon pool and shouted in shock. He attracted the attention of everyone else. They all turned to look in the direction I was pointing.
Hiss! Simultaneous inhales sounded above the river. Thick black clouds had gathered above a Mo weapon pool. The underground nether river was 30 li under the ground. How could clouds form from the forging?
But the thick clouds truly appeared in front of them.
Boom om.
Suddenly, Deep thunder sounded from within the clouds. The Mo weapon masters above the river stared at each other. There was nothing dangerous from the sound of the thunder, but they all knew what this meant. Tales of it had been passed down from a long time ago that when a great Mo weapon appeared, it would cause a worldly apparition.
What was happening right now was undoubtedly. It's the Heaven Tier Pool. It's the Heaven Tier Pool. Another Mo weapon master shouted. It's him. So it's him. The Mo weapon masters all descended into noise. That mysterious person who had spent 2.5 million Mo Bay and rented the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool. He had been the topic of discussion before. How could they not be shocked when they saw that the Mo weapon pool was causing all this noise was the Heaven Tier pool? Boom OMOM. The roars of thunder became more frequent. It was possible to see lightning flash among the thick cloud layer. At this time, beads of blood slowly rose from the underground nether pool. Each blood bead was glowing and perfect. It was extremely stunning to see the dense layer of blood beads floating above the vast surface of the river. These blood beads were of various sizes, but all of them were perfectly round. Detail-minded Mo weapon masters immediately noticed that as the beads of blood rose, the underground nether river that had become blood-colored was recovering its original color. Gradually the surface of the river recovered to its usual calm until there was no tinge of blood in the water. These blood beads. Just as everyone was both puzzled and shocked, the blood beads floating above the river suddenly flew together towards the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool. Almost at the same time, a great blinding bolt of lightning lit up the cloud and illuminated the underground nether river. An unforgettable scene fell into everyone's field of view. In this moment, they unconsciously stopped breathing. The sky full of blood beads drew out bright bloody arrows in the air. The bloody arrows were like water and carved up the air above the river, but all of the blood arrows pointed towards the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool. There were so many it stole their breath. When the last blood bead entered the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool, a blood-colored pillar of light thrust through the clouds like a sword. Boom OMOM. The earth seemed to be trembling and vibrating violently. All of them gaped at this blood-colored light pierced the sky like a sword dozens of zheng thick. Heavens! The sword of light actually thrust through the rock and pierced the sky above their heads. 30 li. That pool was 30 li under the ground. The spectacular soul-shaking scene caused all of the underground nether pool to lose their power of speech and become completely silent. And at this time, Buzhou City was in a furor. The enormous blood-colored sword of light suddenly erupted from the earth and charged into the clouds. It could be seen from far away. Only someone that was blind could not see it. Gliu looked at Feng Xinz, who appeared idle and relaxed. She said coolly, "You seem to have free time. What, you didn't go out to drink today?" Feng Xinz roared with laughter. "I have to rest occasionally. Just don't forget our mission." Gliu smiled coldly. "We still haven't found Xiao Mo Gu yet. Don't be impatient." Feng Xinz waved his hand. "Don't be impatient?" Gliu's voice suddenly rose. Anger showed on her peerlessly beautiful face. "You're telling me not to be impatient? How many days has it been? Didn't the intelligence say that Xiao Mo Gu is definitely taking this route? How come we haven't encountered him until now?" Feng Xinz felt a slight headache. He knew that Gliu disliked this mission very much. He could only comfort, there is no use in being impatient. This is the Mo territories, not the Yao realms. So we are just waiting like this? Gliu looked hard to Feng Xinz and said. Feng Xinz was slightly displeased but did not show it in his expression. "It would be best if you had a solution. What about those three? Weren't you suspicious of them?" Gliu changed the topic. Feng Xinz did suspect that Zuo Mo's trio was Xiao Moji's group. While the appearance was different, but the two women traveled with the man and fit the descriptions. That day, Zuo Mo had also used Yao arts. Feng Xinz knew that Xiao Mo Gu was skilled in Yao arts. Was a person that could beat a prison-breaking battle someone that could only be described as skilled in Yao arts? How could Feng Xinz not suspect someone that fit the description so well at such a critical time? Yet what had happened later surprised Feng Xinz. The trio first went to the rare artifacts hall and then to the underground nether river. Feng Xinz even knew that they had rented the Heaven Tier Mo weapon pool and spent 2.5 million Mo Bay. All the signs indicated that this person was a Mo weapon master, and a skilled one at that. Feng Xinz was slightly depressed but did not show it. He is a probable suspect. His Yao art skill is very high. While he is making Mo weapons, it might be a kind of disguise. Disguise? Gliu snorted. Why does he have to disguise himself? Feng Xinz was silent. This was also something that Feng Xinz did not understand.
Xiao Mo Go had a great reputation in the Mo territories and had 2 top-level generals in his command.
The Mo territories factions didn't dare to offend him, and even the Council of Elders' opinion was that Xiao Mo's faction was one of the strongest.
In a situation like this, Xiao Mo Go didn't need to hide himself.
No one would dare to provoke him.
Just at this time, a vast and intimidating presence suddenly shot into the sky suddenly.
Feng Xinz's expression changed slightly.
Such a powerful presence. His mind moved and his figure disappeared.
In the next moment, he appeared in the sky.
He saw the straight pillar of blood light that pierced the sky and inhaled suddenly. His eyes even became dazed for a brief moment.
Earth Mo weapon. These 3 words flashed through his mind. Feng Xinz was one of the most accomplished geniuses among the younger Yao generation.
He had been educated by an orthodox Yao art house, and his knowledge was something that the average Yao did not have. Without any hesitation, he judged the origin of this terrifying presence.
Only Earth Mo weapons could have such a terrifying presence.
He had once heard that Xiao Mo Go had a Sky Missouri weapon, the infamous anti-dragon claw. However, that was just a rumor and he had not seen it with his own eyes.
But he had experienced the presence of an Earth Mo weapon before. The unique presence of an Earth Mo weapon that filled the air and seemed to take over the world was suffocating. Earth Mo weapon, it really was an Earth Mo weapon, but had someone forged an Earth Mo weapon? Feng Xinz looked in disbelief at the blood-colored pillar of light that connected earth and sky.
When the bloody pillar of light erupted out of the earth, the expression of the middle-aged Mo that was idly drinking tea inside the rare artifacts hall changed. His body suddenly disappeared from his spot.
Earth Mo weapon.
When he saw the bloody pillar of light that thrust into the sky, he shouted in shock. From his experience of interacting with countless Mo weapons, he recognized it at first glance of the bloody pillar of light. He was thoroughly familiar with all 108 Earth Mo weapons. While he had not seen them all in person, he knew the unique traits and presence of each Earth Mo weapon.
The strange presence given off by this thick blood-colored pillar of light was completely different than any Earth Mo weapon he knew of.
He had lived for 20 years in Buzhou City and was familiar with everything here. When he noticed the position of the bloody pillar of light, he immediately stilled.
Wasn't it the underground Nether River there?
Suddenly, he thought of that normal-looking youth with that confident expression. A thought flashed through his mind.
He gaped with an expression of disbelief. Had that guy really forged an Earth-level Mo weapon? As the masters of Buzhou City, the Tang family was also alerted.
That bloody pillar of light was truly too eye-catching, too stunning.
Almost all the experts of the Tang family flew into the air.
Each person paled in shock when they saw the spectacular color of blood.
Earth Mo weapon. Such a presence can only be an Earth Mo weapon. A Tang family elder was so excited his lips were trembling. Is there an Earth Mo weapon buried under our Tang family land? Someone has forged an Earth Mo weapon. Tang Chen suddenly spoke.
His figure was tall and broad, but his eyes were long and narrow. His eyes were bright as he narrowed them.
Forged an Earth Mo weapon? All of the Tang family elders were shocked. The Tang family were not country bumpkins.
The Tang family had their own Earth Mo weapon, Fire Rain Meteor Hammer, ranked 41st. This great Mo weapon was owned by the family patriarch Tang Chen. In Tang Chen's most famous battle, he had used the Fire Rain Meteor Hammer to defeat the famed patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Yuanqi, who had also been martial level. It had been that battle that established Tang Chen's fame. It was also that battle that had caused the great Ma family to quickly decline.
They had almost died out now. No one knew better than they did the value of an Earth Mo weapon. Earth Mo weapons were the weapons most suited to martials. Only Earth Mo weapons could completely tolerate the terrifying power of a martial.
108 Earth Mo weapons existed, although this number did not referring to all the Mo weapons that still existed, but from the past to present.
These were all the Earth Mo weapons that had ever existed.
Many of the 108 had disappeared a long time ago.
No one knew where they were. Right now, there were just about 20 or so that people knew of. Sky Missouri weapons were things of myths and legends, and many people even though they were fanciful tales. Earth Mo weapons were the best Mo weapons that almost all the Mo recognized. Someone had actually created an Earth Mo weapon.
Everyone's eyes turned covetous.
Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, you suck at remaining low-key and incognito.
Your record of ambush attacks is like 10% success rate or lower.
You are just not make for sneaking around.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 696, Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. Chapter 696, Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. The appearance of the blood-colored pillar of light lasted for an hour. Buzhou City was completely overturned. It was possible to see the eye-catching pillar of light from any corner of the city. The pillar of light that reached into the sky, and the terrifying presence it emanated all showed the power of its source. The great majority people suspected that it was a MO weapon appearing. Only the most well-informed people knew that someone had created an Earth-level MO weapon. This news was much more of a shock than the previous guess and more valuable. A MO weapon master that could forge an Earth-level MO weapon was definitely among the top MO weapon masters of this era. Every one of them had a significant position in the MO territories, and they were targets that all the factions pursued with all of their power. Earth MO weapons were in practice the top level of MO weapons. The Sky Missouri weapons might be more powerful, but that did not mean that the craftsmanship techniques were more advanced, but that there was a difference in the materials used. Take the anti-dragon claw as an example. The anti-dragon claw was made from the foreclaw of a vicious dragon. This dragon was savage and vicious, and had killed an innumerable number of people. Supposedly, its foreclaw had turned red because it had been dyed in the blood of its victims. But this was not enough to make it possible to forge it into a Sky Missouri weapon. What caused it to qualify to become a Sky Missouri weapon was that in the dragon's final battle, this foreclaw had penetrated the heart of another powerful dragon. A MO weapon master had coincidentally passed by and cut down this foreclaw. When they had done this, the other dragon's heart had been hanging from the foreclaw. Supposedly, this heart had been beating at that time. That had created the materials for the anti-dragon claw. Putting aside the requirement of rare materials seen once in a millennium, Earth MO weapons were the peak of MO weapons. Each Earth MO weapon forged represented the true and great skill of a MO weapon master. They were truly grandmasters. Grandmaster, this great and honored appellation. Their value was not because they might be able to forge a second Earth MO weapon. In truth, the great majority of Grandmaster were never able to forge a second Earth MO weapon. However, they were still respected and the targets of every faction. That was because they could greatly increase the skill of other MO weapon masters. This kind of improvement was decisive and fundamental to any faction. Therefore, Buzhou City was in a frenzy. Sang Lianer was standing guard by the door. She was filled with shock. That stunning blood-colored pillar of light had astounded everyone at the underground Nether River and also caused her to gape in shock. Earth MO weapon, He had actually forged an Earth MO weapon. Up until now, Sang Lianer's expression was slightly dazed. This was an Earth MO weapon. She possessed the green carp tongue sword. She was not skilled with swords, so she had been surprised when Zuo Mo had given the green carp tongue sword to her so easily. She treasured the green carp tongue sword. Because this was an Earth MO weapon. Only 108 Earth MO weapons had ever existed in the MO territories. When she heard the quote from the Rare Artifacts Hall, she had given up. It was not because the complete set of White Ridge snake bones was not worth so much, but because it was too expensive. The value of an Earth MO weapon could not be accounted for using Mobei because there had never been an Earth MO weapon on the market. When the pillar of light had erupted, her mind turned blank. She looked with slight admiration at Ague. From beginning to end, Ague had been unusually calm. The noise hadn't caused her expression to change at all. Suddenly, Ague suddenly raised her head. Her lifeless eyes suddenly lit up with purple energy. Sang Lianer paused, but she reacted quickly. A sharp light flashed across her eyes as she shouted, "Come out!" A figure appeared like a ghost. "Ha, the little girl is very strong." Before the other finished speaking, Ague's figure disappeared from her spot. She did not hesitate to attack. Sang Lianer grimaced. Ague had attacked too quickly. While she was pretty, she was not a hesitant person. Her eyes flashed and she attacked as well. They had been together for some time. She knew that Ague was very sensitive to enmity. If the other had attacked immediately, she definitely had detected the other's enmity. However, she did not forget that they could not expose their identities. She did not use Shin power but MO skills. Her MO skills were not weak, and had improved greatly after cultivating with Zuo Mo in recent days. Her right hand raised slightly. White Mo matrices appeared on her arm like tattoos. They quickly covered her entire arm. Her fingers were slightly spread as she grabbed at the other. Hiss! A thin but sharp sound of the air breaking was like the hisses of a group of snakes that caused hairs to stand on end. The air rippled. White shadows lashed out like coiled white snakes. The enemy clearly was wary of these white shadows. His figure twisted strangely in the air and he managed to break free of these shadows. But before he could rejoice, he felt a strong feeling of danger. His expression changed slightly. His arms were suddenly shrouded in green light. His body twisted like a braid and his arms went behind his back. Snap! A small sound of a crash. However, it was like he was whipped. His body shook, and an astounding power pierced through the green light on his hand. Before he could react, his vision blurred and his body smashed into the ground. The instant of enormous pain caused his mind to turn blank. An unknown amount of time later, he recovered from his daze. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart and he had no strength. They hadn't killed him. This caused his mind to scatter and be filled with disbelief. The other's attack was strong and unpredictable. He hadn't even managed to survive one move before he lost the ability to fight. When he thought of this, his face flushed. He had always been proud of his own strength, and had never thought. He struggled to climb out of the hole. The attack had crushed him into the ground. If his Mo physique was not strong, he would have died just now. Sang Lianer looked with interest at the other. She had stopped attacking because Ague had stepped back. This surprised her. Ague was usually as wooden as a puppet, but when she started to kill, she never had mercy. It was rare to see her not kill the enemy. Had the other's enmity disappeared? Since Ague had moved back, she was happy to do the same. She knew of Zuo Mo's intentions. It would be a troublesome matter to kill someone here. This male here was slightly interesting. Zuo Mo looked at the Mo weapon on his hand with excitement. This was a long pike. More accurately, this was a double-bladed pike. The body of the pike seemed to be made from multicolored snakes winding around each other. The body of the snakes were clearly divided into different color patterns. If one counted closely, they would find 10 completely different colors and patterns on the pike. There was a spot of red in the middle of the snake heads that was extremely eye-catching. What was most unique was the 2 snake heads at the ends could become 10 different weapons. Zuo Mo had used 10 different Mo weapons. These 10 transformations were the true expression of Zuo Mo's skill. The weapon layering craftsmanship could forge Earth Mo weapons, but their original attributes would be erased. However, Zuo Mo had melded together some seal script and Mo matrix techniques to successfully keep the unique traits of the 10 Mo weapons. He decided to name this the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. The Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike was the first Earth-level Mo weapon that he had forged. There hadn't been any flaws in the entire process. It was so perfect it surpassed his expectations. The power of the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike also surpassed his predictions. Even among the Earth Mo weapons, the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike was higher quality. For a moment, he could not bear to sell it. But Zuo Mo quickly calmed down. He shook his head and laughed. He had gained greatly in this process. He hadn't just learned the weapon layering craftsmanship, he had gained an even greater understanding of forging Mo weapons. He also had many new understandings of Mo matrices. In the future, he would be able to forge even more powerful Mo weapons. Also, he had peerless weapons like the anti-dragon claw and the 3,000 threads of worry. He was coveting everything, and may, as a result, lose everything. After thinking, he reorganized what he learned and passed the information back to Cloud Jia through Puyao. This was habit he had now developed. Whenever he had new understandings, he would organize them and share them with Golden Crow Camp. He only wanted to make his paltry contribution to Cloud Jia. After doing all this, he walked out of the Mo weapon pool with the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. When he walked out, he saw Hua Ruhai, who was furiously trying to ingratiate himself with Sang Lianer. Sang Lianer's eyes lit up when she saw Zuo Mo. A figure flashed out of the corner of the eye. It was Ague suddenly appearing beside Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo lovingly rubbed Ague's head and said gently, "Ague worked hard." Ague's expression was wooden. Zuo Mo turned to look at Sang Lianer and Hua Ruhai with a questioning gaze. "This guy was sneaking around, we found him." Sang Lianer gave a small smile. Her gaze lingered on the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. Zuo Mo handed the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike to her. When it entered her hand, Sang Lianer uncontrollably burst out, "Earth Mo weapon." She had the green Kark tongue sword and was familiar with Earth Mo weapons. When this entered her hand, she made an accurate estimate. While she knew that it would be an Earth Mo weapon from the apparition alone, but she still felt excited when she saw it. She waved it a few times and praised, "A good Mo weapon. What is its name?" Hua Ruhai looked with bright eyes at the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike in Sang Lianer's hand. He was almost drooling. "Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike," Zuo Mo said with a smile. His body relaxed. "A good name. Sang Lianer smiled and handed the Mo weapon to Zuo Mo.
Zuo Mo suddenly detected countless gazes gathered on him and was slightly surprised. He raised his head and saw there were many people floating in the air above the underground Nether River and the surrounding Mo weapon pools. This was... Before he could react, the entire sky exploded. These people suddenly flew madly in his direction. They fought to be first with excited expressions, shouts coming like a tsunami.
Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Grandmaster, accept me! Accept me as a student!
The scene became chaotic.
Translator ramblings, success. It's good to know Zuo Mo can curb his greed if necessary.
I can't remember when he has done it when his life was not on the line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 697, The Domineering Tangchen. Chapter 697, The Domineering Tangchen. Zuo Mo was used to scenes like this. He did not speak and only gave a small smile.
A short time later, the noisy crowd quickly quieted.
The Mo weapon masters looked in reverence and respected Zuo Mo.
At this time, silence was more effective than speech. But he still felt a small headache. He would only stay in Buzhou City for a short while, and forging the Sky Snake 10 manifestation peak was just to trade for the White Ridge snake bones for Tsang Lianer.
He hadn't thought that forging an Earth Mo weapon would create such a ruckus.
The reason that he had changed his appearance was because he did not want to draw attention to himself and he could reach Nether Springs GI as fast as possible. It would not be easy to leave after making such a spectacle. These Mo weapon masters that were looking him with fear and reverence were just a small problem.
It would not be so easy to get rid of the prestigious families of Buzhou City. Zuo Mo had experienced the conduct of the prestigious families before.
If he revealed his identity, the other would not dare to do anything, but that way, his tracks would be exposed.
What would occur would be endless trouble.
It was not a secret that he had Shin power. If people had doubted that Shin power existed before, the Mo gods that had killed the Shin Kong Temple core had displayed the great force of Shin power.
Being in possession of a great treasure was a crime. Zuo Mo knew this. The trio was not weak.
If they secretly moved, they would not encounter any great trouble. The only strong enemies they would likely encounter would be lone experts. If their tracks were exposed, there would be prestigious clans that would use all of the power at this disposal to try to get the Shin power inheritance from him.
It definitely would not be a good idea to reveal his identity.
Calming down, Zuo Mo's mind started to turn furiously. He pushed his voice low to say to Tsang Lianer.
How many people know of the use of the White Ridge snake bones? Tsang Lianer stilled, but she was smart and immediately understood what Zuo Mo meant. She replied in an imperceptible voice, few. Even in the clan only my father and I know. Zuo Mo was slightly relieved.
Their only possible flaw was the White Ridge snake bones. If other people knew the use of the White Ridge snake bones for the White Fang snake Mo, it would be easy to suspect their identities. It was not a secret that he had a female companion that was a White Fang snake Mo. He could only deal with the events as they came.
Zuo Mo decided as he smiled as usual.
Suddenly, the crowd behind shifted.
Congratulations! Congratulations!
I had not thought that honored sir would actually forge an Earth-level Mo weapon. The middle-aged Mo had a joyous expression and there was a group of guards behind him.
Zuo Mo hadn't expected the chief steward of the Rare Artifacts Hall to come directly to the Mo weapon pool.
He was slightly surprised, but his expression did not change. He said coolly, all due to sir's good luck, everything proceeded smoothly. This Earth Mo weapon is called the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike. It can turn into 10 different Mo weapons, each with their own abilities. Finishing, he took out the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike and performed some of the transformations.
The Mo weapon masters in the surroundings had never seen a true Earth-level Mo weapon before.
They stretched out their necks, their eyes wide in fear they would miss a single detail. When they saw the 10 transformations of the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike, they gave gasps of shock. The middle-aged Mo's gaze was burning hot as he started at the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Spear in Zuo Mo's hand.
He wanted to take it immediately.
As the main steward of Rare Artifacts Hall, he had better judgment than normal people.
He had also touched a true Earth Mo weapon before.
With just a glance, he realized that this Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Pike was better than the Earth Mo weapon he had touched in the past. His gaze became even hotter. However, he was a smart person. He said with a smile, I have brought the White Ridge snake bones. According to Little Moge's personality, he would not be himself if he did not take the chance to profit enormously. However, this time, he was in a hurry to leave so he did not haggle. He nodded. It is yours. The joy on the middle-aged Mo's face increased. The complete set of white ridge snake bones appeared in front of Zuo Mo's eyes of shock rose in the surroundings again. It was extremely rare to see such a perfect set of white ridge snake bones. Please wait. A voice suddenly interrupted. It was Hua Ruhai. The urgency on his face had disappeared and was replaced by calmness. This one is Hua Ruhai of North Bay's Hua family. I wish to purchase this Earth Mo weapon. Before he finished speaking, Zuo Mo grabbed the white ridge snake bones and shoved the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike into the hand of the middle-aged Mo. Hua Ruhai's expression froze on his face. Was something wrong with this person's herd? Did he not understand this was chance to raise the price? Hua Ruhai's blood rushed to his head and he glared angrily at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo ignored him. With the white ridge snake bones in his hand, he gave a look to Zhang Lianer. He grabbed a Gui's hand and quickly proceeded to leave. The middle-aged Mo was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the Earth-level Mo weapon and did not notice the actions of the trio. Valued guests, you leave in such a hurry. My Tang family has not treated you properly, and slighted such valued guests. This is our crime. This one is Tang Chen and ask for forgiveness from you. A deep and pleasant voice echoed in everyone's ears. The noisy scene suddenly became silent. Everyone had speculated that the Tang family would not stop and watch what the Mo weapon Grandmaster represent, but when Tang Chen asked for forgiveness, it caused everyone to be speechless. Then sound spread in a wave. Tang Chen was the present patriarch of the Tang family. He rarely was seen in public. They hadn't thought that he would personally come. This really was giving a great honor to this Grandmaster. Zuo Mo's expression was the same, but he grimaced. Now it would not be easy to leave. The other was polite in speech, but his position perfectly blocked off their path. Zuo Mo stopped walking and then casually bowed. He said, I do not dare to accept this. We have matters to attend to and are in a hurry to travel. Mr. Tang, please forgive us. Tang Chen smiled when he heard this. He drawled, Grandmaster is too polite. Please tell us what the matter is. The Tang family will be honored to serve Grandmaster. It is the good fortunate of Buzhou City that Grandmaster has come here. Please, Grandmaster, stay for a few days, and let us act as good hosts. As expected, a difficult person. Zuo Mo cursed this Tang Chen a few hundred times. He wanted to take out little Mo treasure cup and let it go. It seemed from Tang Chen's posture that Zuo Mo definitely would not be able to leave today. The other most likely would force them to stay. Zuo Mo's mind moved rapidly and decided to pretend to agree. Later, he would find a chance to sneak away. Having decided this, he pretended to be reluctant and replied, then we will disturb Patriarch Tang for a few days. Tang Chen gave a satisfied smile. Grandmaster, please. Tang Chen's gaze swept across the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike in the hand of the rare artifact Hall Chief Steward. He praised, a good Earth Mo weapon. The middle-aged Mo did not avoid Tang Chen's gaze. He smiled calmly and said, the Mo weapon is good, the Grandmaster is even better. Tang Chen naturally understood the other's double meaning but pretended not to hear it. He smiled slightly and said, the Tang family coincidentally needs an Earth Mo weapon, please, state a price. His tone was cool but an aura of dominance formed. The middle-aged Mo was not frightened and said slyly, this one does not dare to overstep this one's authority. If Darren wants to ask about the price, this one will report to the owner. You're pretty good. Tang Chen turned and left after saying this. Zuo Mo showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that the support behind this rare artifacts haul wasn't weak. The trio were set up in one compound. This was a very large compound in a great environment. It had all the equipment needed and there were more than hundreds of servants. There was only the trio living in this enormous compound. The compound was heavily guarded on the outside. There were more than 20 of the Tang family elite general level and above acting as guards and sentries. There are also many Mo matrices set up in the surroundings. It was impossible to set up seal formations like transportation formations. This caused Zuo Mo to grimace. The other was clearly more experienced. After inviting them to the Tang family, they were put under house arrest. The present situation was no different than house arrest even though the other did not restrict their movement. Zuo Mo had also learned the domineering style of this Tang family patriarch. It was impossible to sneak away without being detected while under such heavy guard. If they tried to force their way, then all of their secrets would be exposed and the Tang family would pay any price to keep them here. There was great apology and guilt on Zhang Lianer's face. If it wasn't for the white ridge snake bones. Zuo Mo shook his head and interrupted her. This isn't your fault. Who would think that the Earth-level Mo weapon would cause such a great disturbance? Zuo Mo looked at Ague and felt urgency. If they were trapped here, when would they be able to reach Nether Springs Jia? At this time, his mind suddenly moved.
He thought of a great idea. He is going to forge Earth Mo weapons? Tang Chen asked gravely. Yes. He said that he wants to forge a new Earth Mo weapon. The subordinate's tone was filled with joyful surprise. Earth Mo weapon. Tang Chen's expression changed, but then he frowned. He naturally knew of the difficulty in forging an Earth Mo weapon. This Grandmaster had just finished forging an Earth Mo weapon and now wanted to forge a second one. He felt incredulous at this. Any Earth Mo weapon could be said to be the masterpiece of a Mo weapon master's life.
The great majority of Mo weapon grandmasters only ever forged one Earth Mo weapon, and those that had forged two could be counted on the fingers. He had never heard of one that had forged three. Tang Chen had not captured Zuo Mo forcibly because of the Earth Mo weapon, but was in hope that he would be willing to help take the role of the teacher for the Mo weapon camp. Buzhou City was rich in resources, but the skill level of the Mo weapon masters was not high. If the level of these Mo weapon masters could be increased, the resources could be turned into an endless flow of fine Mo weapons. The Tang family's power would increase another level in a short period of time.
Had he gotten new ideas from forging the Earth Mo weapon last time?
While he did not believe that Zuo Mo could forge a second Earth Mo weapon, Tang Chang was naturally happy for Zuo Mo to throw himself into the forging of Mo weapons.
And cooperate fully with him, Tang Chen said without hesitation. Satisfy his needs to the best of our abilities. Yes.
The subordinate acknowledges. However, his expression turned strange. But Grandmaster had a strange request.
Strange request. Tang Chen stilled. Translator ramblings, I'm not quite sure, but is this the first time Zuo Mo is being honored for his forging skills? By people other than his subordinates.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 698, The Unexpected Guest. Chapter 698, The Unexpected Guest. Buzhou City, Tangwan Hall. This was Buzhou City's grandest banquet in the past few years. It was popular and filled with people. There were many beauties, the fragrance of wine spread around the air, and those that were conversing would exchange greetings with smiles. Anyone of slight fame in and around Buzhou City had received an invitation from the Tang family. There were famed experts from surrounding towns that had rushed over. Other than the Tang family's unrivaled power in this area, many people had come for another person, Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai, 1. It was not strange for a Grandmaster that had just forged an Earth-level Mo weapon to be pursued to this degree. Then they heard that it had been Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai's request to hold this banquet. Many people had thoughts about the situation. While the Tang family had forcefully stolen Grandmaster away, many people still desired to meet him and form friendly relationships, especially the experts that were strong and lacked Mo weapons. They were like flies that smelt meat and all ran over. Feng Xinz had a sunny smile on his face. He had refused the advances of countless beautiful young female Mo. He was holding a cup of wine as he sat beside Ji Liu. You were wrong. Ji Liu's tone was slightly mocking. He's the new Mo weapon grandmaster. Feng Xinz shrugged his shoulders. Maybe Xiao Mogo also knows to forge Mo weapon / While he teased this, inside, he did not believe his own words. Xiao Mogo was a genius. Even Feng Xinz, who was called a genius by others, had to admit the other's astounding talent. But even the most talented person could not be good in all areas. Mo weapon creation was a profound and cryptic field. In order to have accomplishments in this area, one needed to accumulate skill and experience. The former was related to talent, and the latter to time. Also, don't you feel it is strange? A Mo weapon master that can make an Earth Mo weapon should have at least some fame and reputation before this, but no one has heard of his name before? Feng Xinz looked at Zuo Mo in the distance and said to himself. There are many people who leap into fame from obscurity. There is nothing strange about that. Ji Liu's tone was dismissive. Maybe. Feng Xinz did not continue on the topic. One person forced their way over and said enthusiastically, I am so fortunate to encounter such a beautiful miss today. Miss who is so beautiful that my heart has almost stopped beating. Can you tell me your name? Ji Liu felt slight disdain, but she did not snow it in her expression. She smiled brightly. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking for someone's name? Ji Liu was devastatingly beautiful to start with. When she did not smile, she was the brightest jewel at the banquet. When she smiled, the entire banquet hall seemed to light up. The nearby guests were dumbstruck. The young person who stepped forward to speak with her was also stunned. After a while, he recovered. His expression was intoxicated. He appeared as though he would be willing to die if Ji Liu told him to do so. Oh. I should die for this. I was so impolite. Heavens, this is unforgivable. Please forgive my rudeness, I am Hua Ruhai from the South Bay's Hua family. It is a little place. Hua Ruhai smiled fawningly. Shocked inhales sounded in the surroundings. South Bay Hua family was a faction that rivaled the Tang family. I am very happy to meet you, Mr. Hua Ruhai. I am Ji Liu of the Yao. Ji Liu's smile blossomed and drew the eyes of the males present. Happy, truly happy. Hua Ruhai was so excited he could not speak rationally. Has Mr. Hua Ruhai also come for Grandmaster? Ji Liu asked curiously. Hua Ruhai nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was coincidentally around the Mo weapon pool when Grandmaster completed forging the Mo weapon. I saw with my own eyes the worldly apparition when the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike was created. Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike? Yes, it is an outstanding Earth Mo weapon, and can change into 10 different Mo weapons. It is the first time I have seen such a wondrous Earth Mo weapon. It is a pity it ended up in the hands of Rare Artifacts Hall. It will not be easy to buy it from them. Hua Ruhai shook his head and said with regret. Ji Liu suddenly said, Grandmaster is really young. Are all Mo weapon masters so young? Hua Ruhai smiled and said, actually, I was stunned when I met the Grandmaster for the first time. I hadn't expected him to be about the same age as me. However, people at the Grandmaster level are probably not the same as us mere mortals. That is true. Ji Liu smiled faintly. Her gaze turned to the Mo weapon placed at the center of the large hall. That is the Sky Snake 10 manifestations pike? N. Hua Ruhai looked with intoxication at the Sky Snake 10 manifestations pike and murmured, perfect. It is absolutely perfect. I haven't never heard of this level of craftsmanship. It is great. Ji Liu stared at the Sky Snake 10 manifestations pike. An intimidating yet almost imperceptible presence emanated from the pike and shrouded the entire hall. It would occasionally cause sighs of awe. It really is a perfect masterpiece, the chief steward of Rare Artifacts Hall praised. Many thanks to you for your support. Zuo Mo offered his thanks to the other. He had sold the Sky Snake 10 manifestations pike to the Rare Artifacts Hall already. They had only brought it out for display because it was Zuo Mo's request. It is nothing, the middle-aged Mo smiled and said. Then he said subtly, no matter the occasion, Rare Artifacts Hall is a friend of Grandmaster. He had felt great shock when he had received Zuo Mo's request, but he quickly made his decision. While he did not know what the Grandmaster's intentions were, it was undoubtedly the best choice to build a good relationship with the other. Zuo Mo raised the wine cup in his hand and toasted the other. Please. The middle-aged Mo responded with a raise of his glass in satisfaction. It was not common to have a Grandmaster owe you a favor. There was an imperceptible smile on Tang Chen's face. Suddenly, a servant said a few words in a low voice by his ear and he nodded. He suddenly stood and raised both of his hands. He said in a loud voice, everyone. The hall immediately quieted down. All gazes turned to focus on Tang Chen. Tang Chen had absolute authority in Buzhou City. Just a few of his words could have great effects on Buzhou City. Tang Chen had a big smile. Today is really a good day, with friends filling the seats, and honored guests that have come. Just as he was speaking, a procession walked in from the door to the hall. The one leading the way was a youth with a faint smile on his face. His handsome face was filled with confidence as he walked with his head high at the front. The crowd unconsciously made way for him. Uncle Tang. The youth bowed towards Tang Chen. Tang Chen laughed and said, come here, let Uncle have a look at you. Heroes really come from youth. I really admire a D for having such a son, A D? Low discussion rose in the crowd. Everyone was speculating who this Adi was. Father frequently mentions you, but there has been many matters. He feels very guilty for being unable to visit Uncle Tang these years, Gongzi, she said respectfully. 2. Oh. A reminiscing expression came onto Tang Chen's face. He said emotionally, the years have passed so quickly. He then laughed. It is not good to be too emotional on such a good day. Finishing, he turned to face the hall with a hand on the youth. He said in a loud voice, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Marshal D's son, and my nephew, Shi. The crowd exploded. Everyone knew who Marshal D was. Oh, of course this meant every other than Zuo Mo. Marshal D was much more famous than Tang Chen and was one of the most famous marshals in the Mo territories. Many people had uncertain expressions. While Tang Chen's authority in Buzhou City was unrivaled, the Tang family was usually low-key and seemed content to be in their area without any ambitions to vie for the world.
Due to this, many people thought of the Tang family as just a strong local faction. However, Marshal D was one of the competitors fighting for domination of the world and one of the strongest marshals. Because of the difference in status of the families, many people were surprised the son of Marshal D was so respectful towards Tang Chen. To even bow like a junior suggested that the two marshals had a close relationship. She's arrival caused the entire banquet to have a turbulent underflow. Many people thought inside that they needed to reassess the strength of the Tang family. This included the Ji family. In the corner, a Hang's eyes flashed and he was uncertain. The Tang family had been a faction that the Ji family had been trying to form relations with for a long time. The Ji family had even hoped that they could use a marriage to ally the two families together. He immediately detected something unusual nearby when Marshal D's son Shi had arrived. The young master of the Ji family looked with hate and viciousness at Zuo Mo. Refocusing, Ah Hong noticed the expression of his young master and frowned inwardly. The newly arrived Gongzi Shi appeared handsome and accomplished, his family's young master in comparison was not acceptable to be seen in public. Ah Hong shook his head inside. That Xiao Yunhai was an honored guest of the Tang family now. They did not have any more chances to act. Not speaking of how they wanted to form an alliance with the Tang family, even if they did not care about how the Tang family felt, they could not act against a valued guest of the Tang family while in Buzhou City. He reminded, young master, you cannot be rash. So this will be the end of it? The young master gritted his teeth and his voice seemed to bellow out from his chest. Ah Hong said coolly. Master will not be happy if you offend the Tang family. The Ji family young master's face paled. When he thought of his father's anger, a chill rose from the bottom of his feet. All of his anger immediately disappeared. After Ah Hong reminded him of this, he didn't look at his young master again but focused on Gongzi Shi. He decided to stay a while longer and find out why Gongzi Shi had suddenly come to Buzhou City. The Tang family was low-key but their strength could not be underestimated. They would be of great aid to any family they allied with. Ah Hong knew that the horizontal Ji family did not have as much influence compared to Marshal D. However, he hadn't expected that Tang Chen had concealed this relationship so deeply. They had investigated for so long and hadn't even heard a hint of it. The Ji family had started to try to ally with the Tang family from a very long time ago. Tang Chen's attitude had always been ambiguous. So this was the reason behind it. No matter what, he could not let the Tang family and Marshal D form an alliance. A cold light flashed across Ah Heng's eyes. With the arrival of the new guests, no one noticed the two people from the Ji family in the corner. Tang Chen's gaze flashed across Gongzi Shi's retinue. When his gaze landed on Li Xiener, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not change expression and brought Gongzi Shi in front of Zuo Mo. Virtuous nephew, come, this is Grandmaster Xiao Yunhai. Grandmaster has just forged an Earth Mo weapon, the Sky Snake 10 Manifestation Spike, it is extraordinarily powerful. At this time, the corner of Zuo Mo's eye imperceptibly twitched. 1. This is another pun based on similar sounds in different characters. Yunhai is in Cloud Sea, and Xiao being the surname. 2. The naming convention here seems to follow that of ancient China. Gongzi means the son of a lord, which later turned to mean gentleman. So she is the name, and Gongzi is like a honorific. Translator ramblings, you all thought Zuo Mo's naming sense improved? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, Zuo Mo's Goal. Chapter 699, Zuo Mo's Goal. His gaze unconsciously moved, and swept across Gongzi Shi's group. His gaze suddenly stopped on a female. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo had an eerie sense of familiarity. This female. Zuo Mo dared to guarantee that he had definitely never seen this female before. He wasn't able to identify anything familiar about her. This included her appearance, her speech and presence. They were all very unfamiliar and Zuo Mo was sure that he had never seen her before. But that eerie sense of familiarity haunted his mind and could not be swept away. It really was strange. Zuo Mo suppressed the strange feeling he had. His expression was normal as he gave a small smile and exchanged greetings with Gongzi Shi. I'm very happy to meet you. Gongzi Shi also had a smile. On the way here, I heard that Grandmaster had forged an Earth Mo weapon. She itches to see it, and has traveled day and night. This journey was not a waste after meeting Grandmaster. Tang Chen pretended to be angry. So virtuous nephew has not come to see this old man thought too highly of himself. The people around laughed when they heard this. Tang Chen also had a small smile as he said, "You and Grandmaster are of similar age, and must be able to converse better. Virtuous nephew, you should ask for guidance from Grandmaster, you will definitely benefit." Uncle is right, Gonzi, she said respectfully.
Zuo Mo smiled. Patriarch Tang is too complimentary. He felt strange. This Tang Chen seemed to treat Gonzi Shi like his own nephew. The relationship between the two families was not simple.
Gonzi Shi's gaze turned to the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike in the middle of the large hall.
He couldn't resist saying, "This is Grandmaster's new work?"
"This is called the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike," the middle-aged Mo elegantly took over.
"Does Master Shi want to try?" "I can." She showed joy. "Of course." The middle-aged Mo made an ushering motion.
"Our hall received the favor of Grandmaster and this Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike.
Master can do as you please." Even a blind person could see that the middle-aged Mo was showing goodwill to Gonzi Shi. Gonzi Shi's expression was excited and he was desiring to try. Li Xianer secretly examined Zuo Mo.
She was unusually sensitive. Zuo Mo had done his best to make his gaze appear casual, but Li Xianer still detected Zuo Mo's attention focused on her. Her appearance had been disguised. While she still looked pretty, it was several levels below her true appearance. Which of the servants around Gonzi Shi were not beautiful due to his position? Theoretically, she should be very nondescript and mediocre among the group. She hadn't thought that Tang Chen and Xiao Yunhai would notice her. However, she was very curious about Xiao Yunhai. It was not common to see such a young Mo weapon grandmaster. Being from Tianhuan, Li Xianer had seen many kinds of geniuses, but there were only just a rare few that were so accomplished at such an age. As though he noticed her gaze, the young grandmaster gave a small smile at her. This guy was slightly strange. Li Xianer thought inside. Xinghua Shui looked closely at Zuo Mo within the crowd. Her eyes were as bright as stars and she was struggling to keep her calm. It was him. Yes, it was him. Xinghua Shui could not suppress the excitement inside. Almost at first glance, she had recognized Zuo Mo. While the appearance and the name were unfamiliar, Xinghua Shui's eyes had not missed his familiar patterns of speech and movement. She was too familiar with Xiao Mo Gu. She hadn't just fought against him, she had collected almost all the mirages on the market concerning him. This was him. Xiao Mo Gu. The gathering that would have normally found unpleasant and noisy was so beautiful right now. Xinghua Shui's eyes did not move away one bit. What are you looking at? One of her fellows poked her. Her friend was called Ning Xiner. She was the most beautiful female of the cadet branch of the Ning family, and due to this, she had been selected. Xinghua Shui seemed to wake up. Her face was aflame. Oh, you like Xiao Yunhai? Ning Xiner teased her. While he doesn't look handsome, his future is unlimited as he was able to become a grandmaster at such a young age. If you can get him, the Xinghua family probably would be overjoyed. Xinghua Shui quickly recovered her calm. She slanted a look at Ning Xiner and said pointedly, "Weren't you pining after Xiao Mo Gu?" Xiao Mo Gu? Ning Xiner said self-mockingly. "I want him." However, with the Yao's greatest beauty standing at the front, we can just rest our hearts and act as secondary characters. The words were tinged with jealousy and some disappointment. Xinghua Shui was silent. She could understand Ning Xiner's feelings. Of the group of people that had come, there was no one other than her that had been willing. In front of Ji Liu, all of them lost in comparison. Everyone felt that if Xiao Mo Gu was going to fall in love, it would be with Ji Liu. They were from the cadet branches of their families, but they had many suitors, including sons of main branches. Who was willing to travel thousands of miles to act as accompaniment? I feel that Xiao Mo Gu might not fall in love with Miss Ji, Xinghua Shui suddenly said. Maybe. Ning Xiner twisted her mouth. If he doesn't fall in love with the most beautiful woman, then there is no hope for us. Xinghua Shui was silent. Ning Xiner tilted her head and suddenly became excited. This Xiao Yunhai is a good target. I feel that the higher-ups will definitely agree to recruit a Mo weapon master of such potential on our side. Nice, nice. Then you can go try. Xinhua Shui said sardonically. No, he isn't handsome enough. Ning Xiner pouted. But that Gongzi Shi is both generous and has presence. His family background is also very good. Xinghua Shui smiled upon hearing this. At this time, Xiao Yunhai suddenly spoke up, "Everyone." The entire place quieted. People looked over curiously. Everyone present was filled with curiosity about this newly titled Mo weapon grandmaster, especially since he was so young.
Xiao Yunhai had a small smile on his face without any timidity. His voice was clear and loud.
First, I would like to thank Patriarch Tang for agreeing to my unreasonable request and hosting such a grand banquet for me. I also must thank the Rare Artifact Hall for their support with today's event.
I won't waste words. This time, I have invited everyone because I have something to ask. Grandmaster, please say. If our Rare Artifact Hall can do it, we will not refuse. There was an elegant smile on the middle-aged Mo's face. His voice was not loud but could be heard over the entire hall. Displeasure flashed across Tang Chen's eyes. He was very displeased that Rare Artifacts Hall had taken this opportunity before him. He knew that this was Xiao Yunhai's retaliation for being forced to come to the Tang family. Grandmasters, it was normal for them to have a temper. The smile on his face remained the same. Grandmaster, please say it. The Tang family is not some prestigious family, but there are not many things that we cannot do. His words were said indifferently, but the dominance showed.
The other people had planned on saying a few words but then perceptibly closed their mouths.
The entire place was unusually silent. Zuo Mo was not affected at all.
He looked around solemnly. This one needs something called the Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass.
One plant can be traded for an Earth Mo weapon. Whoosh! The crowd exploded. Someone couldn't resist asking, Grandmaster, you are serious? Zuo Mo said without hesitation. Yes. Is the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike for trade? Someone else couldn't resist asking, wasn't it sold to the Rare Artifacts Hall? The middle-aged Mo also had a surprised expression. He had expected that Xiao Yunhai would have a goal, but he had not expected that to be publicly announcing that he was buying Reversal Shadow Soul Silkgrass. The price he gave was also an Earth Mo weapon. He knew of the Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. However, it was produced in Nether Spring Jia. While the production of it was not high, it was not so rare. This price was one that no one would be able to resist. He immediately decided that he would send an order to search for Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass the moment he left the venue. When he heard people ask about the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike, his reaction was quick. Rare Artifacts Hall is willing to put the Sky Snake 10 manifestation pike as a guarantee. An Earth Mo weapon was valuable, but it was definitely not a loss to use an Earth Mo weapon to trade for the friendship of a Grandmaster. Zuo Mo was very surprised. He nodded at the middle-aged Mo with a friendly gaze. The middle-aged Mo immediately felt good, especially when he noticed that Tang Chen beside him had a black face. He was proud of how beautiful his move had been. Tang Chen was too overbearing in his action. Was something wrong with this person's brains to force a Grandmaster of unlimited potential? The middle-aged Mo looked down on this. But he stilled at Xiao Yunhai's next words. Thanks for Rare Artifact Hall's support, but I have already sold this Mo weapon to Rare Artifact Hall. This belongs to Rare Artifacts Hall, how can this one trade using that? Zuo Mo's expression was confident as he looked around. His voice was not loud, but it stunned the entire place. Each word was filled with power. 3 days later, I will start to forge another Earth Mo weapon. Zuo Mo's expression was determined. If my luck is good, and I forge an Earth Mo weapon, I will leave the article at Rare Artifact Hall. Anyone can trade for this Mo weapon with a Reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. I will trouble your hall for this. The middle-aged Mo's mouth was open, his expression stunned. He quickly reacted and nodded hurriedly, no problem, no problem. Tang Chen's expression was dark. He had been completely unprepared for the bomb that Xiao Yunhai had thrown out. But he quickly recovered. The corners of his mouth were smiling and full of disdain. As expected, this was the rashness of a young person. He had a little bit of accomplishment and he didn't know his own limit anymore. Did he really think that he could achieve anything? However, this was beneficial for the Tang family. He wanted to see how Xiao Yunhai would clean up this mess when he could not forge an Earth Mo weapon. At Buzhou City, no one except the Tang family could help him. Not even Rare Artifacts Hall. Tang Chen's gaze was dark and cold. Everyone was stunned where they stood. Zuo Mo's words had caused them to lose the ability of speech. Forge an Earth Mo weapon? What joke was this? What did he think an Earth Mo weapon was? He could make one whenever he felt like it? Xiao Yunhai was crazy. Translator ramblings, too many aliases and secret identities in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Old and Cunning. Chapter 700, Old and Cunning. An Earth Mo weapon. Xiao Yunhai. This was the hottest topic of the moment. All of the Mo territories were paying attention to the news. Theoretically, while Earth MO weapons were rare and valuable, it was not enough to create such a great wave. But the extravagant promise that Xiao Yunhai had thrown out was too astounding. They did not know Xiao Yunhai's exact age, but he definitely was among the ranks of the youngest MO weapon grandmasters. His future could be said to be unlimited. Yet a MO weapon grandmaster of such potential had suddenly stated that he would trade an Earth MO weapon for a reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass. The entire MO territories were scorched by the bomb. Some were dismissive and snorted. The majority of people considered this a joke, and were simply watching the dubious spectacle. While Shen power was starting to appear in their visions, and MO skills were not considered the top tier of the powers now, Earth MO weapons were still one of the strongest weapons. Their limited number, the difficulty of creating them, the great power they contained, were all reasons it was valuable. Before Xiao Yunhai, no MO weapon grandmaster dared to announce that he would definitely forge another Earth MO weapon. In the history of the MO, the number of Earth MO weapons never surpassed 200 articles. But someone had suddenly ran out and stated that he was able to forge Earth MO weapons again. Even if he was a MO weapon master that had just become a grandmaster, it caused shock among the MO. The reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass was valuable, but its value could not rival Earth MO weapons. Its rarity was just because it was produced in Nether Spring Jia, the location was far and it was difficult to harvest. But this wasn't a problem to those prestigious families and large businesses that had far-reaching influence. However, the great majority of people only maintained the attitude of spectators. They didn't believe at all that Xiao Yunhai would be able to forge another Earth MO weapon. However, a small number of factions started to search for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass with the aim of establishing friendly relations with the Grandmaster. They didn't have any hopes about the Earth MO weapon. In their view, while the reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass was valuable, it was still profitable if one used it to create relations with a MO weapon grandmaster. Events like this were undoubted ones that people liked to see and hear about. People were all waiting to see the young person who had just become a grandmaster and didn't know his own limits make a joke of himself. Some even started to take bets on whether Xiao Yunhai could forge a new Earth MO weapon. It had been so long since there had been such an entertaining event. The people of the MO territories were extremely interested. Such an interesting even. In the study. Virtuous nephew, what do you think? Tang Chen asked Gong Zishi in interest. Gong Zishi had a thoughtful expression. He grimaced and shook his head. This nephew doesn't know. This Xiao Yunhai is too hard to predict. He actually promised this in public, it really, but he didn't know how to describe it. Tang Chen gave a smile. Virtuous nephew, do not be thrown by this. He must have disliked the treatment he received in these days and is not willing to stay in the Tang family. He purposefully acted in public to attract people's gazes. But if he doesn't have any confidence, would he dare to say this? Gong Zishi's expression was puzzled. It is a terrible move made in panic, Tang Chen said coolly. Young people are always rash. This event is beneficial for us. This boy doesn't know his limits, but he does have some true skill. If we are able to use him, he would be of great benefit. Uncle is right, Gong Zishi nodded and said. Tang Chen did not linger on this subject and changed the topic. I noticed that some of the people in your group do not look like Mo. Seeing the wry expression on Tang Chen's face, Gong Zishi flushed slightly and reported the truth. Uncle may not know. They are the envoys from Tianhuan. Tang Chen's expression changed. Your father plans to ally with Tianhuan? Yes. Gong Zishi nodded and said. Tang Chen was silently for a moment before speaking. It is good for you two families to ally together based on Tianhuan's power. One should always establish relations with those far away and attack those close by. Your two families do not have any conflicts of interest, and it is beneficial for both sides for you to help each other in secret. However, the two sides are far from each other. If there is alliance, it must be marriage. As he spoke, Tang Chen smiled. That female's identity must not be simple. Gong Zishi said, she is the granddaughter of Tianhuan's sect leader. Tang Chen nodded. The families are matched in status. I see that you seem to like her. I will send a letter to your father and speak of this matter on your behalf. Gong Zishi was overjoyed and made a deep bow. Nephew thanks uncle. Tang Chen held Gong Zishi up. Your father and I's relationship was forged through life and death experiences. I think of you as my own nephew. There is no need for these courtesies. Then his tone became stern. There is something you need to remind your father. Gong Zishi hurriedly said, Uncle, please speak. After a moment of silence, Tang Chen said gravely, your father must already know about the Emotion Temple. I see that your father is busy organizing his faction.
If this was the past, this is the right choice, but it is not appropriate now.
Gongzi had a pondering expression. Uncle means to pay more attention to Shin power?
Yes.
Tang Chen nodded.
You have also seen the power of Shin power. This is a power even stronger than Mo skill, Ling power, and Yao arts.
One Mo god was enough to destroy all of Xian Kong Temple's elder core.
This kind of strategic power is enough to change the state of world.
Do you know how many military core Xian Kong Temple's elder core is equal to? Without giving Gongzi the time to think, Tang Chen continued to speak. You cannot fall behind it this time.
The person who walks at the front in this field has the advantage.
The Mo Shin Temple, the greatest enemy of everyone. Gongzi was not a wastrel.
While he was a rake, he understood matters of war. He agreed with Tang Chen, but he grimaced. It is not that father doesn't want, but he has not been able to get a foot in the door. Nephew knows that father has already started to build a Shin temple, but the effect is not very good. The Mo Shin temple had hid and developed for 200 years. Of course it is not simple, Tang Chen said. You may want to find a breakthrough in another place.
Gongzi was intelligence.
After a moment of thought, he understood.
Uncle speaks of Xiao Mo Gu?
Yes.
Tang Chen praised. Xiao Mo Ge's trio all have Shin power inheritances.
While they are not weak, they are lacking in comparison to the Mo Shin temple. If we gather our power, it is very likely we will gain what we desire.
Xiao Mo Gu is a ghost and there is no trace of him now. Gongzi looked at Tang Chen.
When he noticed the imperceptible smile at the corner of Tang Chen's mouth, his body trembled, unless.
Tang Chen had a proud expression.
I have been keeping an eye on Xiao Mo Gu all this time. A while ago, the trio suddenly disappeared.
I went to Yanmen Ocean to beg Great Shaman Sang Mingyu to divine.
The Great Shaman owed me a favor in the past and used 5 years of his life force to divine.
He learned that the trio is near Buzhou City. Gongzi's eyes immediately lit up. Near Buzhou City.
Yes, at the start, I suspected Xiao Yunhai was Xiao Mo Gu.
He has 2 female servants with fit with the description of Xiao Mo Gu.
However, I had never heard that Xiao Mo Gu knows how to forge Mo weapons, much less earth Mo weapons. I purposefully was domineering in my conduct. One reason was to test him. But from his response, he doesn't seem to be the one.
Gongzi listened carefully in fear he would miss a detail.
He thought back to Xiao Yunhai's actions and he agreed with Uncle's judgment.
That Xiao Yunhai didn't have the presence of a hero.
While he was also powerful, his actions were rash.
He was far from the uncanny Xiao Mo Gu. Tang Chen's gaze was deep. While he isn't Xiao Mo Gu, he is suitable to be bait.
I heard that the anti-dragon claw Xiao Mo Gu obtained seemed to be heavily damaged. Xiao Yunhai is an Mo weapon grandmaster and one of the most likely to be able to fix the anti-dragon claw. If Xiao Mo Gu knows of this, he definitely would not miss this chance. I had been thinking of how to spread the news. I hadn't expected Xiao Yunhai to attract so much attention and help us.
Gongzi had an admiring expression. No wonder Uncle is supporting Xiao Yunhai. Uncle is wise and cunning. You really are the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Tang Chen's expression was normal.
We only need to focus on Xiao Yunhai and wait. However, when Xiao Mo Gu shows up, we need enough experts in order to trap him.
Gongzi knew this was a rare opportunity and nodded without hesitation. Uncle, don't worry. I will send a message right now.
Uncle Qin and Uncle Zhong are both present.
Tang Chen's expression became relieved.
I won't worry if old Qin and old Zhong can come.
This matter is a great secret.
Virtuous nephew, you cannot speak of this to anyone, including your future Tian Huan wife. The last words were teasing.
Gongzi's face turned red, but then he became serious. Uncle, do not worry.
Nephew knows the importance of this and will not mention a word of it.
Tang Chen nodded. I have spoken to you for so long. Go, don't like Tian Huan's little princess wait for too long.
Unlike the other people that were waiting to see Xiao Yunhai become a joke, Xinghua Shui was full of confidence in Zuo Mo. Only she knew that Xiao Yunhai was Xiao Mo Gu. With her understanding of Xiao Mo Gu, if Xiao Mo Gu dared to say the words, he had great confidence in the matter. Returning from the banquet, Xinghua Shui completely calmed down and descended into her thoughts.
She had found Xiao Mo Gu, then what should she do next? Get close to him? But how to get close to him?
Xinghua Shui was frustrated. No one would have thought that Zuo Mo, who had just announced that he would trade Earth Mo weapons for reverse Shadow Soul Silkgrass, was being troubled by a completely unrelated matter.
That average-looking female and that strange feeling of familiarity. Zuo Mo trusted his sixth sense highly. He knew this eerie feeling of familiarity would not appear without cause. He definitely had had some interaction with this person. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not find any information related to this female. In the sea of consciousness, the three discussed this matter. However, Pu Yao and Wei were sure they had never seen this female before. It really was strange. At this time, Zuo Mo's body froze. A daring thought appeared. Once this thought appeared, it took over every corner of his body. Even Pu Yao and Wei didn't have an impression of her. Then this female definitely appeared before he encountered Pu Yao and Wei. Could it be? She appeared before his memories had been erased and his features changed? Translator ramblings, being used as bait for yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.